Chapter 491. The Pioneer left. Lin Chen and his friends stayed in the living room of the main house for a long time in silence. Except for Lin Chen, who was lost in thought, even Elena could only stare at the others. After a while, Elena and Sister Tonton also fell into deep thought. Yes, the Pioneer was right. The changes to the second round have already begun. A prompt sound suddenly appeared in the minds of the three of them, which could only be heard by the second round players. Attention, the Guizhou channel is closed, and all the second round players will not be able to return to the real world at that time. After that, another prompt sound was heard. The Guizhou store has been opened. Second round players, please use the power of Guizhou to purchase special items in the Guizhou store option of the auction house. Lin Chen did not hesitate and immediately opened the system auction house. As expected, he found the so-called Guizhou store in one of the options of the auction house. He clicked on the store and saw that the entire page was spinning in circles. The system is actually loading? He stepped out first and looked at his wife beside him. Wife, did you open the Guizhou store? Well, I opened it. There are so many things inside, and the prices are so exaggerated. Elena's face was very serious. Lin Chen looked at Sister Tonton again. This woman was also browsing something. As for the two brothers Tang Yu and Feng Chen, they seemed a little redundant. Seeing Lin Chen looking at them, they both raised their eyebrows at him. Lin Chen smacked his lips and opened the page again to take a look, but it was still in the loading circle. Strange. Just when he was about to close the page, the loading ended. He subconsciously looked at his balance, and then he was stunned. His Guizhou power balance was actually 25,000 points. That's 25,000. The Howling Horn of Hell he bought in the guide tent was only 500 points. Now he actually has 25,000. Lin Chen thought of something and immediately browsed the items for sale in the store. He was going to see if there was any fragments of creation for sale. But after a rough search, Lin Chen finally gave up. There were many artifacts, costumes, unique items, special items, and some quest items for side quests, but there was nothing that Lin Chen was looking for. There was nothing like the creation fragments and the heart of the gods that he saw in the tent. Damn it! Lin Chen cursed inwardly. However, even so, Lin Chen still saw some strange items and equipment in the sales list. Even as a second-round player, he saw things he had never heard of. After that, Lin Chen and his friends spent a full hour and a half in the living room of the main house to study the Guizhou store. Unlike Lin Chen and Elena, Sister Tonton did not have much Guizhou power, only more than 800 points, and could only buy a few things. In the end, she used 800 points of Guizhou power to buy 2 level 60 artifacts. Elena's Guizhou power was more than 5,000, which was very generous compared to Sister Tonton. She chose a whole set of divine clothes for herself, and spent more than 3,000 points of Guizhou power to change everything from beginning to end. Finally, she found nothing to buy, so she picked 2 clothes from the mall, one white fashion, and the other. Yelena carefully glanced at Lin Chen, who was staring at the store intently, and put the black silk stockings and some professional clothes into her backpack without being noticed. After a while, Lin Chen also closed the store. The equipment he had to choose was much more demanding. After all, he only needed to wear a piece of equipment to activate all the bonuses of the equipment set, so Lin Chen changed all the equipment he had on. Then he went on a spree and bought a lot of artifacts of his choice in the store, and gave them to Feng Chen, Tang Yu and others. At once, they were able to upgrade their weapons. When Feng Chen and others were ready to thank Lin Chen stood up first. Well, since the administrator has repeatedly said that time is running out, we should get busy. Lin Chen looked at Tang Yu and Sister Tonton. What do you two say? Do you want to join my fixed team? If they were still hesitant at first, after hearing the conversation between Lin Chen and the Pioneer just now, the two nodded immediately. Yes. After that, Lin Chen's team of 6 began to brush the dungeon. Unfortunately, they didn't have any extra tickets to the ruins, so they could only enter the dungeon while completing tasks. However, there were not many main tasks for the level 60+, but there were a lot of side tasks. But the side tasks basically added experience points, and there were basically no tasks that could help them brush their attack power. They could only keep brushing a dungeon with a large number of monsters. Just as Lin Chen had expected, as long as they were in the same team as him, and used the lucky ring and the rusty iron sword, they could activate the bug of stacking attack power. Soon Tang Yu and Sister Tonton also embarked on the road of no return of stacking attack power. In the process, Tang Yu gained a lot of knowledge. Brother, how did you find this bug? Looking at Tang Yu's excitement, Lin Chen didn't know how to explain it. How could Tang Yu not know about this bug? He and I stayed up all night to fix it. Even if Lin Chen forgot, Tang Yu would not forget it. But he just forgot it so easily. When he first entered the land of the hunting god in the second round, Lin Chen asked Tang Yu indirectly. At that time, Tang Yu seemed to have no idea about this bug. Not only this bug, but Tang Yu also didn't remember the other 2 bugs that Lin Chen had fixed. This is strange. Am I the only one who remembers the bugs that I fixed? Lin Chen still remembers that before the second round, when he was reborn and returned to his office, he deliberately asked Tang Yu to leave work first because he had to fix a bug. Could it be related to this? Looking at the excitement on Tang Yu and Sister Tong Tong's faces, Lin Chen no longer hesitated. What a pity. Tang Yu sighed. It's a pity that I'm a mage. It would be better if I was a physical profession. Hearing the complaint, Sister Tong Tong beside him seemed to have thought of something. She poked Tang Yu. Old Tang, do you want to share your methods with me? Tang Yu was stunned for a moment, then he slapped his forehead. How could I forget about this? As he spoke, Tang Yu came to Lin Chen's side. Brother, I also have a bug here. Do you want to fix it? Lin Chen looked at Tang Yu and suddenly thought of the Lonely Leaf's fireball bug. What type? Increase mana. Lin Chen was stunned. Tell me about it. Chapter 492. The bug method that Tang Yu used to permanently increase his mana was a bit weird, because there was a pink equipment called Tears of the Saint on the land of the hunting god, which could be worn by level 20 magic professions. It required the player to lose 50% of his mana bar. When drinking a blue bottle of potion in this state, he could wear this equipment at the last second to permanently add 10 mana points. Lin Chen scratched his head, and was in a dilemma for a while. The length of his mana bar was no joke now. Even after using this bug, Tang Yu and Sister Tong Tong's mana bars were only more than twice as high as his own. So if he wanted to reduce his mana bar to less than half, he not only needed to take off all his equipment, but also needed to release various skills continuously. But his healing skills don't consume much mana, so he needs to stand still for several minutes to release the skills. Then he drinks the mana potion at the last second. It's so troublesome that he could only add 10 mana points in the end. Forget it. Lin Chen shook his head. By the way, do you have any skills that can increase the power of magic? Tang Yu was a little embarrassed for a while. Brother, because I am a mage, and the profession of the magician has a passive skill called Infinite Transformation, which can convert part of the mage's mana bar into damage. It can be said that the longer the mana bar is, the higher the damage is, so this bug is enough for me. Forget it. Feng Chen, who was standing beside him, bumped Tang Yu with his shoulder and exposed him rudely. If there is no, then there is no. What's the point of explaining these things? Tang Yu simply spread his hands. Brother Feng is right. I really don't have any other extra bugs. Even if I do, you can't use them. Then continue to tell me. Feng Chen was still in high spirits. I also have a bug that stacks fireball damage. Do you want to learn it? Just pretend I didn't ask. In the following time, Lin Chen and others continued to study bugs while brushing the dungeon. During the dungeon brushing process, everyone gradually lost interest in the final dungeon settlement. You know, the most important thing for players is nothing more than the clearance treasure chest obtained at the end of the dungeon. But Lin Chen and others didn't even look at these treasure chests in the end. As long as the portal appeared, they entered it without hesitation and didn't care about the treasure chest at all. Such a domineering move surprised Sister Tong Tong and Tang Yu at first, but in the end they were numb. In order to rush to the new round of dungeons to stack attack power, the two could only bite the bullet and not look at the huge treasure chests that fell in front of them. This lasted for a whole day. In addition to Lin Chen, Feng Chen, and Jizi adding a lot of attack power, Tang Yu and Sister Tong Tong also gained a lot, especially Sister Tong Tong, whose attack power was not low to begin with, and it was almost doubled at this time. When they were ready to continue the next day, the system prompt sound in their heads finally came. This prompt sound covered all the players in the entire hunting god land, but for these people, this news was undoubtedly a bombshell. Attention, attention, attention. Many players who were doing quests and brushing dungeons stopped and looked around. 3 consecutive attentions. It seems that something serious is happening again. Yelena subconsciously held Lin Chen's hand tightly. When Lin Chen looked over, there was obviously a hint of solemnity in the eyes of the female elf. No one needs to say that the members of their fixed team know what will happen next. The changes to the world boss are about to begin. Prompt sound. Level 60 world boss, Guardian of the Earth, has appeared. People were stunned. They were not as prepared as Lin Chen and others. When they heard this inexplicable prompt sound, they were a little confused. Huh? That's not right. I took a look at the current level ranking of the ladder. The highest level is only level 66. How come a level 60 world boss appears so soon? Someone opened the ladder and checked and found that level 66 is indeed the highest level now. If that's the case, why would the world boss appear in advance? After all, according to the previous practice, the warning of the appearance of the world boss will basically appear only when a player reaches level 69 first. Could it be that the rules of the hunting god land have been changed again? Before other players could express their doubts, the prompt sound continued to sound. Level 70 world boss, Ice Overlord, has appeared. The discussion just now has not subsided, and the players are completely dumbfounded. What's going on? The 60th and 70th level world bosses appear in succession. Damn you, brother. 2? The level 71 is here too? Is there a bug in the system? Are you kidding? Who can beat the level 70 world boss? The level 61 can't even be beaten. What do you think? Could it be? No way. Someone immediately trembled all over. It's impossible. Could there be another? Sure enough, the third notification sound came as expected. The level 80 world boss beast god has appeared. The 3 notification sounds were less than a minute apart, and the entire hunting god land went crazy. If the 3 beeps just now were not meant to be a joke, then what does the simultaneous appearance of the world bosses at level 60, 70, and 80 indicate? Many smart people seem to have sensed a sense of crisis, and their faces were already filled with worry. Combined with the recent strange scenes in the god hunting land, and what happened in the eternal sky in the past 2 days, the players began to panic. At this time, Lin Chen's team, who had just returned to the main city, seemed relatively calm. What do you mean? Let's take a break first. When many players around were discussing matters related to the world boss, Lin Chen looked at Feng Chen and the others and spoke. Dance in the sky, brother. Feng Chen raised his hand quickly. We still can't fly. After discussing with each other, they decided not to deal with the world boss for the time being, and to take a break before making plans. Brother, if you have time, do you want to merge the guilds? Tang Yu made a suggestion at this time. This matter is not urgent. Lin Chen scratched his head. He was actually somewhat reluctant to be the president of 2 guilds. If he hadn't been so kind, he would have even lost the position of the president of the Futu Guild. Let's stop here today. Gather here at noon tomorrow. We discuss whether to defeat the world boss or do something else. Okay, I go back to deal with some things. Tang Yu and Sister Tong Tong nodded, then waved goodbye to Lin Chen. After Feng Chen and Gardenia left, Lin Chen and Elena rested for a while as usual, and then went to find an NPC to learn the dance in the sky. Fortunately, this NPC was not killed by Sue in the wedding robbery incident the day before yesterday, so the learning went smoothly. As second-round players, Lin Chen and Elena didn't need to adapt at all. Once they learned the flying technique, they could fly very skillfully. In the next period of time, the 2 of them planned to go back to their home to buy some new furniture. But just as they were about to teleport, a figure appeared in their sight. When they looked up, Lin Chen and Elena were stunned. Xiao Yun? Lin Chen looked at the girl holding a long sword in front of him, and said softly. Chapter 493. The visitor was indeed NPC Xiao Yun. But the girl's outfit made Lin Chen feel different. She usually wore clothes mainly for the convenience of forging iron. As a forger and equipment enhancer similar to a blacksmith, Xiao Yun would only wear simple clothes. Occasionally, she would wear a blacksmith's apron, and then a pair of neat and slender trousers. But now she was wearing a very obvious leather armor suit. Although it looks heroic, what puzzles Lin Chen is, this is obviously a player's equipment. Why is it worn by Xiao Yun? Is it another change in the land of the hunting god? I haven't heard the pioneers mention it. The girl has her hands behind her back, and the extremely long sword is held behind her. Seeing Xiao Yun looking at him, Lin Chen subconsciously looked back, and after confirming that there was no Xiao Yun stall behind him, and no one else, Lin Chen turned his head and looked at her again. It seems that she came here specifically to find him. Elena still had a faint smile on her face. She looked at Lin Chen, then at Xiao Yun, who had a complicated expression on her face. She took the initiative to break the atmosphere. Sister Xiao Yun, what a coincidence. Hearing Elena's words, Xiao Yun also forced a smile. She said to Elena, Elena, sister, can I have a few words with your husband alone? Well, sure. Elena let go of Lin Chen's arm and patted Lin Chen's shoulder. Lin Chen subconsciously grabbed Elena's hand. The female elf blinked at Lin Chen, then pushed Lin Chen in front of Xiao Yun. What are you doing? Lin Chen lowered his voice. It's obvious that she's looking for you for something. We're so familiar with each other, it's okay to go and chat, I won't be jealous. This is not a matter of jealousy. The girl can say that she wants to chat with you alone in front of me, and you're still shy. Go quickly, go home after it's over. I wait for you at home. But Irina suddenly leaned close to Lin Chen's ear and lowered her voice. I bought stockings in the Guishu store. Got it, I go back as soon as possible. Lin Chen walked in front of Xiaoyun, with a strange look on his face. When he turned around again, Irina had disappeared. Scratching his head, Lin Chen felt a little embarrassed. If it was before, Lin Chen might not think too much. After all, when Lin Chen and this girl got along in the land of the hunting god, it was very natural. It can be said that in the two lives combined, the NPC that Lin Chen is most familiar with must be Xiaoyun. But since hearing Elena say that Xiaoyun likes him, Lin Chen has been a little unnatural. He himself doesn't like people who are involved in emotions. After all, he and Zhao Yuding on Earth got into a mess because of this mess. Now that he and Elena are married, he should avoid suspicion. Long time no see. Lin Chen finally spoke first after holding back for a long time. However, Xiaoyun didn't answer directly, but pointed to a bench not far away. Sit down and chat. Oh, okay. Lin Chen responded. The two sat on the bench. Originally, there were many players in the Eternal Sky space, but because the wedding made too much noise 2 days ago, many players left this high-level main city intentionally or unintentionally. No one knew whether the top of this main city would crack again, and no one knew whether those things called Su would come out. Before they figured out what those things were, the players avoided this place. This made the streets of the Eternal Sky region, which were originally crowded with people, become deserted. In addition, the city was floating in the clouds, surrounded by clouds and mist, which made it even quieter. Lin Chen and Xiaoyun sat on the left and right of the bench. Xiaoyun placed the long sword on her thigh. Her slender fingertips scratched the sword, and then looked at Lin Chen with a smile. Thank you. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment. Thank you for sending someone to protect me. If it weren't for the assassin named Altair, I might have been killed by Su. Lin Chen was shocked. Is that true? He knew that Altair went to protect Xiaoyun, but he didn't know that Xiaoyun would actually fall into danger. Somehow, Lin Chen was immediately scared. Seeing this girl safe and sound, Lin Chen actually felt like he had survived a disaster. Yes. I came to you today mainly to thank you. Lin Chen opened his mouth, then fell silent. After hesitating for a long time, he sighed and chose to tell the truth. Actually, Altair was arranged by Elena. After saying this, the atmosphere between the two froze again. During this time, Lin Chen carefully glanced at Xiaoyun beside him. Even though it was foggy, Lin Chen could still see the girl's expression. She seemed a little cold. Xiaoyun had changed since the last time they met. She was no longer the cool girl who ignored the players. She was silent, and didn't seem to express much emotion on her face. Her change should have nothing to do with him. Lin Chen thought so. Then, tell Sister Elena to thank me. I owe her my life. Don't say that. It's too polite. Lin Chen shook his hand quickly. We should be polite. After all, we are not familiar with each other. Xiaoyun blurted out. Lin Chen opened his mouth, but didn't know how to continue talking. After another silence, Xiaoyun suddenly stood up from the bench and smiled at Lin Chen. Hey, programmer. Lin Chen subconsciously responded. Ah? What's your name? Xiaoyun asked. Lin Chen blinked. Didn't I tell you my name? How come I remember saying it? But Xiaoyun didn't answer, just looked at him silently. Lin Chen cleared his throat unnaturally. My name is Lin Chen. Lin Chen, Xiaoyun said softly. Then, she suddenly showed the playful look that Lin Chen was very familiar with before, and smiled heartlessly. Lin Chen, from today on, I am also a player. If we are destined, we may meet in a certain copy. As he said that, Xiaoyun shook the long sword in his hand. Lin Chen stood up in disbelief. What did you say? Aren't you an NPC? Yes. Have you forgotten that I was also a player before I became an NPC? What is going on? Can you switch your identity? Lin Chen was shocked. Can Xiaoyun switch to a player or NPC anytime and anywhere? But it feels very weird no matter how you think about it. No. Xiaoyun shook her head. I can no longer be an NPC. I will always be a player until the server of the hunting god land is shut down. As she spoke, Xiaoyun extended her hand to Lin Chen in a very formal manner. Formally introduced myself. My name is Xiaoyun, and I am currently a level 66, Sword Saint, Swordsman second transformation. Level 66? Lin Chen was stunned again. Xiaoyun, who turned from an NPC to a player, actually started out at the highest level today? What on earth is going on? Chapter 494. However, Xiaoyun didn't seem to want to tell Lin Chen about this. Seeing Lin Chen's question, the girl turned away. After a while, she suddenly changed the subject. Lin Chen, do you know how to register for the world boss this time? Lin Chen was still struggling with why Xiaoyun could change from an NPC to a player, so his answer was a bit perfunctory. I'm not sure. I can tell you, I have some inside information. The smile on Xiaoyun's face hadn't appeared for a long time. She said cunningly, the 3 bosses will appear on the same battlefield together, and there is no limit on the number of people who can register this time. How many people do you think will fight against them? The 3 world bosses, the lowest level is 60. If they appear at the same time, it's no joke. At that time, let alone other things, even if all the players who meet the conditions now come together, they probably won't be able to pass the level. The point is not this, the point is, what on earth do you want to know? Xiaoyun smiled playfully. Of course. Lin Chen nodded very honestly. Then let's do this. Xiaoyun thought for a while. I think he will definitely sign up to fight the world boss, and so will I. If I can survive the boss battle at the end, I will tell you. You want to participate in the world boss? Yes, since I have become a player, I naturally have to do what a player should do. Xiaoyun suddenly wanted to tease Lin Chen. Why are you worried? The words came to his lips, but Xiaoyun swallowed them back. Lin Chen waited for Xiaoyun to continue talking, but finally found that Xiaoyun had already stretched his muscles and prepared to leave. Then let's go first. See you in the world boss battlefield. As she said that, Xiaoyun waved to Lin Chen, but when her figure gradually disappeared in the mist, Lin Chen seemed to see her suddenly turn around and look at him. Then, Lin Chen could no longer see Xiaoyun. He was a little dazed. Since the second round, the land of the hunting gods was no longer the land of the hunting gods in his memory, and now Lin Chen could almost guess some secrets about this world. He stood up from the bench, thinking that the creation fragments and god-type props in his backpack would most likely explode from the World Boss Challenge field. Lin Chen's pupils shrank slightly, and then he used the teleportation skill to return to his home. When Lin Chen returned to his house, he subconsciously glanced at the swing at the gate. Found that the swing was still swaying slightly, Lin Chen's mouth curled up. It seemed that Elena had guessed in advance that Lin Chen would come back around this time, so she swung on the swing first, and then ran back to the house on time. Lin Chen pushed open the door, then walked straight past the flowers and plants in the house, and came directly to the main house. However, the door of the main house was not closed, so Lin Chen walked in naturally. Wife. No one answered. Lin Chen was about to go upstairs when he found a pot of tea on the table in the living room on the first floor. The tea was still steaming, and there were several tea bowls around the pot. He was a little surprised that there was such a thing in the home warehouse. Then he filled the tea bowls with tea and took a sip. Smacking his lips, Lin Chen felt that the taste was not bad, at least the tea was fragrant. But soon Lin Chen felt that the fragrance was not coming from the tea, but from the fragrant wind coming from his side. Then, the third cup of tea was placed on the table. Looking closely, the tea was still emitting white mist. Lin Chen was a little absent-minded and looked over subconsciously. I saw Elena, who was wearing rabbit ears, a black and white maid outfit, and white stockings on her slender legs, standing beside Lin Chen with a red face. After placing the tea on the table, the female elf gave Lin Chen a very standard maid salute, putting her hands together on her lower abdomen and bowing. "Da Lang, is the tea delicious?" This golden lotus-like voice made Lin Chen's throat dry, and he quickly drank another sip of tea to moisten his throat. Putting down the teacup, Lin Chen took a step back to look at Elena carefully. Now Lin Chen was not polite at all. He looked Elena up and down, making Elena feel hot all over. Under the black upper body and short skirt was a pair of snow-white long legs wearing white stockings, and the rabbit ears on her head swayed. Facing Lin Chen's aggressive gaze, Elena's face flushed and she spoke softly. At this moment, Lin Chen felt that his thoughts were completely empty, and all the fatigue in his heart and body was swept away. So marriage can be so beautiful? Da Lang? Elena blinked her eyes, and called out a little awkwardly. Good guy, who can resist this thing? Lin Chen immediately grabbed the maid in front of him. Where did you get this dress? Elena shyly snuggled in Lin Chen's arms. Just now, I was bored while swinging on the swing, so I went shopping in the Guishu store. Guishu store? How come I didn't know that they sell these fashions? It seems that Guishu store is divided by gender, and I didn't see any men's fashions in it. Yelena raised her head and her eyes moved. Do you like it? Of course, and it doesn't look out of place on you at all, no. Where did you learn these words about Daolang drinking tea? These were all told to me by Sister Tong Tong when we were brushing up the attack power in the dungeon yesterday. Sister Tong Tong? Lin Chen was stunned. Well, I didn't expect Tang Yu's girlfriend to have such a strong taste. Well, she said that men like these things, and suggested that I buy more to change the style. Is it true? Yelena looked at Lin Chen curiously, and then stretched out her hand to fiddle with the rabbit ears on her head. Ahem. Tang Yu will have a hard time in the future. Seeing that Lin Chen was staring at her, Elena turned her face away and snorted. However, in order to punish you, you can only watch, not be naughty. Damn it! Lin Chen was immediately unhappy. Who told you to chat with Xiaoyun? If you had come back with me at that time, you could do whatever you want. Yelena said so, but there was a sly smugness in her eyes. Hey, you are the first to complain, right? Lin Chen immediately knocked her on the head. Did Sister Tong Tong teach you this kind of talk? Then I will have a good talk with Tang Yu next time. You are teaching a bad child. Yelena pouted, but soon she reached out and gently pressed Lin Chen's temple. I see you don't look very good. What's wrong? Did something happen to Xiaoyun? Chapter 495. Enjoying the massage from his wife, Lin Chen also sat down. Elena stood behind Lin Chen and continued to massage his temples. Lin Chen leaned his head on the female elf. He was not tired of the double softness on his head. He began to relax gradually. I just got 2 pieces of news from Xiaoyun. Well, tell me. Elena whispered. Level 60 Earth Guardian, Level 70 Ice Lord, Level 80 Beast God, these 3 world bosses are said to appear together, and will appear in the same copy. When you sign up, it is said that there is no limit on the number of people. Elena was startled. Although she did not stop massaging her temples, her strength was uncontrollably increased. 3 world bosses appear in one instance at the same time? Not only Elena, but even Lin Chen was having a headache. Unlike the Moon Goddess, the Blazing God, and the Fierce Wind God, each of the 3 bosses that were about to appear was a tough character, and each one was stronger than the other. Although there was no limit on the number of applicants this time, Lin Chen was still a little worried about the strength of the bosses. Especially the level 80 world boss Beast God. You should know that this world boss was originally something that players could only defeat when they reached level 89. At the same time, the Beast God is also the second to last world boss in the entire Hunting God land, second only to the level 90 world boss God King Osper. According to the system settings, when a player reaches level 99, he can sign up to participate in the battle against the level 90 world boss. If the challenge is successful, the player can be promoted to level 100. As long as one player reaches 100, the land of the Hunting God will be officially closed. In the previous life, which was the first round, Lin Chen did not see this kind of scene. After all, he died in the Dream Lake Flower Corridor. In this life, he learned from various NPCs and players that the first round seemed to be automatically closed when the player reached level 90, and then it came to the second round. It is said that it was because the overall strength of the players in the first round was too weak. Level 90 players have not even been able to defeat the world boss Beastmaster for a year. But now, not only the Beastmaster, but also the world bosses of levels 80 and 70 have appeared together. Tens of thousands of level 90 players have not been able to defeat a Beastmaster, not to mention the 3 bosses that have appeared together. When will the registration start? Elena asked again. It should be soon. According to the current precarious situation of the land of the Hunting God, it may be in the next 2 days. Then, what else did she say? Lin Chen sighed, he raised his head, and looked at Elena's face. From this depth perspective, Elena was still incredibly beautiful. Xiaoyun is now a player. Elena finally stopped moving. She didn't quite understand what Lin Chen said. Her slender jade fingers dropped from Lin Chen's temple, and then lifted up Lin Chen's chin and touched his beard. Xiaoyun is a player? What do you mean? Literally, she is no longer an NPC, but a level 66 swordsman. Then, the 2 of them fell silent. After a long while, Elena finally accepted this strange setting. She continued, then you say, could it be that Xiaoyun took the initiative to ask for it? Lin Chen shook his head. I don't know. NPCs are different from us players. They also have their own system. I heard that many NPCs even have their own performance. They get something like points by receiving many players and earning many gold coins. Although I don't know how they operate, it's hard to say. These performances can eventually become the option for players. Did Xiaoyun tell you specifically? No. Lin Chen shook his head. She said she would also participate in the World Boss Challenge. If she survives, she will tell me. Ah. Irina sighed, sank her whole body, hugged Lin Chen from behind, and then put her chin on Lin Chen's shoulder. I always feel that no matter how we guess, there are still so many secrets in the land of the hunting god. Lin Chen smiled. Yes, and it is possible that we will not understand many things when it closes. What are you talking about? We are already over level 60, but we still haven't properly trained our pets. Whenever we have time, we just kill monsters. Elena was angry. And that Feng Chen, he always asks for more attack power. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Yes, now that we have entered the advanced main city, it's time to train our pets. Thinking about it, the two of them summoned their pets in tacit understanding. Soon, the kitten-like Xiaobai and a winged squirrel appeared beside them. Xiaobai rubbed against Lin Chen's feet intimately, making a very pleasant snoring sound. This guy is no different from an ordinary house cat, and judging by the breed, it should be a golden-shaded cat, but it is snow-white like a ferret. The little squirrel flapped its furry wings and landed on Elena's shoulder, then jumped up and stood on top of Elena's head, rubbing its hands between the two rabbit ear headbands. If they become players and NPCs after entering the land of the hunting god, then these spirit pets. Could they be the animals in the real world? Lin Chen thought, and suddenly felt that it was very likely. They are all so low level. Irina touched the head of the little squirrel on her head. Now Lin Chen and Irina's fighting power has been exaggerated to an incredible level, but compared to them, their spirit pets are a little not so good. Even so, as long as they learn a certain skill, the spirit pet can inherit some of the master's basic attributes. So now even if Xiaobai is only a dozen or 20 levels, it is estimated that he can easily kill a fully armed level 60 knight player with one claw. Then let's go find a pet master to train them. Elena blinked and suggested. Why are you in such a hurry? I'm not scared yet. As he said that, Lin Chen stood up and hugged Elena horizontally as she screamed. The two little guys ran away quickly. Didn't I tell you not to be lewd? You're already dressed like this. Do you think your words are intimidating to me? As he said that, Lin Chen carried Elena upstairs. During the process, the female elf shyly buried her head in Lin Chen's chest. When Lin Chen was about to carry the beauty into the bedroom, Elena suddenly whispered, Do you want me to change another piece of clothing? Lin Chen said. Then, the little bunny maid in his arms changed her appearance. The white socks on her long legs suddenly turned into black stockings, and the professional OL outfit replaced the maid uniform. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Woman, you are playing with fire. As he said that, he threw Elena on the bed and pounced on her. Chapter 496. One morning 2 days later. In the courtyard of Earth Air Xingyan's home, Lin Chen opened his eyes. He carefully climbed up from the arms of the stewardess beside him. Looking at the stewardess wearing the uniform of Earth, Lin Chen smiled slightly. In the past 2 days, except for downloading a few more copies with Tang Yu and Feng Chen, the rest of the time was basically spent at home with Elena. This girl is really the best in the world. Lin Chen almost died on her. At this time, Elena, who had been tormented by him all night, was still sleeping soundly. It could also be that after entering the land of the hunting god for so long, Elena, a second-round player, hasn't slept like this for a long time, so she sleeps more deeply. Looking at the messy clothes on the stewardess, and her face still flushed, Lin Chen's throat moved again. Early in the morning, just looking at her made me feel something. What a sin. Lin Chen now finally knew that the kings in ancient times did not hold court early in the morning, and he almost couldn't help but do morning exercises. Bending down, Lin Chen pecked Elena's red cheek lightly, and he could even feel the warmth of the female elf's face on his lips. Getting up and getting dressed, Lin Chen left the bedroom and walked out. About half an hour later, Elena woke up from her daze. She still closed her eyes, stretched her slender arms lazily over her head, and uttered a hymn in her throat, then turned her body to hug something, but there was nothing beside her, so she hugged Lin Chen's pillow. Has Lin Chen gotten up yet? Yelena patted the pillow gently and found that the touch was really not right. She reluctantly opened her eyes and took a look. Then her face instantly felt warm. When she thought of what happened last night. No, it was what happened a few days ago. Lin Chen and she were both like crazy, asking for each other's favors. So early in the morning, her body was as soft and weak as if she had been hit by Shixiang softening powder. Isn't it just some uniforms? Thinking of the maid outfits and bank receptionists she wore before, and looking at the stewardess outfit on her body, Elena subconsciously buried her head in the quilt and rolled over in shame. But after staying in bed for a few minutes, Elena suddenly heard some noise downstairs, as if some people were talking about something. Someone came to the house? Could it be Xiaofeng, Shizi, and the others? Thinking of this, Elena didn't care about the burning face, and quickly opened her backpack to change clothes. After getting ready, She went downstairs quickly. Ding ding ding. Going down the stairs, Elena saw that there were other people in the hall on the first floor besides Lin Chen. But they were not Feng Chenxizi, but a group of people Elena had never seen before. However, in the home, these people's IDs were not displayed above their heads. Although they were unfamiliar, they were all equipped with gorgeous equipment and looked very impressive. It seemed that their levels and combat power should not be low. Seeing the hostess coming down from upstairs, these people immediately looked over, and many of those who were originally sitting also stood up to greet her. "Good morning, Elena." Except for Lin Chen, who was sitting in his original seat, a full 24 people said in unison, which really shocked Elena. "Hello. You all." Elena smiled politely at the crowd around her, and then moved closer to Lin Chen. "Awake?" Lin Chen was not shy, and pulled Elena to his side, almost letting her sit on his lap. "Honey, these people are... let me introduce them." As he spoke, Lin Chen pointed to the 4 fully equipped teams around him, and spoke. "These are all second-round players like us, and the overall average combat power is above 60,000. As soon as this sentence came out, Elena immediately became serious. 60,000 combat power. In the first round, the average level of players with this combat power can almost reach level 80. But among these people, except for 4 people who look like captains, who are level 66, the rest are around level 63 and 64. Sure enough, this reincarnation is much stronger than the first round. But these are not the main points. Elena has no idea why these people appear in her home, and seeing their respectful attitude and flattering smiles towards her husband, Elena is even more puzzled. Seeing Elena's suspicion, Lin Chen explained, "They were all found by the pioneer." "Ah?" Elena thought of something. "Does the pioneer really intend to let them come here to stack attack power with you?" When Elena thought of what the pioneer said in the living room 2 days ago, she was a little absent-minded. At that time, Lin Chen confessed to the other party that he could use the bug of stacking attack power, and the pioneer also asked Lin Chen to share that bug method. Could it be that these people came here specifically to make up for the bug? No, the main purpose of the pioneers asking them to come here is to let them join my guild. Elena was confused again. How did this involve the guild? At this time, a druid-like player in the crowd looked at Elena with a smile. "Master, in fact, the administrator's intention is to let us follow the programmer master. After all, this world may collapse at any time, and our strength is much higher than that of ordinary players, so he plans to integrate the high-level players. At least at the last moment, they will not be so scattered. Led by the programmer master, the final winning rate will be higher. Yes, master, from today on, you and the programmer master are the leaders we follow. I just didn't expect that the first and second place in the ladder list of the hunting godland are actually a couple. Who said it wasn't? It's a pity that I couldn't squeeze into the eternal airspace when the 2 big guys got married. You don't know that in just a few minutes, the entire eternal airspace was full. Let alone teleporting, I couldn't even fly in with the air dance technique. Fortunately, I didn't come. It is said that many people died in the eternal airspace at that time. Tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. Ah, how come people died on such a festive day?" At this time, Lin Chen suddenly spoke. "A small part was killed by Su, and a large part was killed by me." The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and the people sitting here basically didn't know what happened at that time. After all, as second-round players, they were much more arrogant than ordinary players, and they were not very interested in the excitement of players' weddings. So when Lin Chen and Elena got married, most of the people present were busy upgrading and becoming stronger. Even if someone was ready to come and see, it ended up in vain because they didn't catch up with the good time. But it was also fortunate that these people didn't come. If they were there, they might have been killed by Lin Chen in the end. After all, the more advanced the player, the less likely it is to resist the temptation of rewards for successfully snatching a marriage. Chapter 497. If someone else had said those words, it might have caused a burst of laughter. But the one who said that was Lin Chen, the number 1 on the ladder, so this matter was a little different. At this time, Lin Chen was not wearing a mask, and his combat power was a cliff-like gap from the second on the ladder. Irina's combat power was 143,000, while Lin Chen was 380,000. My goodness, with a combat power of 380,000, how high would his magic power be if converted? Because everyone didn't know Lin Chen's attack methods. Combined with his profession as a universalist, people guessed that Lin Chen's spell attack power was at least 300,000. If he were a warrior, his attack power should be 400,000. The calculation of combat power in the land of the hunting god was a bit strange. Combining the miscellaneous attributes of equipment, double defense, double attack, characteristics, and spirit pets, some experienced old players can convert the physical attack or spell attack of the person involved. But no matter what, 300,000 or 400,000 attack power is simply a fantasy. People looked at Lin Chen and felt a little nervous. Maybe he was not lying. If the combat power of this person was really so high, then he alone would be comparable to a high-level world boss, and it would not be surprising to kill hundreds of thousands or even more players. At this point, the players finally understood why the pioneer, who was the system administrator, would take the initiative to ask them to submit to Lin Chen. We have been talking for the whole morning. Since no one has any objection, let's sign up for my Fu 2 guild after the World Boss Challenge. Lin Chen paused, then said, "It just so happens that I also plan to annex another guild at that time, and then make personnel changes." As he said that, Lin Chen stood up. Other people around him stood up one after another. "In this case, we won't disturb the two great gods, we will leave now. Great gods, see you at the World Boss Challenge. You too, beg for mercy." These people bowed to Lin Chen and Elena, and then left the homestead. After about 10 minutes, the homestead became quiet again, and Elena looked at Lin Chen with blinking eyes. "Husband, do you think these people were really arranged by the pioneers?" Lin Chen smiled, and he held Elena in his arms and let her sit on his lap. As soon as the people left, Lin Chen began to be dishonest, and his hands kept making trouble. "If it was before, I would really doubt it, but now the hunting land may collapse at any time. According to the nature of the three administrators, it should be true." Feeling Lin Chen's dishonest hands moving around on her body, Elena's pretty face turned red. She deliberately said angrily, "Since you also know that the hunting land will be closed at any time, why do you still sit here and do nothing?" "Who said I didn't do anything?" Lin Chen was immediately unhappy. "Then what did you do?" Elena looked at the other party curiously. "You? Rogue." Elena punched Lin Chen. Lin Chen hugged her tighter and whispered, "I'm waiting for the system to open the registration for the World Boss Dungeon. There are too many dungeons these days. We have reached level 66. There are no dungeons for us to stack attack power for the time being. I just took a break from my busy schedule." "Why, you are not happy?" Elena pursed her lips and thought about it. It seemed to be true. She knew how introverted Lin Chen was. Not to mention the first round. In the second round alone, Lin Chen was busy all the time with her to stack attack power, and he was just extravagant with her at home these few days. She put her arms around Lin Chen's neck and said softly, "Husband, after the hunting land is closed, what will we do?" But before she finished her words, a prompt sound suddenly sounded in her head. The two of them stared at each other. Ding! Registration for the World Boss Challenge will be open soon. Attention, attention, attention! The world bosses that will appear this time will appear at the same challenge field at the same time. It is extremely dangerous, extremely dangerous. Please register at your discretion. This sentence was broadcast 3 times in a row. The short and tense prompt sound made Lin Chen feel his heartbeat speed up, not to mention the ordinary players in the land of the hunting god. The two looked at each other, and there was some helplessness in their eyes. It looks like the good days are over. Irina stood up from Lin Chen's legs and looked at him with a strange expression. "It's okay, there's plenty of time later." Lin Chen smiled complacently. Afterwards, in Lin Chen and Irina's friend list, the avatars of Feng Chen and Jizi lit up one after another, and the people urging them to take action. "Brother, get moving, registration has begun." As soon as the friend private chat was opened, Feng Chen's nasty voice rang out. At the urging of Feng Chen, Tang Yu and others, Lin Chen and Elena did not continue to be affectionate. After packing up, they left the house. After meeting up with the other 4 people, Lin Chen found that the atmosphere of the entire hunting god land was a little strange. Compared with the atmosphere when the world boss appeared before, everyone in the hunting god land now showed an intriguing expression. Although there is no limit on the number of applicants, there is a basic threshold to enter. Because from level 60 to level 80, 3 world bosses appeared at the same time, and no one knew what would happen after entering. Therefore, the system has set a mandatory threshold. First, the player level must reach level 60, and the combat power cannot be less than 30,000. Then, there is a special prerequisite, that is, you must enter in a team, and the team must have 6 people. Finally, all players who need to participate in the challenge field must complete the second job transfer. Only when all 3 conditions are met can you sign up. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go! Feng Chen couldn't wait any longer. Even though the 3 world bosses he faced made Lin Chen's scalp numb, he was still eager to try. No hurry, wait a little longer. Lin Chen comforted. A few minutes later, the registration officially started, and one team of 6 after another began to be recorded by the system, and then with a flash of light, they disappeared into the main city. Looking at the flashing lights around them, the 2 female players, Gardenia and Sister Tong Tong, began to breathe rapidly. Who knows, they might die in there. At this time, 24 people suddenly came from a certain direction. Elena looked closely, and found that these people were the high-powered players, who had talked with Lin Chen in her house early in the morning. 24 people came to Lin Chen's side, and saluted Lin Chen and others. Master, are these 4 your regular team members? The leading druid looked at Tang Yu, Feng Chen and others with some envy. Lin Chen nodded. Are you ready? Yes, you can enter the challenge field at any time. Okay then. Let's start. Chapter 498. After signing up, Lin Chen and the other teams disappeared with a few flashes of light. When he opened his eyes again, Lin Chen frowned and covered his nose subconsciously. What he smelled was not a bad odor, but the smell of the air was the same as before in the real world. The fresh air did not even make Lin Chen's nose react. He had smelled the smell of the hunting god land for a long time, and suddenly smelling this smell always made Lin Chen feel that he had come to the real world. If it were not for the closure of the Guishi passage, Lin Chen would be in a trance for a while. Not only Lin Chen, but also more than 20 second-round players around him were startled. What's going on? The air was part of it. When they came to their senses, they suddenly found that the health bar above their heads had disappeared again, except for being able to open their backpacks, and their own attribute panels normally, they only felt that they were in reality. Are you sure we didn't return to the abyss? Damn, has the land of the hunting god become so strange? After a discussion, they finally came to a conclusion. That is, this challenge field is definitely not in the land of the hunting god, but it should not be in the real world either. It is estimated that this is a special space, like the boundary domain. However, because they were far away from the data protection of the land of the hunting god, even these experienced second-round players were nervous about the possible situation. Hey, if we are attacked, will it hurt? Nonsense, it has been confirmed that this is not the land of the hunting god. Of course, it will hurt if we are hit. A warrior raised his hand and slapped the knight who had just asked the question. The slap was so solid that a red handprint was left on the knight's shoulder. Damn it! The knight immediately stepped back in pain. Brother Chong, you have 30,000 attack power. You can't just attack randomly. Nonsense, how can I reach 30,000? The warrior rolled his eyes. I'm only 27,000. It makes no difference. My defense is too low. I can't bear it. Hiss, it hurts. The knight covered his arm and kept sighing. The others around looked at the two of them, their eyes gradually becoming solemn. Yes, now they will not doubt the current situation. There is no need for the boss to use the curse aura at all, because this damn place is not in the land of the hunting god at all. Lin Chen walked to the front of the crowd. They were standing on the top of a towering mountain. Everyone looked down, and a magnificent city appeared in sight. What is this place? Feng Chen couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Looking down from the top of the mountain, the huge city scattered below the clouds, like a star-studded city, began to gradually reveal its grandeur. Even though they were hundreds of meters apart, they were still amazed by the endless buildings below. Countless buildings that had never been seen rose and fell in the city. Occasionally, a few birds fluttered their wings around, and the wind blew in their faces, blowing the hair of the female players in the crowd. Lin Chen kept staring at the bottom. He found that this magnificent city was like a sleeping monster, as if it would open its bloody mouth at any time and swallow everyone and chew them up. In a trance, a prompt sound appeared in everyone's mind. Ding, players please move to the center of the city of God Slaughtering City, and wait for the challenge to officially begin. Then, everyone saw that the clouds below slowly faded away at this time. Without the cloud cover, the huge city below looked even more majestic. God Slaughtering City? Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Wow, this name is really stylish. After that, more and more players jumped down from other hills around. The scene was extremely spectacular. These players who jumped down were like a heavy rainstorm falling from the sky. Let's go too, Elena said. Let's go! Energy surged in Lin Chen's body, and he fell towards the huge city below. His figure was like a swallow, and then he glided down in the air, like a seabird waiting for an opportunity to catch fish. Watching Lin Chen and Elena jump down from a height of hundreds of meters, the others around looked at each other, nodded, and jumped up as well. After landing, Lin Chen, Elena and others appeared in this city called God-Slaying City. Right in front of him, even though he had just looked down at it from the top of the mountain, he could not directly feel the shock of this city. Now standing at the gate of the city, looking up into the city, the towering buildings and the oppressive feeling of the magnificent style made all the players who saw this city for the first time feel like they were being looked down upon by a giant. Where did this god-killing city come from? A second-round player lowered his voice in curiosity. Lin Chen and Elena, who were also second-round players, also looked at each other and saw suspicion in each other's eyes. There has never been such a city in the land of the hunting god, whether it is a low-level, medium-level, or high-level main city. Even the highest-level main city that only level 80 players can access has never heard of its name. But soon they shook their heads with a wry smile, thinking that they are not in the land of the hunting god now, so it is normal that they have never seen this city. While talking, Lin Chen and others entered the city together with more and more players around them. While everyone was sighing at the majesty of the city, they looked at the strange buildings around them in disbelief. Not to mention humans, even orcs, half-orcs, elves and other races of players said they had never seen it before. This discovery is even more bizarre. These special architectural styles are not from any race. Follow me closely. Lin Chen looked back at Elena, Feng Chun, Tang Yu and others seriously. From now on, there are more and more players around. High-level players from all over the land of the hunting god have entered this empty city one after another, causing several other teams of second-round players to be squeezed away by the crowd. Now, walking not far from Lin Chen is only their main team. No one has participated in the challenge field where 3 world bosses appear together, so they must not act rashly. After moving forward with a large group for several dozen minutes, Lin Chen and the others had become numb to the miraculous buildings and appearances in the city. After a cursory glance at the internal structure of the city, they finally arrived at the 10,000-person square in the center of the city. But they found that they were still late. The square had already been packed. When Lin Chen and the others stopped, they were standing at the outermost edge of the square. Looking back, there were still endless players. There were more people than when he got married. It was unknown how many of these people really wanted to challenge the world boss, or how many were just here to watch the fun. In the noisy crowd, Lin Chen and Elena looked up at the center of the square in tacit understanding. There was a white stone tablet over 100 meters long, and all the players present were standing around it. At this time, there seemed to be 3 people standing on the stone tablet. Chapter 499. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that after so many days, he would see the 3 system administrators appear together again. Although the distance was very far, Lin Chen recognized the judge, pioneer, and guide standing on the stone platform at a glance. This time the 3 did not hide, but were directly exposed to the player's sight. In this case, this challenge field should not be simple. More and more players poured into this giant city. As time went by, they could even see people falling from the mountains around the city, just like the scene they just appeared. But as long as the players who appeared here entered the city, almost everyone would subconsciously look at the stone tablet in the center of the square. Gradually, the players could see waves of energy surging to the top of the stone tablet like a tide, and finally slowly flowing down from the top of the stone tablet like a waterfall. Around the 100-meter-high stone tablet, the noise of the players was the weakest, because the closer they were to the stone tablet, the more they could feel a piercing pain in their souls. Something was spreading from the surface or top of the stone tablet, firmly locking every player present. More and more people came. The entire Tushan city was really overcrowded from top to bottom. Players of various professions stood on every street. They were as numerous as a river of Christian carp. They all stared with their eyes wide open, waiting for the challenge to begin. Finally, when the sun was shining from above, there was movement in the city. Just as Lin Chen was staring at the top of the stone tablet, a dull sound of a bell fell from the top of the stone tablet and resounded throughout the city. Dang! The echoes spread, and the noisy crowd in the city suddenly quieted down. Then, a magnetic baritone came from the top of the stone tablet. Everyone, please be patient. I am the judgment, and the host of this World Boss Challenge. 99% of the people present had never heard of the name of the judgment, nor did they know the title of the system administrator. Some people immediately discussed it. For example, who is the judgment? Who is talking? There is someone up there? What the hell is a host? There were waves of discussions like this. Compared to the noise of these players, second-round players, like Lin Chen, seemed very serious. They looked up at the 3 figures above without saying a word. After a pause, the voice of the judge continued, "The format of the World Boss Challenge this time is different from the previous ones. Everyone should have known that from level 60 to 80, the three world bosses will appear together. So in order to balance the strength of you and the boss as much as possible, we are going to turn the challenge into a copy, and the three world bosses will be in the copies respectively. When the time comes, you will have the final say on how to defeat them. People's discussion became louder. Even Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Dungeon? Tang Yu beside him thought for a moment. Does it mean they changed the world boss to the dungeon boss? Yeah, that should be it. Lin Chen nodded. The difficulty of entering the dungeon to defeat the bosses one by one is indeed much simpler than going after all three at once. After a pause, Lin Chen added, and since it is a dungeon, players can also swipe monsters in the dungeon to become stronger, so the difficulty will be lower. But, Sister Tong Tong beside him said, with so many players, how big should this dungeon be? How long should it last? People were silent. A dungeon that can accommodate at least 1 million people is not comparable to an ordinary dungeon that can simply accommodate a team of 6 people. In addition, in order to accommodate so many players to upgrade and become stronger, this dungeon must not only be large, but also have an absolute duration and jaw-dropping resources. All three are indispensable. People raised their heads and waited for the next step. They wanted to know what the scale of this dungeon was. The dungeon is about to open. Every player present can enter it, but it should be noted that, except for resurrection skills, resurrection coins cannot be used in the dungeon. The rules were spoken one by one from the mouth of the judge, and the players in the entire city below were in an uproar again. Since it is a dungeon, why can't resurrection coins be used? Without waiting for the players to raise objections, the judge continued to add, all players who enter the dungeon can get an extra free resurrection opportunity. There are 30 minutes left before the start. After 30 minutes, the portal will open. The dungeon will last for 1 week. As soon as this was said, almost everyone trembled violently. How much? 1 week. The crowd was stunned. A dungeon that lasted for a week? What dungeon would last for 7 days? I am increasingly curious about what opportunities one can encounter in this dungeon. Some savvy people only smell business opportunities, as if killing the world boss was not the most important thing. This dungeon lasted for a whole week and accommodated millions of players at the same time. There must be unspeakable resources and good things in it. Sure enough, the voice continued. The dungeon contains a huge amount of items and resources that you can never imagine. There are a lot of experienced monsters, treasure elite monsters, and special hidden bosses. Before killing the world boss, you can get stronger and upgrade in the dungeon as much as you want. Wow! The whole audience was in an uproar. The players present almost jumped up. Fortunately, I signed up. Maybe in the entire hunting land, this dungeon will be the most luxurious and most sought-after dungeon. These people think things are too simple. Look at their emotions. Tang Yu frowned, looking at the excited players around him, frowning. The whole square, and even the whole city were cheering. Everyone was encountering a dungeon that lasted for 7 days for the first time. Facing the huge resources that were about to be obtained, some people even started to daydream, as if they could directly upgrade to level 100 after entering the dungeon this time. A bunch of idiots. High rewards mean high risks. The richer the rewards, the more dangerous this dungeon is. Sister Tong Tong agreed. To be honest, I regret coming in now. But Tang Yu smiled and held Sister Tong Tong's hand. Don't worry, there is. He originally wanted to say I'm here, but when the words came to his lips, he changed his mind. My brother Lin is here. Feng Chen, who was not far away, also comforted the pale Gardenia. Our brother and sister-in-law are here. Why are you so scared? I always have a bad feeling, Gardenia whispered. Chapter 500. The players in the city were in unprecedented high spirits. With so many people cheering at the same time, the whole city was almost sunk by their momentum. On the top of the stone tablet, the 3 system administrators looked at the riot below indifferently. Although they were mentally prepared, they were still a little nervous. Even for the 3 of them, there were too many people below, and at this time, there were still new players signing up and pouring into the god-slaying city. The noise was getting louder and louder. The old woman who was the guide among the 3 people angrily pointed the cane in her hand slightly at her feet. Snap! A hazy white wave spread out from the point where the tip of the cane touched the surface of the stone tablet, then flowed down along the stone tablet, and finally plunged into the crowd. The white color grew larger in the sea of people, and finally it was large enough to completely cover the entire Tushan city. Before people could react, the hazy white light suddenly turned into water droplets and fell into people's bodies. The crowd that was rioting just a moment ago suddenly felt a sense of peace as they were showered with water drops transformed from white light spots. Their hearts, which had been agitated by the need for the dungeon to last for a week and the talk of possible chance rewards in the dungeon now calmed down completely. Lin Chen was a little surprised, as he felt the white water droplets seeping into his skin. This method was like a reverse version of fearful killing intent. However, compared to the terrifying fearful killing intent, this skill completely calmed down the turmoil in the city that was still raging just a moment ago. Millions of people and countless players gathered in the city, and calmed down at the same moment. It was so quiet that one could even hear the heartbeats of the people around him. After the silence, the judge also took a step forward. He came to the front of the guide, stretched out his hands, and made a tearing motion towards the void. Sizzle. The next moment, the second loud bell sounded through the sky, and the players suddenly discovered that the stone tablet that originally stood in the center of the city actually began to wriggle. The players who were closer began to retreat nervously. Everyone could clearly see that the stone tablet was changing from solid to liquid, and then from liquid to intangible light. The light grew bigger and bigger, and it continued to spread around, and finally it was like a huge space portal being forcibly torn open from the void. It turned out that this stone tablet was the true form of the portal. Are you playing nesting dolls? Feng Chen was quite curious. I was teleported once after signing up, and I have to teleport again after entering. Do you think I have to teleport again when I enter this portal later? However, Feng Chen complained, but he still praised this door. This is not a portal. In the eyes of the players, it is more like a crack in the sky. Few players who appeared here had seen the code giant gate, so when they saw such a huge portal, it was enough to make the players' hearts tremble violently. At this time, the administrator on the stone tablet continued to speak. There are still 35 minutes left before the whole group is teleported, but there is a group of players who can enter first. As soon as these words came out, the players immediately became interested. They can enter first? Players with a combat power of 50,000 can enter now. As soon as this was said, the players immediately looked around with enthusiasm and envy. 50,000 combat power means a real boss to the player group, although everyone is over level 60, and needs at least 30,000 combat power to enter. But 50,000 combat power is still far beyond most players. A moment later, in a corner of the huge god-slaying city, a subtle light fell from the sky and landed on a warrior. Then the warrior was lifted up by the light in full view of everyone, and the next moment, he turned into a meteor and disappeared into the huge white portal. This scene immediately made the players below explode. Go! Then, one after another fine beams of light shot down from the sky, covering the bodies of some players one by one. 1 person, 2 people, 3 people, 10 people, 100 people. Although they were the first to enter for only half an hour, don't underestimate this short half an hour. Although there are 3 world bosses in this dungeon that want to kill them, the treasures, props and rewards in this dungeon are absolutely massive. First come first served, no one will refuse. If millions of players present rush forward, it would be extremely difficult to obtain first-hand resources. Damn, I'm so envious. Seeing players disappear into the portal one after another, many people showed envious expressions. Let's go too. Lin Chen stretched out his hand, and the team members beside him followed suit. Then, 6 beams of light shot out almost at the same time, and Lin Chen and the other 6 players turned into streams of light and shot into the portal like other high-powered players around them. At the same time, the 3 administrators above the portal followed Lin Chen and the other 6 people and looked at the portal under their feet. When Lin Chen's figure disappeared, the 3 of them looked at each other. The judge spoke faintly. How many players signed up this time? About 6 million. The pioneer answered calmly. So many? The judge was a little unbelievable. Although he knew that there were many more high-powered players in this round than in the previous life, he still didn't expect that there would be more than 6 million players with a combat power of 30,000. After all, the threshold here is set there. In order to enter the god-slaying city, in addition to being at level 60, there is also a hard requirement that the combat power must reach 30,000. 6 million. The judge sighed. Then guess how many people will be able to come out by then? This time the pioneer did not answer. The old ladylike guide was about to speak, but swallowed the words back. After a while, the pioneer slowly said, it is estimated to be less than 1,000. Less than 1%, that is, there should be 5 or 6,000 people who can come out of the dungeon alive. But the judge shook his head. I estimate that no one will come out. After saying this, the other 2 looked at him in astonishment. After all, that Lin Chen also entered, but the judge laughed. Don't forget, there is a level 80 beast god among the world bosses that appeared this time. Do you think the guy called Programmer can kill that thing? The setting of the Beast God requires at least tens of thousands of level 89 players to deal with it. Don't hold too much hope. The two stopped talking. It's true. In the land of hunting gods, except for the level 90 world boss god King Osper, who has not appeared until now, the strength of Beast God is even second only to the three of them. No matter how powerful Lin Chen is, even if he can upgrade suddenly in just 7 days, he will never be able to reverse anything. Chapter 501. A quiet space suddenly began to shake slightly, and ripples began to spread around. Bo! With a crisp sound of water, a man's body suddenly appeared from the space. He seemed to be vomited out by the space, and then landed steadily. However, Lin Chen almost subconsciously turned his head to hold Elena's hand, but after turning his head, he found that there was no one around him. Huh? Seeing that he touched nothing, Lin Chen immediately turned around and looked around. No one. No one except him. After a few seconds of hesitation, Lin Chen hurriedly opened the team list and found that the other 5 people were in the list, and everyone's health bar, blue bar and basic information were displayed normally, but he didn't see anyone around. He found that he had no way to contact them. After entering this copy, Lin Chen felt that the sense of reality was getting stronger and stronger. Although he could open his backpack and see the team list, the health bar above his head was still invisible. Not only that, he couldn't even contact Elena and others through the friend list. There was nothing except a 66 on his head. 66? Lin Chen thought about it, and then realized what this number represented. He was now level 66. After trying to contact Elena, Feng Chen and Tang Yu for 2 or 3 minutes, Lin Chen simply closed the friend list. This was strange. Since the team would be randomly disbanded after entering this dungeon, why was it required that the team entering the dungeon must be a full 6-person team? Isn't this just taking off your pants to fart? However, Lin Chen soon stopped worrying about it. He found himself in the depths of a forest, but these trees were too tall. He looked down at where he was at the moment, and he was standing steadily on the thick branch of a towering tree. The width of this branch was amazing, several meters wide, and the surface was smooth and solid. He could even walk on it easily, as if he was on solid ground. The breeze blew, and the leaves rustled, as if welcoming this unexpected visitor. Lin Chen looked up, and saw the dense tree canopy covering the sky. The sun shone through the layers of branches and leaves, casting mottled light and shadows. Each leaf was surprisingly large, shining with emerald green, swaying gently in the breeze, exuding a fragrance that was not found in the land of the hunting god or on earth. He took a deep breath and felt relaxed and refreshed, as if even the fatigue in his body was swept away. Swish! Lin Chen shook his wrist, and the broadsword rainbow light appeared in his hand. Fortunately, the power transformed from his current 430,000 attack power was more real in this world. When he casually swung the sword, Lin Chen could even see the space rippling slightly, stretching his muscles and bones, and Lin Chen could also feel that his every move was full of violent power. Because the Guishu scroll was taken back and the Guishu channel was closed, Lin Chen was always curious about what kind of rhythm it would be like to return to Earth with his current attack power of more than 400,000. The last time he returned to Earth, he only needed to do a slight move to blow up a building at will. So what about now? Feeling that this world is almost as real as Earth, Lin Chen feels that he can give it a try here. At this moment, a slight sound of footsteps came from the depths of the forest, breaking the surrounding tranquility. Lin Chen's heart moved. He put away his sword and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a mysterious creature that looked like a deer, but was covered with colorful feathers, slowly walking out of the shade of the tree. Deer? Looking at the thing in front of him that looked like a deer, but was not a deer, Lin Chen frowned slightly. The eyes of this creature were as bright as stars, and there was a gentle light inside. It seemed that it was not surprised by Lin Chen's arrival. But Lin Chen was a little curious. Just as he was about to take a step forward, an arrow whistled and directly nailed the deer to the branch at the other end. Then, a cheer came from far away. Ha ha ha! Finally killed you. Damn, you run so fast. Then, Lin Chen saw an archer holding a crossbow and using the air dance technique flying over. Looking at the opponent's weapon, he should be a demon hunter who changed from a ranger. When this person came to the front of the deer's corpse, he also noticed Lin Chen not far away. He raised his eyebrows at Lin Chen and looked at him with some vigilance. Because in this world, no one can see the level and health bar of the other person or even their own. The other person has no idea that the person in front of him is the current top of the ladder list of the hunting god land, programmer Lin Chen. However, all the people who could appear here at this time had a combat power of more than 50,000, so the shooter did not act rashly. He slowly retreated, then squatted down and touched the deer's body with his hand while staring at Lin Chen. The next moment, the body turned into starlight and flowed into the shooter's body. The shooter immediately let out a comfortable groan. Wow! So cool! He shuddered all over, and then, under Lin Chen's slightly surprised expression, this shooter with 64 written on his head actually upgraded. In other words, the deer just now was an experienced monster. After killing it, the level 64 player was able to level up directly. Don't get me wrong. The shooter said at the right time, I was almost leveled up, just a little bit of experience. As he spoke, the shooter gradually stood up straight, but he was still very alert. After all, Lin Chen was level 66, and the equipment on Lin Chen was of a weird style. In this real world, he couldn't see through the level and quality of the equipment, so he had no idea what Lin Chen was up to. Before finding your teammates, it's better to be careful. Lin Chen nodded to the shooter to show his understanding. The shooter hesitated for a moment, then began to slowly retreat, and finally quickly used the air dance to leave. Lin Chen didn't come back to his senses until he could no longer see the shadow of the shooter. Just after the shooter left, another deer jumped not far away from him. It stared at Lin Chen just like the previous one, just like the stupid road deer on Earth. An experienced monster that specifically gives players experience. So that's it. He now almost knew the meaning of this dungeon. This dungeon was built with such a big investment. On the surface, it was about killing 3 world bosses, but in fact it was also another fast track for high-level players to continue to upgrade. If I guess correctly, this dungeon should be from the so-called great designer. Lin Chen looked up at the sky. He ignored the deer in front of him, but used the air dance technique to fly into the air. He soared into the sky along the towering trees until he flew to the top of the forest. Looking around, Lin Chen's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Fuck. Looking around, this forest is so huge that there is no end in sight, and if I'm not mistaken, this forest should be just a certain area in this dungeon. No wonder it can accommodate millions of players at the same time, and no wonder it lasts for 7 days. This dungeon may be even bigger than I imagined. Chapter 502. Falling slowly from the sky, Lin Chen tried to call out to the air. Dunshan, Qilua, Altair. After a moment, 3 waves of black power emerged from his side, but compared to normal times, the speed at which they condensed into bodies was obviously a bit slower. After more than 10 seconds, Dunshan and the other 2 appeared with some difficulty. Lord. After Dunshan appeared, he called out first, and then looked at his hands in a trance. A bit strange. This world seems to have a special atmosphere that is hard to explain, but Dunshan and others can't explain what's wrong. After simply waving their arms, and using a few skills, they gave up their wild thoughts. Where is this? Qilua, holding the bow and arrow, looked around and began to show a hint of surprise in his eyes. As elves, they naturally have a close relationship with the shade of trees and grass, not to mention that the trees nearby are extremely tall and dense, and there is no end in sight. Lin Chen was also relieved when he saw the 3 people appear. He thought that this world would not be able to summon Dunshan and others just like when he returned to the ruins. There is no time to explain too much to you now. Have you seen the creatures scattered in the forest? Lin Chen pointed at a strange creature that looked like a squirrel, and a deer that flashed by in front of him. The 3 people looked in the direction of Lin Chen's fingertips, and they saw one after another very silly creatures that would deliberately wander in front of them, but when they wanted to get close, those things would run away, as if they were deliberately teasing them. Kill one when you see one. I guess each different creature has a different reward. Killing deer-like creatures will increase your experience points, so focus on hunting them. Lin Chen ordered. Yes, sir. Although Shield Mountain shouted the loudest about hunting, Qilua and Altair were obviously the most excited. Not to mention that Qilua was a hunter. As elves, they were also top-notch hunters in their own world. Altair was an assassin, and these creatures could not outrun him even if they ran away. Then, the 2 of them shot out instantly, leaving only Dunshan still preparing. When he was ready, Lin Chen patted his shoulder. Dunshan, you don't have to go. Dunshan smiled awkwardly after hearing this, and then stood behind Lin Chen with embarrassment. It was true that he was not a profession known for speed at all, and it would be embarrassing even if he went there, so he simply continued to act as Lin Chen's bodyguard. Lin Chen stood in place and opened his attribute panel. After a few minutes, Lin Chen could already feel that experience points began to be injected into his body. Not only that, his attack power was also silently increasing. Sure enough, these creatures are also considered monsters, and killing them can also add attack power. Just as he was about to close the panel, Lin Chen suddenly found that his intelligence had increased a little bit unnoticeably. Huh? He raised his eyebrows, and then his agility also increased a little. His pupils gradually enlarged, and then, the experience value, attack power, and four-dimensional attributes slowly increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. You should know that the addition of attack power is caused by a bug, but the attribute points of strength, intelligence, agility, and physical strength cannot be added by brushing the bug, and according to the different professions, the double attack and double defense that can be added by these attribute points are completely different. For example, Lin Chen now, as a universal being, has a full 430,000 attack power, but his magic attack power is only 60,000. As intelligence gradually increases, his magic attack also increases accordingly. Basically, 1 point of intelligence can increase 30 points of magic attack. For every point of strength increase, his physical attack power will increase by 10 points. Qiluo? Lin Chen roared immediately. The sound waves spread suddenly, spreading out like thunder. Then, Qiluo appeared on a branch 100 meters away. Lin Chen asked, "Can you tell me which creature can increase strength?" Qiluo immediately answered, "Pig, porcupine. Then kill the pig first, then kill the deer, and ignore the rest." After a pause, he added, "Go tell Altair." Qiluo nodded and disappeared. Lin Chen was in a good mood. Although he was a magic profession, even if he increased strength, it would not increase much attack power, but it was better than nothing, and it was better than adding a little attack power. He checked the time. There were only a few minutes left before the main force entered the dungeon. At the same time, the portal standing in the center of the god-slaying city was completely open to all players in the city. All the players couldn't wait any longer. They shouted loudly, and the huge city was instantly submerged by the sea of people. They were like a sea of marching ants, rushing madly into the portal. 6 million people poured into the space portal in a short period of time, and as time went on, there were still many players, who came sporadically and entered directly in confusion. This state of affairs lasted for half an hour, and the three administrators in the sky looked at the city below with some surprise. The city that was crowded with people a moment ago was now empty like an abandoned ghost town. In the end, after the three confirmed that there were no more players, the leading judge waved his hand, and the huge and terrifying white portal that looked like a trace of the sky began to close gradually. Chapter 503. As a series of tiny sounds quietly sounded in the air, two figures slowly stepped onto a tree trunk, and the space behind them spread out like a gurgling stream. When the two bodies were completely pulled out, ripples appeared on it. The two rubbed their eyes first, and then they felt that the view in front of them suddenly opened up, and a vast forest came into view. It was the first time they saw such a tall and thick tree. After realizing that they were standing on a branch, they both exclaimed involuntarily. After that, the two saw each other. Because all players entering this place will be forcibly dispersed by the system, the two did not know each other at all. The two looked at each other with extreme vigilance, and then retreated involuntarily. After a while, one of the players who looked like a swordsman took the lead and said, "Friend, let's do it together." The other player who looked like a mage hesitated for a moment, then nodded, "Okay." The two were confused about the scene in this copy. Just the forest composed of huge trees in front of them made them dazzled. No one knew whether they would encounter the so-called world boss, and their teammates did not know where they were scattered. It was a comfort to be able to find someone to form a team. What they didn't expect was that hundreds of players entered the portal together, but why didn't they see any other players? How big is this dungeon? The two approached step by step, and when they were at a suitable distance, they simply bumped their fists. "Dude, are you from Earth?" "Yes, where are you from?" "Mage, from Country K." "Oh, from Country K?" The swordsman's tone was obviously a little off. The player from Country K's eyes turned cold, but he asked back without noticing, "What about you?" "Fuso people," the swordsman replied coldly. Then, the short-lived friendship between the two was broken before it even started. They began to retreat again, weapons and enhancement skills began to greet themselves, and it seemed that they were about to fight. However, in this strange scene, a donkey or horse-like creature was sticking its head out from the other end of the tree trunk. Pululu. It seemed to be chewing something in its mouth, and it snorted when it saw the two. The two saw it almost at the same time, and were both shocked. Because of the creature's interference, the two began to tacitly give up their hostility towards each other, and then looked at the thing in front of them that was difficult to describe in words for a long time, and both of them showed surprised and strange expressions. After entering this area, both of them felt like they were dreaming. "Brother from Country K?" The swordsman who spoke earlier muttered to himself, his eyes full of confusion. "Is this the world boss?" The player from Country K nodded half doubtfully. "It should be. After all, For them, this dungeon was a challenge field for the world boss. Since they were both ordinary players, they had no idea what they would encounter in this dungeon, so they naturally regarded the first creature they saw as the world boss. Damn! Is our luck so bad? The Fuso swordsman cursed inwardly, and cold sweat ran down his face. The two had no idea what level of world boss this donkey was. Was it level 60 or level 70? Could it be level 80? Just when the two were worried, a creature that looked like an elk suddenly appeared beside them, chewing colorful grass leaves leisurely and slowly walking past them. The half-closed eyes seemed to not take them seriously at all, which made the two frightened. Could it be that they had encountered all three world bosses, but then more and more creatures appeared from different places, including pigs, horses, cows, sheep, dogs, cats, rats, and insects? It looked like they were in a zoo. The two finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ah! The K Country Mage almost fell to his knees. I was scared to death. Not only him, the Fuso swordsman also showed an expression of surviving a disaster. After that, the two were very angry. They felt fooled. As he said, the mage first glared at the deer fiercely, and then threw an ice cone spell. A huge ice cone more than 10 meters long appeared out of thin air, and the temperature of the surrounding air dropped by more than 10 degrees. The huge ice cone slowly rotated in the air, and its speed became faster and faster, like a crazy rotating drill, and there was even a dense white mist around the ice, which actually frozen several towering trees around. Damn it! The K Country Mage was frightened by the skill he released. The ice cone spell was only a level 10 skill of the mage, but it looked and sounded like the same thing as the awakening spell in the land of the hunting god. Before the mage could be surprised, the ice cone whistled out and froze the entire tree in front of him. Gagaga. The creatures that were originally standing on the tree died instantly. Then, the bodies of the dead creatures turned into soft light sources. They floated in the air, and then, as if they had found their target, they shot towards the body of the K Country Mage from the opposite side. This action made the K Country Wizard scared. He didn't know what was going on. Did he trigger some special trap? Instantly, the wizard performed the air dance technique, combined with some special wind control skills. His footsteps were like the wind, and several figures flashed on the spot before he flew into the air. But even so, those light balls were still chasing him. Looking back, they were much faster than him. It surprised him greatly. "Friend, save me!" The mage shouted. He felt that he would be caught up soon with his speed. But the swordsman below looked up coldly, with his hands on his chest, with a hint of teasing. Seeing that the Fuso swordsman could not be relied on, the mage gritted his teeth and suddenly came to his senses. He was ready to use his ultimate move to collide with these light balls, but just when he was about to release the skill, the speed of the light ball increased to a higher level and directly hit the mage's chest. The atmosphere around was a bit weird, and the K Country Mage standing in the air seemed to be feeling his body. As time went by, his expression was constantly changing. Doubt, confusion, surprise, and finally, his face stopped at ecstasy, and then he actually roared out loudly. "Ha ha, ah ha ha ha, these cattle and horses can actually increase attributes and spell attacks." When this was said, the Fuso swordsman, who was watching the show below, thought that this guy had gone crazy after eating too much K Country. Killing so many creatures can increase attributes? How can such a good thing happen? But when he chopped a porcupine, his attributes suddenly gained a little more strength, and his attack power also increased by 30 points. The swordsman's pupil shrank. The two of them finally had no doubts, and both showed ecstasy. "It's rich. Rich, rich. Big fortune, big fortune, big fortune." The K Country Mage roared excitedly. The two people rolled up their sleeves and seemed to be going to do a big fight. But just when they were excited, a transparent arrow suddenly whizzed in from a distance. It shot through 7 or 8 creatures as if it had life, and then nailed them hard on the tree trunk. Then, arrows shot in from all directions in the forest one after another. The whole sky was full of these streams of light wherever the eyes could see. Wherever these arrows passed, the animals fell down like ears of wheat, and with one wailing after another, the creatures turned into streams of light, and then floated away in an unknown direction. In less than a moment, there were at least 30 animals around, and none of them were left. "Damn, someone is stealing monsters." The two of them stood in the same camp, glaring at a certain direction. Soon, a short-haired female elf holding a longbow appeared in their sight. And when the two saw Chilua, their eyes that were originally glaring suddenly showed a hint of malice. What a beautiful female elf. The two of them didn't know where they got the tacit understanding from, and they looked at each other very cooperatively. After a wicked smile, they were ready to do something big. Ahem, Little girl, it's not fair for you to do this. Everyone here has a share of the creatures. You can't kill them all like you did. The swordsman took the lead and walked over with a long sword. The K country mage who was originally floating in the air also landed at this moment and laughed in agreement. Yes, beautiful lady, why don't we share it equally, and this copy is ridiculously large, and we will have someone to take care of us if we act together. Consider it. The swordsman has come to Chilua, and his eyes are full of temptation, oh so beautiful. Chapter 504. Chilua didn't want to deal with these people at first. After all, she had a mission, and she made a bet with Altair to see who could kill more creatures. But now the two people who suddenly appeared were desperate to cause trouble for her, and Chilua's face immediately froze. Get lost? Seeing the female elf speak coldly, the two players were actually a little hesitant. After all, the IDs of the players in this world are hidden, and no one can see through each other's origins. It is said that there is a female elf named Elena, who is now the second on the latter list. They are not so unlucky to meet that woman. The two seem to have thought of this, and immediately asked a question with a little nervousness. Don't get excited, girl. I can leave, but we want to ask your name, right? We leave after that. Chilua frowned and said coldly, Chilua. After that, she was ready to leave and go to another direction to find more creatures. But unexpectedly, the two laughed out loud. Chilua never heard of it at all. In fact, they were not ordinary people. Although the two knew that those who could enter this dungeon now were all high-powered colleagues, they knew that there were few shooter professions among the top 1,000 of the big guys on the ladder. Apart from Elena, who ranked second, there were only a dozen or so shooters who could be considered good, and no one had ever heard of anyone named Chilua. In this case, I don't know what made them so stupid, but the two of them swallowed their saliva at the same time, and the Fuso swordsman even reached out and grabbed Chilua's wrist. Wait a minute. The language of the land of the hunting god was forcibly organized by the system, but even so, this swordsman said feet are sacks. Chilua finally showed a hint of murderous intent. She turned her head and looked at the swordsman with a grim smile on his face. This man's eyes were looking up and down at her body, looking extremely aggressive. He wanted to eat her alive. The female elf didn't even hold a bow. She just glanced at the Fusong swordsman with her eyes, and the latter immediately felt a sharp blade piercing his soul. You? The swordsman felt cold all over and immediately retreated several steps, and the whole person was sweating profusely. What a strange feeling. I never had this strange feeling when I was in the land of the hunting god, but now I not only felt like a thorn in my back, but also sweated on my back. The strong physical discomfort made him want to hold on to the tree trunk and retch. This discovery made the mage beside him a little confused. What are you doing? Don't go over there. This woman is weird. But before he finished speaking, the mage from Country K shook his wrist, and a fiery red light lingered in his palm. The scarlet flame, that was strong enough to burn the air, was like a bomb about to explode. Mage skill fire on fingertips. The mage threatened, Beauty, I've eaten female elves like you before, but I haven't met one as beautiful as you. I won't hide it. As long as you. Before he finished speaking, a green arrow instantly pierced the mage's chest. The fire in the man's palm was choked, and not only that, a sharp pain began to spread from the point of contact of the arrow in the chest to the whole body. The arrow was poisonous, and the poison spread quickly. Almost in half a breath, the mage's entire body was completely covered. Those toxins like snakes and reptiles emerged from his subcutaneous tissue and crawled back and forth in his body wantonly. Ugh! He spat out a mouthful of blood, covered his head in pain, and knelt on the ground. As time went by, what came out of his mouth was no longer blood, but a dark and strange liquid. It was his internal organs that were turned into residue by the poison. After another 5 or 6 seconds, the K country mage, who was so awesome, just now collapsed on the ground. His whole body was green, and he made a B-A-G sound when he fell to the ground. Chilua stared at the Fuso swordsman in front of him expressionlessly. At this time, the swordsman, whose legs were limp from fear, was retreating very carefully. When he saw Chilua looking at him, he was so scared that he immediately used all his strength to activate the flying technique and flew into the air, preparing to escape like crazy. But he never thought that before he could look back to see if Chilua had caught up with him, a fiery red arrow caught up with him at a faster speed. Poochie. The arrow with a stream of fire pierced the swordsman's calf, and a ball of fire immediately covered his whole body. The man only felt a burning sensation all over his body. He stumbled in the air for a while, and then fell down like a missile that failed to launch. When the swordsman's body fell to the ground, there was only a pool of black charred ash. Not even the bones were left, it was burned clean. Chi-Luo glanced at the two corpses coldly, then ignored them, and disappeared from the spot in a flash. After more than half a minute, the leaves rustled, and a pale man, with an unusual weapon in his hand, slowly walked over. It was a dark book with pictures and text similar to skulls on it. The man first glanced at the swordsman, who was burned to ashes, and then went straight to the body of the K-country mage and squatted down. The mage's death was actually more terrifying than the ashes. He was corroded from the inside out. Turning over his body, his abdomen had been corroded into an empty shell, with bubbles bubbling inside, and the smell of formalin in the biological laboratory rushed straight to the top of his head. But at least the mage still had an incomplete body. Thinking of this, the man stretched out his hand and waved at the corpse, and at the same time silently recited a spell, and a certain skill was quietly released by him. After a while, the mage's body began to wriggle, and some special energy body gushed out from the inside of the corpse, and the dark liquid soon filled every corner of the corpse. Then, a mage with a foul smell of death crawled out of the belly of the corpse. This person's face suddenly showed a look of surprise, and he looked around the mage's new body again and again in disbelief, as if he couldn't let it go. Perfect. It's really perfect. He talked to himself, his breathing quickened. So resurrection of the dead in this world, you can actually summon this kind of thing directly. It's no longer those stupid undeads in the land of the hunting god that are just like machine NPCs. This person's profession is one of the hidden professions in the land of the hunting god, necromancer. Chapter 505. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Chen opened his eyes from resting his mind, and took a look at his attribute interface. The speed of attribute increase began to slow down, which indicated that there were fewer and fewer creatures in this forest. After all, it was not only Chi-Luo and Altair who were killing these creatures. Millions of players entered the dungeon. Although it was unknown how big this dungeon was, and how many people there were in the forest area, there must be a lot of people in this forest. But even so, when Lin Chen noticed his attributes, he couldn't help but take a breath. As expected, it is a direct increase in attribute values. This is even more exaggerated than the bug of stacking attack power. My original attack power of 430,000 has increased directly to 460,000 in such a short time, and I am only one step away from 470,000. Damn, how great it would be if I were a warrior. With the increase of strength, wouldn't I be able to take off? Soon, Chi-Luo and Altair flashed back to my side. The two looked at each other, but in the end it seemed that Chi-Luo won. After all, with a high range damage skill, even Altair, who is known for his speed, couldn't get any advantage. Did you see other players during the process? Lin Chen asked casually. Both of them nodded silently, and Chi-Luo even said that she killed two. However, judging from their replies, the number of players they encountered was not large. In 2 hours, apart from more than a few thousand people, they did not see more players in this huge forest. Lin Chen smacked his lips, and was surprised at the size of this dungeon. Let's go, let's leave this forest first. Lin Chen waved his hand, and the 3 undead followers were summoned back by him. After that, Lin Chen flew into the air, but this time when he flew above the sky, Lin Chen could clearly see a faint streak of light moving from his position to a certain direction. It was just like the automatic pathfinding function that the system used to guide players when playing games before. If I guessed correctly, walking along this light, I would definitely encounter the world boss, but I didn't know which one I would encounter. Lin Chen's eyes condensed, and the next moment his whole body whistled out, accompanied by a huge sound of breaking through the air. A burst of clouds appeared behind his body, and his body instantly disappeared from the spot. After a while, Lin Chen's body finally stopped in a place of ice and snow. In front of him was a snow mountain. No, it was an endless group of snow mountains. After crossing an invisible boundary, a bone-deep coldness suddenly invaded, and the dense forest of giant trees in front of him instantly turned into an ice-blue world. The biting cold wind roared wantonly, and the surroundings were all solid ice, vast and boundless, silvery white, like a fairyland but extremely cold. As far as the eye can see, several trees stand like ice sculptures. Their branches are made of countless icicles, and they are full of fruits like ice balls. With just a quick glance, Lin Chen felt that his blood seemed to be frozen by the cold. He couldn't help but hug his shoulders, and his teeth trembled slightly because of the cold. I didn't expect that my current body couldn't withstand this kind of cold. With a thought, Lin Chen tried to release the energy in his body to the surroundings. Ding-ling-ling. When his body was enveloped in a soft white light, Lin Chen felt the bone-chilling coldness slowly fading away. The bitterness of the severe cold disappeared, and he felt much more comfortable. However, as he went deeper into this area of ice and snow, Feeling the whistling wind like a knife across his cheek, Lynchen squinted his eyes unconsciously. The flying technique allowed his body to fly more than 100 meters in the sky, but it was too cold at high altitudes. The hurricane above was much stronger than that below, and Lynchen could only fall to the ground involuntarily. At this time, he found a corpse not far from him. A corpse frozen into an ice sculpture. His sleeves were torn, not cut by the sharp wind blade, but cracked by the severe cold. Then, under the blowing of the wind, these frozen fragments were easily scraped off like dust, and finally turned into nothingness. It seems that this place should be the location of the level 70 world boss Ice Overlord. Damn, is it level 70? Lynchen muttered. 3 bosses appeared at the same time. Unexpectedly, following the guidance, Lynchen would directly encounter the 70th level Ice Lord. Moving forward quickly, Lynchen also began to gradually see other players, who were moving forward with difficulty. Among them, there was an assassin and a player in archer costume who were trembling and holding their bodies, moving forward very painfully. After all, Lynchen's combat power and attributes were too high. He could resist the cold just by releasing energy, but they couldn't. In addition, they were not auxiliary professions and had no body protection skills at all, so they could only rely on their bodies and some useless enhancement skills to force themselves to move forward. But the further they went, the colder it got. In the end, the two of them felt like they couldn't move. What the hell is this place? The shooter sighed. I'm already level 64, but I feel like a naked idiot. It's so cold. He didn't even have the strength to speak at this moment. He could only try his best to mobilize the energy in his body to resist the biting cold. The assassin beside him also asked with trembling lips that were frozen purple, is there any way to make me feel a little more comfortable? I can't even take a step out now. Go back. Let's go back, this world boss. Don't. Let's not kill him. When the two of them were hugging each other for warmth, Lynchen happened to pass by. Looking at the two players, who were frozen like dogs, Lynchen casually cast a bathe in holy light on them. Then, a soft white light fell from the snow, covering the two people's bodies covered by heavy snow. Then, the cold wind that was originally like scraping bones began to slide along their bodies, no longer as painful as before. But it was only a temporary solution, and even the deflected cold wind still left long blood marks on the two people. In this extremely cold place, the two could not even feel the pain. With Lynchen's help, they could only endure the discomfort, gather the last bit of strength, and walk back with difficulty. They didn't even have the strength to thank Lynchen, but just nodded to him and returned the same way. Lynchen shook his head and continued to go deeper. Of course, there were some people who were very strong and not afraid of these people who could not withstand the cold wind. As he continued to go deeper, Lynchen could also see some players who were calm and moved slowly inside. These people became more and more, and in the end, Lynchen could see thousands of players walking together on a lake covered completely by ice. In the center of the lake, a ball of light was flickering slightly. Chapter 506. Lynchen stared at the huge ice lake in front of him. Some light source seemed to be hidden under the layers of ice. There were more and more players around him. It seemed that many people had received the guidance instructions from the system like him. He couldn't help but exhale a breath of turbid air. The endless cold wave instantly froze the hot air he exhaled into tiny ice chips, which fell on the ground. He looked at the shivering figures of the players in the distance. Before he could think, a roar like an ancient beast awakening suddenly came from the deepest part of the ice and snow, shocking everyone's soul. Roar! A loud noise was heard, and the snowflakes in the sky seemed to be shaken by this force, and they fluttered away one after another. An unprecedented cold current swept across, making people feel even more biting cold. It's coming! Lynchen raised his eyebrows, and his body stood firmly on the top of the mountain like a rock, but his eyes were fixed on the depths of the ice and snow. In the flying snow, there seemed to be a huge figure that was summoning the snow and stirring up the rules of the entire snowy area. It's my first time seeing a level 70 world boss, Lynchen said to himself. Although there was still a long distance between him and the giant, the strong power and pressure had spread, making all the players present feel a heavy pressure. With the ubiquitous cold wave around, the pressure of this world boss was smaller than before, but the pressure was rising sharply. Some players who had difficulty resisting the cold began to look pale, and they began to retreat unconsciously, and many people even ran away. They didn't know what level of boss the Ice Lord was, but based on the exaggerated sense of oppression, they knew that if they didn't leave, they would die. Go, 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 there are tall people to hold up the sky when it falls, so we half-baked people shouldn't get involved. Damn it, I told you not to wade into the muddy water, but you insisted on being stubborn. Many low-power players were ready to return the same way, but it was too late. Finally, in a corner under the ice and snow, a huge white snowman-like creature suddenly broke through the ice and appeared in everyone's sight. Boom boom. As ice blocks with a radius of several dozen meters fell from the sky one by one, a monster with a body as tall as a mountain top and waving its arms appeared in front of everyone. This thing made a deafening roar, and its powerful force was rampant, as if it wanted to take the entire ice and snow world under its control. Roar! It beat its chest, and a large amount of snow was shaken off from its snow-white hair from time to time, and the falling scene was like an avalanche. That was not a person, but a person covered with white hair. Monkey? No, it's King Kong. Ape, it's a monkey, people exclaimed. Even Lin Chen couldn't help but be stunned. Ape, the world boss is a monkey? Could it be the pet of the Lord of Ice? After all, the god of blazing fire has a big bird as a war pet, and the god of fierce wind also has a sickle weasel that can block out the sun and cover the sky. If so, this monkey should also be. No, when Lin Chen raised his head, he suddenly found that there were 4 words written on the top of the monkey's head. Although there was no health bar, the 4 words were bright and dazzling. Ice Overlord. Oh my god, the world boss is really a monkey. Lin Chen suddenly laughed out loud. At this time, the giant in the snow was obviously disturbed by the players around it. The giant ape showed a look of resentment in its eyes, and the hot air exhaled from its nose, like sulfuric acid melted the snow on the snowy mountain beside it. But as time went by, Lin Chen found something more interesting. This level 70 world boss did not actively attack the players around it. Not only that, it would retreat to the center of the ice surface anxiously after taking a few steps forward, as if it was afraid of something, or protecting something. Lin Chen sniffed. Since he had come here, he would not return empty-handed, so he walked forward alone. As he got closer, Lin Chen was even more shocked by the deterrence brought by the huge ape. Not to mention the players of level 60, even some players of level 80, did not dare to get too close without any defense under such deterrence. Under the pressure of the ape, Lin Chen had already seen some players guiding their skills and preparing to take action. Sure enough, when he was less than 100 meters away from the ape, in just 5 seconds, all kinds of skills with a wide range were used on the huge body of the ape. This place is not like the hunting land of gods. This place is too real. All the skills released by the players seem to be strengthened countless times in terms of vision and range. Boom! A huge fireball with a radius of dozens of meters hit the giant ape head-on. The big guy tilted his head back slightly, but soon he looked in a certain direction, lowered his head and bent over, thrust his right hand into the ice, and then digged out a bigger iceberg from under his feet. Without saying a word, he threw it over. Huh? The players' eyelids jumped, and before they could react, the iceberg-sized projectiles crushed 7 or 8 players into pulp. Roar! The giant ape roared, and the whole world was shaking violently. Then the giant ape basically maintained similar actions and attack methods. As long as it was attacked, it would bend down to pick up ice cubes and throw them. So far, it refused to leave the place where it stood even a step. It seems that this guy is protecting something. Otherwise, if it rushes out in anger, these players will not be able to hold on for 2 breaths. Since Lin Chen knew about this, he was also interested. If a level 70 world boss stayed with him, there must be something important hidden behind the giant ape. Chapter 507. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Since he had determined that the giant ape was guarding something good, and there were many powerful people around who were rushing over after hearing the news, he would naturally not wait for those powerful players with high combat power to get ahead of him. Although Lin Chen did not think that those players could kill the world boss, if someone accidentally found the thing guarded by the giant ape, it would be a loss. He immediately waved his hand, and a red long knife appeared in his hand. Then, when people did not notice Lin Chen's actions, he gently waved the knife around. The next moment, energy surged, and the surroundings suddenly blew violently. The energy storm formed after the chaos of wind attribute factors rose from the ground. Now Lin Chen's attack power can make the wind as fierce as a rainstorm. Under the support of Lin Chen's energy, the blizzards around rushed up, which was actually the element fluctuations affecting the ice and snow. Fuck. Looking at the turbulent changes around them, some people retreated in shock. What's going on? Did the boss use his ultimate move? People were shocked by the sudden blizzard. Some players, who were closer, were accidentally blown by the hurricane. They didn't release energy to resist it the first time. The next moment, they were directly blown away. Their whole bodies drew an arc in the air, and finally smashed towards the giant ape. No! Those players screamed in the air. And the consequences can be imagined. Paw! The giant ape's palm swung unconsciously. Even if these players activated all their body protection skills in midair, it was too late. As if slapping a fly, the players' bodies were instantly knocked out, and then slammed hard under another snowy mountain, and some even directly collapsed a snowy mountain. When the snow fog dissipated, only a few bloody things could be seen hanging on the stone cliff, and blood was spilled all over the ground. The snow mixed with the strong wind rose wantonly, and thousands of players present all began to retreat. Many people cooperated tacitly, and wanted to release skills to resist the chaotic weather, but in the end it was in vain. The storm was getting bigger and bigger, and they could only give up resistance and continue to retreat. Be careful. Don't let the wind blow you to the giant ape's place. It will kill you. People urged their energy to resist the wind and snow, while avoiding the ice that the giant ape might throw at them. However, the storm was getting stronger and stronger, and everyone's vision was all white. Combined with the whistling sound of the hurricane, it almost cut off all the senses of the players present. Those players who were not in good condition would be swept away by the hurricane if they were not careful, and then screamed again and again in the air. Ah! No, don't. Save me, save me! These unlucky players were blown up by the hurricane one after another, and then accidentally blew into the attack range of the giant ape. The provoked world boss was already nervous, and the sudden blizzard also blocked its vision. The huge monster like a mountain subconsciously used its body to protect a certain place behind it, and at the same time, its hands were desperately slapping in front of it. It seemed that he waved his hands casually, but he really killed more than a dozen unlucky players. Instantly, the entire snowy area was like a rioting Shura field. The more this happened, the more Lynchen wanted to know what the giant ape was guarding. Looking at the giant ape being temporarily disturbed by the hurricane, Lynchen raised his eyebrows, and the next moment his whole body turned into a stream of light and stabbed straight forward. Swish! His speed was so fast that he even activated the king's domain. With a dark green mist spreading around, Lin Chen's body almost stuck to the giant ape's feet and got behind this big guy. The giant ape seemed to have sensed something, and it lowered its head suddenly, but it was too tall and too big, and Lin Chen's speed was like a ghost. It couldn't see Lin Chen's movements clearly in the wind and snow, and there seemed to be a dark green mist below, which made it even more confused. In a short moment of distraction, Lin Chen finally moved his feet and appeared behind the giant ape in an instant. There was a cave in front. So he was guarding the cave. Lin Chen smiled and plunged in. As Lin Chen entered the cave, the whole world outside began to return to peace. The snowstorm gradually stopped, and thousands of players staggered. In the chaos just now, more than 150 players died at the hands of the giant ape. People stood up with their souls still unsettled, looking at the giant ape in front of them with lingering fear. Without the cover of the snowstorm, the huge monster looked even more terrifying. It still stood in the same place, with its body, which was taller than the snow mountain, arched alertly, as if looking for something. Roar! The giant ape even stretched out his hand and groped on the ground for a while, but the dark green fog had disappeared, and it didn't touch anything. The atmosphere became a little strange. Although the giant ape looked a little strange, no one was willing to take the risk. This is a level 70 world boss. According to the original system rules, this boss needs to be challenged by a level 79 player team. It's not something they can handle now. The crowd retreated to a place they thought was safe, and they were ready to wait. There was plenty of time. After all, this dungeon would last for 7 days. They could only wait for more players to come. At least there was strength in numbers. By then, they could rely on the human wave tactics, and maybe use skills to kill it. At the same time, inside the cave. The moment he entered this place, Lin Chen was even forced to take a step back by a disturbing special energy. He looked at the dark depths of the cave in front of him with great curiosity. It seemed that he had come to the right place. There must be something waiting for him inside. After driving away the uneasiness in his heart, Lin Chen snapped his fingers, and a strong but soft light suddenly appeared from his fingertips, and the dark cave suddenly became as bright as day. Dun Shan, Qilua, and Altair. Lin Chen called out. Although there was a delay, the 3 undead followers still appeared beside him. Qilua, can you feel what's inside? Lin Chen looked at the short-haired female elf. As elves, they have a more acute perception than other races. Although they have become his followers, this ability is still retained by Qilua. Qilua closed her eyes and tried to feel it, even sniffing it non-stop. However, after a few minutes, the female elf shook her head. My lord, there seems to be nothing inside. TSK. Lin Chen snorted, and could only continue to walk inside. He wanted to know what was deep in the cave that would make the world boss watch it so nervously. The rugged corridor was very long, winding forward. The further you went in, the more serious the low and cramped feeling became, and the surrounding humidity became more and more sufficient. In the end, Lin Chen could even feel the warm and humid feeling. Compared with the ice and snow outside, he seemed to be near a hot spring. My lord, please be careful. I can now sense something in front of me. Shilua's reminder suddenly came to his ears. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows, but also slowed down at the same time. Can you feel what it is? It looks like a person. Shilua lowered her voice. Chapter 508. At the deepest part of the cave, there is a stone platform surrounded by a pool of water. On the stone platform sits a man wearing white fox fur. His face is pale, and his lips are purple. Seeing someone appear, the man slowly raises his head and glances at Lin Chen, Shiluo, and others. After hesitating for a while, the man coughs and says weakly, "So fast?" Listening to the man's words, Lin Chen looks at the skinny man in front of him with some curiosity. If it weren't for the clothes he was wearing being too gorgeous and eye-catching, people would really ignore his weak body that seems to be about to faint at any time. After that, the man moved his body slightly, and 4 words appeared on his head, but when he sat down again, the 4 words disappeared. But Lin Chen was no longer calm. He could see clearly that the 4 words that just flashed by were clearly Ice Lord. Could it be that the dying man in front of him was the level 70 world boss? What was the huge ape guarding the cave outside? However, with absolute confidence, Lin Chen did not say much. He sat casually on the stone beside him, and Dun Shan and the other 3 stood behind him. "What's your name?" Lin Chen spoke first. The sickly man in front of him was stunned, as if he didn't expect Lin Chen to have such an attitude. He shook his head. "It's up to you. Call me the world boss, call me the monkey, or call me the Lord of Ice, the god of frost." Seeing that this man had acknowledged his identity, Lin Chen immediately became interested. "Since you are the world boss, what about the monkey outside?" "It's my clone." "Clone? Then I'm very curious. Has the level 70 world boss always been set like this?" Lin Chen looked at him and continued, "Has the main body always been so weak?" The man sighed. He tried to stand up from the stone platform, but after trying for a long time, he gave up, and simply leaned on the stone behind him, staring at Lin Chen. "No. There is another reason why I became like this. Would you like to reveal it?" "It's not convenient or inconvenient." After a pause, the man said, "The one in front of you is just a world boss who violated the rules of the game." When this sentence was spoken, Lin Chen had already guessed roughly. Although he didn't know which rule of the land of the hunting god this world boss had violated, his current miserable situation should be caused by the judge, one of the 3 system administrators. And this time the 3 world bosses appeared together, and the ice god in front of him was probably forced to do it. After all, the land of the hunting god had little time left, and there was no time to find a new world boss to fill the vacancy, so this guy was not killed. But this look is probably no different from being dead. "Ah." The Ice Lord suddenly smiled and shook his head. "Although I knew my fate a long time ago, I didn't expect someone to find my real body so quickly." "Are you an assassin?" In his opinion, only a top-level assassin who specializes in speed would have a chance to find and slip into the cave from under the eyes of his clone. Apart from that, there should be no other profession in the entire hunting god land that can do it. Besides, it is freezing outside, and the current level 60+ players can't withstand that kind of pain. It's just that the equipment the man in front of him was wearing was too fancy. He had heavy armor, light armor, cloth armor, and leather armor, and each piece was different. From head to toe, he was wearing completely different sets of parts, looking like a game rookie. Lin Chen shrugged, neither denying nor admitting. The man was silent for a while, and he suddenly waved at Lin Chen. "Come on, give me a quick death." Lin Chen didn't say anything, and the 3 undead followers behind him were a little unbelievable. Just that simple? Isn't this a level 70 world boss? But if this is the setting, then his defeat conditions are even easier than those of level 60. Not easy. Altair, an assassin, shook his head seriously. If it's not the monarch, no one else can enter this cave. Dun Shan and Shilua didn't refute, but nodded silently. Not to mention how many people would notice that the giant ape was protecting the cave behind him. Just the fact that they wanted to find a gap in the giant ape's attack range to get into the cave was more difficult than killing the giant ape. The speed requirement is extremely demanding, but Lin Chen's combat power is too high, plus the attribute blessing of various suits on his body, and finally with the cooperation of King's Domain, except Lin Chen, There is really no one else who can do it in the entire hunting god land, even the top assassin. However, Lin Chen obviously didn't expect to kill a level 70 world boss so quickly. He thought about it and asked, "From your appearance, you were also an earthling before?" As if knowing that his end was coming, the world boss did not resist chatting with Lin Chen, but he smiled and asked Lin Chen, "Do you know that my clone is slaughtering you players outside now?" "I know, but the players who can enter this dungeon are not fools. They will not attack rashly if they know that they are outnumbered. Besides," Lin Chen spread his hands, "it has nothing to do with me whether they live or die. You seem to know too much." "My friend, it's not that I know too much, it's that you know too little." Lin Chen sighed. Any second-round player knows that players will return to the real world after they die in the land of the hunting god. "Don't you know about Guishu?" The world boss opened his mouth, then smiled bitterly. "It's true that I'm behind the times. After I broke the rules, I've been trying to keep myself alive. I really didn't know much about these things," he said in a deep voice, and then answered Lin Chen's question about whether he was an earthling. "I am indeed from Earth. At the beginning of the first round, I was just like you, and I was also a player." Lin Chen remembered what Xiaoyuan had said to him. Some NPCs were also players at the beginning, and now, the world boss in front of him also told him that he was once a player. But this was within his expectations, so Lin Chen did not show much surprise. Then the two chatted briefly again. Although they did not meet too late, they had a good chat. In the end, Lin Chen felt a little reluctant to do it. "Come on, my mission is to be killed by the players anyway. If you kill me, I will be free." The man smiled slightly. Lin Chen did not refuse this time. With a flash of light, a broadsword appeared in his hand. But before taking action, Lin Chen asked the last question. "By the way, after your world boss dies, will you also return to the real world?" The man looked up at Lin Chen after hearing this. After a while, he shook his head. "Not accurate. After being killed by the player, we will turn into specific props. We can only return to reality when all the specific props are activated." "Props?" "Yes, such as Heart of God, Soul of God, and so on." Chapter 509. Lin Chen suddenly realized. He looked at the three special items in his backpack, which were Heart of God, Soul of God, and Eye of God, which were obtained from the level 30 world bosses, the Moon Goddess, the God of Blazing Fire, and the God of Fierce Wind. In other words, the three world bosses are not dead now, but are stored in the corresponding items in a very strange way. In this case, isn't Lin Chen always carrying the three world bosses around? And now, he will soon have a fourth one. While Lin Chen was thinking about things, the whole cave suddenly trembled, and a large amount of fine gravel fell from the top of his head. The man sitting on the stone platform ready to die also fell down. He was already extremely weak, and almost fell to death. Ahem, it seems that the players have already started. Lin Chen subconsciously raised his head, and looked behind. This was indeed the movement coming from outside the cave. He could even hear the angry roar of the giant ape, but he didn't expect the players to gather so quickly. The Ice Lord also urged at the right time. "Dude, don't stand there. Even though I'm exhausted, I'm still the world boss. Even if I'm so weak, you probably have to spend a lot of effort to kill me. We're destined to be together, so I don't want to let others have the advantage. Come on, try to kill me before others come in." As he said that, the man opened his arms. Lin Chen was a little helpless. "Friend, to be honest, you look like this. I should only need one knife to kill you." The Ice Lord's eyelids twitched. "If that's the case, it would be great. I hope you're not bragging. I don't want to suffer too much pain. This world will hurt." "Understood." After saying that, Lin Chen no longer hesitated and immediately swung his sword at the man. Outside the cave, more than 20,000 high-level players shot back at the same time. They were looking at the huge monster in front of them with confusion and surprise. The world boss that was supposed to kill everyone. Among these players, there were more than a dozen players with combat power exceeding 50,000, all of whom had varying degrees of injuries. They never thought that the giant ape just waved its hand and had not touched them yet. The hurricane alone had beaten the dozen people who had joined together and made them completely unable to resist. Just now, the giant ape attacked like a demon. With the cooperation of these dozen people and the cooperation of 20,000 players behind them, all kinds of skills bombarded the world boss and its surroundings, but failed to cause substantial damage to it. Some of them were even directly blocked by it. Because this world is not much different from the real world, they can't see the health bar of the world boss at all. The feeling of powerlessness caused by the unknown filled everyone's heart. Even if their skills seem to be strengthened countless times in this world, there is no feedback at all when bombarding the giant ape. This is what makes everyone very upset. The giant ape never left the huge mountain behind him. Even when it was bombarded by 20,000 players, it did not retreat. It just kept attacking with the ice below, occasionally roaring and spitting out blizzard-like skills from its mouth. As time went by, the giant ape's action mode made them feel as if they were not fighting a world boss, but fighting a soulless body. But just when the giant ape was about to beat them back and unable to resist, the giant ape suddenly froze, then took several steps back, and roared unwillingly to the sky. Roar! The cry was so shrill that it made people's scalps numb. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, the giant ape first knelt on the ground blankly, and then fell to the ground with a bang. The huge roars continued, and as the giant ape fell to the ground, the surrounding snow-capped mountains began to collapse, and the entire ice and snow world seemed to have suddenly lost its support and was completely defeated. What's going on? We won. It always feels a bit confusing. It might as well show the health bar. Wow, what a spectacular avalanche. People did not scatter. They had come here against the wind and snow before. Players who had experienced the baptism of blizzards were not surprised to see the mountain collapse at this time. But only the dozen or so players with high combat power felt that something was wrong. Why did the ferocious giant ape just now die in such an unclear way? Since this is not the hunting land, the giant ape must be in a weak state, but they did not see its weak period at all, so it just died inexplicably. But how did it die? The chaos around them gradually subsided, and the players began to move closer to the giant ape's body. When they came to the side of the giant ape, they found that it was really huge. The giant ape's exposed fangs alone were comparable to a 10-meter-high building in their real world. But after they confirmed that the giant ape was really dead, they blinked their eyes, and had no idea what to do next. Damn, the world boss is dead. Where is the reward? You can't expect to get a reward only if you kill all 3 world bosses. Do you want to go over and try to dismember this thing? Come on, I just used so many skills to attack it, but it didn't even lose a layer of skin. Why don't you use the knife in your hand? While people were discussing, a ray of light suddenly spread out from the giant ape's body. Everyone was startled and then dispersed. The light became brighter and brighter, as if every hair on its body was flashing. In less than a minute, the body of this mountain-like behemoth disappeared in the light. Okay, there is nothing this time. Inside the cave, Lin Chen looked at the rewards scattered on the ground, and the 2 props placed on the stone platform. He automatically ignored the reward items under his feet, slowly walked to the stone platform, and reached out to pick up one of the props called God's Body. It was still in a regular shape, without too much systematic description, and only the lonely prop name was written on it. But Lin Chen knew that the Ice Lord, who had just been killed by him, was living inside this prop. Putting away the body of life, Lin Chen picked up another prop. A fragment of creation. Chapter 510. Soon, all the participants in this special copy heard an inopportune reminder sound in their heads. Congratulations, the world boss of this challenge, Ice Lord, has been killed. All players who participated in the challenge received special rewards. From now on, players will receive a 15% damage increase and a 10% health limit. Please keep up the good work. In a rocky valley, Tang Yu and Feng Chen were walking together. When they heard these reminder sounds, they looked at each other in surprise. Brother Tang, do you think this is the work of our brother Lin? No way, how could it be such a coincidence? Coincidence? It's so funny, we both met. Isn't it reasonable that my brother Lin just happened to kill a world boss? After listening to this, Tang Yu thought about it. They saw each other less than 20 minutes after entering the dungeon. It's interesting to say that they both appeared in a desert, where there were a lot of sandworms and poisonous snakes. At first, the players in the desert didn't care about the snakes and worms, but when they killed them, they found that they could actually explode experience pills and attribute enhancements. Among them was a cactus. If it was cut, a large number of consumable items and gems would gush out from the broken place. Finally, Tang Yu and Feng Chen fought with a group of players in a melee while fighting for those snakes and insects. In the end, only the 2 of them were left standing. When they looked at each other's faces, they were stunned. The reason why they were now in a canyon full of rocks was entirely because the system gave them a clue of the path. They followed the arrow to this desolate place. The canyon entrance in front of them was extremely narrow, and there were dead tree branches on both sides, with dagger-long barbs on them, and some were as sharp as daggers. The canyon was obscured from top to bottom by the pile of rocks. If it weren't for the guidance of the system arrow, it would probably take a lot of effort to get here. What level is the Ice Lord? Feng Chen asked. I heard from Tong Tong that it should be level 70. Damn! Feng Chen was shocked. Our brother Lin has already skipped level 60 and killed a level 70 player. Well, if it was really brother Lin or sister-in-law who did it, it is indeed possible. As the two talked, they could not help but see a hint of disbelief in each other's eyes. According to the system settings, the level 70 world boss faces all players from level 70 to 79 in the land of the hunting god. Generally, it takes tens of thousands or even more level 79 players to fight together to kill it. This dungeon has only been open for half a day, and now it's not even dark today, and the level 70 boss has already died. Who can I go to for justice? Since it's the Lord of Ice then, the boss should be in a snowy area, right? Feng Chen suddenly thought of something and asked. It should be, what's wrong? Oh my god, how big is this dungeon? We just walked out of the desert, and now this place is also desolate. Except for the canyon, it's just a wasteland with rocks everywhere. How long will it take to encounter a snowy area? This time, Tang Yu didn't say anything. Feng Chen was right. This kind of completely different regional gap cannot be classified as a so-called dungeon. Rather than saying it's a dungeon, it's better to say it's a world. Don't think about it, we're almost there, there are more and more people. Reaching out to open a dilapidated branch held together by a withered vine, Tang Yu and Feng Chen's two dusty heads popped out. According to the system's prompt arrow, they were already at the bottom of the Grand Canyon. Even so, when they looked at the crowd of people in front of them, and the high-powered players flying overhead with the air dance technique, the two men couldn't help but widen their eyes. They hadn't seen such a big scene for a long time. There were people everywhere, not to mention the ground, but also the stone walls at both ends of the canyon. Even the sky was full of people. A rough look showed that there were at least nearly 1 million people here. Even when Lin Chen and Elena got married, the crowds of people who came to grab the wedding were less than half of the crowd in front of them. Oh my god, why are they all here? Feng Chen slapped his forehead. So we are still late. Although they said so, they still swallowed their saliva when they looked back. There were still a large number of players swarming behind them. At this time, they couldn't even retreat. There was no other way except to use the air dance technique. However, just when Tang Yu wanted to ask what was going on, he was quickly attracted by two players with severe frostbite. If you look closely, there is even some snow on the shooter and assassin. Thinking of the Ice Lord being killed just now, Tang Yu immediately turned around and called the two unlucky players. Hey, these two friends. The two were hunched over, their lips were cracked, and their faces were extremely pale. It was obvious that they had been seriously injured and had traveled for a long time, and their physical strength was exhausted. If there was no healer to use some skills to restore their health limit in a short period of time, it would be useless even if they drank all the blood bottles on their bodies. What are you doing? Tang Yu didn't say much. He took out 2 bottles of purple medicine from his backpack and threw them over. The two subconsciously took them in their hands, and then their eyes suddenly lit up. Spiritual Awakening Liquid? The so-called Spiritual Awakening Liquid is a special potion that can only be brewed at a high price by a special NPC alchemist in the high-level main city. Its main function is not to restore health points, but to restore the upper limit of health. Of course, it is not needed at ordinary times, but there are also some special attacks in the land of the hunting god that will directly knock down the upper limit of the player's health. This weird method is even comparable to Curse Aura. As luck would have it, the two unlucky guys in front of them just needed the Spirit Awakening Liquid. The two of them were not ignorant of the value of the liquid, so they immediately opened the purple bottle and poured it into their mouths frantically. In less than 2 breaths, the two of them looked better. Although they could not see the player's health bars, Tang Yu knew that their health limits had been restored. After that, the two of them drank 2 more bottles of blood medicine, and their pale faces finally began to have a lot of color. They moaned comfortably. After looking at each other, they bowed to Tang Yu and Feng Chen very respectfully. Benefactor. The two were of different races. The archer was a male elf, and the assassin was a 3-eyed tribe. When they bowed, the eye on the forehead of the 3-eyed tribe was curiously looking at Tang Yu. Tang Yu immediately waved his hand, indicating that the two should not be polite, and then he spoke. Don't be so polite. It's just a piece of cake for me to save you, but I have a question for you. Excuse me, benefactor. Where did you come from? After thinking about it, Tang Yu felt that what he said was a bit imprecise, and added, I mean, where did you get your injuries? As soon as these words came out, the 5 eyes of the two were instantly filled with tears. Then, the two of them told everything that happened in a heart-wrenching and horrible way. Hearing the end, even Feng Chen beside him couldn't help but shiver several times in a row, and he even wrapped his equipment around him without noticing. Fengchen, is it that cold? Yes, although our combat power is not very high, it is at least above 30,000. Damn, we can't even withstand the cold wind. That means you didn't see the level 70 boss, the Ice Lord? Tang Yu was obviously disappointed. The two couldn't stop the embarrassment on their faces. Don't tear down people when things are tough. This time it was Tang Yu and Feng Chen's turn to look at each other. After a while, Tang Yu thought of something. Then how did you get here in such a short time? Feng Chen's eyes lit up. Yes, if it's as you said, that place is full of snow-capped mountains, and the opposite side of the snow-capped mountains seems to be a forest of towering trees. Then how could you get here so quickly? Could it be? The two thought of something at the same time. In this copy, there is an internal teleportation array specifically for long-distance teleportation. Chapter 511. There is only one kind of portal specially set up in the dungeon, and that is the main portal for players to enter and exit. But they have never heard of a portal set up in the dungeon for traveling. But now, with the nods of the shooter and the assassin, they really know that this dungeon really has a teleportation array that can teleport from one place to another. It's really outrageous. How big is this dungeon? It actually needs a teleportation array for players to teleport. Two big guys. Is this also the place where the world boss lives? Seeing that Feng Chen and Tang Yu did not continue to ask questions, the assassin turned to look forward. As the number of people increased, the sight was full of heads. Well, if I am not mistaken, it should be the level 60 world boss Earth Guardian. Oh. After a pause, the assassin said carefully, Hey, boss, don't you think these world bosses are not strong? Tang Yu and Feng Chen were stunned at the same time, and they answered almost in unison. What are you thinking about? Oh no, this is what I think. Think about it, the level 70 world boss was killed so quickly. Although we didn't see what the boss looked like at that time, we can guarantee it, the number of players going to fight the level 70 boss is definitely not more than here. It is estimated that there are not even 10,000 or 20,000 people. He was really not bragging. After all, the blizzard in that damn place alone had blocked 70 to 80% of the players. If they forced their way in, they would probably have died halfway before they saw the boss. If there was no kind person who gave them a healing skill along the way, they would have been frozen dry. Feng Chen suddenly laughed. Brother. He patted the two on the shoulders. Stop it. Even if only my brother Lin went to attack the Ice Lord, the outcome would probably not change much. You are short-sighted, I don't blame you. The assassin and the shooter were stunned, and they didn't understand what this person was saying at all. But when they wanted to ask questions, Feng Chen and Tang Yu lost interest in them. The two moved to other places in a huff, and soon started chatting with other people. After that, Tang Yu looked at Feng Chen. Brother Feng, it seems that it was really Brother Lin or sister-in-law who killed the level 70 boss. Sister-in-law is unlikely to kill the boss. I know them both. Although sister-in-law's attack power is second only to Brother Lin, the difference between them is too big. Before forming a fixed team with you, Brother Lin's attack power has reached 400,000. If he hits again, he can deal 800,000 damage, and it is no problem to kill the level 70 boss quickly. Feng Chen picked his nose. Even if sister-in-law has a chance to kill the boss, it will take at least 5 or 6 times, or even longer. Tang Yu nodded silently. After all, he didn't spend as much time with Elena as Feng Chen, so the other party naturally had more say than him. But after chatting for a long time, the number of people around them increased, and Tang Yu and Feng Chen were still confused. What on earth were these people doing here? Feng Chen, who couldn't hold it in any longer, flew out with a flying technique. After 5 or 6 minutes, he flew back. What do you mean? Tang Yu asked. Damn, there's a barrier in the deepest part of the rift, and it's counting down now. Countdown? Yeah, there are still 2 hours. Feng Chen snorted. Strange, if there is a countdown here, why doesn't the level 70 ice and snow need it? The bosses over there are all dead. Tang Yu thought briefly and immediately replied, No way, after all, there is no blizzard that can kill people here, forget it, wait a while, since we are here. As time went by, half an hour after they entered the canyon, people began to feel something was wrong. The players who were still able to fly in the air began to feel a very strong pressure falling on their shoulders, and many of them stumbled and fell directly from the sky. The crowd was in chaos for a moment. Seeing the people falling from the sky like dumplings, the people standing on the spot looked at each other, fearing that they would encounter some invisible attack. But except for the people flying in the air, the people standing on the ground were safe and sound. Don't fly, don't fly. Someone discovered the trick. Those who don't want to die come down. After a short reaction, those players who used the flying technique to stand in the air fell down one after another. Even if they grabbed the rocks on both sides of the canyon with their hands to keep their bodies suspended in the air, as long as they didn't use the flying technique, they would be fine. If someone tries to fly against gravity, the mountain-like pressure will come as expected. Oh my god, is there such a setting? Feng Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately flew into the air. Unlike others, although Feng Chen also felt a force trying to push his body down, this force was better than nothing. To him, it was like putting a crossbody bag on his shoulder. Nothing more. Feng Chen rolled his eyes, and became the only person standing in the air. This discovery immediately made many people exclaim. It turns out that it is not that they cannot fly, but that their combat power is insufficient. If their combat power is strong enough, they can also go against the will of heaven. However, some players who are self-confident and strong blushed, and they could not be as relaxed as Feng Chen. Many people just flew up, and fell down hard in less than 10 seconds, and immediately felt sore all over. Brother Tang, come on, give them some shock. Feng Chen felt very happy. Nearly 1 million players looked at him. The envy and admiration made him feel like a god. Feng Chen waved at Tang Yu. Come on, don't be shy. Tang Yu waved his hand. Forget it, don't be so ostentatious. But before he finished speaking, a figure suddenly flew over from behind. This person was extremely fast despite the exaggerated pressure here. It seems that in addition to them, there are some players with good strength who are beginning to emerge. Chapter 512. In less than a moment, the man in the robe passed Feng Chen and appeared directly in front of the barrier. As if he had noticed the countdown above the barrier, the man was stunned for a moment, and then he didn't say much, just turned his head and glanced at Feng Chen not far away. It was unknown what emotion was revealed in his eyes, and after looking at Feng Chen, he quickly turned his eyes away. Oh my god! Feng Chen paused, obviously provoked by this look. Although he was unhappy, he did not make trouble. He just rolled his eyes at the man and ignored him. As time went on, more and more players gathered, and the number of players who could resist the no-fly rule and stand in the air also increased. Soon, several figures floated down from the sky above the canyon and finally stood in the air. When the players watching the excitement below saw the costumes and styles of these people, many of them exclaimed, "It's the people from 7 Killing Pavilion." Many players began to whisper to each other, with a hint of curiosity on their faces, while some players, who had never heard of it, were a little confused. Among them was Feng Chen, who lowered his head and looked at Tang Yu. Brother Tang, what is the 7 Killing Pavilion? Tang Yu also looked up at the few people floating in the air in the distance. Those people were dressed in unusually uniform clothes, all wearing bright red robes, with a black belt tied outside the robes. Looking up, these people, regardless of gender, wore a pointed straw hat on their heads. There is no equipment of this style in the land of the hunting god, so this outfit is actually a fashion. The 7 Killings Pavilion is a guild. This guild was very popular in the guild dungeons and guild wars a few days ago. It is the most powerful guild now. Bullshit! Feng Chen was immediately unhappy. Let's not talk about your Twilight Guild. The Futu Guild, which is led by my brother Lin and his wife, has not yet claimed to be the strongest. Seeing Feng Chen's unbelievable look, Tang Yu waved his hand. It's just the first on the current list of guilds in the land of the hunting god. Who made the strongest person in your Futu Guild go to dungeons to brush up his attack power these days? Tang Yu was right. Even if the Futu Guild was truly the strongest guild, the only ones who led the guild to participate in guild wars and dungeons were the veterans Hai Kui Tian Kong, Shi Tai Yin Liang, the Undertaker, and Gu Chung. Although they were not weak, they were still weaker than the truly powerful guilds. If Feng Chen and GZ could take the time to lead the guild to participate a few times, there would probably be no Qisha Pavilion. But there was no other way. In the past 10 days, Lin Chen led them to the dungeons and ruins, and they had a lot of fun brushing their attack power. They had already. Hands off shopkeeper. These 4 words show it vividly. The title of the strongest guild was taken away by someone else, so it is not anyone else's fault. As for the honor of being the strongest guild, the system will naturally give the corresponding guild very generous rewards, and it is not too much to be able to cultivate high-powered players. It is said that the combat power of the president and vice president of the 7 Killing Pavilion and their 2 hall masters can be ranked in the top 30 on the latter list. Their combat power should be more than 60,000. 60,000? Feng Chen was stunned at first, and then sneered, rubbish. Not to mention how much attack power they have accumulated over such a long time, just the treasures and artifacts they have obtained in these days, as well as the equipment that has been strengthened by more than 10 levels. The combat power of several of them has already surpassed that of ordinary players by a large margin. Even the weaker girl Gardenia has now reached 80,000 combat power, and I am about to step into the 100,000 mark. When I entered the dungeon, Irina's combat power was 143,000. According to my sister-in-law's methods, it is estimated that it will continue to surge in this dungeon. As for their brother Lin, that was beyond their comprehension. After that, many more people appeared one after another. The overwhelming number of players almost completely filled the Grand Canyon, but there were still a steady stream of players following the arrows of the system to come here. More and more players, who could resist the ban, flew against the sky. Now, there were hundreds of players who stood in the air to show their strength. After a while, another wave of players standing in the air appeared. Like the people from 7 Killing Pavilion, this group of people were dressed in the same way, and they seemed to be from the same guild. However, one person standing in the front of the group looked at the people around him with a hint of impatience on his face. Why are there so many people? The other teammates behind him were also puzzled. Yes, there are too many people. Didn't they say that the level 70 world boss had been killed? Why are there so many people here? Is it possible that there are not many players at the level 70 world boss? After a simple grumble, the players began to look at the barrier with strange expressions. There was still 1 hour and 15 minutes left before the barrier was opened. The leader stretched out his hand and poked the barrier, which immediately stirred up circles of unclear ripples. After that, under the gaze of everyone, this person suddenly punched the barrier. Huh? Everyone present was stunned for a moment, and then saw that the countdown on the barrier actually jumped quickly. The original reminder of 1 hour and 15 minutes left turned into 1 hour, 14 minutes and 38 seconds. 12 seconds were lost directly. This discovery immediately made the surrounding players' eyes light up. Humph, a bunch of trash. The player who hit the barrier rolled his eyes at the crowd of players around him. So many people gathered here, but no one attacked the barrier? Seeing this, the players were immediately excited, and they ignored this person's venomous tongue. Immediately, a player standing on the ground charged a huge slash, and then slashed at the barrier. Crack! But when the slash hit the barrier, it broke instantly, and something happened that shocked the crowd. The countdown that was originally running fast was actually called back at this time. There was 1 hour and 15 minutes left again. Wait a minute. A high-level member of the 7 Killing Pavilion immediately saw something was wrong, and he quickly blocked the entrance of the barrier to stop the players, who were eager to rush in. But it was still a step too late, and the 7 or 8 players running in the front attacked together, and those huge and exaggerated skills passed over this player, and hit the barrier fiercely. Everyone looked over. When those skills hit the barrier, the countdown on it actually increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fuck. How? How did it become 1 hour and 31 minutes? This discovery finally calmed the players down. If they did it this way, they would waste a lot of time. Fly. Only those who can fly can hit. Someone suddenly shouted, is that right? Chapter 513. Only players flying in the air can hit the barrier, so that the countdown will pass quickly. This is of course a guess, but it is probably the truth. Immediately, several players of the 7 Killings Gate who were standing in the air nodded to each other. In order to test it out, the 7 Killings Pavilion man who had just blocked the door had his fingertips light up, and a swaying flame danced on it. Then he pointed at the barrier fiercely. The fire from the fingertips whistled out, and then it made a roar after hitting the barrier. When the flames dissipated, everyone's millions of eyes stared at the countdown above the barrier. Fuck, it's actually true. When they saw that the countdown was lost by 11 seconds due to the fingertip fire, everyone focused their attention on the players floating in the air. But the annoying thing is that each person can only hit this barrier once. When the people from the 7 Killing Pavilion tried to hit it for the second time, they were in the same predicament as the people who couldn't fly, and the time was called back again. Everyone. The man flew higher. It has been concluded that this barrier can be opened quickly. It only takes brothers who can stand in the air to speed up the passage of time, but everyone only has one chance. So I suggest that everyone who can still fly now should attack together and bomb with the strongest skills. Looking at the nearly 350 players flying around, the player from the 7 Killing Pavilion estimated that if each player's attack could last an average of 10 seconds, that would be 3,500 seconds, or about 58 minutes. Saving so much time is already very good. The people flying in the air began to stretch their muscles. They flew to the front of the barrier in a tacit understanding. Except for a few people including Feng Chen, the remaining 300 people stood together, looking very imposing. Everyone, get started. With one person shout, all the players flying in the air mobilized their energy together. The surrounding air was compressed crazily at this moment. In an instant, The whole canyon was filled with wind and clouds, and the sky began to darken. The crowd couldn't help but retreat in surprise. Is this what 300 players can do? The rich energy fluctuations surged back and forth in the air like a flowing river. These energies gathered together in a shape visible to the naked eye, and then formed a huge mark. Afterwards, the players flying in the air activated the marks in unison, causing them to crash fiercely into the barrier. Bang! A huge crashing sound was heard. According to the explosion of this kind of energy, an uncontrollable explosion would normally occur, but there was only a relatively loud sound on the surface of the barrier, except for some ups and downs. But the crowd didn't care about the momentum at all, they just looked at the countdown curiously. As people thought, the countdown passed by almost crazily fast. In just 5 seconds, the waiting time of 1.5 hours was reduced to only 30 minutes. Wow, it's really interesting. Feng Chen, who was standing far away, immediately became interested. Brother Tang, let's go over and try it too. This time Tang Yu did not reject it. He nodded, flew up from the crowd, and flew to the front of the barrier with Feng Chen. More than 300 players had finished their moves and were beginning to disperse. Seeing Feng Chen and Tang Yu flying over together, people did not express much. Almost everyone can hit for about 10 seconds. Some people can hit for less time, some for more. Most people seem to be able to hit for about 18 seconds, and the least is only 2 seconds, but on average it will not exceed 10 seconds too much. And there is another thing, this barrier does not seem to change because of the players' skills. Those players just tried their best, but it looks no different from ordinary attacks. Please. Seeing Feng Chen and the others flying over, the people from the 7 Killing Pavilion bowed to Feng Chen and Tang Yu as if they were playing the role of a host. Feng Chen was not annoyed, and raised his eyebrows at Tang Yu. Brother Tang, you go first or I go first? Tang Yu wanted to say that they should go together at first, but after a moment of silence, he exhaled. I go first. After saying this, Feng Chen subconsciously retreated more than 10 meters, leaving an extremely exaggerated safe distance. This action puzzled the others around him. What was he doing? Afraid of accidental injury? What kind of person could cause accidental energy injury at such a long distance? After that, Tang Yu suddenly opened his hands, and some special skills began to expand. As the dark energy surged, a surge of energy connected himself and the sky. Around the huge canyon, a vortex gradually gathered by the special energy began to take shape. At this moment, everyone was stunned. It seemed that the commotion made by the 300 people just now was almost overtaken by this one person. Tang Yu's eyes condensed, and he suddenly pointed at the void in front of him. The next moment, the black vortex with endless storms hit the barrier again. Because the barrier can swallow attacks, it still didn't make much noise. But when the player looked up and looked at the countdown above, the whole Grand Canyon suddenly became quiet. There are still 28 minutes left. In other words, Tang Yu fought for 2 minutes alone? 12 seconds, 12 times the average? What the hell? The man from the Chisha Pavilion was also stunned, and his eyes widened immediately. Tang Yu looked at the countdown calmly, and then under the dumbfounded expressions of everyone, he waved to Feng Chen. Brother Feng, it's your turn. Feng Chen smacked his lips. He seemed very excited. To be honest, his fighting power was not much different from Tang Yu, but both of them took different approaches. Feng Chen had been following Lin Chen for so long, and had gained a lot of attack power, while Tang Yu had a bug that could increase the blue bar, which was equally exaggerated with his special professional skills. The combat power of the two is basically around 100,000, and it is hard to say who is stronger. Feng Chen flew to the front of the barrier, took out his weapon, and raised it above his head. Since this barrier is a bit special, there is no need for him to use some big moves. Just give a skill casually. Thinking of this, Feng Chen made a pose. He slightly accumulated strength. The muscles of his arms began to expand visibly. The surrounding air became obscure again, and Feng Chen's whole body began to glow red. Tang Yu also began to retreat more than 10 meters. This time, people learned their lesson. Players who were closer retreated as much as possible, fearing that they would be affected. At this moment, Feng Chen was like a black hole. The chaotic elements of heaven and earth around him gathered towards his body and sword. In an instant, Feng Chen's eyes condensed, and he thrust out with a sword. With a tearing sound, people saw Feng Chen cut off 2 minutes and 5 seconds with a sword. There was less than 26 minutes left. The huge crowd of 1 million people around him was so quiet that their heartbeats could be heard. These two people. Who are they? Feng Chen and Tang Yu smiled at each other. Although there were a few people who attacked the barrier, no one could last more than 15 seconds. They were forced to wait for another 5 or 6 minutes. Feng Chun and Tang Yu were ready to chat and wait for another 20 minutes. Suddenly, they noticed something and looked in a certain direction at the same time. A very familiar graceful figure was standing in the air above them, about 100 meters away. Her long hair was fluttering, and her beauty was extraordinary. Feng Chun was about to call sister-in-law excitedly, but he was stunned and suddenly saw Elena in the air aiming at the barrier and drawing her bow and arrow. Elena was going to attack. Chapter 514. In fact, someone had already spotted Elena the moment she appeared. It was not Feng Chun or Tang Yu, but a woman leaning against the edge of a cave below the canyon. She had been sitting on a protruding stone, holding an extremely long sword in her hand. She had a slender body, especially her long legs, which were even more attractive when she wore a female warrior's boots. At this time, as Elena drew her bow and was about to shoot an arrow, the entire sky became chaotic. Even if she was sitting right below the canyon, the woman and the players resting in the cave could not help but feel a strong wind coming in from the outside. Many people even had to grab the rocks on the side to ensure that they would not be blown away. In front of the cave entrance, a player who was just chatting with the girl raised his head with difficulty and looked at the center of the storm in a daze. The beautiful figure stood in the air, with a face as cold as ice, looking indifferently at the enchantment that was counting down. "Who is this person?" the man asked subconsciously. Even though she was wrapped in the storm, and so far away, the figure was still breathtakingly beautiful. Compared with the equally beautiful girl beside her, the female elf seemed a little unreal. If he hadn't just been praising and chatting up the girl in front of him, he would have probably already started to admire her beauty. But what he didn't expect was that the girl who had just chatted up to him for a long time and ignored him spoke for the first time. She is Elena, currently ranked second on the ladder. As soon as these words came out, several players around him suddenly widened their eyes, and now they looked at Elena with a hint of piety. "Girl, do you know her?" After all, in this dungeon, no one can see the other party's ID, and there is probably no other way to recognize the other party at a glance except to know each other before. But that was the second best person on the ladder list. Did the girl know him? But the girl just looked at Elena for a while, and then looked behind Elena. She seemed to be looking for something. But Elena was the only one who stood out in the sky, and the girl didn't see anyone else. "I don't know him," the girl said lightly. Swish. An arrow wrapped in a fierce wind whistled out from Elena's fingertips and blasted towards the barrier at the end of the canyon. In the process, endless space power scattered, and the arrow flew like a meteor, turning into a thrilling parabola, and finally hit the barrier just below the canyon fiercely, bursting out bursts of energy sparks. Crack. When this crisp sound came out, everyone present was stunned. No way. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a crack on the surface of the barrier. Some people were immediately delighted. The countdown above the barrier was also passing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The countdown, which originally had more than 10 minutes left, was like a fast-forward stopwatch, and the characters were scrolling rapidly. When the noisy hurricane completely disappeared around the barrier, the countdown disappeared. The barrier has been opened. Challengers are invited to enter. Then, a huge gap appeared at the end of the canyon, and people's vision suddenly became clear. They could only see that the opposite side of this huge gap was actually a huge open space. And in the center of the open space, a giant was sitting. Under his buttocks was the skeleton of a giant beast. Sitting there was like a towering mountain, with muscles all over his body like a dragon, and his skin was bronze. The eyes that looked straight ahead were like the fire in the abyss, flashing wildly, making everyone who looked at him feel a tremor from the depths of their souls. Gudong. Some people swallowed their saliva, and they were obviously a little afraid to step forward. Do we really have to fight this thing? Is this the level 60 world boss? At this moment, even some high-powered players hesitated and dared not step forward. Around the giant in front, there were circles of visible air waves, which were the manifestation of the leakage of his powerful power. It seemed that even the air was distorted by his powerful breath. His breathing was as deafening as thunder, and every breath seemed to shake the world and make the whole space tremble. At this time, millions of people were even shocked by this person. Although they knew that this guy was an obstacle that they had to overcome this time, most of them still felt weak in their legs. Even if they could enter the challenge field in front of them, by just taking a step forward, no one dared to go. There were nearly 1 million people in the canyon, but not all of them saw the giant behind the gap. The farther they were, the less they knew what was happening in front. What's going on in front? Didn't the system say that we can enter? Let's go! That's right. Why are you still blocking here? I can't wait to kill the world boss. Ha ha, I can definitely deliver explosive damage this time. As they spoke, the players at the back began to push and squeeze forward. It would have been better if they didn't push, but such a large crowd suddenly became chaotic with the pushing and shoving from the back. The players standing at the front tried their best to retreat and refused to enter the venue, but they couldn't fly and could only watch as the people behind them squeezed in. Damn it! After entering, these people could only move forward. As the saying goes, since we are here, we have come. However, when these people really stood in front of the giant, they deeply felt the oppression he brought. It was a kind of wild power that seemed to come from ancient times, a terrifying power that could instantly destroy all their confidence and courage. As they approached, the figure of the giant became bigger and bigger in their eyes, and their hearts, which had long been afraid, were beating like crazy. At this moment, the air was filled with tension and solemnity. At the same time, in the air, Feng Chun, Tang Yu and Elena stood together, staring at the huge boss in front of them, with a solemn look in their eyes. Soon, Feng Chun spoke first. Sister-in-law, do you want to wait for my brother Lin? You should wait, right? Tang Yu also echoed beside him. In their eyes, even if there were nearly 1,000,000 players gathered here, they would never be able to defeat this thing in front of them. They had never seen such an exaggerated sense of oppression on a boss. They really couldn't imagine how Lin Chen killed a level 70 world boss that was more powerful than this thing. Most people didn't even think of attacking this thing, let alone killing it. So, they could only wait for Lin Chen to come over. Only Lin Chen could possibly kill him. Elena looked at the time. If the level 70 world boss was really killed by Lin Chen, then he must be very far away from here. If Lin Chen didn't find any teleportation device, it would take him a long time to get here. Let's wait and see, Elena replied. Chapter 515. It took more than 10 minutes before all the players inside the rift entered. The players who had been shouting for explosive output at the beginning did not say a word at this time, just staring at the huge body in the field, their throats rolling. The man from the 7-killing pavilion, who had leadership talent before, was still floating in the air. He would secretly glance at Elena, Feng Chun and Tang Yu in the distance from time to time, as if he wanted to know what the three of them were doing. But after waiting for a while, Elena and the other two were completely unmoved, so this man looked down at the endless huge crowd of players. With so many players, even if the world boss is extremely powerful, can it still make millions of people helpless? Everyone. Thinking of this, the man suddenly spoke loudly. With the blessing of energy, his words resounded through the sky. Don't be afraid, it's time to show our strength. Isn't it just the world boss? Isn't the purpose of our coming here for them? Now that the level 70 world boss has been killed, the Earth Guardian in front of us is only level 60. There is no need to be afraid. Let us verify together how powerful he is. As soon as the words fell, many players echoed them, and bright beams of light flashed from the crowd. The emotions of so many players were high, and even Feng Chun and Tang Yu were eager to try, and their eyes were burning with blazing flames. They were flying in the sky, let alone the group of people standing on the ground. The news spread from 1 to 10, and soon everyone shouted passionately, "Okay, let's go together. Kill him!" Millions of people responded in unison with high morale. Then, tens of thousands of figures rushed out like arrows. These melee professions took the brunt of the attack in a tacit understanding, and the powerful energy rushed straight into the sky. Melee players, who have the courage to go head-to-head with the world boss, all have extremely high confidence in themselves. They are indeed first-class high-powered players. At the moment when their power was lifted into the air, in the center of the vast plain, a giant over 100 feet tall finally slowly opened his eyes. Looking closer, the giant was wearing a very solemn armor, and the outside of the armor revealed a crystal-clear luster, as if a special crystal light was coated around the armor. Sitting on the skeleton of the giant beast, he held a huge mace, and this mace alone was taller than an ordinary mountain. At this time, there was no emotion in the giant's eyes, only a flash of spiritual light. The giant's eyes swept indifferently at the tens of thousands of players rushing over, as if he was looking at ants rushing over. He hummed like thunder, and slowly stood up from the corpse. The sunlight above his head was immediately blocked, and he was already hundreds of meters tall, blocking out the sun. The pressure rose sharply. Then, the giant took a deep breath, and then shouted at the crowd rushing over, "Get out!" Then, a roar exploded in the sky like thunder, and the roar echoed endlessly. The visible power fluctuations raged in the sky, as if to tear the entire space apart, and even the ground under his feet was trembling under this majestic power, as if to surrender to the majesty of this boss. However, every player who dared to rush forward was an outstanding high-powered player. Although they were intimidated by the giant's overwhelming momentum, they did not retreat. "Damn it, get him!" A loud roar sounded, and the hundreds of players who rushed to the front almost flew close to the ground. Their combat power had reached the point where they could fly initially despite the no-fly rule. Facing the giant's overwhelming anger, they fully mobilized the power in their bodies, and their bodies turned into hundreds of brilliant streamers and rushed towards the giant in the distance at an extreme speed. "We go too!" After that, the high-powered players who were originally flying in the air could no longer sit still, and 7 or 8 figures swooped down and followed closely. Among them, the 3 people from the 7 killing pavilion were the fastest, and they arrived in front of the giant in just a few breaths. Facing a world boss level existence, like the Earth Guardian, they did not dare to be careless at all, and they went all out as soon as they attacked. Blade Rage. A sword saint shouted loudly, and then a huge sword blade of more than 100 meters took shape in the air, slashing down with unparalleled power. Shockwind Fist. The second person was a second-level fighter martial god. The wind of his fist whistled, and the sharp and huge fist shadow pointed directly at the giant's throat, which was extremely terrifying. Heavenly Thunder Art. The last second-level mage elemental Holy Spirit was not to be outdone. The thunder turned into a force that could not be seen at the end, and fiercely hit the giant's chest, and the sound of thunder roared. The 3 people from the 7 killing pavilion were all outstanding with a combat power of 60,000. The momentum of their full-strength attack was so strong that the people who followed them could not help but tremble with fear. Although these skills are powerful moves after the second transformation, they have never seen such a big momentum in the land of the hunting god. For a moment, everyone was full of confidence. Then, more and more skills whistled out: thunder, fire, ice, wind, sword energy, knife energy. Countless attacks rushed to the giant. Not to mention tens of thousands of people. Even many long-range professions that did not rush over began to urge and guide, and those long-range attacks were like streams of light. Covering the sky and blocking the sun, it was so lively. However, even under this fierce attack, the giant's pair of indifferent eyes flashing with dazzling light did not fluctuate at all. Facing the siege of tens of thousands, or even more skills, he only took a step, leaned forward, and swung the mace in his hand fiercely. Boom! The huge sound of breaking through the air exploded again like thunder, shaking the entire space, as if even the heaven and earth were about to be smashed to pieces under this force. The next moment, whether it was the sharp sword energy or the amazing elemental attack, when it came into contact with the giant's mace, it suddenly exploded and turned into a piece of gorgeous fireworks. More than 10,000 people, led by the 3 people from the 7 killing pavilion, were simultaneously shot back by an invisible force, and half of them even groaned and vomited blood. The first wave of attack was actually smashed by this boss with a stick. When did the world boss become so exaggerated? Swish. However, behind this group of people, tens of thousands of figures forced themselves to fly into the air, and the second wave of melee players launched a new attack. The fierce power offensive once again poured out like a rainstorm, bombarding the giant's huge body. Boom! Attacks and skills exploded on the giant's body, but as time went on, the giant was completely unmoved, allowing the skills to come overwhelmingly. The crystal armor covering the surface of his armor flashed with dazzling light, as if absorbing all those skills. The equipment on the boss seems a bit strange. Someone saw the meaning. But there was no time to do anything, followed by another roar. Boom! The giant's eyes flashed, and it swung the giant stick again. Its momentum was like lightning that directly shattered the space, and the destructive force directly enveloped thousands of players. Those players didn't react at all, and were hit by this terrifying force. Their bodies shook and disappeared without a trace. This scene made everyone present feel nervous. How should we fight? Chapter 516. Faced with the fierce attacks from more and more players, the level 60 world boss Earth Guardian remained unmoved, and every time he attacked, the huge mace would tear through the sky and hit thousands of players hard. For a moment, the sky above the entire plane was filled with shrill screams, and these players were ruthlessly expelled from the challenge field, and even expelled from the god-hunting land. In just over 10 minutes, nearly 100,000 people were lost in the dungeon at this time, which made everyone in the field fearful and more cautious. After all, no one wanted to end up being killed by a stick, so the skills that were originally dense on this plane began to gradually become sparse. No one dared to move too far forward, but if they were too far away, their skills would not be able to reach them. Irina was suspended in the air, and was not in a hurry to attack. Her beautiful eyes were concentrating on observing the giant. After her careful observation, Irina found that whenever a skill or attack fell on the giant's head, he would raise his hand to block it. If the attack fell on his armored body, he would not notice it and ignore it. Although the boss's health bar could not be seen here, according to the crazy bombing of the boss's armor just now by the player, it is estimated that the boss did not lose a single drop of blood. Elena's eyes narrowed slightly, and her sight moved upward to the boss's head. There was a faint flickering light spot at the position of the giant's right ear. According to the setting, the world boss will have his own weakness, and the little light on his right ear is the weakness. Elena's beautiful eyes narrowed again, and she waved her hand lightly, and the feather-falling bow appeared in her hand. Then she put the arrow on her bare hand, and as her fingertips loosened, an arrow wrapped in green energy shot out, pointing directly at the barely perceptible light on the giant's ear. However, just as the arrow shot by Elena was about to hit him, a light suddenly flashed in the giant's eyes. He held a mace in one hand and knocked away a group of players, who were about to rush up and punched in the direction of Elena. The arrow had not yet completely hit the target, but was directly smashed to pieces in midair by the huge energy bombardment. Elena's eyes condensed. The huge giant stretched his neck slightly, and his tiger eyes immediately locked onto Elena in midair. Then, its big hand clenched into a fist, carrying amazing power like a mountain, and smashed towards Elena. Boom! This punch was too powerful and heavy. The space in front of him was cracked like glass at this moment, and a visible energy was spreading towards Elena layer by layer. Sister-in-law, be careful! Feng Chen and Tang Yu shouted at almost the same time. Elena shook her head at the two of them, and then shot another arrow forward. The storm brought by this arrow was like a curtain covering the sky and the sun, or like an endless waterfall rising against the sky, blocking Elena and the giant directly. The skill wind of the natural chasm during the wind catcher period. But this skill, which was originally called the invincible wind wall in the land of the hunting god, was shattered in one encounter. In the mixed space, the condensed power almost hit like a giant beast. However, compared to the beginning, this power seemed to be diluted by the wind of the natural chasm, and it did not look as violent as before. But this was enough to make Elena's pretty face change. Using the energy in her body and a certain skill, the light around Elena's body surged, and the next moment, Elena and Tang Yu and Feng Chen beside her disappeared. The extremely violent punch also hit nothing. Humph! The giant snorted coldly. He obviously didn't expect that his punch would miss. He carefully searched in the air for a while, but soon lost interest and continued to swing the black mace in his hand at the group of players rushing down below. For a while, the explosions continued. But what no one knew was that after Elena disappeared, the space above the giant's head suddenly shook, and then Elena appeared with Tang Yu and Feng Chen right above the giant. Feng Tang and the others were stunned. What kind of trick is this? When did Elena have this ability? Teleport? Tang Yu immediately asked in surprise. Sister-in-law, is this a set skill? Elena didn't want to explain, but just nodded to Tang Yu. Like Lin Chen, Elena, who possessed a lot of Guishu power, had more than just a divine bow and arrow. She also had many jewelry artifacts, one of which carried a special short-distance teleportation skill called Flash Leap. Elena can teleport wherever she sees with her mana, and can even bring her teammates along. It's just that the cooling time is longer. Elena didn't waste any words. Amid the exclamations of Tang Yu and Feng Chen, she pulled a bow to its full length, and then shot an arrow fiercely at the giant's right ear. This pure white arrow, with a trace of blood shot at the giant's ear. Swish! This arrow hit the giant's ear directly without any fancy moves, and then violent energy fluctuations suddenly erupted from the giant's right face. Roar! The giant's huge body, which had never wavered, began to tremble imperceptibly at this moment. He took a few steps back and stretched out his hand to cover his right ear tightly. Scarlet blood flowed out from between his fingers. The giant wailed and groaned as he retreated. The ground shook with every step he took, like a wave of extremely strong earthquakes. Fortunately, there was a plain around, otherwise the mountains would probably shake. According to the rules of the land of the hunting god, this attack should be able to knock down a lot of the boss's health. Many players' eyes suddenly changed when they saw Elena blasting the giant back with one arrow. Many people couldn't help but take a breath. The world boss that couldn't be shaken by the continuous attacks of more than 100,000 people joined forces was actually hit by that woman with one arrow in such a short time, and covered his face, and wailed, "Could this person be Elena? Is this the strength of the second place on the ladder list?" Suddenly, everyone's eyes were cast on the slender and beautiful figure in the sky, and their eyes were full of shock. Chapter 517. Yelena's eyes flickered, and she found that the flashing light on the giant's right ear disappeared and appeared at his ankle. It was also a place that was not protected by armor. She did not give the boss of this world time to rest, and the whole person went down with the trend, and her speed was as fast as a shadow. Sister-in-law, wait for us. Feng Chun and Tang Yu followed subconsciously. However, when they flew to the boss's ankle, the boss suddenly roared angrily and raised his foot to step on the three people. Elena's body suddenly paused. She turned around and clenched her fist towards the void, as if she had torn something off in space, and then threw it fiercely downwards. Before the giant's raised foot could fall, Elena's hand released endless wind attribute factors, and these blue and green light spots completely exploded the moment they touched the ground and the giant's skin. In an instant, dozens of tornadoes of varying sizes formed around the entire boss. Although it was smaller than the noise made by the god of fierce wind, the momentum still made the giant pause slightly, which also gave Elena and the other two the opportunity to move quickly. Xiaofeng, did you see the flashing of boss's ankles? Yelena shouted to Feng Chen in the wind. Feng Chen and Tang Yu looked up at the same time and saw the barely perceptible light. That's his weakness, aim and hit. The two stared at the light and suddenly realized that this was the reason why Elena was able to injure the giant with one blow just now. Okay. After learning about the weakness of the world boss, Feng Chen and Tang Yu laughed and soared into the sky. With the help of the clockwise tornado around them, the speed of the two became faster and faster. While spinning and flying, they were still running and guiding their own skills. The tail flames of those skills dragged, looking like two yin and yang points in the yin and yang bagua. Then, as the giant was forced to retreat by the wind, the two turned into streams of light and finally collided fiercely with the giant's ankle. It was like two needles piercing the giant's acupuncture points very accurately. Roar! This time the giant's roar was even louder. He staggered a little after being hit by the joint attack. The severe pain from his ankle made him sit down on the ground with a bang. The crowd was completely dumbfounded. They stood there dumbfounded, looking at Elena and the other two, as if they were looking at three monsters. Then, everyone cheered deafeningly. There's hope. At this rate, they can completely kill the world boss. It's light! Someone also saw it, and immediately shouted excitedly, special light spots will appear on the boss's body. Just hit the light spots. So, it's that simple? As everyone showed a look of realization, the giant quickly climbed up from the ground. There were very noticeable wounds on his ears and ankles. On his huge body, there was another burst of light that was difficult to detect, but this time, the light spot flickered on the boss's chest. But the chest is protected by armor. Damn it! Elena looked at the light spot protected by the armor, and cursed with some displeasure. This armor can obviously absorb damage. Unless they deal enough damage at once within a limited time, they can't break the armor. But how can she persuade the players present to work together? Just like the day when she and Lin Chen got married, the spear formed by the players' skills and energy. If there is a spear here, it can definitely break the armor and pierce the light spot on the chest. Without too much time to think, the giant became increasingly angry after being attacked twice in a row. When he raised his mace and roared, huge energy fell from the sky and gathered into the mace in his hand. Then she swung at Elena again. Elena, who was well prepared, continued to activate Flash Leap at this moment, and this skill happened to be on cooldown, which allowed her to dodge. But soon, the giant turned around suddenly, and the whistling wind broke through the air. He found the location where Elena teleported almost in an instant, and then swung the mace again, so fast. Not only the speed, but also the reaction speed has been improved. Has it entered the second stage? Yelena has never dealt with a level 60 world boss, but this sense of oppression makes her heart beat. This time, the cooldown of her flash jump has not ended. Elena's pupil shrank. It seems that this boss has confirmed that this woman is the most dangerous existence. No matter how others try to attack him, he keeps chasing Elena. Yelena immediately urged the energy to dodge quickly. Boom! The giant stick fell to the ground without reservation, and a huge hole with a diameter of hundreds of meters was hit on the ground. After the explosion, Elena emerged from the thick smoke, but her face was extremely solemn and her heart was beating fast. She glanced at the huge hole only 1 meter away from her. If she was not very fast, she would have been killed if she was hit. Even though she learned Blood Desire, Elena's health and double defense were very high, but she didn't want to take the stick of this thing. I guess I will really die. I don't know if Lin Chen can bear it. As he thought about it, a huge shadow came closer and closer from the surrounding smoke, and the giant's hand slapped Elena fiercely. Fortunately, other players at this time were frantically bombarding the boss's chest with skills. Although his chest was tightly covered by armor, some tricky skills would quietly slip into it and hit the light spot. Although these attacks were more powerful than Elena's just now, they still made the giant retract his hand to protect his chest. It looked like a young wife holding her chest in astonishment. Ha ha ha, it's true, damn it, kill him! People roared, and countless skills dyed the entire plane and the sky above into doomsday. Faced with such a bombardment of skills, the giant began to retreat step by step, but soon the giant gradually became familiar with this attack. After retreating 7 or 8 steps, he paused, then slightly bent his legs and made a posture ready to jump. Oops. Irina felt something was wrong, and then looked back at the place where the most players gathered, which was exactly where the boss was aiming. Scatter! Irina shouted, her sweet voice almost breaking, scatter. But the players didn't hear it at all. They cast spells faster and faster, and everyone showed a crazy look, determined to use skills to directly submerge the boss. The next moment, a giant soared into the sky. All the players immediately lost their aim and looked up at the sky. The sky turned dark because the giant blocked the sun above his head. No one expected that this giant, taller than the towering mountains, would actually jump up, and the place where he jumped... Fuck, run! At this moment, people finally reacted thoroughly, and immediately the dead souls were flying. The players standing there had no other thoughts, and they all ran away like crazy, but it was too late. Even if some people broke through the no-fly restrictions and flew off the ground, it was still too late. The giant's body slammed in the center of the crowd, and a huge tremor exploded in the crowd. In an instant, at least 70,000 to 80,000 people died on the spot. Chapter 518. The giant fell into the crowd, and the energy that burst out was enough to make the entire earth collapse completely. After that, he did not pause at all, swinging the mace in his hand and drawing a circle around his body. The entire space seemed to be stirred into sticky syrup by this stick. As long as the players were close to this sticky space, their entire bodies began to twist. The astonishment and fear on their faces had not completely subsided, and they all lost their lives in an instant. Their defense and health bars were too low. Facing the boss attack that could instantly kill a level 69 player, these players, whose average level was only around level 63, had no power to fight back. At this time, everyone also discovered something very terrifying. The boss's attack method had changed significantly. Originally, he could only swing with a mace, but now he could move his body quickly, and sometimes he would jump thousands of meters directly. Not to mention focusing fire, sometimes just when he was about to release a skill, the boss would jump away as soon as he raised his head. This is the second stage of the boss. As time went by, the players finally adapted to the second stage of the giant after losing tens of thousands of people. At the same time, many talented people could accurately capture the transferred weaknesses of the giant's body and guide the other players to hit those weaknesses. After paying a terrible price, the third stage of the boss began. The giant actually thrust the mace in his hand into the ground, and then suddenly raised his hands. The next moment, the ground beneath his feet suddenly formed a shocking crack, and some elemental energy suddenly swept out from under his feet. Wherever the crack reached, the gravel and rocks melted rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shwa! The earth was torn apart, and a rock like an earth dragon burst out, and the extremely turbulent energy in it rushed straight into the sky. At this time, people finally remembered the name of this giant. Earth Guardian. A world boss who manipulates the earth and uses the earth element. As the loud noise resounded through the sky, the earth dragon continued to swim on the ground, and gravel sprayed out everywhere. It rushed around, and every time it swam among the players, it would immediately set off a bloody storm. Although it was a summoned elemental creature, the earth dragon's attack power was not as exaggerated as the world boss, but its size was not much less than that of the boss. Every time the dragon swam, the player's attack would not die or be disabled, but it was definitely not pleasant. Some people were rubbed by the rock surface of the earth dragon and flew out. Just as they got up from the ground, and had no time to drink a sip of blood, the earth dragon's tail rubbed them again. After a back and forth, the player is almost dead. On one hand, they have to be careful of the attacks launched by the world boss at any time, and on the other hand, they have to distract themselves from resisting the earth dragon. The whole battlefield is in chaos. At the same time, Elena was falling from midair to the ground. A healer beside her was healing the surrounding players. When she saw Elena, Feng Chun and Tang Yu, the woman was stunned at first, and then her pupil shrank. Be careful. Feng Chun was the first to react. He turned back suddenly, and saw the earth dragon leaping up and hitting hard. The huge body directly dragged the people below into the shadows. Fuck. Just as Feng Chun was about to raise his sword to block, Elena pointed her toes and rushed into the air. She slapped the earth dragon with her jade hand, and a rolling energy wrapped in a storm swept out. The raging wind gathered and swept towards the earth dragon. Boom! In the whistling wind, a large indigo hand took shape, with the raging wind as the background, tearing the air and strangling the earth dragon's body, and then pulled the earth dragon's body back directly. Sister-in-law is awesome. After that, Feng Chen and Tang Yu also came to their senses. They attacked together, and two completely different energies converged and merged in the air, and then formed a sharp blood-colored lightning. Pop! The blood lightning fiercely struck the earth dragon rolling on the ground, and immediately shocked the earth dragon to twitch all over. The crowd was shocked. It was these three people again. Every time these three people attacked, they were more effective than a large number of players working together, especially Elena. This beautiful woman not only had an attack range several times larger than other shooters, but also had incomparable damage. Under the continuous attacks of Elena and the other two, the earth dragon finally stopped moving. They actually beat the earth dragon to death? Everyone, let's cooperate around those three gods. A hall master of the 7 killing pavilion shouted immediately. People also came to their senses and gathered to where Elena was. But before they ran to Elena and the others, a loud shout suddenly rang out on the battlefield. The giant who had lost Elena's whereabouts just now finally found Elena again. Almost all of his hatred value fell on Elena instantly. Go to hell. The next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared, and when he appeared again, this huge boss, like a mountain, appeared right in front of Elena. When did he flash over? No. How could he flash over? At the same time, the giant's big hand covered it fiercely, and the huge sense of oppression became real, and the hurricane came down from the top. Thousands of people covered by this big hand immediately knelt down, because of the extremely strong physical pressure on their shoulders. Many people even vomited blood, but some people with higher combat power could still stand, but they could not move. Some kind of fearful and murderous aura trapped them in place. Facing the whistling giant palm, they could only be killed by a palm. Irina raised her head, took out the bow and arrow again, and then pulled the bowstring to full with a serious face. It was impossible to escape at this time, so she had to take this blow, but at this time, a dark green mist suddenly appeared beside Elena. Not only that, a black shadow emerged from the dark green mist, and then a sturdy figure suddenly rushed out of the mist. Facing the moment when the boss's giant palm was about to slap down, the man suddenly raised the tower shield at his hand, and smiled at Elena. Madam, we are late. Looking at the gritting shield mountain, Elena finally released the bow and arrow, and the storm that had just gathered at her fingertips gradually subsided. The next moment, the sound of metal and iron rang out, and everyone under the palm fell directly down, and everyone was slammed into the ground. Boom! After a while of shaking, a huge bottomless pit was smashed on the ground. The giant palm withdrew, and more than 10 seconds later, only a few people among the thousands of people struggled to climb out of the pit. Even Tang Yu and Feng Chen were in a miserable state at the moment. They had used all their protective skills and special props in the previous moment, and only then did they escape death. However, it was not easy either, as they were hit hard by the boss. It felt great. Chapter 519. A shield emerged from the bottom of the pit, and then Dunshan shook off the dust on his body and jumped out of the pit. He turned around without hesitation and stretched out his hand to the bottom. Then, a slender jade hand grabbed Dunshan's wrist and was pulled out. Madam, are you okay? Dunshan asked with concern after pulling Elena out from below. Elena looked at her body in surprise. Except for the dust on it, there was almost no injury. Looking at Tang Yu and Feng Chen, the two were in a mess, and blood was oozing out of the corners of their mouths. I'm fine. Seeing that Elena was fine, Dunshan laughed. I thought this boss was so powerful, but it turned out to be nothing. Elena glanced at Dunshan, then she began to look around, but she didn't see Lin Chen, so she asked immediately. Dunshan, where is your monarch? Dunshan grinned. My mistress? The monarch sensed that you might be in danger, so he asked me to bring the hammer, the roaring brother, and Chi Yu to help you. After a pause, he continued, as for the monarch himself, he should be looking for a way to meet the level 80 world boss beast god, but he should come soon, because he has been looking for a long time, and I guess he can't find it. Hearing these words, Elena was somewhat surprised. Level 80 world boss? Yes, the monarch said that the last boss should be a little special, and you need to activate a certain ritual to meet it. Elena wanted to ask something else, but when she thought that Lin Chen should be here soon, she stopped asking. At this time, Dunshan looked at the huge figure that covered the sky in the distance, and suddenly shouted to the people around, Hammer, hammer him. As soon as the words fell, before anyone could react, A dark figure suddenly appeared above the giant's head. He raised his two-handed hammer above his head, roared, and fell from the sky. 80! After a loud shout, Huang Dachui smashed the giant's forehead with his two-handed hammer. Bang! Just as the giant stood firm, a yellowish ripple appeared all over his body. The huge force directly knocked the giant's body off balance. He couldn't help but cover his head, wailed in pain, and took a step back. The players present were all stunned. You know, the place where Huang Dachui hit the boss's forehead just now was not lit up at all, which means that it was not a weak point. Everyone knew that the giant's weakness was a place under his left ribs. But if it wasn't a weakness, how did this guy hit the boss so hard that he covered his head and wailed? Before everyone could come to their senses, another figure carrying a big knife suddenly jumped up from behind the giant, and then slashed the giant's heel fiercely, and immediately it was like a needle piercing the skin, and a stream of blood spurted out from the heel. Ah! The giant wailed again, and the whole person fell directly to the ground. After that, a humanoid monster with several arms also fell from the sky after a roar, and then stepped viciously on the boss's chest. Crack. Everyone heard the special armor worn by the boss actually made a cracking sound. The entire battlefield was completely dumbfounded. How many people died, how much time they spent without causing any substantial damage to the giant. But what is the situation now? Leaving aside Elena and the others, who are these people from? At the boss, Huang Dachui's 3 undead followers did not stop at all after their successful attack. They raised their weapons high, and then swung them in coordination, determined to kill the boss directly. Each of them inherited 50% of Lin Chen's basic attributes, and the basic attack power of each person was more than 200,000. When the 3 of them attacked together, the world boss felt a breath of death looming in his heart. Roar! The boss broke free suddenly, and the huge force was like a storm. Before they could launch an attack, Huang Dachui and the other 2 were immediately blown away. Their attack power was high, but their bodies were too small. Facing a giant bigger than a mountain, they were no different from a few ants. The giant's roar formed an extremely violent storm that swept away not only Huang Dachui and others, but also other onlookers who were caught off guard. It's over, the boss has gone crazy. Before he could stabilize his body, the giant clenched his fists and slammed them hard on the ground with terrible force. One after another, it was like hitting a drum. Bang! Bang! Bang bang bang. The earth seemed to have really turned into an agitated drum, and like the aftermath of an earthquake, one after another, huge cracks with no end in sight spread rapidly from under the giant's feet, drilling into the depths of the ground at an alarming speed. Everyone stood on the shaking ground in fear, not daring to breathe. The ground gradually calmed down, but their legs kept shaking. It seemed that something was brewing underground, as if it was about to erupt at any time. Underground? Volcano? Someone's face turned pale, and he immediately lowered his head. Sure enough, the shaking became more and more frequent and stronger. It seemed that there was some energy that was about to lift the Earth's crust and rush up to the sky. Run! At this moment, the instinct of survival surpassed fear, driving them to run away from the dangerous area. Many people had already begun to leave this challenge field and return to the Grand Canyon. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Let's leave here first. The next moment, the ground under our feet suddenly calmed down, but the uneasiness and urgency in the air became stronger, like an invisible giant hand, tightly strangling everyone's throat. At this moment, a dazzling light suddenly appeared on the horizon, followed by a deafening roar, as if it was the roar of an ancient giant beast, shaking everyone's heart. Countless huge pillars of fire gushed out from the ground, and the earth dragons that had just appeared rushed up from the ground in groups at this time. The surface of more than a dozen earth dragons was wrapped in billowing smoke and hot magma. The whole earth was completely shattered. The whole scene was like the end of the world, which made people despair. Don't look back, run. This shout was like the last alarm bell, urging everyone to speed up and not dare to stop. At this moment, Shield Mountain couldn't help but say fuck. He was just sneering at the fact that this world boss was just like this, but even he didn't dare to get involved in this doomsday scene. Could it be that the level 60 boss is stronger than the level 71? That level 70 big monkey can't make such a move. But after thinking about it, I was relieved. The level 70 world boss was a dying person. The monarch said that he violated the rules, and was punished by the administrator. The reason why he was not killed directly was because he couldn't find a substitute for the level 70 world boss. In other words, if the Ice Lord was in his prime, would he be more powerful than the Earth Guardian? It seems that they underestimated these bosses. Sister-in-law, let's go too. Tang Yu and Feng Chen came over. Yelena was about to nod, but the next moment, she suddenly noticed a stumbling figure on the chaotic ground in front of her, swimming upstream, holding a long knife in her hand and jumping on the broken stones at an extremely exaggerated speed. Each jump was just right to avoid the flames and earth dragons gushing up from below. After landing, she rolled lightly and then rushed up quickly. The girl's target was the glowing weakness on the lower left rib of the world boss. After seeing the girl, Elena almost blurted out, "Xiaoyun?" Chapter 520. Others didn't recognize her, but Elena could see clearly that the figure swimming upstream was indeed Xiaoyun, the girl who turned from an NPC into a player. At this time, Xiaoyun dragged her long sword and jumped back and forth from the broken rocks at an incredible speed. A large number of players began to flee frantically, but Xiaoyun actually passed them and rushed towards the boss in the opposite direction. Is she looking for death? Elena didn't hesitate. She stood in the air and swooped down to where Xiaoyun was. Tang Yu and Feng Chen followed subconsciously. Feng Chen was fine, but Tang Yu was a little confused. He chased after Elena and turned to ask Feng Chen, "Brother Feng, who is this girl?" Because Tang Yu didn't know Xiaoyun at all, he had never entered the Emerald Paradise and the Eternal Airspace from the beginning. So for Tang Yu, Xiaoyun, who went against the current, was just an ordinary female player. Feng Chen opened his mouth, but couldn't find a suitable explanation for a while. After a while, he replied with a strange look, "Strictly speaking, that girl is my sister-in-law's rival in love." This sentence really made Tang Yu stunned. "What the hell?" Feng Chen sighed. "Let's not talk about this. I tell you in detail when there's a chance. Protect my sister-in-law first." But Xiaoyun, who was rushing in the front at the moment, didn't know what was happening behind her. At this time, a huge piece of rubble with a width of more than 10 meters was rushed up from the center of the earth, and then fell like a meteor, hitting her head. Xiaoyun braked suddenly, then held the sword in one hand, and split the huge rock with a backhand, and then the whole person soared into the sky. With the help of the hot magma below, her speed became faster and faster, and she flew higher and higher. Roar! The swaying earth dragons were like earthworms emerging from the ground. They opened their mouths to swallow Xiaoyun, who was flying in the air. However, the girl's speed became faster and faster as she approached the boss, so fast that even Elena and others behind her could not catch up. Why was she so fast? Could it be that after turning from an NPC back into a player, Xiaoyun had some special bug ability? There was no time to think too much. Xiaoyun had already flown to the giant's ribs, and her figure was so small that the giant did not notice her. Xiaoyun grabbed the edge of a certain pattern on the giant's armor, as if she was grabbing the edge of a ravine cliff. A few meters away from her was the faintly glowing weak spot on the giant's ribs. Xiaoyun's eyes condensed, and the whole person swayed for a while before continuing to fly in the direction of the weak spot. She held the hilt of the sword with both hands, stood at a certain point of leverage on the weak spot, and stabbed it fiercely into the weak spot. Woo! The giant suddenly roared to the sky, and he subconsciously opened his big hand and slapped his weak spot, like slapping a mosquito. Elena's beautiful eyes narrowed, and her speed increased. When the big hand was about to hit her ribs, the female elf subconsciously grabbed Xiaoyun's arm. But Xiaoyun's speed was faster than her. At the critical moment, Xiaoyun actually kicked off the giant's body. In a flash, the two women looked at each other in midair. The expressions of the two were completely different, and no one spoke. Pa! A huge storm roared out when the giant slapped his body. Elena and Xiaoyun in midair were blown back by the hurricane at the same time. Elena shuddered. She looked at Xiaoyun in disbelief, who was blown away by the hurricane not far away. She really couldn't imagine why Xiaoyun had such an exaggerated speed and body movement. The female elf waved her jade hand, and another storm formed around her body. Arrow God, it was originally a second-level profession of the wind catcher. When it comes to controlling the wind element, even the elemental mages in the entire hunting land cannot match it. Just as Elena used the storm to control herself and stabilize her body, she caught a glimpse of Xiaoyun's shadow in her peripheral vision. This girl actually used her body to hit the rock in the air and forced it to stop. After that, she flew away again, flying fiercely towards the new round of weaknesses of the giant. Is she crazy? Elena was completely stunned. Nearly 1 million players had just attacked the world boss together, but still failed. Xiaoyun was actually going to defeat it alone? Her speed was indeed ridiculous, but it was simply a pipe dream to kill the world boss in this way. Even if she could continuously break the giant's weaknesses, her attack power alone was not enough to cause much damage. And the most fatal thing was that the giant seemed to be recovering health. The players in this challenge field began to flee in large numbers. Almost half of the nearly 1,000,000 people had fled. It seemed that the boss lost the hatred of the challenger after escaping the battle and began to recover health. Just like the neutral monsters in some MOBA games, if the player suddenly stops attacking after attacking these monsters, or if the player leaves the attack distance of the monsters, they will recover health after a while. The same is true for the boss in this world. As more and more players walk, his condition will get better and better. At this moment, Tang Yu and Feng Chen finally caught up with Elena. They looked at the tiny black dot around the giant in amazement. She was like a mosquito around people. As long as the weakness of the boss was lit up, the mosquito, he would immediately rush over at a very fast speed, and then fiercely stab, hit the weak point. After that, the giant screamed in pain. Oh my god, this girl is so cruel? Tang Yu also stared at the front in a daze. It's not very useful. Yelena shook her head seriously. The attack power is too low, and she can't get back as much as she hits. Compared with the boss, she can't make any mistakes. If she gets hit. Among the three people, Feng Chen was actually a little silent at this moment. Compared with Elena, Feng Chen and Xiaoyun actually have some friendship. When Lin Chen and Elena were trapped in the boundary area, it was Xiaoyun who asked for help. It was Xiaoyun who cut the boundary area with a long sword and rescued Lin Chen and Elena from it. After that, Feng Chen often took Gardenia to Xiaoyun's stall for a stroll. After getting to know each other, Feng Chen found that this girl's temper seemed to be very bad, but her personality was very much to his liking. He often made jokes in front of Xiaoyun's stall, and the amount of melon seeds he ate was probably calculated to be 10 kilograms. Finally, Feng Chen found out during their daily chats that Xiaoyun actually liked Lin Chen. Especially after knowing about the relationship between Lin Chen and Elena, Xiaoyun even ignored him. Feng Chen was too embarrassed to go to her to eat melon seeds. After all, he fully supported the marriage between Lin Chen and Elena, and no one was more suitable for Lin Chen than Elena. But, somehow, Feng Chen also felt that this girl was pretty good. He even felt a little sorry for Lin Chen. With this thought in mind, Feng Chen slightly tightened the broadsword in his hand, and after a while, he suddenly said, "I bring her back." But before he started to move, Elena beside him rushed out again. Sister-in-law? Chapter 521. This time, Elena was obviously unhappy. She seemed to have activated some special props and consumables, and her flying speed was more than twice as fast as before. In just a few breaths, she flew to Xiaoyun's side. At this moment, Xiaoyun was trying to pierce the weak point on the giant's right calf with a long sword in her hand, but because the giant was shaking too much, she never found a suitable opportunity. The surroundings suddenly became dark. Looking up, Xiaoyun saw the giant's palm waving again. Maybe it was because her strength was draining away too quickly, but Xiaoyun's reaction speed obviously didn't keep up this time, and she clearly felt a fatal stagnation. Elena grabbed Xiaoyun's wrist and quickly retreated. At the same time, a hurricane suddenly arose, bringing the two of them to a safe area. The huge palm hit nothing, and the two women flew farther and farther with the help of the strong wind, and soon left the attack range of the world boss. At this point, the world boss challenge field was empty, all the players left, and the plane that was in chaos a moment ago began to calm down. Dozens of earth dragons drilled back into the ground, the lava that had been gushing out for hundreds of meters calmed down, and the cracked earth recovered. Except for the chaotic elemental factors around and the pits and wounds on the ground, everything seemed to be the same as before the canyon barrier was broken. The level 60 world boss snorted, picked up the mace on the ground casually, and then walked to the giant beast skeleton in the center of the plane and sat down, as if nothing had happened. He once again became the powerful god waiting for players to challenge. A god known as the Guardian of the Earth. Tang Yu and Feng Chen quickly flew to the side of Elena and Xiaoyun, and soon Dun Shan also came over, but Huang Dachui and others had just stood in the center of the chaos and suffered a lot of damage, and now they have disappeared. Xiaoyun's chest rose and fell violently. She blinked quickly, and then leaned on the canyon stone wall behind her. Elena first glanced at Xiaoyun, then turned back and looked at the world boss sitting in the center of the plane. No one spoke for a while. After a while, Elena spoke quietly. "We can only wait for the next challenge. We seem to have underestimated the strength of the level 60 world boss." Elena glanced at Xiaoyun again. The girl bit her lip and said nothing, but occasionally raised her eyes to peek at Elena. But Elena's eyes were always on the girl, so as long as Xiaoyun raised his head, he would meet the eyes of the female elf. Feng Chen breathed a sigh of relief and answered what Elena had just said. "Yeah, the previous world bosses were all taken down by my brother Lin. Seeing how he handled them, I thought this time would be very simple. I thought Elena would continue with this topic, but unexpectedly the female elf suddenly looked back at them, and after a moment of hesitation, she spoke. Xiao Tang, Xiao Feng, Dunshan. Let the two girls talk alone, okay? The three looked at each other, and Dunshan nodded first. Madam, I go back first. Elena nodded. Then, a burst of black fog dissipated, and Dunshan's body disappeared on the spot. Feng Chun and Tang Yu also left very tactfully, arm in arm. At this point, only two women, Elena and Xiaoyun, were left near a cave in the canyon. To be honest, Elena and Xiaoyun had never thought that one day they would be alone with each other in this way. Although they sent the three away, the two women seemed even more embarrassed. They looked at each other, and no one knew how to start. After more than 3 minutes, it was Xiaoyun who took the initiative to speak. Do you have a lot of questions for me? Irina was silent for a while, then shook her head. He should be very curious about you. Xiaoyun paused slightly, then laughed, including this time, I owe you 2 lives. Lin Chen learned that it was Irina who arranged for Altair to protect her at the last wedding. At that time, she was not a player, and she did not have much room to resist ruins. You saved me before, and you helped him many times, so I should save you. Elena replied. After that, the two fell into silence again. The only sound they could hear was the heavy breathing of the world boss on the plane. Why are you fighting so hard? Elena suddenly spoke. Xiaoyun took something out of his pocket, quickly grabbed a handful of melon seeds, and then started eating them by himself. In the land of the hunting god, it costs a price to change from an NPC to a player. Xiaoyun spat out melon seed shells. Similar to the reputation you get from killing monsters, or some special values, I also have it, and killing the world boss is the best way for me to get the values. Elena was obviously hearing this for the first time. She asked, what if I can't get it? If I don't get enough values within the specified time, I will die and can't be resurrected. Elena was stunned. She was a second-round player, so she knew that players return to the real world after death, but Xiaoyun said that he could not be resurrected after death. I don't know if it was what she understood. Sure enough, Xiaoyun continued, there is only one way for all NPCs in the land of the hunting god to return to the real world, that is, the game is completely shut down. At that time, we will return to the real world based on the rewards we get from completing the NPC exclusive tasks. At that time, it is estimated that our NPCs will have more abilities than most high-powered players. Then why don't you wait for the game to shut down? Yelena was a little confused. The land of the hunting god doesn't have much time left. It may collapse at any time. The risk of you becoming a player now has increased. But I can't wait. I have to choose to become a player. I'm afraid I won't be able to wait until the server of the hunting god land is shut down, Xiaoyun said in a low voice. Elena was silent. She thought of the time when she and Lin Chen got married. Those ruins broke through the air and killed many NPCs in the eternal airspace. According to Xiaoyun, as long as the NPCs die, they will not be able to revive. They are really dead and can never return to reality. But if you choose to become a player, you won't be afraid of this. Even if you die, you can return to reality. I have someone I must see. I can't die. Even if I die, I have to return to reality. Xiaoyun threw all the melon seed shells on the ground. Then she stood up and picked up the long knife in her hand again. What are you going to do? Yelena frowned and asked. It's not enough. Even if I can't kill him, as long as I deal more damage, I will get more stats. With those stats, I can truly become a player. As she said this, Xiaoyun actually planned to continue to enter the challenge field alone. You will die. Yelena held Xiaoyun. You said that you are not a real player now. If you die in the challenge field, you still can't return to the real world. Xiaoyun was indeed hesitant, but she smiled bitterly. It's the same result anyway, and I may not die. As she said that, she shook off Elena. The female elf tried many times, but couldn't stop her. Even in the end, Xiaoyun looked at Elena with a complicated expression. Sister, why do you care about my life or death? Elena looked at Xiaoyun and said nothing. Xiaoyun continued to ask, you clearly know that I like your man, so if I die, you will. Then you can't die. Elena suddenly interrupted Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun was stunned, obviously not knowing what Elena meant. If you want to go in, I go with you. Elena took out her feather and said to Xiaoyun with a smile. Chapter 522. This time, Xiaoyun hesitated. She looked at Elena for a long time, and finally sighed. Then I wait until everyone is together. After that, Xiaoyun found a small cave and went in, leaving Elena standing outside the cave. The female elf watched the girls back into the shadow. She shook her head and smiled bitterly. and then asked into the cave. Why did you change your mind? After a while, Xiaoyun's faint voice came from the cave. I'm afraid that my sister will get into trouble because of my willfulness, and then I won't be able to explain to your man. Hearing this, Elena did not speak, but just stared into the distance. She tried to use Qianli again and again, but she could not teleport to Linshan normally. It seemed that there was some special method in this world that blocked the normal release of this skill. Although she could occasionally feel the vague position of Linshan, it was always so fleeting that it could not be clearly identified. It was also possible that if Qianli could be used, they should also be able to contact teammates in this world through private chat with friends. Linshan should know where he is, otherwise how could Dun Shan and Huang Dachui find him? I don't know when he will arrive, or if he is being held back by something. After making sure that Xiaoyun would not continue to act recklessly, Elena simply sat down at the entrance of the cave. After entering this dungeon, unlike Linshan and others, Elena also encountered another special area. Killing specific monsters in that area will gain a large number of attribute props and experience pills. Now her backpack is bulging with a lot of them, and she just used them all when she has nothing to do. Soon, the female elf opened her backpack and started to fiddle with it. During this time, she did not forget to continue to browse the Guishu store. She just looked more at the fashion area and found some fashions that looked a bit flirtatious, and silently clicked to buy. During this period, Elena especially liked a sailor suit, a white top with a black pleated skirt. I don't know how long it took, Elena finally closed the page. In the past time, she had used up all the consumables in her backpack. Now her combat power has increased a lot, and even her level has reached level 66, which is only a short distance away from reaching level 67. Many people began to appear in the Grand Canyon in front of us. Some of them had just fled and now came back, and some were newcomers. However, compared with just now, there were obviously more high-level fighters who could fly in the air. There were thousands of people. The overall number was not as many as before, but the average combat power was stronger. Seeing this was already the second wave of the crusade, Xiaoyun also walked out of the cave. She stood beside Elena and took a deep breath. Sister, you should wait for him here, don't go in. After saying that, Xiaoyun picked up his sword and followed the large army into the plain again. Watching the crowd pouring into the plain, Elena could already hear the roar of the world boss. She wanted to stop them, but as soon as Xiaoyun disappeared, Elena suddenly smelled a very familiar smell. She even forgot to stop Xiaoyun, but turned her head suddenly. Sure enough, she saw a familiar figure standing right behind her. Seeing Elena looking at him, he put down his hand that was about to hug her with some embarrassment, grinning. Did you hear it or smell it? I don't think I made any sound. Seeing the man sniffing his hands, with an expression of there's no smell, Elena pushed his chest with her hand in annoyance. When did you stand behind me? I just got here. Are you sure you didn't hide from Xiaoyun on purpose? The man was stunned. Xiaoyun is here too? Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? Elena glanced at Linshan and asked in annoyance. Linshan put his arm around Elena's waist. I really don't know what happened. Elena didn't push him away, even though people around them occasionally avoided them and entered the plain. Even though many people would subconsciously look at the two of them, the female elf stood there and sighed. She told Linshan everything she had just talked about with Xiaoyun, including the fact that she needed to kill or brush the damage of the world boss to truly become a player. Hearing these words, Linshan finally frowned. After a long while, he said quietly, it is estimated that the damage won't be much, unless she personally gives the final blow to the world boss. Elena nodded. I think so too, will you help her? Linshan was about to nod, and then he coughed. I listen to you. Listen to you. Elena smiled. The ground began to shake. This time the world boss didn't follow the routine at all, but used a big move right away. Suddenly, bright red magma and dozens of huge earth dragons emerged from the ground. The bodies of these earth dragons were wrapped in magma, and they looked like fire dragons bathing in fire. The players who had just entered the plain were completely dumbfounded. Especially the players who had just had challenge experience were trembling all over. This boss was cheating. Why did he directly start the third stage during the second challenge? In an instant, every player present seemed to be in a terrifying high temperature that burnt everything. This is the revengeful anger of the Earth Guardian. The strongest killing move is the one that comes out, and he is determined to kill all the mortals who challenge him. Some players who are closer have no time to escape. Their combat power is around the average. Almost no one can withstand this kind of burning and earth attribute bombardment. A large number of players immediately turned into charcoal, and then fell into the cracks in the ground. However, there are also some real big guys among the players who came this time. A hidden profession of the second turn Star Priest, Rune Master second turn, soared into the sky, and in his hand, a halo that quickly became very huge was thrown out by him. In the process of flying to the giant, it almost became able to directly bind the giant's body. It was so huge and flew away with the might of moving mountains and splitting seas. At the same time, another Demon King, Beast Tamer second transformation, transformed into a ferocious beast that looked like a giant wolf in midair. It raised its head and howled, as if it had released some special skills. A huge wolf-shaped phantom several hundred feet long appeared in the air behind its body, and the phantom howled at the same time. The wolf howl made the sky above suddenly brighten, and then endless energy from the phantom's mouth turned into some kind of moonlight, bombarding the giant's body. We go too! The people from the Seven Killings Pavilion, who had gone back before, actually had more people, as if all the high-level members of the entire guild had gathered together. They attacked together, and a huge energy offensive contained a special sense of tremor, which spread rapidly along the air, and finally turned into a cone-like shape, staggered the giant's armor, and then pierced into the giant's body fiercely. Roar! The giant roared wildly, and the whole world was about to collapse at this moment. But this was not over yet. A girl holding a long sword rushed forward at an almost exaggerated speed. In the gap between many attacks falling on the giant, she aimed at a glowing weak spot on the back of the giant's neck, jumped up, and then chopped at him. She looked weak and powerless, but when she stepped on the giant's neck, the giant was most concerned about this girl. The giant ignored the skill bombardment in front of him and directly reached out to pat the back of his head. Xiao Yun's eyes condensed. Her current profession is Sword Saint. She must not lose such a good opportunity before the giant palm hits her. Ultimate swordsmanship heart flows sword force. The girl quickly took a stance, and then the unpredictable power spread from the long sword in her hand to the surroundings. At the moment when the giant palm whistled, Xiao Yun slashed fiercely on the weak point of white light. At the same time, the giant palm finally slapped the giant's back of the head. In an instant, the whole plane shook violently, and the collapsed rocks and the wall stones of the earth were shaken down by this great force. A visible shockwave spread out, and the whole world seemed to collapse. Chapter 523. It's bad. Feng Chen's heart skipped a beat in the crowd. He saw clearly that the one who was hit by the giant's big slap was none other than Xiao Yun. He guessed that Xiao Yun would definitely continue to participate in this second crusade, but he didn't expect her to be so reckless. After being slapped by the giant, except for Brother Lin and his few undead followers, it is estimated that not many people in the entire hunting god land can survive. Maybe Elena can do it, and maybe Feng Chen can do it if he activates the maximum protection posture. But Xiao Yun definitely can't. Just as Feng Chen swallowed his saliva, he suddenly saw a familiar man holding Xiao Yun at the back of the giant's neck and quickly soaring into the air. After seeing the man holding Xiao Yun, Feng Chen recognized him at a glance even though he was thousands of meters away. Haha, my brother Lin is here. Feng Chen excitedly pulled a player beside him. The player was releasing a big move just a moment ago, but Feng Chen shook it off. Are you sick? The player shook Feng Chen's hand away and shouted angrily. Sorry, too excited. Lin Chen held Xiao Yun in his arms, like a princess. He tapped his right foot slightly in the air, and his whole body quickly flew backwards away from the giant's attack range. The giant covered his neck and turned around to try to grab Lin Chen and Xiao Yun with his other hand. But Lin Chen was much faster than Xiao Yun, and even though the giant's arm span was hundreds of meters long, he couldn't catch them in the first place. Xiao Yun subconsciously hugged Lin Chen's neck with both hands, and the whole person was a little dazed. She felt the man's strong arms, raised her head in disbelief, and just saw Lin Chen's chin. Then, Lin Chen lowered his head, and his eyes just met the girl's line of sight. I didn't expect you to be so reckless after becoming a player. You're not afraid of death? Lin Chen was obviously angry. Although he said he would listen to Elena about helping Xiao Yun, when he saw Xiao Yun rushing to the back of the boss's head alone, before Elena could say anything, Lin Chen had already rushed out, so fast that he could see the afterimage. The girl in his arms was still staring at him blankly, and Lin Chen continued to scold her in a complaining tone. I know you are eager to become a player. After all, the current hunting land is very unsafe. If you die as an NPC, you can't return to the real world. Lin Chen sighed, but you are not a real player yet. You are still an NPC in the true sense, right? If you die in this situation, won't everything be in vain? Your father is still waiting for you on Earth. He wanted to scold her a few more times, but the girl who had been staring at him in his arms actually shed tears, so Lin Chen immediately shut up. I didn't mean to scold you, but you were really too messy. What if you died? Woo woo. Lin Chen's mouth was blocked immediately. He had never expected that Xiao Yun would come up and kiss him at this time. Lin Chen's pupils suddenly widened, and his whole body was suspended in the air, not daring to move. He felt Xiao Yun's awkward kiss, and had no idea whether to respond. In the circle of confusion, Xiao Yun had already withdrawn. She looked at Lin Chen with watery eyes, breathing a little hurriedly. You? Lin Chen didn't know how to speak for a while. He was really confused. He had never expected such a thing. He had no idea how to say the words that were just on his lips. Lin Chen was like a code with a bug. At this moment, the world boss raised his mace at an inopportune moment. He actually withstood the skill bombardment of many players, and smashed down on Lin Chen and Xiao Yun with his mace. This swing of the stick was as terrifying as a mountain pressing down. Lin Chen did not dodge. He quickly raised his right hand, and Xiao Yun hugged his neck more tightly. A red broadsword appeared in Lin Chen's hand, and the mace whistled down, just in time to be blocked by the tip of Hong Guang's sword. Ding! The whole world seemed to freeze, and then the surging energy exploded in all directions. A shocking explosion occurred in the central area of the plane. The surface of the giant's armor, those slightly cooled chips flew out in all directions. The originally extremely powerful energy on the surface of the mace was completely swept away by the sword. Looking closely, it seemed that there were sparks dancing in the sky like falling meteors. Lin Chen swung his sword fiercely, and the giant's body was actually lifted by the sword, and then stumbled back, retreating for dozens of miles, knocking down several rift valleys and mountains along the way, and finally fell heavily to the ground, and actually directly dug a bottomless gully on the ground. Suddenly, the ground shook and huge rocks fell, almost burying the giant alive. For a moment, the whole place was silent. In the First Crusade, nearly 1 million players' skills bombarded and failed to force the giant back. This man actually defeated the giant with a sword and turned the surrounding landscape into this state. Is this something a player can do? Someone shouted immediately. Programmer? He is a programmer. Yes, with such exaggerated combat power, the entire hunting god land should only have the so-called top of the ladder list, the programmer. Chapter 524. Not to mention other players, even Feng Chen, Tang Yu and others saw Lin Chen take action for the first time in this land similar to the real world. So Lin Chen is already so strong that it is terrifying, let alone that he can defeat the world boss by himself. After all, he had seen the scene where Lin Chen killed the god of fierce wind with 3 swords. What made him feel the coldest was that the momentum created by Lin Chen was too great. Nearly 1 million players could not make such a move, but Lin Chen raised his hand and overturned a giant hundreds of meters tall. How much attack power and combat power can do such a thing? If Lin Chen returns to Earth, what can he achieve? In the distance, Lin Chen's body quickly landed on a flat rock surface, and he gently put Xiao Yun down. After all, the girl was not injured, so Xiao Yun quickly stood up and stepped back a few steps. No. Sorry. Xiao Yun actually began to be a little afraid to look at Lin Chen. The girl who usually quarreled and yelled with Lin Chen seemed very shy at this time. Lin Chen's face also blushed, and he scratched his head, not knowing how to answer. I hope Sister Elena doesn't mind. Xiao Yun suddenly smiled. Thank you for saving me, I can do it myself next time. After that, Xiao Yun drew out the long sword again, and prepared to move forward. Lin Chen could only hold her back helplessly. I just saved you, and you want to die again? Xiao Yun stared at Lin Chen and suddenly smiled. It's okay, I won't be in danger this time. She was about to pull her hand away, but Lin Chen ignored her, and still held her wrist tightly. Xiao Yun tried hard, but no matter how hard she tried, Lin Chen's palm was like an iron clamp. Let alone pulling it away, she couldn't even pull the other person's arm, as if it was not a hand, but a mountain. Ah. Lin Chen sighed. How about this? I let you finish the kill. Xiao Yun was stunned, obviously didn't react to Lin Chen's meaning at the first time. I help you with the kills, and you go to finish the boss's last hit. Lin Chen added, in this case, the boss is killed by you, and the reward you get is much more than the damage, which will probably make you a player directly. Xiao Yun was obviously a little embarrassed, because Lin Chen had been holding her wrist. After all, she had just kissed a married man when she was deeply in love. Now she was planning to find an excuse to leave, and then she heard such words. An unknown special emotion quickly filled Xiao Yun's brain. Why do you want to help me? Isn't it better to just let go and let me leave? Can't you see how embarrassed I am now? If you continue to help me, what should I do if I continue to do things that I don't understand? I don't need your help. The girl blushed and shook her hands again. This time Lin Chen didn't continue to hold on. Xiaoyun easily broke free. She was slightly stunned, secretly cursed herself for being crazy, and prepared to leave. She didn't know what she was doing in this short period of time. She knew that she might meet Lin Chen in the boss battle, but she always showed an indifferent attitude, but she couldn't hide it from herself. Even after meeting Elena, she was still looking forward to Lin Chen's appearance. But when Lin Chen appeared, she couldn't help but feel excited. Even though she knew he was a married man, she couldn't help but kiss him. During the kiss, she felt confused and infatuated, but she regretted it after the kiss. She couldn't suppress the unknown emotions in her heart. Now she just wanted to leave quickly, to kill the boss or to leave here directly. She just wanted to leave Lin Chen's sight quickly. But, after Xiaoyun turned her back, she didn't want to leave. Alas, love is really a headache. Even though her age and body were raised to the level of an adult woman after entering the land of the hunting god, and even her memory and experience were rationalized by the land of the hunting god, she was still an immature child in terms of love. It was not easy for an ignorant girl to like someone. She didn't know how to deal with such chaotic and complicated inner emotions. The more she struggled, the more tangled she became. Maybe from the moment I fell in love with this man, I could no longer go back. Lin Chen didn't intend to talk nonsense with him. He let go of his hand because he was afraid of embarrassing him. But at this moment, he suddenly reached out and grabbed Xiaoyun's shoulder. Then a gentle energy surged out. Lin Chen exerted a little force, and actually sent Xiaoyun's body several kilometers behind him. Lin Chen you. Xiaoyun, who was in the air, blushed and shouted angrily. After she landed, a black figure appeared beside Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun turned around and saw Lin Chen's undead follower, Altair, standing beside her. Lord Xiaoyun, please wait here, Altair will protect you. Altair was the only one among all the undead followers who was familiar with Xiaoyun. At the wedding, it was Irina who arranged for Altair to protect Xiaoyun. But I didn't expect that history would repeat itself this time. Xiaoyun looked at Altair and was about to say something, but she swallowed it back when it came to her lips. She turned her head to look at Lin Chen, and it took a long time to squeeze out 3 words from her mouth. Be careful. Chapter 525. After she finished speaking, she saw Lin Chen waving his hand to show that he understood. Then Lin Chen soared into the sky and rushed towards the world boss. Before she could relax, a beautiful female elf fell from her side. Xiaoyun turned around and looked at her. Her face suddenly became strange. It was Elena. Elena came over with a smile on her face. She had seen everything that happened just now. Now she came over like this. Xiaoyun felt goosebumps on her back. It's over. Is this the rhythm of the original wife coming to catch the mistress? Xiaoyun is an earthling. Although she was only 7 years old when she was on Earth, she has learned some bloody things from various aspects. She just didn't expect that one day, she would be one of the protagonists of these things. How do you feel? Yelena stood beside Xiaoyun and looked up at Lin Chen. Xiaoyun was still thinking about how to face Elena, and was stunned at this time. His face flushed red. Xiaoyun felt that this was Elena's provocation to him, but he had no way to refute it. It's okay, I don't mind. Xiaoyun didn't know what to say. At this time, Elena's magnanimity made her even more ashamed. Xiaoyun. Elena suddenly looked at the girl seriously. Xiaoyun showed a desperate expression, looking at Elena as if he was ready to die. You tell me, I was indeed a jerk in this matter. I have nothing to say. Even if you want to attack me, I will accept it. Elena smiled. You misunderstood. I want to talk to you about Lin Chen and our affairs. Xiaoyun, ? Before talking about this, I need to tell you about our elves' marriage concept, which may be different from yours on Earth. The world boss crawled out of the ravine, holding the mace tightly in his hand, and punched his chest with his other hand. Come again! He shouted, like the loudest thunder in the world. After saying this, the giant's body glowed with yellow light, and a powerful energy spread out from his body, and then completely covered the mace in his hand. After a while, the mace in his hand became bigger and bigger, and its surface was covered with a layer of rock-like skin. As time went on, this layer of rock became thicker and thicker, and finally the mace became like a huge pillar. Even the giant needs to hold it with both hands. The players below were shocked. They had never seen the boss show such a fighting posture. Is this the 4th stage? The pillar-like weapon swelled in the wind and was held in the giant's arms. It seemed to be 100 feet long. An amazing sense of heaviness filled the whole world. The so-called Earth Guardian is the strongest god who uses the earth element. The giant threw the pillar into the sky and punched the bottom of the pillar. Boom! The airwaves swept, and the khaki pillar suddenly turned into a yellow light, and hit the area where Lin Chen was fiercely. From a distance, the performance between Lin Chen and the pillar could no longer be described as an ant shaking a tree, but rather a mountain in dust. But this dust stood in the air without fear. He changed the rainbow light in his hand to clench his hands. The next moment, a holy light fell from the sky and landed directly on Lin Chen. He should have released some special enhancement skills of Universal. Lin Chen's entire body became very ethereal. Under the hazy light, he fiercely slashed at the khaki light column. Artifact special skill Rainbow Sword Chi. No one would have thought that Lin Chen, who looked as small as a grain of sand, could actually cut out a blade that was as big as the khaki light column. The red sword Chi and blade light were like a void crack that tore the sky, and it whistled and directly collided with the yellow light column that covered the sky. Crack, boom! The air above the plane exploded directly at this moment, and in aftermath, with a strong smell of sulfur and gunpowder spread rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. A large number of earth dragons, broken rocks and earth mountains around were shaken into powder and scattered like shredded paper. Countless energy lasers burst out from the center of the collision of red and yellow lights, like a rainstorm. These leak energies completely destroyed the earth in a short period of time. In the eyes of the other players below, this doomsday-like scene actually made them dumbfounded. Hey, are you sure this is a battle between a player and a world boss? A dull-faced player stared blankly ahead, forgetting to activate his protective skills to resist the shockwave. Don't just stand there like an idiot, run! Run for nothing. Hurry up and find a place to hide and use your protective skills. Can you outrun the shockwave? People were in a mess. Facing the shockwave that was roaring like an avalanche, everyone was madly activating their protective skills. In the sky, Lin Chen stepped back. He looked at the energy collision that had cancelled each other out in front of him, and a smile appeared on his face. The sword just now did not hit critically, so his ability was stronger than he expected. Although the level 60 world boss was powerful, it was no longer a threat to him now. Altair? Lin Chen said lightly. Far below, Altair immediately felt a soul-like voice transmission. He glanced at the two women talking beside him, then turned around and responded in a low voice. Lord, remind Xiaoyun to be ready at any time. This boss won't last long. Yes. Altair turned his head and continued to look at Elena and Xiaoyun. He didn't know what the two women were talking about. He could only see that Xiaoyun's face was always full of surprise and confusion. As Elena continued to talk, Xiaoyun even covered her mouth with her hands. Her eyes widened, and occasionally showed a very hesitant look. Although he was very curious about what the two were talking about, Altair was still very sensible and avoided suspicion. But now, he couldn't care too much. Although the two women were still chatting, Altair came over with his head held high. Madam, Lord Xiaoyun. Irina shut up immediately. Altair, what's wrong? The monarch asked Lord Xiaoyun to be ready at any time. He said that the world boss can't hold on for too long. After these words came out, Xiaoyun's eyes, which were already surprised, moved slightly, and he subconsciously looked up at the tiny figure above. Irina smiled just right. Okay, I've said everything I need to say, sister, it's up to you next. At the other end, the world boss rumbled back several steps, and only stopped after smashing a hill. After that, he waved his hand, and in the earth yellow light, a mace shot back, and was grasped in his hand. The earth element rock on the surface of the stick had been shattered. At this moment, the boss's face was particularly solemn. The tiny player in front of him was stronger than he expected. You have to know that he was just one person. Just now, nearly 1 million people attacked together, and did not make him feel oppressed, but now, Lin Chen alone made him frown. He didn't even aim at his own weakness. How could such an ordinary sword be so domineering? If it was placed on the land of the hunting god, how much attack power would Lin Chen have to create such an exaggerated energy? Swish. While the giant was thinking, his eyes suddenly flashed, his huge pupil shrank, and he actually found that Lin Chen appeared in front of him from the background of a wisp of dark green mist. So fast. Lin Chen's decisive move was terrifying, and he didn't even give the giant too much reaction time. He raised the rainbow sword and thrust it out fiercely. The sharp sword light took shape, and the amazing energy fluctuations gathered into a point, and stabbed directly at the giant's eyes. A vortex of space was tearing wildly, and the giant couldn't move away immediately. Is this really a player of level 60 or 70? Such an oppressive feeling. Even some high-powered players of level 90 or more can't do such a momentum. Without time to think about it, the giant quickly raised his arm to block. He was still wearing a full set of armor, and there was an armor wrist guard wrapped around his wrist at this time. Lin Chen's sword light just pierced the watch face. Ding! A piercing energy gathered at one point and hit the watch face directly. The next moment, something happened that shocked the giant. The entire set of armor on his body was shattered at this moment. Impossible. The boss almost blurted out. Looking at the armor that was broken into pieces and falling off his body, the giant was extremely surprised and shouted immediately, "Impossible." Lin Chen laughed. "Nothing is impossible. It was a critical hit just now." Chapter 526. The broken plane looked particularly desolate against the backdrop of the blue sky. Lin Chen, standing in the air, smiled slightly, but his smile revealed a chilling murderous intent. Then, without further ado, he took a step into the air, and in an instant, the energy turned into light, followed by a sound of breaking through the sky. Schwa! As the loud noise echoed, his figure disappeared from the spot. At the same time when Lin Chen disappeared, the eyes of the world boss also became sharp in an instant, and he retreated a big step back almost at the same time. However, at the moment he retreated, the space above his head was torn apart by an invisible force, and a shadow suddenly rushed out from top to bottom, accompanied by a fist wind that seemed to be wrapped in 1,000-foot light, and instantly hit the top of the giant's head. The giant's face sank. He knew it was too late to dodge, so he did not dodge at all, and he did not raise the mace quickly. The light falling from his head was too fast and too dazzling. The giant could only slap it with his backhand, and then two surging and vast forces swept out like a raging flood. Boom! A palm and a fist collided, and the violent force suddenly raged like a wild horse. The place where the giant stood collapsed instantly, and countless cracks spread rapidly again on the already broken plane. The players around hurriedly retreated, fearing that they would be affected by this force and the spreading cracks. Crack! The force released by the head-on bombardment of the two was too great, and the dust raised by the hurricane covered the entire plane. "Do you think you want to defeat me with pure attack power?" The giant roared with a roar of anger and laughed. He stamped his feet heavily, and the whole plane rumbled. Yellow snake-like patterns suddenly appeared on the giant's body, and then quickly crawled on the surface of his skin. These totem-like patterns soon completely wrapped his body, forming another special armor. After the totem pattern covered his body became extremely strong at an astonishing speed. The light between khaki and black flickered back and forth, and the giant clenched his 5 fingers and collided heavily with Lin Chen's shining fist again. Boom! The earth broke, the crust trembled for a moment, and then collapsed layer by layer like spreading ripples, and the place where the two were was broken into pieces of building blocks, and even the surrounding space could no longer remain intact. Damn it! Retreat! Quick retreat! People no longer had any intention of staying here, and many people were ready to leave this challenge field. But when they came to the gap and prepared to return to the canyon, Elena Tanyu, Feng Chen and others were already waiting here, and Huang Dachui and Roaring Brother were standing on the left and right like two door gods. Behind them was like the end of the world. There were people blocking the road ahead, and many people immediately cursed. "Get out of the way. A good dog doesn't block the road." However, Elena said nothing and even took out her bow and arrow. Not only that, Xiaoyan also walked to Elena's side with a long sword in silence. The two women stood side by side, but their pupils were filled with murderous intent. People knew the abilities of Elena and Xiaoyan. Seeing the two girls like this, the players who were closest to them could only subconsciously step back a few steps. "You, what are you going to do?" A high-powered player from the 7 Killing Pavilion squeezed through the crowd and frowned. They were puzzled. Isn't it normal for people to leave here to save their lives? Why do these people want nearly 1 million people to die here? They may be afraid of the boss, and Lin Chen who is fighting with the boss. But so many people will not be afraid of Elena and others. Of course, if they knew the attributes of Huang Dachui and Roaring Brother, they would probably think twice. But unfortunately they didn't know. Elena said at this moment, "If you want to survive, you just need to stand on the edge, but no one can go out." As soon as these words came out, the crowd exploded. Even though there were rumbling explosions on the plain behind them, the noisy voices here still shook the eardrums. Elena continued, "If you go out, the system will determine that the challenge has failed based on the number of challenged players who have left, and then the boss will recover." Sure enough, after saying this, the crowd really quieted down a little. That's right, during the first crusade, if they hadn't left in a hurry, maybe they could have fought with Xiaoyan's ghostly body movements. But as they all ran away, the boss's hatred disappeared, and his HP kept rising. Xiaoyan's hits were not as much as the other parties. Now Lin Chen behind him could even ignore his weaknesses and fight the world boss head-on. It was still unknown who would win. They actually wanted to run away at this time. They were simply a bunch of stupid teammates. When did the land of the hunting god have a person like you? The world boss roared, and his fists collided with Lin Chen's. The space shook, and then it fell apart like brittle glass. The shock in the giant's eyes was beyond words. Because in the melee with Lin Chen just now, he didn't gain any advantage. Not only that, after several exchanges, the opponent's power was long, and the connection between each punch was very even and domineering. There were even a few times when Lin Chen's attack seemed to be a critical hit, and one punch had the power of 2 punches. The giant only felt numbness in his fists, and the light on his body also weakened a little. Lin Chen's mouth curled up a smile. It seems that you are not well informed. Before he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly glowed with dazzling light, and his skin shone with brilliant silver light. At this moment, his arms also quickly turned into dazzling gold, as if they were made of pure gold, shining brightly. A high-level skill from Universal One was activated by Lin Chen. Come! Lin Chen's fist swung out again, hitting the giant's arm heavily. Even though the giant's weakness was flashing not far from Lin Chen, he didn't care at all, and was going to use his hard power to knock the opponent down. This time the power was even more terrifying, a terrifying power that suddenly erupted like a sleeping beast, unstoppable. Boom! With a deafening roar, the players who were blocked at the door by Elena and others, and could not go out were shocked to see that the body of the behemoth was actually pushed back by Lin Chen's power. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The speed of retreat was getting faster and faster, and he couldn't stop at all. In the end, his entire mountain-like body flew backwards, like a kite with a broken string, dragging a gully thousands of feet long on the ground. The entire plane was silent. No one thought that a player could actually blast the world boss away with his own strength. Chapter 527. Lin Chen stood up slightly, looking at the smoke and dust in the distance, and the giant trying to climb up from the smoke and dust. So thick blood? Lin Chen said lightly. But soon he shook his head. It was not because of the thick blood, but because the armor of this boss was too high. Even if his attack power was so high, it would be very difficult to kill him in a short time if he fought hard. So the system marked his weakness. I don't want to play with you anymore. Lin Chen's wrist flicked, and the rainbow light appeared in his hand again. At the same time, dark green mist began to spread out from around his body. The king's domain was activated. In the mist, Lin Chen's body was like an invisible evil ghost. The shadow flashed, and he disappeared in an instant. The giant shouted, and he lifted the dust in front of him and roared. I will crush you. But there was nothing in the air in front of him, leaving only a dark green mist. The giant's eyelids twitched slightly, and he felt a chill somewhere in his body. The next moment, the giant suddenly felt something was wrong. He looked at his shoulder, where a weak light was flickering slightly. Could it be? Sure enough, just when the giant was frightened, a dark green light flashed, and Lin Chen rushed over from the void, standing directly on his shoulder, and raised the red broadsword in his hand, ready to chop. No! The giant roared. Lin Chen, who had just been fighting head-on with him, actually gave up that kind of fighting style at this moment, and actually wanted to attack his weakness? This contrast made the giant unable to react for a while. In his eyes, it was as if Lin Chen had turned from a gentleman into a mean villain. Damn it, even in a hand-to-hand fight, he didn't get the upper hand. If his weak spot was hit by Lin Chen, he would be finished. He would definitely die here after a few hits. However, the giant couldn't catch up with Lin Chen's speed. Seeing the huge hand grabbing him, Lin Chen chopped down with a ruthless sword. Swish! The giant wailed. The huge and piercing pain made his body stiff suddenly. The hand grabbing Lin Chen also stopped in midair. A pillar of blood spurted out from the weak spot on his shoulder. The giant stumbled and squatted down, covering his wound, and his new weakness had been refreshed again at his ankle. The giant's eyelids jumped, thinking bad, but he really didn't expect Lin Chen's speed to be so fast. Even Xiao Yun just now couldn't reach this level. Before he could react, Lin Chen had already stood on his feet. The world boss no longer had the arrogance just now, and the whole person began to perform a strange shaman dance. He was ready to use a large-scale movement to throw Lin Chen off his body. It's useless. Lin Chen smiled slightly, and slashed at the weak spot. The rainbow sword energy whistled out, and hit the weak spot exactly. Ah! The giant fell heavily to the ground holding his ankle, curled up, and looked very painful. Then, everyone saw Lin Chen moving quickly through various parts of the giant's body like a ghost. As soon as the weak spot was refreshed, Lin Chen would follow like a maggot on the tarsal bone, and then stab, pierce, and poke with the broadsword in his hand. After 5 or 6 rounds, the world boss was no longer making much of a move. Finally, when the light of weakness flickered slightly between the giant's brows, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Everyone could see that with just one final blow, the world boss would be killed on the spot. The crowd was stunned, remembering that they had just attacked together, but were beaten badly by the boss. Now, just one person had beaten the world boss to the point of death. That meant that the man standing between the world boss's brows was an individual even more powerful than the world boss. Damn, they are not newbies, who have never played the game. How could there be a player who has the strength to surpass the world boss in a one-on-one battle? That was the world boss, and it was killed by a player alone? Lin Chen was not interested in guessing what those players were thinking, but called out to the void. Altair, bring Xiaoyun here. At the same time, Xiaoyun, who was standing next to Elena, suddenly saw the void beside him squirming slightly, and then Altair walked out of the void. Lord Xiaoyun, the monarch invites you. As he spoke, Altair extended his hand to Xiaoyun, behaving very gentlemanly. Xiaoyun looked at Altair somewhat woodenly, and then subconsciously glanced at the female elf beside him. Elena looked at her and smiled. Go. After a long silence, Xiaoyun seemed to have made up her mind and nodded silently. Thank you, sister. After speaking, she put her hand on Altair's wrist, and the next moment, a flash of black light flashed, and Xiaoyun and Altair disappeared directly. When they appeared again, they were already beside Lin Chen. Altair's move was a level 60 teleportation skill of the second level assassin Netherbender, which could teleport friendly units together, but in this very real world, Xiaoyun felt a little dizzy when she was teleported. She stumbled, and what she stepped on was not the ground, but the forehead skin of the world boss, so she almost fell down. As she swayed, her body was hugged by someone, and Xiaoyun looked at herself in Lin Chen's arms in a daze, and her face suddenly turned red. Xiaoyun, what are you doing? Why do you look like you have been planning this for a long time? She subconsciously stood up from Lin Chen's arms, and then tried to tidy up her clothes. Lin Chen smiled. Okay, it's your turn. Not far ahead was the weak spot between the eyebrows of the world boss, and the light was flashing, which was very eye-catching. Xiaoyun looked at Lin Chen with complicated eyes, and didn't know what to say for a moment. What's wrong? Lin Chen asked curiously. Do you really want to give me the last blow? Xiaoyun looked at Lin Chen hesitantly. Lin Chen was amused. Didn't we just agree on this? Why, do you still have a burden? What else? Xiaoyun was angry and amused. This is the world boss. You know what it means if you give me the last blow, which means its last experience points, attributes, rewards. Before he finished speaking, Lin Chen reached out and touched Xiaoyun's head randomly. Okay, do it quickly. If you don't do it again, other players will sneak over and pick the peaches, and you will regret it. Xiaoyun looked at Lin Chen deeply. After a while, the girl suddenly laughed. Okay, I know. Xiaoyun no longer hesitated, holding the long sword and walked to the front of the weak point. She took a deep breath, raised the long sword in her hand high, and slashed it fiercely. Chapter 528. Congratulations, you have been upgraded. Some players, who participated in this boss crusade heard several similar prompt sounds in their brains. Lin Chen did not say much, but others exclaimed immediately. 3 levels in a row. Damn, I'm almost level 70. It should be arranged according to the amount of damage. Damn, you should know that I just threw a few more skills. It's not just experience. Look at the backpack. The system has given a lot of things. Listening to the discussion of the surrounding players, Lin Chen and Xiaoyun, who were standing on the boss's forehead, raised their heads at the same time. In addition to the participation rewards given by the system, some light balls emitting dazzling light were falling rapidly from the sky. These should be the rewards after killing the boss, right? Xiaoyun looked up at the sky, and the light became more and more, and finally flew toward Xiaoyun rapidly. As the player who gave the last blow to the boss, Xiaoyun would naturally receive these rewards. But when these rewards were about to touch Xiaoyun, they actually hesitated and then spun around Xiaoyun. This special scene made Lin Chen a little confused. What's going on? Xiaoyun didn't seem to expect this situation, but she quickly reacted. I know. Xiaoyun smiled bitterly. Strictly speaking, I'm not a player yet, so these rewards cannot be obtained by me. Sure enough, just after Xiaoyun finished speaking these words, the reward light balls that should have belonged to Xiaoyun actually poured into Lin Chen's body after floating for a few seconds. Lin Chen was startled, and then he subconsciously opened his backpack. As expected, a lot of miscellaneous rewards and gift packs filled the slots of the backpack. The backpack that had not been sorted out after killing the level 70 world boss was completely bloated at this moment, almost filled with reward props. Lin Chen covered his face helplessly, wondering if this helped Xiaoyun. Very good. Xiaoyun also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. I have obtained enough points to become a real player, and you have also obtained the rewards you deserve. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Lin Chen did not refute, and nodded to Xiaoyun. If Xiaoyun said so, he could still help her. Then he looked at his backpack again. Next to God's body, a new item called God's power appeared. He now has God's heart, God's soul, God's eyes, God's body, and the God's power he just got in his backpack. In addition to these special items with the prefix God, there is also one more fragment of creation. The distance to collecting all these things is getting closer and closer. If you can get the so-called God's thing every time you kill a world boss, what will happen when you get all these special items? He was very curious. If the level 80 world boss beast God died, what item would be dropped? God's soul. It's really difficult, Lin Chen said lightly. He looked at the creation fragments again. There were still 2 of these fragments left. When these things were collected, Lin Chen would also get the item called Book of Creation. I don't know what these mysterious items are used for. Thinking of this, Lin Chen only felt that the body of the Earth Guardian under his feet began to light up. As time went by, the huge body of the boss finally turned into countless stars and disappeared. The level 60 world boss Earth Guardian was completely defeated. Lin Chen and Xiaoyun landed on the ground, and Tang Yu, Elena and others who were waiting below also subconsciously came over. Brother. Feng Chen's voice came over. You are still so awesome. Although I had guessed that Lin Chen could kill the world boss by himself, I didn't expect it to be like this. In addition, this copy was not much different from the real world. In this state, Feng Chen almost lost his ability to express himself except for feeling incredible. Lin Chen patted Feng Chen's shoulder. At this time, Elena came to his side. Lin Chen naturally put his hand on the female elf's shoulder. Elena didn't say anything. When Lin Chen didn't notice, she smiled at Xiaoyun, with an ambiguous meaning. Xiaoyun was slightly startled, and quickly turned his face away. No one knew what he was thinking. More and more players began to come over. No one had any doubts about Lin Chen's identity. Except for the programmer, who was the top of the ladder list in the land of hunting gods, almost no one could do such an exaggerated thing. Soon, tens of thousands of players surrounded Lin Chen, Elena and the others. Looking up, there were even a lot of players approaching in the air. Because of the death of the Earth Guardian, the no-fly restriction in this world also disappeared. From a distance, those players actually formed a huge circle, completely surrounding Lin Chen and the others in the center. The enthusiasm and cheers were unreserved. The players almost walked up to Lin Chen and lifted him up to throw him up, but when they thought that this was a super ruthless person who could single-handedly kill the world boss, the players didn't dare to. Idol, give me an autograph. A player directly exposed his chest. Write it here. He pointed at his chest. Carve it with a knife. Some female players also took the opportunity to come up to him and take advantage of him, with extremely flattering faces. Lin Chen felt his scalp tingling. Even when facing the world boss, he was not as embarrassed as he was now. Hey hey hey, don't touch me, don't touch me. Lin Chen almost released his fear and murderous intent to these players. At this moment, a loud bell sounded that resounded through the sky. Everyone was stunned, and many female players' hands were still touching Lin Chen's buttocks, and they had no time to withdraw them. Then, the prompt sounded again. Congratulations, the level 60 and level 70 world bosses have been killed, and the challenge rights of the level 80 world boss have been released. Guidance is being built for players. After the prompt sound fell, people saw an arrow in their field of vision. Guidance to the level 80 world boss beast god. Chapter 529. At the same time, in another vast central area of this dungeon world, a majestic black castle stood proudly on the vast plain. Looking around, countless rugged and towering buildings surrounded the castle like loyal servants, crawling under it, forming a vast expanse of gray and black buildings. Although these buildings exude a sense of decay, they still stand tall, full of vicissitudes. The open space and square between the buildings are densely covered with the figures of wild beasts. These beasts are completely different from the monsters in the land of the hunting god. They are surrounded by layers of black light, and have strong evil power. Rather than being called beasts, they are more like some powerful beasts. Even in the land of the hunting god, these beasts are all the best among high-level monsters. Extending outward to the border of this plain, on the road of thousands of kilometers, endless beasts are pouring in like a tide, black and dense, completely covering this world. At this moment, there is a towering platform on the top of the castle, surrounded by the 4 iconic spires of the castle. On the platform, a throne made of animal skin and bones stood out. On the throne, A man wearing a hat made of animal skin similar to that of a lion sat upright. He fiddled with the blade in his hand boredly, and his scarlet eyes were always staring at the huge light curtain in front of him. This light curtain could actually reflect the images of the outside world, and at this moment, it was showing the battle situation behind the canyon gap one by one. The scene of the players fighting with the Earth Guardian just now was in his sight, and now, this person's eyes were fixed on a figure in the light curtain. He saw that figure standing proudly in the sky, with a torch-like gaze, as if he wanted to penetrate the light curtain and have a look across time and space with the eyes of the man under the lion skin hat. "Is this the programmer?" the man said in a low voice. In front of him lay two strange creatures that looked like lions and tigers. They had horns on their heads, wings on their backs, and even 3 tails. As if answering the man's mumbling, the two beasts let out a low cry. "No wonder the 3 of you specifically told me to be careful of him." The man smiled slightly. He is indeed something. As soon as he finished speaking, an old woman with a cane came out from behind him. The old woman smiled slightly. Her mood was unremarkable. "What do you think of him? Can he threaten you?" "From his fight with the Earth Guardian, he should be able to do so." The man shrugged. "But he is still far from defeating me. Don't compare me to those guys. Don't worry, this dungeon won't be closed so soon." Soon, the players who had finished resting followed the arrows to the edge of another plane. With the previous experience, the players were not so foolish this time. Countless players stood at the other end of the plane and looked at the land in front of them with a little fear. Too scary. Even if millions of players gathered together, they couldn't help but feel scared when they saw the endless army of beasts on the plane in front of them. How many beasts are there that have dyed the entire plane black? Tens of millions? Hundreds of millions? No one knows. They can only sense that these beasts covering the ground are eager to wait for players to enter the battlefield. People have no doubt that as long as they step into it, those beasts will rush over and tear them apart without leaving any residue. Gudong. The sound of people swallowing saliva came one after another, and the unprecedented fear almost became a physical entity hanging over the heads of the players. This solemn feeling like 2 armies fighting each other was enough to make people's mouths dry. Damn, is this the oppressive feeling of the level 80 world boss? Just his followers are enough to make people breathe. According to common sense, the level 80 world boss should be fought by level 89 players. Look at us, most of us are around level 70, how to fight? Wait a minute. Wait for whom? Wait for the great programmer, he's the only one who has a chance now. The chattering crowd finally quieted down, they looked back hopefully, and then silently waited for a certain player to appear. Lin Chen was in a swampy jungle, with Elena, Feng Chun and Tang Yu. Unfortunately, they hadn't found Gardenia and Sister Tong Tong so far, and they hadn't even met the second round players, who had agreed to meet before entering the dungeon. At this time, everyone was killing the swamp monsters everywhere. Just like the mysterious creatures encountered in the forest at the beginning, these monsters will give rich rewards to the killers after they die. Not only can they increase experience points and 3-dimensional attributes, but they can also improve the player's double defense and health. At this moment, Lin Chen summoned the Shield Mountain Chiluel Tire. This swamp is really huge, and it will take a long time even if the firepower is fully opened. During the process, Elena came to Lin Chen's side quietly. "Hubby." Lin Chen was stunned. "Why didn't you go kill the monster? I always feel like you're just trying to get ready for the exam." "No way, the level 80 world boss is no joke. Don't think it's easy for me to kill the Earth Guardian, but you have to know that if you put the Earth Guardian in front of the level 80 boss beast god, the latter will probably be able to slap the former into the swamp." Yelena covered her mouth and smiled. "So you're really trying to get ready for the exam?" "Yeah, it's better to sharpen your sword before the battle." Elena looked up at the top of Lin Chen's head and asked curiously, "What level are you now?" "Guess." Lin Chen suddenly smiled mysteriously. Elena was really stumped. If the level 70 world boss was also killed by Lin Chen, the reward Lin Chen received would definitely not be less than what the Earth Guardian wanted to give just now. Then he must have a lot of experience capsules in his backpack, and the level increase given after the death of the level 70 world boss would definitely not be less than 3 levels. Thinking of this, Elena boldly said, "Level 75? Lin Chen pondered for a while. "Guess again." "No way." The female elf's eyes moved. "Tell me first whether you have used the experience capsules in your backpack?" Lin Chen nodded. "Yes, all of them." "Level 7. 77? Lin Chen grinned. "Level 78. This time, not only Elena, but also Tang Yu and Feng Chen around were stunned. They are only level 70 now, and Lin Chen is already level 78. That means Lin Chen leveled up more than 10 times in a short time after entering this dungeon? but they were relieved soon. Strictly speaking, both world bosses died at his hands. The experience bonus and experience capsules given by the system must be very large. And Lin Chen also has a special physique. The bonus he gets from killing monsters is multiplied by 2. This physique was given to him by the system administrator, the judge. So level 78 is not unacceptable. Then why are you still fighting so hard? Elena said. No way, I can't count on anyone else. The designer of the land of the hunting gods is deliberately speeding up the game rhythm. No matter from which aspect, it is impossible for 3 world bosses to appear together. Moreover, the realism of this dungeon is no different from the real world. This is not a cold game world. The sense of oppression and murderous aura exuded by the world bosses alone is enough to overwhelm the players. Even if there are millions of them, it is estimated that less than 1/10 of them can really fight. Elena opened her mouth, but didn't refute. Lin Chen was right. The level 60 world boss was enough to prove it. As the weakest boss in this dungeon, he was challenged twice. If it weren't for Lin Chen's action, he might not have been able to kill him the second time. Because the authenticity of this dungeon is enough to infinitely magnify the fear in the hearts of players. Players will feel pain, fear, and lose their fighting power due to oppression. So what Lin Chen said was right. Although there are millions of players participating in the crusade, it is estimated that less than 1 in 10,000 can be counted on. For Lin Chen, the only person he can trust is himself. Lin Chen continued to sigh. And I said that the level 80 beast god is the second world boss in the entire hunting god land. Even if the Earth Guardian and the Ice Lord are tied together, they are not enough to beat him. It's right to be cautious. At this point, Lin Chen glanced at the time. It's almost time. Xiaoyun should have completed the ritual, right? Elena glared at him angrily at first, but she didn't show anything wrong. Instead, she followed Lin Chen's words and said, it should be almost time. How about we go find her? Lin Chen was about to nod when a girl's voice came over. No, I'm done. Everyone looked up and found that Xiaoyun was floating above their heads, and the aura of the NPC completely disappeared at this moment. From this moment on, this girl will be a complete player. Chapter 530. Looking at Xiaoyun appearing in front of him as a player, Lin Chen always felt something special. It seemed that this girl was closer to him. It was strange to say that when he saw her before, he always felt that there was some distance between them. He didn't know if it was because Xiaoyun was an NPC before. But now that feeling disappeared. Seeing Xiaoyun looking at him with a smile, Lin Chen also felt a little happy for her. Congratulations. Lin Chen smiled. After landing in front of Lin Chen, Xiaoyun rolled his eyes at him. You are sick. What is there to congratulate? Lin Chen was stunned. You, of course, congratulations. You now have 2 lives. If you die here after becoming a player, you will be resurrected. And if you die in the land of the hunting god, even if you can't be resurrected, you will return to Earth. Isn't this worth congratulating? Xiaoyun squeezed out a hum from his nose, and then turned his face away embarrassedly, looking like a dead Sundra. Lin Chen was a little amused and just about to say something. Xiaoyun said faintly, Thank you. This was not the first time Xiaoyun had thanked him, but this time she seemed particularly serious. Seeing her expression, Lin Chen had no way to refuse this thank you. But when he thought of Xiaoyun kissing him before, Lin Chen looked at Elena on the side a little uncomfortably. However, Elena did not express much, but instead had a very natural smile on her face. Seeing Lin Chen looking over, the female elf did not forget to blink at him. Now that Sister Xiaoyun has officially become a player, do you want to go to the level 80 world boss to take a look? Lin Chen was silent for a while. He looked up at the sky. No hurry, there's plenty of time anyway. Almost 3 or 4 days passed. When all the surrounding areas that might have monsters were cleared, Lin Chen and others reluctantly walked out of a ruin. Haha, it's really a great harvest. Feng Chen's face was full of red, and he didn't forget to raise his eyebrows to the people beside him. How much combat power do you have now? You can't see combat power here, you can only see attributes and attack power. Sister Tong Tong answered beside him. Yes, in the past 3 days, in addition to clearing out the forest, desert, ruins, swamp and some places where monsters were hidden, they also found Gardenia and Sister Tong Tong. Now, the 6 members of the fixed team have been completely assembled. Not only that, with Xiaoyun joining, their team even has 1 more person. After that, everyone strolled around for a long time, making sure that there were no monsters left around, and then they quietly moved towards the level 80 world boss beast god. However, in the process, except for Elena, the others found something very interesting. That is, Lin Chen and Xiaoyun were arguing all the way. Even when they were killing monsters, the two would quarrel over some trivial matters, but everyone knew that they were not quarreling, but flirting. At the beginning, everyone would observe Elena's performance very carefully. But in the end, sometimes Elena took the initiative to provoke the war between the two, while he just sat on the side and watched the tiger with a smile. This is quite interesting. Feng Chun and his friends have even gotten used to it. If they don't hear the two bickering on the road, they will even feel very bored. On the way to the level 80 world boss, the two quarreled again about which Sichuan cuisine or Shandong cuisine is better. Are you kidding me? Lin Chen laughed immediately. Shandong cuisine is the first of the 8 major cuisines. Have you eaten Jiuzhuan Dacheng? You can tell at a glance that you are not a spicy food. Sichuan cuisine is the best. Xiaoyun was not willing to be outdone. How many dishes have you eaten as a 7 or 8-year-old girl? Don't act mature. Xiaoyun paused. Although she didn't mind others discussing her real age on Earth, she felt uncomfortable when Lin Chen said these words. But she soon retorted, Huh? Have you forgotten that my father used to take me to deliver food? I went to so many restaurants with him, and I've tried all kinds of dishes. Oh, so you know a lot. Of course. Xiaoyun put her hands on her hips. Not only do I know how to cook, I can also cook. Can you cook? Of course, mapo tofu, boiled fish, shredded pork with fish flavor, stir-fried green beans, chicken with mouth water, twice-cooked pork. I'm proficient in everything. Boast, brag as much as you can. You don't believe it? I don't believe it. Lin Chen looked at Xiaoyun, and just when he was about to say that a girl of 7 or 8 years old couldn't possibly cook these dishes, Elena beside him pinched him imperceptibly. Lin Chen came back to his senses, and seemed to have noticed something. But Xiaoyun didn't notice this and immediately replied, Okay, if you don't believe me, I cook for you when we get back. Just kidding, I used to cook for my dad. That's what you said. I won't buy it if it doesn't taste good. It's a deal. It's a deal. The two seemed to have reached an agreement, and Xiaoyun's eyes flashed with joy. During the conversation, the speed of the crowd did not stop, and they flew quickly to a larger plane. After walking and stopping for a while, Lin Chen and his companions finally arrived at the plane where the level 80 world boss was at noon on the 4th day of the dungeon opening. Before they saw the whereabouts of the boss, they were stunned just by seeing the dark group of players below. Now all the remaining players in the entire dungeon have gathered together. But strangely, the players who surrounded the edge of the plane did not choose to move forward, but waited in place in fear of something. Thinking of this, Lin Chen and others gradually raised their heads and cast their sights into the distance. After that, everyone took a breath of cold air. Wild beasts. Overwhelming wild beasts, flying in the sky, running on the ground, and even some that originally swam in the water are now entrenched in the plains in a mutated posture. The army of beasts covered the sky and the sun, and even now their vision was endless. Fuck. Seeing such a scene, Tang Yu, Feng Chen and others retreated without fighting. No wonder millions of players below only stood outside the plane and dared not move forward. This sense of oppression is not comparable to the level of the 60-level world boss Earth Guardian. Chapter 531. At this time, someone in the group of players below happened to look up and shouted excitedly. Programmers, it's the programmers. After the words fell, everyone looked up suddenly, and then the army of players was boiling, but most of them didn't know why. They didn't see the scene where Lin Chen killed the Guardian of the Earth alone, so they were a little puzzled by the attitude of the cheering crowd around them. But somehow, because of this exciting and fiery atmosphere, the fear in my heart was completely suppressed, because the oppression brought by the beasts everywhere on the plane gradually subsided. Many players took off into the air, but because the current scene was too solemn, they knew that this was not the time for fans to meet their idols. Even though they gathered around, these players did not get too close, but just silently looked at Lin Chen and others, with excitement and enthusiasm in their eyes. Lin Chen looked at the endless herd of beasts in the plane ahead, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Fortunately, he had been killing monsters, and becoming stronger in the past few days. If he had come here rashly, he would probably have ended up in a miserable situation. Just as he was thinking about whether he should charge in from the front of the army of beasts on the plane, a gaze that locked onto his soul suddenly shot out from a distant space. Lin Chen frowned and immediately responded by going over. The plane that had no end seemed to be wiped out by some force. Lin Chen seemed to see a black castle standing not far from him. There was a throne on the top of the castle, and a man wearing animal skin and a hat made of animal heads was looking at him. This feeling was very strange, as if it was some special spatial means, or a power that directly acted on his soul. Lin Chen looked around and found that Elena and the others didn't notice anything wrong at all. They were still discussing the countless beasts on the plain ahead. In other words, only he could see the man in front of him. The man in front of him supported his elbows on the armrests of the throne and looked at Lin Chen with his chin in his hand. Then, he actually spoke. Even though they were thousands of miles apart, Lin Chen could hear it clearly. Are you the cheater? Lin Chen didn't answer, because compared to this man who should be the boss, he didn't have such a weird method, so he didn't know if the other party could hear what he said. The beast god smiled slightly. You seem to be stronger than a few days ago. Are you preparing to deal with me? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. This boss can not only talk to him from a distance of thousands of miles, but can even sense his strength? Is this the beast god who is only one level weaker than the 90th level world boss in the land of the hunting god? Even Lin Chen now can't help but feel his scalp tingling. It seems a bit difficult to fight with such an existence with his own strength. But after a pause, Lin Chen did not retreat, but smiled at the front, with a gleam of brilliance in his eyes. In a short moment, the other party should have caught Lin Chen's fierceness. He was stunned for a moment, and then clapped his hands with great satisfaction. Well, the eyes are good, I like it very much. He suddenly said, unfortunately, this is not enough for you, you lack some anger, and it is not enough to rely on passion. Lin Chen immediately became alert. Generally, when the boss says such words, it is definitely not a good thing. Sure enough, the beast god's eyes began to sharpen, and his eyes were wandering around the other people beside Lin Chen, as if he was an extremely dangerous hunter looking for some prey. Lin Chen immediately shouted angrily, "What are you going to do?" This shout startled the others beside him. Everyone subconsciously looked around, but did not find anyone. Who was Lin Chen talking to? However, Lin Chen, who was in the middle of it, was extremely nervous, holding the rainbow sword tightly in his hand, ready to attack at any time. The beast god first set his sights on Elena. He looked her up and down with a smile in his eyes. Lin Chen almost subconsciously blocked the female elf. Although Elena didn't know what Lin Chen saw, she noticed Lin Chen's tense body and overwhelming anger. Elena stood behind him very tactfully without saying a word. The beast god was about to reach out and do something, but the next second, his eyes suddenly locked on Xiaoyun on the other side. At this moment, Xiaoyun was looking at Lin Chen, who was protecting Elena, with a puzzled look on his face. He had no idea what Lin Chen was doing. She originally wanted to quarrel with Lin Chen, but seeing his appearance, Xiaoyun didn't dare to do it. Somehow, Xiaoyun also felt a cold gaze looking at her, making her feel uncomfortable. Lin Chen secretly said that it was not good, and sure enough, the beast god looked at Xiaoyun with a brighter and brighter gaze. NPC turned into a player? Interesting. After saying that, he suddenly waved at Xiaoyun. Afterwards, a black light fell from the sky, and the black light covered the sky and the sun, and actually formed a black hand above the heads of millions of people, which was even larger than the previous Earth Guardian. This hand suddenly appeared, without giving people time to react, and pressed down fiercely on the player. Fuck, what is this? People were shocked, and their souls were terrified. This fucking world boss has no moral principles, and attacked us first. While the players were preparing to fight back in a hurry, Lin Chen slashed at the big hand in the sky. Rainbow sword chi. Under the horrified eyes of countless players below, the sword light that swung out from Lin Chen's hand, which spanned the sky and the earth, collided heavily with the terrifying black giant hand. Boom! At the moment of collision, two completely different lights suddenly filled every corner of this world. There were many mountains around the plain below. Under this collision and the light, those towering mountains began to collapse inch by inch. Within a radius of 100 miles, there were all these tragic scenes covered by the collision of lights. The players covered below saw something wrong and fled in fear. They were horrified. If they knew that the methods of the world boss were so exaggerated, let alone surrounding the edge of the plain, they probably wouldn't even have the courage to enter the dungeon. Is this the world boss that only players at level 89 are eligible to sign up to defeat? This is the world boss that the entire land of the hunting god was stuck in for a whole year in the first round. And countless level 90 players have been unable to defeat for a whole year. It's too exaggerated. These players with an average level of less than level 70 are not worth mentioning at all. Run, run! This is just the momentum of the simple fight between Lin Chen and the beast god. If you are caught in it, you will be either dead or injured if you are touched. This huge energy diffusion lasted for more than a minute. When the black and red light gradually dissipated, the entire periphery of the plain seemed very quiet. Millions of players were scattered, with extreme astonishment on their faces. Lin Chen subconsciously grabbed Elena's hand beside him, and found that the soft jade was in his palm, and Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Husband. Elena's tone was a little flustered. Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun. Is gone. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. He turned his head hurriedly, and found that on his other side, Tang Yu, Feng Chen, Gardenia and Sister Tong Tong were still there, but they were all a little dusty. Feng Chen even kept spitting saliva down and cursing. But Xiaoyun was the only one missing. Lin Chen's eyes were red with anger. This world boss actually caught Xiaoyun in front of him. Chapter 532. Lin Chen's eyes became extremely cold at this moment. The castle disappeared from his sight, and the level 80 world boss sitting on the throne could no longer be seen. However, Lin Chen's sight was getting farther and farther, and finally it seemed that his eyes had caught up with the beast god, a world boss who tried to irritate him. Was he looking down on him? Does he need to make himself angry to be qualified to be his opponent? Lin Chen retracted his gaze, and turned to look at the plain in front of him. On the boundless plain, the beasts of various shapes took up all the sight. When they looked up, they saw flying monsters that covered the sky and the sun. Not to mention one person. Even if millions of players rushed together, they would probably be directly drowned by these beasts. Moreover, the players below had already scattered like birds and beasts after the brief fight between Lin Chen and the boss just now. There was no other way. The sense of oppression given to them by this beast god was unprecedented. The fear that pierced the soul did not require the opponent to use the fear-killing intent. The players themselves would imagine it. The level difference is too big. Even if they can reach level 80, they will not be so embarrassed. Lin Chen sighed. Sure enough, he could not count on these players, even if there were a lot of them. Thinking of this, Lin Chen silently took out a prop. The Howling Horn of Hell. This prop can summon the evil spirit army for use, and as the user's ability increases, the number and strength of the evil spirits summoned by the horn will increase exponentially. Lin Chen hasn't used this thing for a long time now. He put it to his mouth without hesitation and blew it hard. Woo! As a long and shrill horn sounded across the sky, the whole world seemed to be shaken. A chilling breath began to fill the air, and dark clouds quickly gathered, covering the stars and moonlight. The light around them suddenly dimmed, as if even time had frozen at this moment. As the horn sounded, dark shadows began to slowly emerge in the void around Lin Chen. They were the evil spirits that were summoned, and they appeared with the resentment and despair of hell. It was the first time for Lin Chen to use the horn in a world similar to the real world, so when thousands of evil spirits appeared, the breath of death spread out instantly, and even Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a little palpitation. The sound of the horn gradually subsided, but the cold breath coming from the depths of hell became stronger and stronger, as if even the air had solidified into substance, oppressing people to the point of suffocation. The evil spirit army has assembled, and they have different shapes. Some are like burning skeletons, some are ghosts wearing black robes and distorted faces, and some are huge beasts with green light flashing in their eyes. Each of them exudes a strong evil breath, enough to shock people. Although there are tens of thousands of them, they are still not enough compared to the overwhelming beasts in front. The players who were scattered just a moment ago were stunned at this moment. Many people looked at the evil spirit army in the distance in horror, and then looked up at Lin Chen holding the horn in disbelief. No way. Is this man really going to fight the level 80 boss? Kill. The cold words came out of Lin Chen's mouth in the air, and this low anger made the players outside tremble. They stared at the plain in front of them with wide eyes. Facing the overwhelming beasts, these legions that crawled out of hell did not retreat at all. Instead, at Lin Chen's command, these evil spirits began to raise their weapons at the same time. A certain breath of death was flowing through their bodies at a visible degree. Roar! A skeleton knight in a robe roared to the sky. He rode on a warhorse also made of skeletons, and pointed his sword at the sky. The next moment, tens of thousands of evil spirits did not hesitate at all. Their bodies turned into cannonballs one by one and rushed into the torrent of beasts. The beast tide that had been eager to try finally roared with explosions. Then the crowd saw the evil spirit army sinking into the tide, like a tiny stone. The players outside the battle circle had never seen such a posture. This warlike scene made them cover their mouths tightly, and their eyes were wide open and almost popped out of their eye sockets. But before they could make any other comments, they heard explosions coming from the torrent of wild animals on the plain. People looked in astonishment and saw a black figure suddenly falling from the sky beside Lin Chen. Then a black figure holding a shield fell into the herd of beasts. Looking closely, people suddenly found that it was a knight holding a war hammer and a shield. There were dazzling rays of light around his body. Immediately, when the knight used a war hammer wrapped in light to swing in a circle, countless beasts rushing towards him were hit, and flew into the sky. Facing this knight, countless beasts around him could not get close to him. With every swing of the knight's weapon, the beasts that frightened the players were like pieces of wheat being cut off, instantly losing their vitality, and then turned into blood flowing on the plain. Some people blinked their eyes. Not many of them had seen Shield Mountain, and many people thought that this knight was just an ordinary player. They thought to themselves, are these beasts just some paper tigers? In fact, they only look intimidating, but they are not strong. This time, the players who were still hesitant a moment ago suddenly became confident, and many of them were even ecstatic, and the depressed mood was swept away. Some of them were even ready to rush forward with weapons. If you don't want to die, get out of my way. A loud shout came from a distance, and immediately stopped those desperate players. The crowd looked closely, and saw two black-clad bandit-like people rushing towards the herd from the left and right. One of them held a two-handed hammer, and the other carried a machete, looking extremely terrifying. Before the crowd could come to their senses, the ground suddenly began to shake slightly, and then a monster with 3 heads and 6 arms rushed out fiercely, and crashed into the tide of beasts. In an instant, the whole plain was bustling with activity. All the players were stunned. Chapter 533. At the same time, at the top of the sky, Lin Chen slowly retracted his gaze from below. He stared at the gray sky in the distance, and barely noticed the rainbow light in his hand. Under the gaze of Tang Yu, Feng Chen, Elena and others, he took a step forward, and a dark green light rose from his palm, and then dark green mist filled up, completely covering the entire sky where he was. This appearance was like the vibrant spring being given to the dead winter. Then, Lin Chen took a deep breath and raised the broadsword in his hand, as if he was gathering strength. Husband. Irina called out softly. Lin Chen's face was cold, and he nodded to Irina. Give me some buff skills, I lead the way. Irina understood, and then all the buff skills of Arrow God that can be used on teammates flashed one after another. I saw a light blue wind flow on Lin Chen's body turning slightly, and the energy from Irina made his energy attract the wind attribute element of the sky. Brother, let's do it too. Feng Chen and Tang Yu were not idle either. Although the warrior and mage did not have many skills that could benefit Lin Chen, it was better than nothing. After that, some players who were closer to Lin Chen and others also realized something. They looked at each other tacitly and released skills towards Lin Chen. Master, let's do it too. After that, thousands of players of different professions stepped forward, and those sparkling skills lit up one after another on Lin Chen. Among them, skills such as Weapon Blessing, Glorious Power, and Sacrifice of the Weapon Spirit strengthened the rainbow light in Lin Chen's hand. The originally red broadsword now became like a real artifact. It exuded flowing light all over, as if holding the stars. And multiplication, Rage Rune, Diamond Skin, Fiery Energy. These types of skills made Lin Chen's body grow more than 10 times. He was wrapped in colorful light. From a distance, he looked like a god descending from the sky. The other players also reacted at this time, and regardless of the meaning of doing so, they all ran over and randomly released skills towards Lin Chen in the sky. After that, it was out of control. In the end, Lin Chen even took the initiative to cut off the connection with receiving skills from his teammates. With such a gain, he was almost bursting. Swish. With so many gained skills, Lin Chen raised his sword high, and an overwhelming force began to gather. Everything around him seemed to be distorted and chaotic. Whether it was the elements of heaven and earth or the laws of the world, they all became like a frozen world under the influence of this power, losing their original order and vitality. Hiss. It seemed that all the heat in the air had been drained away. The players could not even muster the strength to resist the biting cold. They could only shiver and hug their bodies tightly. Their lips trembled constantly, and their deep purple faces revealed endless fear and despair, as if they were in an endless ice cellar. It's so cold. So cold. People kept muttering intermittently. The coldness became more and more severe as time went by, until people felt that everything around them was solidified, and the space became extremely sticky. The flow of wind in the air began to turn into thin lines visible to the naked eye, and the color of the world was approaching snow white at this moment. Not only heat, but all the energy of the world was extracted by Lin Chen. Finally, everything became silent, as if the world had lost its life at this moment. The sound of people's heartbeats and swallowing saliva came and went, but no one knew what would happen next. At this moment, Dun Shan, Wang Dachui and others seemed to understand and quickly retreated. Although the surrounding beasts were endless, they were unwilling to continue fighting here. Because Lin Chen was about to attack, once they fell into his attack range, they would probably be injured by mistake. Swish. Then, Lin Chen threw out the power that had been condensed in his hand for a long time without hesitation. This blade light turned into a straight line, and the dark green color contained terrifying energy that could cut through the sky. As these thin lines gradually condensed, even the evil spirits that were fighting with the beasts seemed to have become conscious and retreated one after another. They seemed to know what this gathering of power represented. Kong kong kong. A series of strange noises burst out from the convergence point, and then the energy emitted a fiery white light and shot towards the other end of the plane. Boom! The huge explosion came as expected, and people's vision, hearing and touch disappeared almost at the same time. They could only feel the dazzling white light and the extremely hot temperature. This light spot was several kilometers wide, like a piercing yellow dragon, and everything along the way, whether it was the densely packed beasts or the mountains and ravines, turned into ashes at this moment. The light was huge and dazzling, and it was so fast that it disappeared in an instant. Afterwards, it took less than half a minute for the beam to tear apart all the chaos and obstacles and rush directly to the center of the plane. There, a huge and luxurious castle was covered by countless buildings, but these buildings seemed so vulnerable in front of the beam. The pupils of the boss beast god sitting on the throne shrank. He obviously did not expect Lin Chen to release such an exaggerated energy. The beam of light that was so close had completely filled his pupils and vision, and everything seemed as dazzling as the inside of an incandescent lamp. Good fellow. He lost his leisurely stroll just now, and stood up from the throne solemnly. After thinking for a while, the boss patted the lion tiger in front of him. Go stop it. The lion tiger stood up from his feet, roared, and then jumped down from the castle. At the moment when the beam of light that was enough to crush the buildings was about to touch the outermost wall of the castle, all the beasts in front of the wall, no matter how they looked or how big they were, turned into dust in an instant. The energy contained in the beam of light leaked out slightly, which was enough to make these beasts unable to maintain even their basic form, and completely annihilated into nothingness. Roar! All the beasts from the huge castle group to the border of the plain could not block the light at all. Wherever it passed, countless beasts disappeared under this white light, and none of them could escape. All that could be heard in the world was the painful whimpering of the beasts. However, a beast like a lion and a tiger suddenly fell between the wall and the beam of light. The next moment, the skin of the lion-tiger beast began to turn dark and glowed coldly, the hair quickly disappeared, and strange and mysterious patterns were outlined on the skin. Under the illumination of the white light, these totem patterns flashed a kind of black light in the white, which looked extremely strange. The limbs of the lion-tiger beast suddenly inserted into the ground, the front limbs leaned forward, and the hind limbs remained motionless, as if preparing to welcome the upcoming light. As the white light approached, its eyes became extremely dark, without the slightest emotion or expression fluctuation. The next moment, the lion-tiger beast suddenly opened its bloody mouth, and a strange black light suddenly appeared from its mouth, and it actually caught the devastating white light stream. Swish! The original unstoppable momentum of the white light was finally completely curbed at this moment. Although it still flashed with huge heat energy and white light that illuminated the world, it could no longer move forward even a little bit. This lion-tiger beast was like a natural moat. Although its body was insignificant in front of the light beam, its existence caused the power of the entire light beam to gradually dissipate. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. As time went by, the white light still failed to break through the strange lion-tiger beast. The strong light that covered the sky and the sun gradually dissipated, and the energy that absorbed the heat of the entire plane also slowly dissipated. People's vision gradually returned to normal, everything returned to calm, and what was left was the lion-tiger beast weakly falling to the ground. Although it blocked Lin Chen's furious attack, it was not safe and sound. After enduring such an attack, the beast finally lost its ability to move. On the top of the castle, the beast god was looking down at the motionless lion-tiger beast below, and couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. It's really good. Chapter 534. At this moment, the sky suddenly ripped apart with a sharp whistle. That was the sound of space being torn apart. Swoosh! The beast god couldn't help but look up at the sky, and saw a tiny light spot flickering on the sky curtain at the border of the plane, and then gradually expanded and shot straight at him. Good guy, it seems that I really pissed him off. The beast god laughed. Then, the pressure contained in the light spot arrived as expected, and the beast god's body involuntarily took a step back. However, the beast god stabilized his body instantly, put his hands together, and with his flesh and blood, he forcibly torn the pressure covering the sky. Clang! Then, a spear cut through the sky like lightning, and the surface of the spear carried extremely strong and powerful energy, rushing towards the heart of the beast god. The beast god took a step back, and did not move at this moment. His whole arm rotated half a circle with his body, and his big hand suddenly clenched, and he actually held the spear firmly in his palm. Despite this, the powerful force and impact of the spear still made the beast god retreat several meters in succession, and finally hit the throne behind him heavily. In an instant, the throne with a very domineering shape turned into dust in a moment. The beast god slowly straightened his body, exerted a little force in his hand, and the spear made entirely of energy gradually dissipated into nothingness. He stared at the vast sky in front of him, and it was indeed a god who stood firm. This was the second time Lin Chen made a move, but whether it was the rainbow sword energy or the energy spear he just threw out, he failed to hurt at all. This level 80 world boss, let alone his defense, was evident. The beast god smiled and looked ahead. After 2 failed attempts, it was time for Lin Chen to face him. I want to see who this player is. As he said that, the beast god turned his head and looked behind him. There was a dark cage behind him, which looked like a bird cage made of wood. However, the girl Xiaoyun, who he had just grabbed from Lin Chen, was now locked in it. At this moment, Xiaoyun was curled up and unconscious. Apart from the signs of life, she seemed to be dead. The old woman with a cane walked between the cage and the beast god and blocked the beast god's sight. Beast god, I advise you not to be too cruel. The old woman said with a half smile. This little girl can't die yet. But the beast god shrugged. He was not like other bosses, who would be very frightened when seeing the administrator. Instead, he seemed very calm. Guide, I know my limits. This is the first time I have seen an NPC become a player. You can't do this. If I'm not mistaken, this little girl should have some background. She is at least chosen by the great designer. It's good that you know. The guide smiled and stopped talking about this matter. Instead, he looked into the distance. You angered him. I hope you be fine. As he spoke, the guide's body became slightly ethereal until it completely disappeared. The beast god sneered and looked forward. Sure enough, after a moment, the space began to fluctuate gradually. Above this world, a figure flew over at a very fast speed. Because of the rainbow sword energy at the beginning, Lin Chen had cleared all the straight lines along the way, which were several kilometers wide. He did not encounter any beasts to stop him when he flew over. In the end, when he flew over in anger, he even brought bursts of sonic booms in the air. Bang, bang, bang. It was like the strange sound of a machine gun. Soon, Lin Chen appeared in front of the castle. He stood in the air, glaring at the beast god. But soon, Lin Chen's eyes moved away from the world boss and turned to the top of the castle. There was a cage that looked like a wood on the top, and the girl Xiaoyun was curled up inside. Xiaoyun seemed to have lost consciousness, and her face was pale, and she fell into a coma. Although her life was not in danger, her condition was not good. Xiaoyun! Lin Chen shouted immediately. The girl did not respond. Her breath was floating. Lin Chen's face became colder and colder. His eyes were fierce and murderous, but his reason prevented him from rushing over immediately. He suppressed the anger gushing out of his body, and drew out the rainbow light. At this time, several other sounds of breaking through the air came from behind Lin Chen, and a few seconds later, many figures also flew over. In addition to Elena Feng Chen and others, some high-powered players also followed. Husband! Yelena came to Lin Chen's side, and soon saw Xiaoyun trapped in the cage. The murderous intent in her beautiful eyes could not be concealed. But looking at the level 80 world boss below, none of these people dared to move forward. This boss just stood there motionless, and he didn't have a very exaggerated body shape. He was only about 2 meters tall. Compared with other world bosses that were hundreds or thousands of meters tall, he could be said to be very approachable. But this kind of terrifying pressure that made the players nervous was the first time, careless. The players immediately wondered why they followed. Can they really resist this kind of enemy? Master. A player beside him was wearing the special costume of the 7 Killings Guild. He looked at Lin Chen, who was ready to go, and then shifted his sight to the world boss and shouted in the cage. This person who should be the president of the 7 Killings Guild seemed a little hesitant. His face and eyebrows gradually wrinkled, and he hesitated to say something. However, these emotions were not noticed by Lin Chen, who was ready to step forward. The man hurriedly said, Master, this looks like a trap. Otherwise, we should retreat first, develop a wave, and wait until the 7th day comes. If it doesn't work, we can give up the crusade. It's better than going there to die. Hearing these words, Lin Chen glanced at the person who spoke. In fact, without anyone telling him, Lin Chen himself knew that the actions of this world boss were to anger him. After he captured Xiaoyun, he didn't kill her, but used her as bait to lure him over. Such an action shows that he is very curious about Lin Chen. The world boss originally wanted to test Lin Chen's weight. But before Lin Chen spoke, Irina, as Lin Chen's wife, replied expressionlessly. "Thank you for the reminder, friend." The female elf held a bow and arrow, and said lightly, "Now we can only go to the Tiger Mountain knowing that there is a tiger." Lin Chen glanced at Irina gently, and then the two smiled at each other, and took a step forward at the same time. The next moment, their figures appeared in front of the world boss. The beast god also smiled, with his hands on his chest, with a touch of extreme provocation. "Do you want to talk first, or just start fighting?" Chapter 535. Lin Chen had no intention of getting involved with this world boss from the beginning, not to mention that he had captured Xiaoyuan in front of him. Even if Lin Chen could possibly get some useful information from this level 80 world boss, Lin Chen didn't have that thought. Now Lin Chen had only one idea. Kill him. As for the rest, we talk about it after killing him. Swoosh. Lin Chen held the broadsword rainbow light, on which there were colorful streams of light similar to rune totems. These lines were intertwined like spider webs. With a light stroke, he tore a huge air crack between heaven and earth. It seemed that there was something like space turbulence rolling wildly inside, emitting a disgusting smell. "I have to say, I have never met someone like you in the first round." The beast god put down his hands and grinned. "Even among the 95th level players, there is no such exaggerated strength and combat power as you. Is this the method of the cheater? It's really interesting." Facing Lin Chen's overwhelming killing intent, the beast god's eyes revealed a bit of surprise. Just now facing thousands of miles, now facing the opponent directly, this feeling is the most direct. The beast god had some illusions. Although Lin Chen in front of him was only level 78, the two seemed to be standing on the same starting line at the moment, and the outcome was unpredictable. Lin Chen remained silent. He glanced at the beast god with a cold look in his eyes. Without stopping, his footsteps trembled slightly, and he rushed forward in an instant. Swish! With the sound of a dragon's roar, Lin Chen's long sword pierced the beast god's chest. The totem on the long sword was shining brightly, and Lin Chen did not hold back. Countless energy and skills rushed to the beast god from all directions, blocking all his possible escape routes. The beast god obviously did not intend to dodge. He clenched his palms, and a black two-handed hammer appeared in his hands. It was of the same type as the hammer in Huang Dachui's hand, but the appearance and size were incomparable. With the appearance of the two-handed hammer, the air around Lin Chen exploded. Lin Chen was stunned. The huge hammer covered with mysterious black patterns in the hands of the beast god was ready to go. His eyes focused, and the arm holding the huge hammer gradually became thicker. His eyes also turned scarlet. He let out a low roar from his throat, stomped his feet, and his body instantly tore through the air. The huge hammer in his hand smashed heavily. At that moment, even the invisible space was shattered. Dang! The rainbow light in Lin Chen's hand followed him like a shadow, and collided with the huge hammer without any fancy moves. An astonishing storm erupted between the two, and the low roar shook the whole world. Even the high-powered players hiding in the back could only feel the pain in their eardrums. And the countless beasts on the plain screamed. These two forces were filled with a large amount of pure energy. After spreading and sweeping, countless beasts were killed on the spot by this force. In fact, one mechanism about this level 80 world boss made Lin Chen very depressed, that is, the tens of millions of beasts covering the entire plain did not increase their attack power. This is also the reason why Lin Chen did not have the time to let Dun Shan and the others slowly kill the monsters. Otherwise, with so many beasts, Lin Chen would be very happy. It is also true that as the level gets higher and higher, the existence time of the hunting god land becomes shorter and shorter, and the time that Lin Chen wants to continue to stack the attack power with high intensity becomes less and less. Feng Chen and Tang Yu and others are hundreds of meters away, and their eyes are fixed on the fierce battle in the air ahead. After that shocking collision, the two of them actually launched hundreds, or even thousands of fierce confrontations. Every time, the collision between the rainbow light and the giant hammer made the surrounding space more fragile, as if even the naked eye could capture the scene of the space outside the building complex peeling like glass fragments. Dang, dang, dang! As time went on, not only the beast god, but even Lin Chen had no intention of retreating. Every collision was a direct collision between the giant hammer and the rainbow light. Wherever their figures passed, the space collapsed inch by inch with visible cracks, and strong winds spread everywhere, directly tearing the ground below into shocking gullies one after another. Brother Tang, are you still going to intervene? Feng Chen was just about to rush over to help with his broadsword, but now, he was already weak. Tang Yu beside him had to put down his staff and shook his head awkwardly. It was too exaggerated. Rather than saying that the boss and the player were fighting each other, it was better to say that two gods were fighting, and they didn't even dare to get too close, for fear of being affected. Not to mention them, even Elena could only get a little closer, and at this time she couldn't intervene at all. Our brother Lin is really awesome, Fengchen said in a low voice. Tang Yu beside him couldn't help but smile bitterly. Well, much stronger than when he killed the Earth Guardian. Nonsense, brother Lin didn't stop in the past 3 days. Those monsters that can increase attributes were basically killed by him. I didn't get many monsters. Then you say, can brother Lin win this time? No. I don't know. Bang. In the battle, the storm suddenly raged, accompanied by sound waves and explosions one after another. The two figures quickly separated after the last violent collision. The world boss flew back more than 10 meters and stopped, while Lin Chen retreated hundreds of meters, and was supported by Elena before he stopped. Lin Chen looked at the world boss in front of him with a serious expression, and then looked down at his palm. Blood had quietly seeped out of his palm that was tightly holding the rainbow light, and the scars spread from his palm to his entire arm. In those wounds, the violent force from the beast god tore his flesh from time to time. Lin Chen gave himself several blood-adding skills, and Gardenia behind him also hurriedly gave Lin Chen 4 or 5 purification skills. As the dazzling strong light lit up one after another, Lin Chen felt a little better. But the stabbing pain in his body still made him feel uncomfortable. He raised his head and looked at the other party sharply. Obviously, the world boss was also not feeling well. He also had wounds on his hands. Although not as exaggerated as Lin Chen's, the violent power that was no less than his was also raging wildly in his body. Ha! Ha ha! The world boss suddenly laughed wildly, revealing a bit of madness in his voice. It's amazing. Is this the real strength of the cheater? Interesting. I finally understand why those 3 administrators are so interested in you. His palm covered with thick black blood gently stroked the handle of the giant hammer, and then suddenly sneered, with a deeper light flashing in his eyes. The second stage of the level 80 world boss beast god. Start. Chapter 536. Lin Chen did not give the other party any extra time to prepare. His figure suddenly rose up, and the broadsword in his hand suddenly expanded as if it had become more than 100 feet. Now Lin Chen's understanding of energy in the real world is getting more and more smooth, and it is no longer the pure numerical appearance in the land of the hunting god. At this moment, Lin Chen is no different from the world boss in front of him in some aspects. Once he strikes, the sky collapses and the earth splits. The world boss saw Lin Chen rushing towards him, and did not avoid him, but grinned. Black dragon, he shouted. Roar! A giant dragon with a black body and scales on its body suddenly tore out from the space crack, and it let out a deafening dragon roar, enough to make the whole world tremble. The black energy carried strange ripples, and flowed endlessly in the surrounding space, and the dragon roar became longer and more majestic, causing the eardrums of the surrounding players to hurt, and many people even trembled and fell directly. Immediately afterwards, from behind the world boss, a dragon with its huge wings spread out opened its bloody mouth, and pounced on Lin Chen like lightning. The head of this big lizard is not very big. Compared with the giant dragon like a mountain that the moon goddess Anna transformed into, this dragon is like a mini version, but the extremely strong breath and substantial pressure it exudes are countless times stronger than the moon goddess's original transformation. The so-called beast god naturally controls all beasts as slaves, but I didn't expect that this western dragon also belongs to the category of beast. Lin Chen put away the rainbow light in his hand and retreated quickly. He stared at the black dragon in front of him, and his eyes kept switching between the dragon and the beast god's eyes. As expected of a level 80 world boss, there is more than one such pet, Lin Chen said in a deep voice. The beast god did not comment, and did not answer. The body of the lion-tiger beast that Lin Chen had just killed with a furious blow by gathering the player's enhancement skills was still lying in the corner of the castle below. Now the beast god summoned a black dragon that looked even more powerful. The dragon was indeed emitting an oppressive aura similar to that of a dragon. Even Lin Chen was somewhat unable to react to the oppressive feeling, and a feeling of nausea filled his brain. Lin Chen swung a sword at the void. The dragon's might in the air was gradually dissipating, but the nausea that was pressing into his mind had not yet subsided. Hulu. Hulu. The black dragon's eyes flashed with a fierceness. It locked its eyes directly on Lin Chen. Then, without any hesitation, the whole dragon body was like lightning, and the dragon wings and tail swayed with black flames, shooting straight at Lin Chen. Boom! It is said that it is not big in size, because it is compared with the giant dragon of the moon goddess. In fact, this big lizard is also 50 to 60 meters long. At this time, it rushed over like a skyscraper, but its speed was fast enough to tear the space. The pungent energy from the dragon's mouth instantly enveloped the area where Lin Chen was, and everything around was completely blocked. The giant mouth closed, and there was only a loud noise. Boom! It actually swallowed Lin Chen's body in one gulp, and then raised its entire neck high, as if a carnivore was swallowing flesh and blood into its stomach. Brother Lin, Feng Chen and Tang Yu subconsciously rushed forward to help, and Elena was also not calm. The face of this female elf was pale. Although she was very confident in her husband on weekdays, it also depended on who the opponent was. Now Lin Chen was facing the world boss ranked second in the entire hunting god land. If he was not careful, he would really die. If Lin Chen died, he would follow him directly. Don't be impulsive. Because of their concern, the onlookers were confused, but there were people around who were thoughtful. Sister Tong Tong grabbed Tang Yu and Feng Chen's shoulders. If she hadn't stopped them, the two would have rushed out without reason, and Elena would probably follow them. Sister Tong Tong shook her head at the stunned Tang and Feng. Don't panic, look over there. Sister Tong Tong pointed behind her. Elena and the other two looked back. It turned out that the evil spirit army summoned by Lin Chen had already entered the heart of the plain. Even facing the beast army thousands of times larger than them, these skeletons and evil spirits were not afraid at all. With roars, they stabbed straight at them like a sharp knife. Elena, Tang Yu and Feng Chen looked at each other. Although they were extremely anxious, they were not crazy yet. Now seeing those safe evil spirits, they knew that Lin Chen should be safe. Otherwise, the evil spirit army summoned by Lin Chen would be the first to disappear. Soon, the scene in front changed again. The black dragon that was originally spreading its wings in the air suddenly let out a strange roar, and its hovering posture in the air began to twist and change, and its body quickly expanded until it was huge, extending from dozens of meters at the beginning to hundreds of meters, and then thousands of meters. At this moment, each scale of the dragon was as huge as a building, covering the sky and the sun, and its breath was long and deep. On its black scales and torso, there were waves of mysterious energy intertwined with energy, like a surging river, rushing endlessly. What's going on? The players watching the game all looked dead, as the blow they received in such a short period of time was too great. Before they could digest the scene in front of them, the next moment, they saw the black dragon suddenly make a vomiting gesture. The huge body trembled for a while, and then the black dragon opened its huge mouth and vomited something out. Then, people clearly saw Lin Chen's body covered by pure light being vomited out of the giant dragon's mouth. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this black dragon could not swallow Lin Chen at all. The latter's energy was too huge. If the dragon did not spit out Lin Chen, it would probably be stuffed to death. However, the dragon was not affected too much. The whole dragon body flapped its wings violently, and rushed towards Lin Chen again. Lin Chen snorted coldly, his body slightly tilted, and several universal skills flashed at the same time. Along with the skills of more than a dozen different sets of equipment on his body, Lin Chen turned into a red stream of light and rushed towards the dragon's head. The lizard seemed to have seen through Lin Chen's intentions. It roared and spread its scales. Endless strange power burst out from inside and outside, turning into starlight and shooting towards Lin Chen. Compared to the roar of the black dragon, another dragon roar resounded through the sky. The bloody energy around the rainbow sword in Lin Chen's hand surged, and a trace of blood light quickly condensed. From a distance, it seemed as if Lin Chen was holding a giant dragon made of blood-red energy in his hand. Blood dragon. As the battle in this world became fierce, Lin Chen understood the nature of energy more and more. He had an illusion that his universal one, no, healer this profession could be ignored. The so-called skills was nothing more than the embodiment of energy release. In games like the Land of the Hunting God, they might have different types of functions, but in this world similar to the real world, all professions and skills seem to have the same purpose. It was nothing more than the gathering, diffusion, deformation and softening of energy. With a thought, Lin Chen seemed to be able to dismantle the skills of these universal ones. Those pure and holy skills could even boost the blood-colored sword energy in his hands. The pure energy belonging to the universal one could also be transformed into a monstrous blood-colored energy in his hands. If he had more time, Lin Chen could even comprehend it more purely. Roar! The rainbow light in Lin Chen's hand really turned into a blood-colored dragon, in the shape of an ancient five-clawed golden dragon from the east. The pure dragon might was completely released at this moment. Although the blood dragon was slightly smaller than the black lizard that had just eaten too much, Its momentum was not weak at all. The scales that shot from the black dragon were all swallowed by the blood-colored light, and could not hurt Lin Chen and the blood dragon at all. On the other side, the beast god who had been watching also put away the relaxed expression on his face. He watched Lin Chen become more and more adept at using energy, and his strange expression became more and more solemn. Is this something a player can do? Even if he is a second-round player, even if he is a so-called cheater, he should not be able to adapt to the use of energy so quickly and completely. Even if they, the world bosses, want to leave the land of the hunting god, it is impossible for them to be as perfect as Lin Chen so quickly. Is it really as the three administrators said, that this Lin Chen is the real chosen one specially selected by the great designer? The black dragon seemed to be provoked by this fierce creature from another world. It suddenly flapped its wings and soared thousands of meters. Amid the exclamations of the players inside and outside the plane, it violently collided with Lin Chen, who was shrouded in the blood-colored dragon body. Boom! The roaring sound was endless. When the two collided, the blood light and the black light intertwined and merged, and an extremely strange wave suddenly broke out. The two dragons fought and bit each other again and again in the sky. Although the black dragon's huge body, like a natural moat, seemed to have a clear advantage in the fight, every time it attacked and bit, it could tear off the blood-colored scales on the blood dragon's body. However, after these blood-colored scales fell off, they turned into red starlight and dissipated in the sky. From beginning to end, it did not cause any substantial damage to Lin Chen. After 5 or 6 minutes, the fierce battle on the sky finally subsided. Lin Chen stood in the air, the rainbow light in his hand still radiating the residual heat from the previous fierce collision. His brows gradually relaxed from the initial frown, and this feeling of energy made him feel like a new life. He even stretched out his left hand and grasped it in the air, with a smile on his lips. Is this power? Feeling this power that he gradually adapted to, Lin Chen even felt many special energies that he had never noticed before. For example, now, Lin Chen could clearly feel a very special energy surge inside his body. He had never felt this before, but it seemed so natural, as if these energies had already appeared in his body. He subconsciously opened his backpack and saw that several props inside were emitting completely different fluctuations, each of which was so familiar. Looking closely, from the heart of God to the power of God obtained after killing the guardian of the earth, now they are competing with each other. Lin Chen even feels that he can see the essence of the props that originally had no description. Is this because I have used energy to a special degree, which is why the variables appear? Then, Lin Chen looked at the god's body in the props. Suddenly, he thought of something, grinned, and the special energy around him surged, unprecedentedly high. Shield Mountain. In order to verify a certain conjecture, Lin Chen shouted. The next moment, a black mist appeared very naturally from the void beside him. Lord. Dunshan responded loudly. Lin Chen waved to Dunshan, and the next moment a stream of energy appeared out of thin air, and Lin Chen took out the god's body from his backpack. Before Dunshan could react, Lin Chen grabbed him in the air, and Dunshan turned into a ball of black mist again. Then Lin Chen flicked his finger, and stuffed the ball of black mist directly into the prop of the body of the god. This move stunned Elena and the others. What is Lin Chen doing? The next moment, the prop gathered by the black mist began to emit a strong light. Some kind of outline was looming in the strong light. A moment later, a dull breath exploded beside him, and a huge ape as big as a mountain appeared in front of Lin Chen. Roar! The giant ape roared more fiercely than the black dragon. Lin Chen hovered between the giant ape's eyebrows and stared at it closely, until a trace of consciousness slowly appeared in the emotionless eyes of this behemoth. Its eyes focused on Lin Chen, and then the giant ape knelt down and saluted Lin Chen. Lord. The giant ape spoke human words, and the thunderous voice resounded through the world. The tone was exactly the same as that of Dunshan. Seeing this, Lin Chen finally laughed out loud. Sure enough, his guess was right. These so-called godlike props really have their own uses. At the beginning, he couldn't see through the essence of power and couldn't use them at all, but now it's different. Although he hasn't completely unraveled these powers, Lin Chen has enough understanding. He will be able to do more and more things. The giant ape possessed by Shield Mountain felt the black dragon behind him. It stood up slightly, and its body suddenly covered the sky and the sun. Even the black dragon was not as big as it. The black dragon hesitated for a few seconds, and finally rushed over with a roar, but this time, the target was no longer Lin Chen, but the giant ape. The giant ape grabbed the air with both hands, and then something happened that Lin Chen did not expect. A stick that was completely formed by the power of the Zhou Tian appeared in its hand. After the stick appeared, The giant ape also danced a round of stick flowers in his hand, and then swung the stick at the black dragon. Boom! There was no time to marvel at the giant ape's visual sense, similar to that of the Monkey King. When the giant stick slammed into a scale on the black dragon's body, the energy contained in it exploded instantly, and the destructive force almost devoured every inch of space around the giant stick, including the black scales. The power instantly devoured the scales on the black dragon's body. Not only that, as the black dragon roared in fear, Lin Chen could clearly see that the black flesh under the dragon's scales was torn off. After feeling the extraordinary power, the black dragon finally hurriedly withdrew its mountain-like body and prepared to retreat. But it was too late. Stay here. The giant stick that shot out suddenly swelled at this moment, standing between heaven and earth like a pillar of support. The space beside the giant stick suddenly cracked, like a thick lightning splitting the sky and earth. Then, the giant ape rushed out with heavy steps, stretched out its arm, grabbed the black dragon's tail covered with barbs, and pulled it hard. Snap! The other arm stretched out without hesitation and strangled the black dragon's neck further. The giant ape howled to the sky, and the sulfuric acid-like gas ejected from its mouth sprayed fiercely on the black dragon's face. Chapter 537. Roar! The two monsters that covered the sun and the sky finally confronted each other head-on at this moment. One was a dragon, and the other was an ape. Both were tens of thousands of feet tall. Not to mention the sense of oppression, the visual impact alone was enough to shock people. With the bonus of Shield Mountain's basic attributes, the giant ape transformed by God's body had a powerful force that could almost destroy the world. Where had the black dragon ever seen such power? It flapped its wings and twisted its huge body desperately, like a prey trying to break free from the hunter who was above it. Since it is stronger than it, how can it break free easily? The giant ape roared to the sky, and it was controlled by Shield Mountain. The giant ape's strength at this time was even comparable to Lin Chen. Black Dragon was still a step weaker than Shield Mountain, who was driving a Gundam. Come and die! The giant ape roared and punched the black dragon's body. The two fought hand to hand, but from a distance, it was clear that the giant ape was suppressing the black dragon and beating him violently. Occasionally, the giant ape could be seen picking up a giant stick and smashing the black dragon's head. The players watching the fierce battle between the black dragon and the giant ape were stunned, as if the whole world was occupied by them. Every confrontation caused the world to spin and the space to turbulent, as if the whole world was trembling in their battle. Even Lin Chen was secretly amazed in his heart. He had never seen such a shocking battle scene. Every collision was like a giant beast between heaven and earth fighting, which made people feel terrified. The black dragon struggled hard under the suppression of the giant ape, but everything seemed in vain. Lin Chen could clearly see a hint of fear in the black dragon's eyes. It seemed that it had never encountered such a powerful enemy. It makes sense. Now it is basically facing the giant ape and Shield Mountain, the level 70 world boss of Ice Lord. It has no chance of winning. Lord, can I kill him? The voice of the giant ape echoed between heaven and earth like thunder. He held the neck of the black dragon in his hand. This arrogant behemoth seemed to be a toy in his hand, allowing it to manipulate it. Lin Chen nodded, and immediately ignored the battle between the giant ape and the black dragon. His eyes turned to the beast god again. The beast god was no longer as calm as before. He seemed to be trying to rescue the black dragon, but his every move was watched by Lin Chen. He could neither move forward nor retreat, and could only watch. Let him go. Lin Chen's voice was cold. He stood in front of the beast god and said word by word, otherwise the lizard will die. The beast god narrowed his eyes, looked at the black dragon's situation, and suddenly smiled. Cheater, you seem to be very confident in your ability. Do you think that you can do anything in front of me just because you killed the Earth Guardian and the Ice Lord? Lin Chen had a blank expression on his face. He did not take the beast god's threatening words to heart, but he could tell that the other party was not going to let him go easily. In this case, we still have to fight. Shield Mountain, kill! Lin Chen shouted. At this moment, a deafening scream suddenly came from the sky. Then, black blood poured down like a rainstorm, dyeing the entire sky black. The beast god raised his head suddenly, and he saw that the giant ape actually opened its huge mouth and bit off the black dragon's head in one bite. The crisp and heavy grinding sound spread throughout the plain, making people shudder. Then, the giant ape began to chew the dragon's head. The sound was clear and shocking. Everyone could hear it clearly, as if the whole world had stopped at this moment. Lin Chen's face twitched slightly. He never thought that Dun Shan would have such a bad taste. However, the giant ape did not stop there. After chewing the dragon's head, it spit it out fiercely on the ground. The blood and flesh fell down piece by piece, hitting the ground with a roar. After doing all this, it rolled up the black dragon's body in its hand, and then threw it to the ground, stepping on it with its feet. The bones were broken, and the flesh was shattered. The scene was really shocking. Lin Chen also moved. He shot out before the beast god could react, ready to rescue the girl in the cage first. But the beast god was faster, and he blocked Lin Chen in an instant, his eyes slightly condensed. "Want to save people? You have to kill me first. I've had this idea for a long time." Lin Chen punched out fiercely, and the strong energy fluctuations turned into a glass fist print that hit the beast god head-on. With Lin Chen's current understanding of power, the beast god retreated slightly, and actually dodged the fist print leisurely, and then clenched the two-handed hammer in his hand. Lin Chen felt something was wrong. The pressure from the second stage beast god was several levels stronger than before. Lin Chen knew that whether it was the lion-tiger beast or the black dragon that was just chewed by the giant ape, they were all the battle pets of the world boss. The real threat has always been the world boss himself. The beast god held a huge hammer, and a great force surged out from the void, sweeping hundreds of miles around in an instant. The energy that had previously been dispersed from the battle between Lin Chen, the giant ape, and the black dragon was swept away in an instant, and the world seemed to be emptied and turned into a dead vacuum. Lin Chen's eyes suddenly tightened, and the rainbow light in his hand trembled slightly, which was a silent warning of the coming crisis. After entering the hunting god's land for so long, it was the first time he felt the hair stand on end like this. In a flash, a cold rainbow light flashed, and the face of the beast god and the rapidly falling giant hammer appeared in front of him at the same time, as a nightmare. So fast, before Lin Chen could react, the beast god had already appeared behind him, holding the giant hammer high and dropping it with a bang. In the distance, Elena, Tang Yu and Feng Chen were also shocked. They didn't realize how the beast god quietly approached Lin Chen. The space and power were not revealed. The beast god was like a ghost in the dark night, silent and motionless. Lin Chen's pupils suddenly expanded, and the rainbow light flew. In a flash, he raised his sword and caught the giant hammer that was like a mountain pressing down on his head. Jaa! The weapons collided, and a strange and powerful magnetic field suddenly erupted. Unlike any previous explosions, the battlefield was filled with a breathtaking suction force, as if it was going to swallow everything in the world, and even space itself into a vortex of chaos. This was the first time that Lin Chen experienced such a terrifying power. He himself had nearly 500,000 attack power, but the strange energy flowing from the giant hammer smashed him directly from the air to the ground. The remaining force did not decrease, and Lin Chen's body was smashed into the ground for dozens of meters. The violent tremor from the rainbow light instantly covered his right arm with scars, like a sword cut, and the power of the beast god was like a snake gnawing at his flesh and blood. In the severe pain, Lin Chen drew out his sword, using the force to counter the force, and with the help of the recoil of the giant hammer, he slashed across the beast god's abdomen with the force of thunder. Ding! The moment the rainbow light came into contact with the beast god's body, a crisp and long sound was emitted. Lin Chen took the opportunity to withdraw, and only when he was hundreds of meters away did he punch the void fiercely, trying to remove the surging power in his body. However, even so, Lin Chen's body was still shaking violently, and the pain and tearing of the power in his right arm continued. On the other hand, although the beast god had a shallow cut on his abdomen, it was quickly covered by a ray of light, and the wound healed instantly. What does beast mean? That beast-like brutality is simply not something Lin Chen can face now. A flash of astonishment flashed across the eyes of the beast god and Lin Chen at the same time. Damn, so strong. Huh? He really has some ability. The two said in unison, with both admiration and vigilance in their tone. But soon, Lin Chen's eyes rekindled anger, because he found that the rainbow light in his hand had fallen into the hands of the beast god without knowing when. The beast god held a sword in one hand and a hammer in the other, like a god of war descending to the world. It's just a common divine weapon, and its level is only 50. The beast god looked at the rainbow light in his hand, and then smiled slightly, but it has been strengthened to level 12, and the gems inlaid on it are not ordinary. It's just SOSO. Lin Chen frowned in disbelief. He clearly remembered holding the rainbow light tightly when he pulled away, but now he had nothing in his hands. The beast god weighed the rainbow light in his hand for a few times, and then put away the broadsword in front of Lin Chen. He looked at Lin Chen from a distance, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Without weapons, can you still perceive the essence of power? Chapter 538. The giant ape had already completely dealt with the corpse of the black dragon. Seeing that Lin Chen seemed to be at a disadvantage, it rushed to the back of the beast god almost instantly. Compared with the beast god, its huge body was like a mountain pressing down. But the beast god didn't even look at it. When the giant ape clasped his fists and hit him, he didn't even raise his fists, but just clenched his left fist and hit the giant ape's fist in the air. Pop! The power spread, and then people saw that the giant ape's body, that was thousands of meters high, was actually hit back several steps by this punch, and then he couldn't control himself and sat on the ground. The world was in uproar. The whole world roared like an earthquake, and the giant ape's body glowed slightly in the dust. Then Dun Shan was thrown out from the giant ape's forehead. He rolled on the ground, and then turned into a ball of black mist and sank into Lin Chen's body. The giant ape's huge body also shrank rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then turned into the prop of God's body in full view of everyone. Looking at this round ball-shaped prop, the beast god floating in the air, and Lin Chen saw it almost at the same time. Lin Chen's expression changed slightly. He had forgotten that this world was not a hunting place for gods, and the props would not return to his backpack. If this was the case, it would be like the rainbow light. Could it be that the body of the god would also be taken away, but the beast god had no intention of snatching the props? Even when Elena hurriedly fell to the ground and picked up the body of the god, the beast god did not stop him. Lin Chen was relieved. He made a gesture to Elena, indicating that the female elf should quickly take the body of the god away. Elena nodded to Lin Chen in the air, but the anxious look on her face caught Lin Chen's eyes. Elena really wanted to help, but the female elf was not a fool. She knew that going to help at this time would only cause trouble. Just now, the world boss punched the giant ape back to its original form, and she would probably be knocked down by one punch. In the land of the hunting god, Dun Shan inherited half of Lin Chen's attributes. Although it cannot be counted that way in this world similar to reality, Elena definitely did not have the confidence to beat Dun Shan. She could not help Lin Chen at all now. If he goes forward rashly, he will only be a hindrance. But Lin Chen is no match for the beast god at this moment. If he continues to fight, he will be in danger. Lin Chen, who lost the rainbow light, did not express much. As time went by, Lin Chen did have a better understanding of power. For example, the punch that the beast god used to repel the giant ape just now, Lin Chen seemed to be able to catch something vaguely. He suddenly stretched out his hand to the beast god, and many holy skills of the universal in the land of the hunting god began to linger on his fingertips, such as bathing in holy light, pure white mark, ode to living beings, and the two awakening skills. Lin Chen seemed to see through the essence of so many skills. He waved his hands, as if analyzing the structure of these white energies. The next moment, endless white raindrops suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. These raindrops suddenly appeared above the entire plain, as if they had appeared a long time ago. The beast god was stunned. He looked at the raindrops floating in the air around him, and did not fall. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. These raindrops shining with strange luster seemed to have thousands of mirrors, reflecting white light with sharp edges and corners. Then, Lin Chen clenched his hand into a fist. The hardness of these raindrops was increasing at an alarming rate, as if they were about to turn into the hardest substance in the world. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Accompanied by a series of strange sounds, countless raindrops finally moved. They were like bullets endowed with kinetic energy at great speed. After a slight tremor, they shot towards the beast god at a speed beyond imagination. Swish, swish, swish. The beast god snorted coldly, and the huge hammer on his shoulder suddenly fell to the ground. A black protective light shield rose from the ground and instantly wrapped him in it. The light shield seemed to be shrouded in blood, like mist in the abyss. "Guide, I'm going to get serious," the beast god suddenly whispered to the air around him. No one answered. The beast god grinned. "Then I take it as your consent. If I kill him by mistake, don't bother me." Before he finished speaking, the raindrops had turned into silver needles, each of which carried unparalleled power and pierced the light shield fiercely, making a crisp tinkling sound. 1 or 2 drops were bearable, but when hundreds of millions of raindrops poured down, like a meteor shower, the entire space seemed to be torn apart by this force. The speed of the raindrops was so fast that they left a trail of red flames, causing the air temperature to rise sharply, and finally turned into a trail of hot meteors, smashing into the center of the chaos. Boom, boom, boom. The dense sound was like the beating of a war drum, shaking people's minds. In the sight, there was only a stream of light and a constant sound of tinkling. People could no longer catch the trajectory of the raindrops, let alone see the beast god himself, who was bombarded by the raindrops. This torrential attack lasted for several minutes. When the last drop of rain rushed into the center of the chaos like a meteor, the land had already become devastated, as if it was hit by a heavenly punishment. The onlookers had already lost the ability to speak, especially Feng Chen and Tang Yu. They had lived for so long, and had been in the land of the hunting god for so long, but they had never seen such an attack method. Is that the skill of the universalist? No, that is hardly a skill of any profession, not even a skill of the land of the hunting god. It was completely the ability that Lin Chen had realized in this world, and the means he disassembled from his professional skills. Those streams of light and raindrops were actually just another form of power. Power could be gathered into skills, and naturally it could also become raindrops and streams of light at will. Tang Yu stared blankly at Lin Chen's back in front of him. He had more say than Feng Chen. At first, he always thought that the reason why Lin Chen became so powerful was all due to the bug of superimposed attack power, but now, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. This was beyond the scope of a bug. With this method, Lin Chen seemed to be no different from the pioneers, judges, guides, and other system administrators. Chapter 539. However, in the eyes of the players who gasped, the beast god still stood there unharmed. The light shield around him was slightly faint, but still strong. The sky above his head was already a fiery red, with heat waves rolling, like a burning sea of fire. Anything else? The beast god grinned and looked at Lin Chen provocatively. Yes. Lin Chen answered calmly. As if he had seen through something, Lin Chen was becoming more and more adept at using his power at this moment. The so-called skill in Lin Chen's eyes, it was no different from pure power. With a wave of his hand, the air gradually dried up, his body lit up, and powerful forces surged in his body. That's more like it. The beast god swung the giant hammer again, and the giant hammer turned into a propeller and hovered above his head. A dark shield that was more powerful than before enveloped it, and the bloody aura overflowed, as if it was going to devour everything. As Lin Chen performed, pure white flames appeared out of thin air, instantly igniting the entire space. Lin Chen slapped the air with his palm, and the temperature around him suddenly soared by thousands of degrees. A column of pure white fire shot up from the void below, turning every inch of space under the sky into a light curtain. Not only that, a large amount of incandescent flames broke out from the ground below, like hundreds of active volcanoes erupting at the same time. Boom! The white flames raged, and some power factors in the space exploded in the burning, making a deafening sound. The flames that were taller than the mountains dyed the world like the inside of an incandescent lamp. As the pure white fire flow surged, the whole world seemed to be swallowed up in a sea of pure white flames. Lin Chen did not stop there. He flicked his wrist, and a huge spear named Zhulong's spear suddenly appeared in his hand. This spear was purchased by Lin Chen in the Guishu store. The quality was naturally several levels higher than the Hongguang. It was a genuine level 70 artifact. Normally, it was used by knights and berserkers, but because it was not enhanced, and it was convenient to use Hongguang, it was rarely used. But at this moment, the giant spear seemed to be awakened by Lin Chen, and its gorgeous spear body was wrapped in white power, extremely holy. Break! Lin Chen charged forward with his gun, breaking through the white flames, and coming directly to the front of the dark light shield. He thrust his spear at the light shield fiercely, pouring out his mighty force. He felt that all the strength in his body had completely exploded at this moment, and the black shield, which had been burned red by the white flames, finally began to show signs of cracking under the bombardment of the giant spear. Strike while the iron is hot, Lin Chen prepared to launch another attack. However, at this moment, his pupils suddenly shrank, and an unprecedented powerful force was transmitted from the shield. Lin Chen felt a great sense of alarm in his heart, and retreated suddenly. The black shield shattered from the inside out, and a huge black hammer broke out of the shield, carrying the power to destroy the world. Lin Chen was stunned at first, but then, he did not retreat but advanced. He gathered all the means of using power on the giant spear, and then stabbed it out fiercely. Ding! The giant spear and the giant hammer collided without any fancy moves, and the shadow of the spear and the black torrent intertwined, erupting with a loud sound that shook the earth. The violent power and gas completely overturned all the flames around, and then a shock wave that swept everything raged on this land. In the distance, Feng Chen, Tang Yu and other players suddenly felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Even though they hid several kilometers away to avoid the aftermath of the battle, the shock wave still swept over at this moment. Looking at the speed of spread, even running for more than 10 kilometers would be useless. They could only gather all their strength and flee frantically. The shock waves generated by the collision were not just one round. They continued to spread like ripples. Waves of visible shocks mixed with two completely different energies, black and white, burst out in the air. The entire plane shook violently at this moment, as if it was about to be destroyed in this catastrophe. After an unknown amount of time, the battle between the two forces finally came to an end, and the two figures slowly retreated from the core area of the fierce battle. The burly beast god staggered back a few steps, then suddenly stepped forward, and the void under his feet could not withstand his anger, and was torn apart by a kick until he stood firm. He lowered his eyes to the giant hammer he was holding tightly, where a barely noticeable dent quietly emerged. The scar was not easy to detect, but it still made his eyelids jump. Not only him, even the guide hidden in the void couldn't help but widen his eyes at this moment. This old woman had deliberately overestimated Lin Chen, but she still didn't expect him to be able to force the beast god to such a point. On second thought, such a pure collision of power, it is estimated that even she herself would find it difficult to do better than Lin Chen. In the land of Hunting God, although the administrator is superior to all player NPCs and bosses, there are also differences between people, just like the 80-level world boss beast god in front of him. On weekdays, the 3 administrators also have to give him 3 points of face. Even in a certain sense, the status of the beast god is not necessarily lower than theirs. In this way, when the guide looked at Lin Chen again, he couldn't help but feel a little terrified. Is this the strength gained by brushing up the attack power? Can you reach this level with just a small bug? It always feels that it is not that simple. The beast god looked at the giant hammer in his hand and murmured in a low voice, with a bit of amusement in his voice, "Incredible." Then, he slowly raised his eyes, and looked into the distance, with murderous aura and expectation intertwined in his eyes. In comparison, Lin Chen's situation was much more miserable. His body flew backwards, like a kite with a broken string, smashing the space and air along the way. The dissipated energy gushing out from inside, and outside his body was like gushing out from a deflated ball. Finally, his body hit the ground heavily, and the flat ground instantly became full of gullies, forming a terrifying artificial cliff. At the deepest part of the cliff, Lin Chen struggled out of the ruins with difficulty. His body was almost broken, his clothes were tattered, his right arm drooped weakly, blood gushed out like a fountain, and a terrifying hole appeared in his lower abdomen. Ahem. The artifact candle dragon spear in his hand had also broken into 2 pieces, and lay quietly beside him. The difference in strength was too great. Lin Chen was not yet a match for the beast god. He only felt that the strength of his whole body began to rapidly dissipate, and a drowsy feeling began to sweep over his brain. Lin Chen only felt that his eyelids were very heavy. He knew that this was a sign of coma. Thinking of this, Lin Chen hurriedly released a blood-adding skill for himself. The next moment, Lin Chen lost consciousness. Chapter 540. The beast god looked at the cliff in the distance, with a strange expression, but he said nothing. He did not plan to catch up and finish off the enemy, nor did he continue to speak harshly, but just looked ahead silently. After more than a minute, Lin Chen still did not appear, and he turned his head to look at his castle. The girl who was originally locked in the wooden cage had disappeared. The cage was forcibly opened from the outside, and there was a wind attribute fluctuation and a faint fragrance around it. It seemed that the beautiful female elf secretly came to rescue the person, while he and Lin Chen were fighting fiercely. Although he did not take the strength of the female elf seriously, he had to admit that when he was fighting with Lin Chen, he could not distract himself to stop her from saving people. Humph. The beast god laughed, but was not angry. The purpose of abducting Xiaoyun was to anger Lin Chen. Since the purpose was achieved, there was no need to worry about it. Looking at the huge cliff in front of him, he could feel that Lin Chen's weak breath had disappeared. The female elf was very fast, and rescued Lin Chen from under his nose in an instant. But he didn't plan to chase her, so he let her go. The beast god returned to the top of the castle, and snapped his fingers. The next moment, a tiger-skin throne appeared behind him again. He sat down again, and his kingly demeanor was clearly revealed. Then he waved his hand again, and a powerful energy spread out from the castle. The evil spirit army that was still fighting with the beasts instantly turned into white bones, and could no longer recover. The countless beasts that had been killed before resurrected and crawled up at this moment, and the entire plain was once again occupied by an endless army of beasts, just like the guardian of the earth before. If the challenge is not completed, the challenge field will be reset, and you need to start over if you want to challenge. The beast god sat on the throne, his elbows supporting the armrests of the throne. One hand clenched into a fist and supported his chin, and the index finger of the other hand kept tapping, as if thinking about something. On the other side, in a hidden abandoned village, Elena was panting with lingering fear. She kept looking back, fearing that someone would catch up. She hesitated for more than half an hour. After making sure that no one was chasing, she carefully put Xiaoyun and Lin Chen in a room. The room was very simple, with only a table and a bed. She thought about it, and finally did not put the two on the same bed. The female elf placed Xiaoyun against the wall, and then gently put her man on the bed and lay down. Lin Chen was also unconscious. He had added blood to himself when he was repelled by the beast god. After all, Lin Chen was a healer and had many ways to save his life. He should not be in danger of death. However, this dungeon was not like the land of the hunting god. This world was almost as real as the real world, so Elena could not predict when Lin Chen would wake up. Looking at the unconscious Lin Chen and Xiaoyun, the female elf sighed. There were still 3 days left before the dungeon was closed. She didn't know if Lin Chen could still defeat the level 80 world boss, or could a boss of that level really be killed by them now? Just standing in front of the other party requires great courage. How did Lin Chen manage to fight against such a being? Elena sat on the edge of the bed, gently stroking Lin Chen's cheek with her slender hand, feeling distressed. At this time, there was a rustling sound outside the door of the room. The beautiful eyes of the female elf condensed, and a longbow suddenly appeared in her hand. She pushed open the wooden door vigilantly, but found a ragged little girl standing outside the door. Elena was stunned. Obviously she didn't expect there would be an NPC here. It is not uncommon to have NPCs in a dungeon, but unlike the NPCs in the main city, all NPCs in the dungeon are basically puppets and AI set by the system, and they have no reason. But after seeing Elena appear, the little girl in front of her stumbled back like a frightened deer, and even tripped over her left foot and fell straight to the ground. Elena originally wanted to put away her longbow, but she opened it again at this time because she felt something was wrong. From this simple negotiation, the little girl in front of her was not a robot, and she couldn't even feel the taste of the land of the hunting god from this child. Compared to players like Elena and Lin Chen, the little girl in front of them is more like a person. Elena took a step forward with her long legs. No. Don't kill me. The little girl curled up on the ground, like an ostrich with her, but raised high. She protected her head and spoke softly. Elena frowned, thinking in her heart, could it be that this little girl is also a player? But it doesn't look like it. There is no power fluctuation on her body. Could it be that she was pulled from somewhere by the system? Thinking of this, Elena tried to ask, "Little sister, where are you from?" After asking this question, Elena felt that it was not appropriate. She should ask, "Why are you here?" But the little girl glanced at Elena weakly, and it seemed that it was the first time she saw Elena's face, and she was stunned on the spot. If Elena hadn't asked again, the little girl would still be absent-minded. I have always lived here. Sister, where are you from? Elena was slightly stunned. Have you always lived here? Yes, I have lived here since I was born. There are other people in the village. Do you want me to find the village chief? Elena realized something. She had just been running all the way and didn't notice that she was in a shabby village. Now looking around, she can still see some houses with smoke coming out of the chimneys, and some people in very shabby clothes occasionally move in her sight. This is actually a village with people living here? But shouldn't this be a replica? Why did the other party say that he had always lived here? Are they the natives of this world? If so, this is not a replica in the strict sense. While thinking, Elena suddenly heard a familiar voice behind her, but the voice was very weak. It's almost the same as I guessed. This should not be a replica. It turns out to be a world, just like the Earth or your Mia continent. Before Elena turned around, she suddenly showed extreme joy on her face. Turning back, I saw Lin Chen standing weakly at the door. Husband. Elena ran into Lin Chen's arms, and Lin Chen felt as if his body was falling apart, and his whole body was in pain. Seeing his grinning face, Elena let him go a little embarrassedly. How is it? Where do you feel uncomfortable? Much better, but I don't know what happened. My strength has not recovered. Maybe I need to rest. Lin Chen clenched his fists, but felt weak and powerless. Chapter 541. After briefly chatting with Elena about his physical condition, Lin Chen still focused his attention on the timid little girl in front of him. Compared to Elena's guess, Lin Chen thought more. With the help of the female elf, he walked forward a few steps to take a closer look at the little girl. She should not be human, and it seems that there is no player's energy inside or outside her body. Could she be an NPC in this world? The little girl was skinny and had a thin face. What made Lin Chen and Elena a little concerned was there was a pair of wings behind this girl. Because the wings were dirty, they looked like the dirty clothes the girl was wearing at first glance. At this time, the wings were folded together, and it was really hard to find them if you didn't look closely. A tribe with wings? Before asking, Lin Chen suddenly realized something. He turned his head and saw a woman with a malnourished face walking towards him from a distance. When she got closer, the woman also noticed Lin Chen and Elena. She was startled at first, and then ran to the girl in shock and protected her. "Xiaoyu?" The woman pulled the little girl into her arms, and then, in front of Lin Chen and Elena, she spread her wings behind her. The wingspan was almost 2 meters, and the wings were shaking imperceptibly like a white swan, but the surface of the wings was also turbid, and there were obvious hair loss and blood stains in many places. From Lin Chen's perspective, it was like a hen protecting her calves and making a defensive posture. Lin Chen and his wife looked at each other, and then Elena said to the woman very softly, "Don't worry, we have no ill intentions." The winged woman still looked at the two of them very vigilantly. She pulled the little girl back while staring at Lin Chen and the others. When she moved to a certain position, the woman suddenly used her wings as a broom and threw a hatchet on the ground, which shot directly at Lin Chen's face. Elena's eyes condensed, and a hint of coldness flashed in her beautiful eyes. The hatchet stopped by itself more than 1 meter away from Lin Chen, and the green soft light and the breeze lifted the hatchet out of thin air. Seeing this scene, the woman's face changed drastically. She hugged the little girl and spread her wings to fly away. However, she had just taken off for less than 2 meters when Elena shook her hand, and a pure green light came out. This light turned into a net and looked like some kind of chain, which directly tied her up. The woman screamed, and then she was tied up by the chain and tied to a dead tree behind. Elena's mind moved slightly, and the wind chain automatically turned into a shape that could tie her limbs in a spread eagle position and tightly stick the woman to the tree. Another gust of wind blew and turned into a second chain that interlaced and restricted her wings behind her. From where Lin Chen was, there was a kind of sad beauty of a winged angel being tied up. The woman struggled hard, but it was useless, and she could only add feathers to the ground. She finally gave up and looked at Lin Chen and his wife with a look of despair. Don't kill Xiaoyu, she is still young." Lin Chen patted Elena's shoulder, indicating that he would ask questions. Elena did not do anything else, but carefully helped Lin Chen to a place 2 meters in front of the woman. He looked at the woman with a look of fearlessness on her face, and then looked at the little girl squatting on the ground and trembling. Lin Chen seemed to have figured it out. He said, "I won't kill her, nor you. I ask you a few questions. Just answer them, and I let you go." The woman's breathing became slightly smoother. She looked at Lin Chen and the other man in front of her, swallowed her saliva, and nodded silently. You asked. "What tribe are you?" "Angels?" Hearing Lin Chen's question, the woman's expression was a little complicated. In fact, the main reason why she was so nervous and even wanted to attack Lin Chen was that the other party had no wings behind them. They were aliens. It has been a long time since a foreigner entered their world. Combined with some things that happened a long time ago, it is normal for a woman to have such a stress reaction. After a while, the woman shook her head. "No, we are the feathered people." "Feathered people?" Lin Chen and Elena looked at each other again. The female elf had never heard of this name, but Lin Chen had some impression of it. As an earthling, Lin Chen had heard of this kind of name in many mythological books or immortal cultivation novels, but he really didn't expect that there really was such a tribe. "Is this the world where you, the feathered people, live?" Elena suddenly asked curiously. The feathered people continued to nod. "Strange, since you are a race living in this world, we have been active here for the past 3 or 4 days, and our activity range is almost 1,000,000 kilometers. Why did we only see you today?" "Because?" The woman looked very painful. "Because our world is no different from destruction." As she spoke, the female feathered people began to sob slightly. Lin Chen suddenly said something. "Is it Sue?" Elena turned her head blankly and looked at Lin Chen, then her beautiful eyes widened slightly. Yes, why didn't she think of this? Sure enough, after hearing the word Sue, the woman's sobbing stopped abruptly, and there was even extreme fear in her eyes. "You? Why are you?" "Wife, put her down." Lin Chen sighed, and already knew the basic information of this tribe and this world. Elena did not hesitate. With a flick of her finger, the feathered man fell from the tree. She subconsciously pulled the little girl to her arms, but she was less hostile than before. "If I am not mistaken, it was those ruins that destroyed your world, right?" Lin Chen looked at the woman. "How long ago did it happen?" The feathered man took a deep breath, as if thinking, according to the tribe leader, it should be more than 200 years ago. After that, Lin Chen asked some questions about this world and ruins. Although the woman could answer them one by one, she was stumbling when answering, probably because she heard it from hearsay. "Is your clan leader still alive?" Yes. Take me to find him. Yuren hesitated for a while, then looked at Elena beside Lin Chen with lingering fear. She could feel the extremely terrifying aura from this beautiful woman, as if this woman wanted, all living things around her would be wiped out by her. The distance is a bit far. Do you need me to take you there? Yuren said nervously. No, we can fly too. After saying that, Lin Chen used the flying technique to fly up. Although his body was still extremely weak, as time went by, the power and hidden injuries left by the beast god in his body began to be gradually cleared, and Lin Chen's strength had gradually recovered. When he saw that Lin Chen could fly without wings, the feathered man widened his eyes. Wife, I'm worried about Xiaoyun, so don't follow me. No. Elena shook her head without hesitation. I can't let you leave my sight alone now. Lin Chen opened his mouth and was about to say something, and the feathered girl raised her hand weakly. I can help you take care of the patient. Everyone looked at the girl named Xiaoyu. Chapter 542. After a while, Lin Chen and Elena followed the feathered man and flew to a huge tree. At this time, Lin Chen finally understood why the trees in this world were so huge. When he first entered this dungeon world a few days ago, the landing point was a forest, and every tree there was very tall. But even so, the giant tree in front of him was the largest individual that Lin Chen had seen since entering the dungeon, and the second largest tree he had ever seen in his life. In Lin Chen's memory, the largest tree was a copy called the World Tree that he entered through the God Offering Tower. It was said that the tree was the residence of the God of Life in the background story of the land of the hunting god. When Lin Chen looked around, he could not see the end of it. Although the tree in front of him was not so exaggerated, its thickness was almost as big as a mountain, and many houses were built around it. However, this tree was dead, even only half of it, and hundreds of meters above, the tree was forcibly broken by external forces, and the bare top was a circle of endless annual rings. No wonder Elena didn't notice this dead tree when she flew over with him. At first glance, it looked like a bare mountain. Lin Chen is now very sensitive to power. He can feel a faint energy body flowing out from the inside of this dead tree, but it is so weak that it is almost undetectable. This tree is dying. You too, we are here. The female winged person, who led the way, began to descend, and finally Lin Chen and his wife followed the winged person, and landed in front of a huge wooden building in the center of the dead tree. Since they entered the 10-kilometer range of the dead tree, Lin Chen and his companions have seen many winged people here, and even met some winged people following them from a distance during the flight. After all, they have never heard of someone flying in the air without wings. Standing in front of the building, the woman made a wait gesture to Lin Chen and Elena, and then entered the building nervously. The couple was not in a hurry, and they could observe for a while at this time. These buildings looked quite luxurious, but they were all made of wood, and the magnificent building in front of them was even built on the largest branch of a dead tree, and there were similar buildings everywhere below and around. Hubby, look at their clothes, Elena said softly. Lin Chen looked around. The feathered people who were slowly approaching were also dressed similarly to the woman who had just led the way, but they were more glamorous. If there was a gap between the rich and the poor among the feathered people, the woman who led them should be the lowest class. After all, she and the little fish lived so far away from the dead tree, which shows the clues. In such a situation, the closer the feathered people are to the tree, the higher their social status should be. Wife, no matter what happens, don't do anything, Lin Chen said softly. Why? Elena blinked her beautiful eyes. It's different from our player system, but the natives in this world should also have some special cultivation power. However, I sense that the strongest here is probably about the same as the level 50 players in the hunting god land. The difference in combat power is too great. If we take action, it will be easy to wipe out their entire tribe. Lin Chen smiled. We are here to understand the situation, not to exterminate the clan. Yes, I understand. While waiting, Lin Chen was also trying to use his own strength to heal his injuries. The energy in his body was becoming more and more full. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for him to force out all the power from the beast god. Strangely enough, the closer he got to the dead tree, the better his recovery ability became. If he had just been in the wooden house, he wouldn't have been able to recover so quickly. Could it be because of this tree? After about 5 or 6 minutes, the female winged person came out of the building. She waved to Lin Chen and the others, signaling them to enter. Lin Chen moved his limbs. He no longer needed Elena's support. He grabbed Elena's hand, and the two walked into the building hand in hand. As soon as he entered, Lin Chen saw 2 rows of winged female guards standing on the left and right of the building. There were 7 on the left and 7 on the right, a total of 14. 14 pairs of extremely white wings were folded behind their backs. The atmosphere inside the entire building seemed very holy and solemn. I didn't feel anything special just now, but now it seems that these winged people really look like angels in Western mythology. What's more strange is that from just now to now, along the way or at this moment, all the winged people are women, not a single man. An old woman was sitting on a wooden chair in front of the hall. When she saw Lin Chen and Elena coming in, she stood up slightly with the help of the maid beside her. "Are you the two guests?" Lin Chen took a quick look at the winged tribe leader in front of him. She was wearing white silk, and the wings behind her were also white, but compared with other young winged people, her wings were slightly smaller. It seemed that they had degenerated and shrunk after getting old. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. "Yes, I came to talk to you." At this moment, all the female guards of the feathered man looked at Lin Chen at the same time, their eyes flashing with sharp light, as if they were very dissatisfied with Lin Chen's attitude. If it weren't for the mysterious identities of Lin Chen and Elena, they would probably put the white long swords at their waists across their necks. However, Lin Chen did not feel uncomfortable. Now they have a very strong fighting power as a basis, and they are no longer the same as before. However, Lin Chen was very curious and looked at the 14 guard-like girls on both sides. Judging from the power felt around these girls, each of them was superior to the average combat power of the 45-level players in the land of the hunting god, and 3 or 4 of them were even the best among the 45-level players with purple equipment bonuses. After a simple glance at these beautiful girls, Lin Chen met the eyes of the old woman at the top. At first, the eyes of the feathered tribe leader revealed a bit of sharpness, but then, this sharpness was gradually replaced by surprise. Such a powerful energy fluctuation. The old woman was initially attracted by the incredibly beautiful female elf beside Lin Chen. She could sense that although Elena was trying to suppress the power in her body, she still captured the sharp and violent power. But after exchanging glances with Lin Chen at this time, the old woman was horrified. No. This man who looked very weak was an extremely dangerous existence. Chapter 543. The leader of the feathered clan was silent for a while, and then, there was a hint of seriousness in his tone. What do the two guests want to ask? In fact, the old woman wanted to ask where Lin Chen and Elena came from, or why they came here, but looking at the faint aura around the two people in front of her, the old woman did not ask. At least before finding out the other party's intention and identity, it is better to be careful. Lin Chen did not hesitate at this time, and asked directly. "Are all the remaining feathered people in the world here?" The old woman frowned, and the 14 feathered female guards standing on both sides also looked a little strange. But as the leader of the tribe, she did not hesitate for too long. Yes, in this world called Rusang Realm, there is only this group of feathered people who can still survive with the help of Dachuan. The rest died in the catastrophe hundreds of years ago. Lin Chen caught a few terms from the feathered tribe leader, but he did not interrupt, just waiting for the next words. Afterwards, the old woman did not deliberately hide anything. When Lin Chen asked, she also said everything she should say. First of all, this world, like their Earth and the Amir continent, is also a world inhabited by advanced civilizations. The tribe that rules this land is the winged people with wings on their backs. Hundreds of years ago, because Su suddenly tore through the void and appeared out of thin air, they almost wiped out their winged people. And under the fierce resistance of these winged people, the Dachuan tree, which they regarded as a sacred tree, was forcibly cut in half. However, in the end, their only remaining tribesmen also relied on this half-tree to survive, and the entire tribe was even less than 100,000 people. But what really concerns us is that, since a few years ago, our Rusang realm, which had been reduced to ruins, has suddenly regained its vitality. Mountains and rivers have reappeared on the ruined land, and I even heard that some lush and green forests have sprung up. I always hear from spies that some very strange creatures can be found in certain places. The tribe leader's eyes were slightly serious. I am worried that it is related to those so-called ruins, so I did not let the tribe leave Dachuan. At this point, the old woman paused and looked at Lin Chen and his wife with some caution. Do you two know the secret here? Not only her, all the feathered people in this hall were looking at her. After all, in their eyes, Lin Chen and Elena, two people without wings, were very strange, and they were too young to have experienced the catastrophe hundreds of years ago. So most of the feathered people were very curious about the appearance of Lin Chen and Elena. Lin Chen smacked his lips. I can indeed tell you about the reasons for the changes in Rusang Realm in recent years, but whether you believe me or not is another matter. Please speak, the old woman said solemnly. Besides the world beyond your comprehension, there is another existence besides ruins. We call it designer. Well, some people call it creator. But it is not important. What is important is that it designed a world called God Hunting Land a few years ago, and then forced many advanced civilizations into the God Hunting Land for a special training. These people are called players. The purpose of training players should be to fight against ruins. As for your world, it should be used as a copy by the designer, so the Rusang world that was almost destroyed suddenly appeared snow-capped mountains, rivers, forests, and canyons in recent years, and those strange creatures are also used by the designer to enhance the strength of the players. At this point, Lin Chen glanced at the old woman and the surrounding winged girls. Except for the tribe leader, the other dozen winged girls had stars in their eyes. They didn't understand at all. Some even blinked and got angry. She spread her white wings behind her, drew her sword and pointed at Lin Chen. Are you telling us some profound story? Lin Chen didn't say anything, and although Elena was a little unhappy, she didn't move. The winged girl was about to speak, but the old woman on the seat suddenly shouted, "Don't be rude." The feathered girl could only angrily insert her saber into the scabbard and stand back. At this time, the old ladylike tribe leader slowly stood up from her seat, and walked slowly towards Lin Chen and Elena. As she approached the two, the old lady could feel a very powerful force. "Guess then you are the players?" Seeing the old lady's expression, Lin Chen knew that she understood. Yes. Lin Chen did not intend to hide it. This time, there should be 4 or 5 million players entering your Rusang world. Hearing this, the feathered people all took a breath of cold air, and the old woman couldn't help but pause slightly. 4 or 5 million? Then what is the main reason for you to enter our world? Are you here to kill those strange creatures? Lin Chen shook his head. Although killing those creatures can indeed make us stronger, but our main purpose is to kill a specific boss. Lin Chen was afraid that the other party didn't understand what a boss was, so he added, the so-called boss is a powerful existence designed by the designer. As long as we kill him, we can leave. The hall fell into silence for a long time. Even the winged girl guards could only look at each other. It was not that they did not believe Lin Chen's words, but it was too bizarre. They even had a hard time trying to understand. After a long time, the old woman asked again, "Then, distinguished guest, since you said that the players are fighting against Su, how can I believe you? I am happy to show you something." Lin Chen smiled. The old woman nodded slightly, and the next moment, she explained something to a winged person beside her. After listening, the winged person immediately leaned over, then spread his wings and flew out of the hall. The old woman looked at Lin Chen and Elena. "In that case, please follow me." Chapter 544. Soon after, Lin Chen and Elena followed the leader of the winged people to a huge arena. This arena is located inside the Great Chun Tree. The huge area is as big as a football field. It should be a place carved out of the Great Chun Tree. The tree is really too big. Looking from the outside, even such a large arena is just a tiny hole carved out of the tree surface. Standing in the center of the arena, many winged people flew over from all directions, and seemed to be extremely curious about Lin Chen and Elena. "What's wrong? I heard that there are guests from another world who want to fight." "Another world? From outside the Rusang world? Aliens?" "No, why are they fighting? Who are they fighting? Are they fighting Ling Yu?" "No way. Ling Yu is the strongest warrior in our Rusang world for hundreds of years. How can those people from another world be his opponent?" "Wow, these two are so pretty, especially the woman. It turns out she looks like this without wings." More and more feathered people came and talked about it as they approached. Lin Chen and the other two stood in the center of the ring. They kept looking around, as if they were carefully examining every corner of the ring and the surrounding viewing platforms. Every wall and every corner of the surrounding audience seats were carved from the inside of the trunk of the big cypress tree. The huge viewing platform was actually a series of hollowed-out tree holes. At this time, thousands or even more feathered people flapped their wings and landed, then sat in the tree holes and pointed at the center of the ring. Lin Chen was somewhat helpless. He really didn't expect that these winged people actually wanted him to show his ability in this way. You know, at this moment, Lin Chen has recovered almost completely. If it weren't for the overbearing power of the beast god, Lin Chen would have recovered completely now. Beating these winged people is really bullying. But he didn't say anything, just silently looked at the old woman in front of him. "Chief, how do you want to compete?" Lin Chen looked up and asked. As a patriarch, although she was a little older, the old woman could still fly in the air with the wings behind her. She held a wooden scepter in her hand, and said to Lin Chen and Elena below, "Two guests, we have a total of 7 warriors here who can come out and compete with the two of you. You can choose any of them as your opponents." After saying that, 7 sharp breaths suddenly flew in from different directions, and then 7 female feathered people in gorgeous clothes flew onto the ring. The 7 were all female feathered people. Each of them looked like a heroic western angel, and their skin was basically as white as snow. The wings behind them shone with a faint silver glow in the sun, and every wave seemed to leave a light note in the air. When these 7 female winged people appeared, there was a warm cheering around them, and the other winged girls watching were excited. "It's Lingyu. It's really Lingyu!" someone screamed. The winged person standing in the center of the 7 people was smiling slightly at this moment. She looked at Lin Chen below coldly with a hint of pride. Lin Chen also noticed her. This winged person had golden hair flowing like a waterfall and warm amber eyes. Unlike the other winged people, the wings behind this girl were actually a brilliant fiery red, like the sunshine in the morning light, extremely warm. "Guest, please." The wings behind the feather stretched out silently, with an undisguised sense of oppression. Elena, who was standing beside Lin Chen, was looking at Lin Chen with a questioning look at this time, because the female elf didn't know how serious Lin Chen's injury was now. If Lin Chen couldn't do it, she would go on stage. However, Lin Chen responded with a smile. The female elf also smiled, and she understood, and actually took a step back in front of everyone. Seeing this scene, the feather frowned slightly. Lin Chen waved to the 7 winged people in front of him. "You all come on together." After he finished speaking, everyone was stunned. "Really? Fake?" A winged person watching widened his eyes, and looked at the ring below like he was muttering to himself. The 7 winged warriors on the huge ring were silent. The 7 girls all stared at the figure on the ring with their beautiful eyes wide open, which was completely different from them, and even a little abrupt and dazzling. There were already discussions in the surrounding seats, and the discussions began to gradually grow louder. In this scene, Lingyu's face was a little ugly, and her proud face even flushed a little. She deliberately cleared her throat quietly, and the other party's behavior obviously made her a little dissatisfied. However, she did not answer Lin Chen immediately, but turned her head to look at the leader of the feathered people. The leader did not refute, but the old woman's eyes were solemn, as if she was thinking about something. Lingyu was even more puzzled. She turned back and looked at Lin Chen and asked, "Guest, what do you mean? You actually think you can beat all 7 of us at the same time?" Lin Chen smiled, "Yes." As he said that, Lin Chen suddenly took out an hourglass-like prop from an unknown place and placed it at his feet. "This thing is called a time hourglass, but if I don't inject power into it, it's just an ordinary hourglass. The time it takes to drain the light is about 6 minutes. So, if the hourglass runs out, if the 7 girls can let me leave this circle, I will lose." Lin Chen waved his hand, and a sharp force suddenly appeared. Before people could react, a white circle appeared under Lin Chen's feet. The radius of the circle was only 2 meters. Lin Chen stood in the center of the light circle with his hands behind his back. "Looks extremely elegant." This look immediately attracted completely different reactions in the eyes of different people. For example, the feather people watching were immediately shocked. These girls just felt that Lin Chen was crazy. This did not take the 7 strongest warriors in their tribe seriously at all. But in the eyes of Elena, it was a completely different matter. Lin Chen's thin body was glowing. Elena's eyes were so soft that they almost melted into water. Even if there is a difference in strength among other people in the tribe, it is not obvious. After all, they are all people protected by Dachuan. However, these 7 warriors are the chosen ones, who have entered the heart of Dachuan. Each of them is a top-level warrior that cannot be ignored, and Lingyu is a rare genius in hundreds of years. The high priest once said that if these 7 people were born on the day of catastrophe, they could even kill the 5th-level ruins, and Lingyu is estimated to be able to fight against a level 6 Su. The chieftain floated in the air, muttering to herself. Then she looked at Lin Chen again. Although she could feel that the energy emanating from this man's body was really terrifying and weird, it was even more difficult to face 7 warriors including Lingyu at the same time than to fight against a top-level 6 Su. Could these players be so powerful? Not only the chieftain, but the surrounding people were filled with righteous indignation at this time, and frantically shouted for Lingyu to chop this foreigner to death. But the next moment, people looked at Lin Chen standing in the circle in the middle of the ring. They saw that this man was motionless, but that posture seemed to be no joke. Seeing this scene, one of the 7 warriors, a feathered man with dark skin, snorted coldly. He walked out of the 7 people. On his dark skin, the unique dreadlocks were particularly conspicuous. "Lingyu, you don't need to take action. I am enough." After saying that, the feathered man shook his wrist, and a long spear appeared in her hand. Seeing her take the initiative to step forward, the surroundings cheered again. "Yui, beat him up! It's Yui, I love you." The dark-skinned girl came to Lin Chen. She looked down at the halo under Lin Chen's feet, then looked up at Lin Chen. The next moment, she suddenly raised the spear in her hand, her eyes slightly fixed, and stabbed it towards Lin Chen's chest. Chapter 545. The black-skinned feathered girl did not hold back, so that the spear she thrust directly pierced the air with a sonic boom. But Lin Chen did not dodge. When the spear tip was about to pierce Lin Chen's chest, he raised his hand and clamped the front end of the spear tip with just 2 fingers. Suddenly, a very powerful energy spread outward around his body, and the hurricane swept the venue, blowing Lin Chen's clothes at the same time. But he did not move at all, still standing in the center of the light circle under his feet. Yui, who was holding the spear, was slightly stunned, and then she found that the spear in her hand seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and could not be taken back at all. Yui moved her steps and made a horse stance, changing from one hand to 2 hands to hold the spear, and then the wings behind her were completely stretched at this time, and the special light visible to the naked eye lingered around Yui. But even so, Lin Chen still kept the action of pinching the tip of the spear with his fingers, and did not move at all. Yui's face was already red at this time. She found that even if she used all her strength, she could not pull the spear back from Lin Chen's hand. This feeling was very strange. The 6 people from Lingyu standing behind and watching the battle noticed something was wrong. Although Yui's skills were not as strong as Lingyu's, he was also considered to be in the middle level among the 7 people. Why did he look so passive? Xiaolan, go and help. Lingyu looked at a girl beside him and whispered. Originally, I thought that the other party was deliberately seeking death by fighting 7 people alone, but now the 6 girls all looked heavy. The girl named Xiaolan nodded, then drew the long sword from her waist and shot out. Xiaolan's speed was very fast. She arrived in front of Lin Chen almost instantly. She did not choose to help Yui, but stabbed Lin Chen's throat with the sword. The next moment, a white but soft light flickered slightly around Lin Chen's body. Xiaolan felt as if a wall appeared in front of her, and her sword seemed to be stuck in the mud. At this moment, Xiaolan and Yui were both horrified. They looked at each other, and almost chose to give up their weapons at the same time. Then they waved their wings in tacit understanding and flew into the air. They flapped their wings, and suddenly 2 fierce storms swung towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen shook his wrist, and he casually took the spear and sword into his hands, then raised his head and threw the spear and sword to the left and right in the direction of the 2 women. Swish! The 2 weapons were like 2 streams of light, almost instantly disintegrating the storm they swung over, and the remaining force continued to hit Yui and Xiaolan's bodies. The pupils of the 2 women shrank, the speed was too fast, and the energy was so strong that they forgot to avoid it for a moment. A red figure instantly appeared in front of the 2 women from below, and 2 scimitars were unsheathed, one on the left and one on the right to swing away the spear and the sword. Swish! Swish! The 2 streams of light lost their target, and finally pierced the bark of the big cypress tree in the distance, finally making a dull and distant explosion sound. It was Lingyu with the fiery wings, who stood in front of Yui and Xiaolan to block the spear and the long sword. At this moment, the strongest warrior of the Yuan tribe was looking at her hands in horror. The moment she swung the 2 weapons away, she could feel the 2 extremely violent power fluctuations, so that her white palms were trembling slightly. At this moment, they finally confirmed that Lin Chen was not bragging. The guest from another world was much stronger than them. In just over a minute, it was enough for the other Yuan in the surrounding audience to see that something was wrong. The noisy cheers had disappeared, and all the Yuan looked at the center of the ring solemnly. Ling Yu's beautiful eyes narrowed, and then she said, "Let's go together." The 7 winged girls stood together at this time, and the 7 pairs of wings flapped back and forth regularly. The power in their bodies began to surge more and more, especially Ling Yu, who was standing in front of everyone. The whole body of this girl was emitting a strange fiery red aura. Although this energy was very weak for Lin Chen, its essence made Lin Chen a little concerned. Lin Chen stared at Ling Yu and frowned. Now Lin Chen has already comprehended the power of the hunting god land very well. No matter what the player's profession is, even the means used by those bosses to release are actually power, they all have the same purpose, and will not deviate from the essence of their power. However, the fiery red light in front of him made Lin Chen feel a different breath from the power of the land of the hunting god, as if it was another completely different power system. At this moment, Lin Chen suddenly remembered the 2 words he had just heard from the head of the winged people. Tree heart. It is said that these 7 girls are the chosen ones, who have entered the heart of the tree of the great Chun tree. It seems to be said that, because when the head of the tribe said this, his voice was very low, as if he was mumbling to himself, and Lin Chen did not listen too carefully. But considering the current situation, could these different power systems be related to this tree? Without time to think, The eyes of these 7 people suddenly became sharp. Without any hesitation, their figures flashed, and 7 ghostly figures followed like shadows and instantly surrounded Lin Chen. The wind whistled, and the sound of weapons cutting the air was like thunder. The red light was even faster than lightning, hitting Lin Chen's vitals. They had a tacit understanding and cooperated perfectly. The special power surged up, surging around the 7 people's bodies, and actually brought out the power of wind and thunder above the arena, rumbling and shocking. Lin Chen remained motionless. His mind moved slightly, and his skin was instantly covered by a white light at an astonishing speed, as if covered by a soft white veil. A low sound of freezing echoed on the surface of Lin Chen's body. Looking closely, Lin Chen's body seemed to be wearing a suit of armor by itself. The whole person was radiant, like an ancient god. Boom! The 7 people's attack hit Lin Chen heavily, and the powerful force impact exploded instantly. The arena under his feet was originally the inside of the big tree, but now it was like the floor cracked with a sound, and the huge crack spread like a spider web. Lin Chen's body seemed to have a shock wave that was invisible to the naked eye spreading out. His body was as bright as silver, and his eyes also became bright white. There was even a flash of electric arc and lightning flowing on the surface of his skin. Ling Yu's 7 faces suddenly changed. They felt that their attacks on Lin Chen were like hitting the hardest stone in the world, indestructible. So hard. Come again! After that, the 7 people gathered more powerful energy again. Ling Yu stretched out his hands and wings at the same time, and the fiery red power surged, and then turned into a guiding line, kneading the other 6 rays of light, and hitting Lin Chen fiercely. Lin Chen's white eyes shone brightly, and at this moment his skin was once again instantly radiant, and a terrifying energy shock swept over again. Boom! The 7 people only felt their bodies shaken violently at this time, and were pushed backwards by the shock wave. The spectators of the feathered people who were watching suddenly made a low uproar, and everyone looked at Lin Chen in shock. No one would have thought that Ling Yu and the other 7 warriors could not shake Lin Chen together. Not only that, from beginning to end, Lin Chen did not leave the light circle under his feet for a single step. Even Lin Chen did not move his feet. Chapter 546. Do you want to continue? Lin Chen looked up at Ling Yu and the others. The girls looked gloomy at the moment. Ling Yu was a very proud person. But today, the 7 of them gathered their strength, and did not let the other party suffer any harm. This kind of thing cannot be simply mentioned. For the future of the feathered clan, this matter can even be a stain. For Ling Yu and the other 7, it will be the biggest karma in their future practice. But, just like Lin Chen said, is there any need to continue? Although the 7 people did not try their best, the opponent also downplayed it. It was obviously just a warm-up phase. So far, Lin Chen has not deliberately taken the initiative to attack. Even if he continues, there will be no change. Is it really necessary to force Lin Chen out of the light circle as a bargaining chip for victory? The Yu people can't afford to lose that person. At this time, the leader of the Yu people who had been watching the battle suddenly spoke. No need to continue, Ling Yu, you can retreat. Although their faces were full of indignation, Ling Yu and the other 7 still flew back to the old woman unwillingly. Lin Chen smiled slightly, and he stepped forward and stepped out of the halo under his feet. The white light that just enveloped his skin surface also disappeared. He stretched out his hand, and naturally grasped the fair wrist of the female elf beside him. The 2 walked in front of the old woman. The expression of the feathered tribe leader at this moment was much better than at the beginning. At least he looked much more respectful. 2 honorable adults, I think. We should be able to believe in your strength. The main reason why they wanted to fight with Lin Chen was to verify whether what Lin Chen said was true. If they wanted to fight against Xian, these players at least needed to have strength that they could show off. I just didn't expect that Lin Chen's strength seemed a little too exaggerated. Just now, the 7 feathered warriors joined forces, and could even fight a high-level level 6 ruins, but looking at the current situation, it seems that as long as Lin Chen wants, the 7 people will be defeated soon. Thinking of this, before Lin Chen could speak, the old woman suddenly thought of something, and suddenly said in a low voice, "You 2, please lend me a step to talk." After a while, Lin Chen and Elena followed the old woman to a special tree hole. Thousands of winged people gathered behind him, but no one dared to approach the cave entrance. They just looked at Lin Chen and his group nervously. Lin Chen looked at the so-called tree hole in front of him. It was hundreds of meters high and looked like a dark door to another world, but for this tree, it was just an insignificant tree hole. The old woman stood in front of the cave entrance and turned to nod at the priest-like winged people around her. The next moment, several winged people flew into the air. They stopped at a specific location of the cave entrance, and then placed their palms on the places with special pictures and texts. Then, some special restrictions covering the cave entrance seemed to disappear suddenly. Lin Chen and Elena could feel a stench coming from the cave at this moment. Elena, who was very sensitive to smells, even covered her nose with her hands. Lin Chen also frowned. "Su," the two said in unison. Seeing the performance of Lin Chen and the others, the head of the feathered people also nodded. "Yes, both of you, please follow me." After that, the head of the feathered people lit a torch and entered the cave first with a cane. Ling Yu Xiaolin, who had just fought with Lin Chen, and several priest-like feathered people followed the chief and entered together. Lin Chen and Elena looked at each other and stepped into the cave amid the gazes and discussions of many feathered people around them. Is this reasonable? Who knows? Anyway, the chief has let them in, and they are so strong, maybe they can find a way. But the tree heart is a forbidden area for the tribe. Only warriors in the entire feather tribe can enter. They are outsiders after all. Okay, the decision made by the clan leader is not our turn to give instructions. Listening to the discussion of the feathered people behind him, Lin Chen realized that the place where the tree hole led to was actually the heart of the Dachuan tree. But why did the heart of the Dachuan tree, which is a sacred tree for the feathered people, have a stench of Su? After walking for a while, no sound could be heard from behind. The whole passage was gloomy and dark, with only the faint light from the torches around. Lin Chen suddenly said, "Clan leader, if I am not mistaken, your Dachuan tree is not completely dead, right?" The old woman smiled bitterly as she walked. "Sir, to be honest, if you can't help our feather clan this time, the Dachuan tree probably won't last long. In another 10 years, if we continue at this rate, we will lose our last support, and the feather clan will be completely wiped out." Is it related to the tree heart? Lin Chen didn't care about the help she mentioned. Yes, like all of us living things, the Dachuan tree also has its own heart. If the tree heart dies, we, the feather clan who rely on the Dachuan tree to survive, will lose the most primitive energy supply, just like a fish without water, and will die soon. At this time, Elena suddenly said, "It's a little different from our elves. Although we also have a very important ancient tree, we don't rely on it to survive." Elf? The chief and Ling Yu turned around and looked at Elena. "Yes." Lin Chen smiled. "My wife is an elf, and I am a human, but there are no special trees in our world." The chief opened his mouth, but did not continue with this topic, but continued, "So we have been trying to save the tree heart for hundreds of years. My two adults, please forgive our selfishness. If you can help, we can offer you everything." When they said this, Lin Chen and Elena looked at the dark passage ahead at the same time. The stench from Su became stronger and stronger, as if a level 7 Su was standing in front of them. "We are here." The clan leader stopped. In front of them was a huge space, with a faint light floating in the center. The clan leader pointed at the faint light, and said, "It is the heart of the tree." Chapter 547. Lin Chen's initial guess about the tree heart was not too wild. At most it was a huge heart made of wood, or something like a stone. But now, the real tree heart is floating in front of him. It emits a faint light in the void, looming, like a candle in the wind that will go out at any time. The leader of the feathered tribe, Ling Yu and others immediately bowed down. And Lin Chen and Elena also had different reactions at this time. The female elf had not yet reached the level of comprehension that Lin Chen had, but even so, she still had a very special feeling about the tree heart in front of her. This feeling was similar to when Lin Chen first began to comprehend the power, which indicated that Elena had also begun to step into Lin Chen's back road. As for Lin Chen, he frowned and looked at the faint light ball in front of him, and involuntarily took a few steps forward. And a cold light suddenly appeared in his hand. Everyone looked closely, and saw that Lin Chen was holding an iron sword in his hand. At this time, Lin Chen had no suitable weapons in his backpack. The Zhulong spear was destroyed, and the rainbow light was taken away by the beast god. The most in his backpack was a first-level white rusty iron sword, so Lin Chen almost subconsciously took out the iron sword. Seeing him walking towards the tree heart with a sword, Ling Yu immediately shouted, "What are you going to do?" Lin Chen did not answer, and the murderous aura emanating from his body was not concealed at all. As a result, the warriors and guards such as Ling Yu and Yui were immediately horrified and prepared to step forward to stop him. Although they did not know what Lin Chen was going to do, with this attitude and murderous aura, he must have had bad intentions. Although the feather tribe leader looked a little strange, she was thinking a lot. Her face also changed slightly, but she did not stop. "Come back." Ling Yu could not care about much at this time. She immediately flew forward and prepared to pull Lin Chen back. A dark green mist spread out from around Lin Chen's body strangely, and almost completely enveloped the surrounding space in half a breath. Ling Yu immediately lost the trace of Lin Chen. She turned around and flapped her wings. Not to mention pulling Lin Chen back, she couldn't find the exact direction in the mist. In the fog, Lin Chen's pace became faster and faster. He stared at the faint ball of light seriously, and finally started running. Crack! After running to a suitable position, Lin Chen braked suddenly, stretched his right foot forward and leaned back with his left foot, and threw the iron sword in his hand fiercely. The iron sword was like a meteor that drew a parabola, and even rushed to the heart of the tree with a tail flame. Don't! Although the feathered people were obscured by the thick fog, they could still see the stream of light transformed by the iron sword shooting straight to the heart of the tree when they looked up. Many feathered people shouted at the top of their lungs. But just when the light was about to hit the tree core, a dark shadow suddenly shot out from the light and blocked the iron sword directly. Boom! Suddenly a strong shock wave spread out, a hurricane formed, and the dark green fog below was blown away. The feathered people looked up in shock. The iron sword was blocked by something when it was 2 or 3 meters away from the tree core. The thing was pitch black, and there seemed to be some kind of liquid wriggling on its surface, and black smoke was faintly diffused. Young feather people like Ling Yu and Yui had no idea what this thing was, but the old patriarch was immediately horrified. Her whole body couldn't stop shaking. Even though the feather people's guards rushed over to support her, it was useless. The old woman was terrified and almost screamed out the word. Su! It's Su! As soon as these words came out, all the feather people were ready for battle in an instant. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the girls held their weapons tightly in their hands. They surrounded the patriarch in the center, and stared at the sky with rapid breathing. Ling Yu, who was about to pull Lin Chen back just now, also retreated cautiously. After coming to the side of the clan leader, Ling Yu's expression changed. Clan leader, is this Su? As the strongest warrior of the feathered people in hundreds of years, Ling Yu was trained almost for the purpose of fighting against Su, but so far these young people have never seen those things. After all, so many years have passed, and the only feathered people who can survive the catastrophe are some old people including the clan leader. If they really met Su at this moment, they would only feel a palpitation. The thing was covered with black mist, and its body seemed to be made of wriggling liquid. If you look closely, it has facial features and all other body structures, and even wings like a feathered man. Is this the culprit who almost completely destroyed Rusang Realm? At this moment, the monster covered with black mist and liquid suddenly moved. He stretched out his hand like limbs to push away the iron sword, and threw it away as if throwing away garbage. After that, a pair of eyes suddenly opened on its head, and the inside of it became scarlet. The red light moved slightly, as if the pupils were locked on Lin Chen. An invisible pressure permeated the entire tree hole area, including the clan leader. All the feathered people retreated involuntarily, and the pressure from the soul made them want to flee. However, in this situation, Lin Chen and Elena were completely unmoved, and Lin Chen sneered, then flew up and floated to a horizontal line parallel to the ruins. I said I could smell a foul smell from a distance. It turns out there is a Su hiding in the heart of the tree. After saying this, the feathered people below looked at each other in surprise. Ling Yu turned her head to look at the tribe leader. She found that the tribe leader was looking up silently. There was not much surprise on his face. It seemed that he had guessed it a long time ago. Is this the reason why the tribe leader brought outsiders into the heart of the tree? Is she planning to use the power of these two so-called players to kill the Su lurking in the heart of the tree? Sure enough, the Su in front of the tree heart suddenly laughed coldly. The breath of the hunting god land. Are you a player? Its voice was extremely hoarse, but it was as hollow as the echo of an empty valley, which made people's scalps numb. Lin Chen did not intend to hide it. Yes, what about you? What level is Su? The Su stretched out his hands and looked at them, then grinned with satisfaction. Originally, it should be level 6. Originally? But after absorbing the power of the tree heart of the feathered people for hundreds of years, I should be level 8 now. Chapter 548. Hearing the other party's self-reported level, the expressions of the feathered clan chief and Elena changed at the same time. Level 8? Feathered girls like Ling Yu and Yui may not know the level of Su, but they are very clear. According to the judgment of the feathered clan chief on the strength of Ling Yu and others, a top level 6 Su can already face the 7 warriors of their feathered clan at the same time. If it is level 7, it can easily destroy the Dachuan tree that is now lingering and the remnants of the feathered clan that rely on the Dachuan tree to survive. Then, what is the concept of level 8? Even the clan leader, who experienced the catastrophe hundreds of years ago, had never seen a Ruosang world of this level. If the other party wanted to, would the entire Ruosang world be destroyed directly? Compared to the old clan leader's thoughts, Elena had a more intuitive understanding of the level of the Ruosang world. When she and Lin Chen got married, she and Lin Chen had fought against a level 7 perfect Ruosang world in the boundary area above the eternal sky. At that time, Lin Chen and Elena had no confidence that they could kill the other party. They even needed to rely on the power of hundreds of thousands of players in the entire main city to form a spear to kill it. Although it was because the Ruosang world was very afraid of death and had been hiding in the gap of the boundary area, so Lin Chen had to resort to this last resort. But at that time, Lin Chen was indeed no match for the other party. And now, the one in front of him is stronger than the one at the wedding, and has directly entered the level 8 category. Hubby! Elena couldn't help shouting. Elena didn't actually have a direct feeling of how strong Lin Chen had become these days. After the wedding, Lin Chen took them into many dungeons to stack attack power. Later, Lin Chen used the power of Guishu to buy a variety of special props and equipment. In this Ruosang Realm dungeon, Lin Chen also killed countless attribute creatures. Logically speaking, the comparison is incomparable, but Elena doesn't know what the strength of the 8th level ruins is. Anyway, it is at least stronger than the 60th level world boss Earth Guardian. Compared with the Beast God, the Beast God is a level 80 boss, and the opponent is level 8. Will the strength be similar? And now Lin Chen has not fully recovered. If they really fight, Lin Chen doesn't know if he can be the opponent of the opponent. Lin Chen turned his head and looked down, then made a gesture to Elena not to worry, and then he looked at the opponent again. From level 6 to level 8 Su? Lin Chen looked incredulous. So your Su can also be upgraded. The other party did not answer, but just looked at Lin Chen coldly. From beginning to end, it did not leave the tree core for a single step. Lin Chen waved his hand, and the iron sword that Su had just thrown away flew back to Lin Chen's hand. He moved his mind, and a ray of light appeared on the surface of the iron sword. In a few breaths, the iron sword turned into a pure white spear. Lin Chen's move surprised Su. You. Why, you haven't seen it before. Lin Chen looked at the other party. You claim to be level 8, but I feel that your breath is weak and your strength is depleted. According to some fantasy novels about cultivating immortals, you have absorbed the power of the tree heart and forcefully broke through, which is the result of an unstable foundation. Am I right? Lin Chen's words made the other party a little confused, but seeing that Lin Chen's eyes were always locked on the tree heart behind it, this Su was like an old hen protecting her calves, constantly moving her body to prevent Lin Chen from spying. After that, Lin Chen took the initiative to try to communicate with the other party, but no matter how Lin Chen asked or provoked, this Su didn't say a word. Chief. Lin Chen turned to ask the chief of the feathered people. I am here, sir. Please tell me. This Su said that it has absorbed your tree heart for hundreds of years. Do you have any impression of it? These things don't have a specific appearance, but I have some impression of its breath. Does that mean this Su has really been hiding in the tree heart for hundreds of years? Yes. The reason why our big cypress tree is so withered should be because of it. The old patriarch immediately knelt down in front of Lin Chen, just like kneeling in front of the tree heart just now. Today, thanks to you forcing Su out, please help our feathered people. Kill this beast. Lin Chen put his eyes back on Su, and asked curiously, That's strange, the land of the hunting god should be a special world established in a short time, even if the 2 rounds add up to only 5 or 6 years. And you, Su, who has been hiding in the heart of the tree for hundreds of years, how did you know the land of the hunting god, and how did you know the players? Lin Chen knew that the other party would not answer him, but laughed at himself. Forget it, there is no need to ask these questions. By the way, clan leader, if I help your feathered people kill this Su, can I borrow the noble tree heart for a while? The old woman did not hesitate at all. Sir, as long as you ensure that the tree heart is not damaged, you can borrow it at will. That's good. After Lin Chen finished speaking, he didn't waste any more words, and the whole person disappeared in a flash. The expression of the level 8 Su suddenly changed, but its reaction was also extremely fast. At the moment when Lin Chen's body disappeared, Su decisively punched and slammed into the void in front of him. The majestic black light gathered, and a black arc of lightning suddenly surged out, carrying a terrifying force that directly cleared the area hundreds of meters high inside the tree hole. If it weren't for the protection of Ling Yu and other guards, the old patriarch would have been directly blown to death by this energy. In the void, an extremely sharp incandescent spear tore through the space violently. The holy light was bright, and the extremely hot and domineering power distorted the space. Swoosh! The spear swept past. The tip of the spear was like lightning, and it collided with the black arc of lightning. Dang! The sound of metal clashing was deafening, and a terrifying gust of wind swept out, with waves of visible fluctuation spreading across the space. Before Sue could come up with any other tricks, Lin Chen disappeared again, and only the spear that was completely gathered by power would strangely penetrate the space and flash away. When will the players in the land of the hunting god be able to use this kind of power? Sue's voice was hoarse and puzzled. He roared and suddenly threw another punch. The strange energy that gave people goosebumps blasted into the void at an indescribable speed. Boom! The space exploded, and a figure was shaken and flew backwards, and took dozens of steps in the sky before he could stabilize his body. It was Lin Chen holding the spear. Yelena's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that Lin Chen still hadn't recovered his peak state. Although the opponent had some water, as an 8th level Su, Lin Chen now seemed to be a little reluctant. Lin Chen's wrist trembled slightly, and a strong white light quickly spread from the surface of the spear held in his hands. The space behind him gradually twisted, and the holy light suddenly burst out with thousands of feet of light, and then roared and boiled, and countless holy lights gushed out towards the place where the Su was. White lights began to condense, and they turned into whistling swords, and suddenly whistled out, like a strict sword formation, surrounding Sue's body. Damn it! Sue's expression became very complicated. He had to pay attention to Lin Chen's attack at all times, and at the same time, he had to be on guard against the tree heart behind him at all times. Because there was always a faint wind blowing at this time, Sue looked down and always saw a very beautiful female elf eager to try, as if she was going to do something. Where are you looking at? In front, Lin Chen's voice suddenly appeared, which shocked Sue violently. The next moment, countless beams of light shot out, directly illuminating the entire space like daylight. Chapter 549. Get out of here! The face of Level 8 Ruins, which was a mixture of black liquid and mist, seemed to have a cold expression. It waved its arms, and countless reddish-brown death auras suddenly burst out from its scarlet and black body. These auras surged out like a raging tide, and collided head-on with the holy light that was shooting at it. Just as the two forces were about to clash, Lin Chen's expression froze slightly, and he shook his wrist the next moment. I saw that the beams of light that shot out began to expand rapidly the moment they came into contact with the black light, and the rumbling sound was deafening. The holy light released from Lin Chen's hands actually began to explode. A terrifying fiery storm swept out, not only dispelling the black light, but also instantly swallowing up the Level 8 Ruins. You? Level 8 Ruins showed horror on its face. It really didn't think that Lin Chen had such a method, and actually completed the transformation of power in a very short time. The fiery storm generated by the explosion once again completely enveloped the entire area. The interior of this tree hole was shaken to cracks, and gullies appeared on the walls inside the tree hole. Chief, let's go out. Ling Yu protected the old woman behind her. She was too late to be surprised by Lin Chen's strength. She originally felt that Lin Chen's strength was not far away, but now she just felt that she was extremely stupid. They had no way to stay in such an amazing scene. If they did not leave, under the raging white storm, not to mention the old patriarch, even the warriors like them would probably not be able to withstand such an impact. The old patriarch did not insist. He retreated under the crowd's support until he retreated to the entrance of the passage just now, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Half a minute later, the storm weakened, and everyone poked their heads out from the edge of the passage, their eyes locked, and then there were sounds of people sucking in cold air. In the sky, Lin Chen looked ahead calmly. The storm dissipated, and the Level 8 Ruin still stood in the air, but the black liquid on its upper body flowed down in large chunks, and its flesh and some unnamed special substances were shattered on the ground. On its body, there was a mixture of white and black energy that turned into water and flowed. On its chest, countless white energies kept flashing, and even thunder could be heard. Lin Chen's attack was too overbearing, and his power was embedded in the bones of the ruin, making it feel like dying. Level 8 Ruin. This is a Level 8 Ruin. The leader of the feathered people almost lost her balance. She muttered to herself, her eyes full of horror. In the air, Lin Chen stood elegantly. Compared to the opponent's embarrassment, his body was slender and dazzling. He stood there, like a star between heaven and earth, standing still despite the raging storm. Elena below was stunned, her eyes sparkling, full of autumn water. The pupils of the Level 8 Su were extremely complicated. The fierce power in the body was very difficult to suppress the violent and fiery white light. It clenched its fists and raised its red eyes to look at Lin Chen indifferently. Although it was bombarded by Lin Chen's power, its momentum was like a god looking down on ants. Are you a full-level player? The voice of the level 8 Su was low, and the hoarse voice was accompanied by a thunderous sense of fragmentation. In its view, it was impossible for such an exaggerated player to exist in the land of the hunting god. Although it had stolen the power of the tree heart for hundreds of years in the Great Chun Tree, and seemed to be oblivious to the outside world, as its level became higher and higher, this Su could already share the memory of other Su. This special ability was exclusive to these special beings. So even though he hadn't left the tree for hundreds of years, he knew about the land of the hunting god and the players. But according to Su's understanding of the land of the hunting god, even if the second round of reincarnation had already begun, it was impossible for a full-level player to appear there so quickly. No. Even an ordinary full-level player couldn't have such ability, but why was the man in front of him so exaggerated? Not only was his power extremely domineering, but even his use and transformation of power were not something that ordinary players could do. Who is he? Lin Chen smiled. No, I'm not even level 80 yet. At this moment, level 8 Su was stunned, and then it laughed. Its body began to tremble gradually, and as time went by, it finally laughed up to the sky, as if it had heard the funniest joke in the world. Not even level 80? Ha 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 ha, ha ha. But after a while, its laughter stopped abruptly, and the scarlet light appeared in its black eyes again. If what you said is true, then I will leave you here completely today. Letting you go out is not good news for us. Lin Chen was delighted after hearing this. He shrugged his shoulders and said, How fresh. Do you think I will leave on my own initiative after I find you? Good, very good. Suddenly, the sky and earth became dark. The feathered girls below looked up, and saw that the sky and earth area inside the tree hole suddenly had layers of black clouds rolling in, directly covering all the places they could see and feel. In the black clouds, a faint purple light flickered. This purple light began to gather into thunder hidden in the clouds, wriggling like a venomous snake, and the snake tongue it spit out released a suffocating pressure from the sky and earth. Boom! The thundercloud surged, and a huge purple thunder broke through the clouds and fell down. However, this purple thunder did not hit Lin Chen, but fell towards the 8th level ruins. Lin Chen's eyes condensed slightly. He was not surprised by the 8th level ruins' means, but stared at the purple thunder. This power does not belong to the 8th level ruins at all, but comes from the light ball behind it, the tree heart. Is this the power of the tree heart that you have absorbed for hundreds of years? Lin Chen said. The 8th level ruins did not answer. Its body shook, and the majestic purple thunder was completely absorbed by its body. The injuries and flowing liquid on its body surface quickly solidified. Not only that, a purple light mist turned into a set of hideous purple thunder armor on its body surface. Under the thunder armor, the 8th level Su's body expanded several times, turning into a thunder giant, with a terrifying momentum. Then let me see how strong the players from the land of the hunting god are. Under the thunder armor, the 8th level Su's eyes quickly locked onto Lin Chen. No longer deliberately protecting the tree heart, but taking a step, the 8th level Su's body instantly appeared above Lin Chen, and then punched Lin Chen mercilessly. This punch was not fancy, but Lin Chen's eyelids could not stop twitching. At this moment, he felt the oppression from the 8th level Su's fist that was not inferior to the 80th level world boss beast god. Even Elena felt the domineering and tyrannical power of this force. Husband. In an instant, purple thunder danced wildly in the sky, accompanied by scarlet monstrous energy surging out, all rushing towards Lin Chen. Chapter 550. Seeing the situation was not good, Elena was ready to step forward immediately. Even if she could not help in any substantial way, as long as she was of some use, Lin Chen should be able to seize the opportunity. But just as the female elf was about to fly into the air, the old woman, who had been hiding at the edge of the passage, broke free from the guards of Lingyu and others, and appeared in front of her. Elena was startled, and was about to say something, but the next moment, there was a fierce collision above her head. Bang! Level 8 and Lin Chen collided head-on in a very pure way, and the shockwave penetrated from top to bottom. After all, the surroundings were inside the tree hole, and the smell of burnt wood chips filled the nose. Elena waved her jade hand, and the light blue wind turned into a light shield that enveloped her, and the tribe leader beside her. It was also because the feather tribe leader suddenly appeared beside her, that Elena was unable to help Lin Chen. Tribe leader, what are you doing here? Elena said with some dissatisfaction. Not only her, but now Lingyu, Yui and others are looking at the old woman anxiously. They want to rush over to take the tribe leader back, but the shock wave is too strong, and they can't get through it all. Lingyu could only yell at Elena and the clan leader from a distance, but the roar of explosions filled his ears, so no one could hear what Lingyu was shouting. The old woman was breathing with some difficulty. She looked up with some lingering fear at the collision of the two completely different forces of black and white. During this time, there was also a faint purple lightning that was attacking Lin Chen non-stop. Every time the purple light hit Lin Chen's body, it would make him pause slightly. People could see that if it weren't for the purple light, Lin Chen would not be at a disadvantage. Master Elf, do you have a way to get to your husband? The old woman looked at Elena eagerly. The female elf raised her head. It should be possible. Although my fighting power is not as high as his, I also want to help as much as I can, but I can only try to go alone. Okay. The old woman suddenly smashed the cane in her hand to the ground. There was a crisp sound, and something on the top of the cane rolled to Elena's feet. The female elf's eyes lit up. She leaned over and picked up the slightly glowing glass bead-like thing, and put it in her hand, and suddenly a soft light spread out from the inside of the bead. The old woman said, "This is the only tree species of the Great Chun tree. It contains a special method that can connect to the tree's heart. Unfortunately, we are not knowledgeable enough and cannot comprehend the connection between it and the tree's heart." As she spoke, the old woman reached out and curled up Elena's hand, letting her hold the tree species tightly in her palm. "My Lord Elf, your husband should have that kind of understanding. I can feel it. Give it to your husband. Quick!" Elena's face suddenly showed joy. She was about to leave, but her face changed. "What about you?" Her strength was not as strong as Lin Chen's, and she had no way to use her strength at will. As long as she left the old woman, the wind-attributed shield would disappear, and the powerful aftermath caused by the fight between Lin Chen and level 8 would kill the old woman in a minute. Her strength was also insufficient, and she had no way to take the old woman with her. While Elena was hesitating, the evil laughter of level 8 suddenly came from above her head. "Ha ha ha, boy, you can't hold on. I see that you still have hidden injuries that haven't healed yet. How can you be my opponent now? Just wait for death, I will give you a quick death." Elena's face suddenly changed. "Go quickly, Master Elf. If you delay any longer, your husband may not be able to hold on for long." Seeing Elena's reluctant expression, the old woman suddenly smiled with relief. She waved her sleeves and knelt down in front of Elena. Her eyes were burning, and her face was full of smiles. Ling Yu and Yui, who had been staring at the old woman, were stunned, especially Ling Yu. This feather girl seemed to understand something and immediately covered her mouth tightly, with a tear sliding down from her eye socket. "Chief!" The feathered people behind him screamed, and their voices were hoarse. Inside the shield, the old woman made a bowing gesture to Elena. "My two lords, if we can kill this Su this time, we can free the tree heart, and then the big tree can be revived. Our feathered people will continue to pass on the bloodline from generation to generation." The old woman prostrated on the ground. "On behalf of all the feathered people, I would like to express my highest gratitude to the two lords." Elena stared at the old woman for a long time, and then the female elf sighed and flew up. "Goodbye." The departure of the female elf also took away the light blue wind attribute shield, and the energy impact immediately enveloped the old woman's weak body. Under the impact storm, the body of the feather tribe leader gradually became blurred. She seemed to turn her head to look at Ling Yu and others, but it seemed that she didn't see anything. Yelena soared into the sky, and she released the maximum power she could mobilize. In order to fly to Lin Chen faster, the female elf compressed the shield to fit tightly against her skin, like a set of clothes. From the outside, it looked like a spike had penetrated into the chaotic wave. But she still underestimated the violent surge of these energies. It was already difficult to get close to Lin Chen under the mutual erosion of the two forces, and it was almost impossible to stand beside Lin Chen. Elena could no longer fly. She could only watch Lin Chen struggling to resist the black light and purple lightning from a few meters away, with blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Elena bit her back teeth tightly, and her beautiful face was even scratched with blood by some powerful wind. "Don't come over." Lin Chen's voice suddenly exploded in Elena's ears. He didn't know the purpose of Elena's coming, but he sensed Elena's breath approaching in an instant. Lin Chen immediately shouted, "Leave here. Quickly." But Elena turned a deaf ear to it. She was like a thin person going upstream against a level 12 typhoon. In the end, Elena's fair skin began to burn under the impact of the power, and her extremely beautiful face was distorted. Lin Chen's expression was ferocious. He had taken out all the means he had kept in his bottom box, but he still couldn't stop the opponent's attack. The purple electric light seemed to be able to remove his power. Not only did he not lose contact with the undead followers, but even his use of power was greatly reduced from before. Now Elena approached him stubbornly again. Lin Chen felt panic in his heart, and his blood was surging. He almost spit out a mouthful of blood. The next moment, Elena finally walked in front of him against the strong wind. This woman who was already covered in blood suddenly smiled at him. Then, she stretched out her hand to Lin Chen, and a round glass bead appeared in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen almost instantly connected the energy flowing from the bead with the purple electric light. This is it. They seem to have the same origin and the same path. A faint thread connects the purple lightning from the inside of the bead to the tree core. Lin Chen looked at Elena deeply, then reached out and grabbed the bead in Elena's hand. He exerted a little force and held Elena in his arms. Thank you, it's a great help. Lin Chen smiled at the woman in his arms. Elena reached out and touched Lin Chen's face. It's good to be able to help. It's good. Take a break, and leave it to your man next. Chapter 551. In midair, Level 8 Ruins looked down at Lin Chen, who was struggling to resist, through the black and white energy storm, and a sneer appeared on its lips. Having grown to this point, the land of the hunting god really cannot be left. Don't fight like a trapped beast, just wait for death obediently, and the confidence and strength you rely on will all vanish into thin air. After saying that, Level 8 Ruin's eyes suddenly changed and became fierce. It moved its body, controlling the purple lightning to sweep out, and the purple lightning was like a ghost, instantly appearing in front of Lin Chen. This purple lightning, refined by the power of the tree heart, was extremely sharp, and it actually split the space and pointed directly at Lin Chen's heart. If Lin Chen didn't have a backup plan, he would have died. What a pity die! Level 8 Ruins laughed wildly, and the purple lightning became more and more dazzling, carrying the power to tear everything apart, and pointed directly at Lin Chen's chest. However, at this moment, something strange happened. In the subtle sound, Lin Chen's two fingers lightly closed, and he easily clamped the fatal blow of the purple lightning. Not only that, Lin Chen's body suddenly disappeared, and the next moment, he appeared right in front of Level 8 Ruins. This suit didn't react at all. The black and white energy storms were still going on. So how did Lin Chen appear here? It didn't have time to be surprised. It immediately stretched out its hand, and swung out a sharp blade. However, just like clamping the purple lightning, Lin Chen also clamped the attack of Su with two fingers. The seemingly fragile clamp was as solid as a mountain, making the attack of the 8th level Su difficult to move. How is it possible? It exclaimed, you can't break through the power of the tree heart. Level 8 Su's expression changed drastically, and he looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. The latter slowly raised his head, and there seemed to be a flame of purple energy in his eyes that was jumping slightly. You? Looking at the purple energy in Lin Chen's eyes, Level 8 Su seemed to have thought of something, but he couldn't believe it. You talk a lot. Lin Chen's voice was a little hoarse, and then he suddenly raised his leg, and the wind of his leg was as heavy as a hammer, so fast that Level 8 Su was caught off guard, and hit him heavily in the chest. Its power was originally weak. It was at a disadvantage when it first fought with Lin Chen without using the tree heart purple thunder. At this moment, the purple thunder that it relied on was cracked and tamed by Lin Chen, and it couldn't withstand the opponent's attack at all. With a roar, the Level 8 Ruins flew backwards like a cannonball, dragging a deep mark hundreds of meters long on the ground, leaving countless wood chips along the way, flying all over the sky like heavy snow. The storm suddenly stopped, and the entire tree hole area was extremely quiet. Ling Yu and others who were watching stared at this scene in a daze. But soon they came to their senses. These feather people rushed into the venue frantically to search for something, but there was nothing around except a faint breath of the feather people's chief. Ling Yu knelt down on the ground limply. She supported the ground with her hands, covered her mouth, and cried bitterly. Level 8 Ruin stabilized his body, spitting blood, staring at Lin Chen with dull eyes, and came to his senses after a moment, and continued to roar, impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin Chen ignored Level 8 Ruins, and slowly opened his right hand. In an instant, a purple beam of light gushed out from the palm of his hand, and when the light dissipated, a transparent bead appeared in his hand. This is Dutchman tree seed. Oh, do you recognize this thing? Where did you get it from? Do I need to tell you? Lin Chen held his hand in a hollow fist, and a domineering purple flame rose up. As the flame rose, the energy fluctuations in Lin Chen's body became more and more terrifying. In just a few breaths, it had risen to a stronger level than when he fought with the beast god. The weak Elena below looked up in shock, feeling Lin Chen's more pure fluctuations in his understanding of power. He had far surpassed the previous level. No. You can't kill me. I can't die. Hundreds of years. Hundreds of years of dormancy. I can't. Purple flames raged, and with a thought, Lin Chen spread a pair of huge purple wings behind him, and his black eyes turned purple. At this moment, He looked more like a pure winged person than Ling Yu and other winged people. The purest understanding of the power of the Rusang realm and the great Chun tree made him reborn. This power. Lin Chen ignored the roar of level 8 ruins. He silently felt the terrifying power in his body, and couldn't help but be intoxicated. At this moment, he seemed to be able to destroy everything with a wave of his hand. Boy, if you let me go, I will definitely benefit from you. I can let you. Lin Chen interrupted it with a chuckle. Sorry, I'm not interested. Lin Chen stamped his feet fiercely. Purple flames raged, and his figure disappeared out of thin air. What are you going to do? Level 8 was shocked and was about to fight back, but the next moment, the purple lightning that was supposed to be cast by it actually rushed towards it in reverse. Then, Level 8 suddenly found that his body seemed to be locked by something, and the power in his body could not be exerted at all. No. 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 Then, Lin Chen's body was swept away by purple flames. Level 8's pupil shrank suddenly, and he tried to escape in a panic. However, a hand wrapped in purple flames penetrated the space, as if it stretched out from nothingness and strangled his throat. Lin Chen exerted a little force. Crack! Chapter 552. At the same time, outside the big tree, a plain-dressed winged man and a half-grown child stood outside the tree hole. In between them, a weak girl was supported by them. The girl had no wings and her face was pale, looking like she had just recovered from a serious illness. There were many people standing here, and thousands of winged people were looking nervously in the direction of the tree hole. From the beginning, there had been frequent rumbling sounds coming from inside the tree hole, and some ghostly roars could be heard, which made people's scalps numb. Many people wanted to go in and find out what was going on, but every time they reached the entrance of the tree hole, a surging shock wave would suddenly come from the inside and force the winged people who tried to enter back. In the end, even a few winged warriors did not dare to act rashly. The winged people waited outside for almost an hour. During this hour, the winged people saw an extremely weak human girl. She had no wings, but her appearance was not inferior to some beautiful winged girls. The so-called human was what the girl said herself, and she also told everyone her name. Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun. Guessed. The one who supported her was the winged man, who was tied to the tree by Lin Chen at the beginning, and the little girl named Xiaoyu was the woman's daughter. Xiaoyun also stared at the tree hole, with a gloomy face. They have been in there for an hour. Xiaoyun was breathing rapidly. If it weren't for the two people supporting her, she would probably have thought about entering the tree hole. It should be fine. Those two adults are very strong. I heard that the warriors of Lingyu and Yui are no match for them. By the way, who is that adult to you? Xiaoyun opened his mouth, not knowing how to describe it. By the way, Xiaoyun changed the subject and asked, why are there only women in your world? Are there no men among you people? The Yu people's expression suddenly dimmed. According to the tribe leader, there were men hundreds of years ago, and the number of men was even greater than our women, but after the catastrophe, those ruins massacred our world, and all the men died in battle. The feathered man sighed. The strong men in the tribe tried their best to use the seeds of the Dachuan tree to perform some special secret methods to preserve the last trace of the feathered man's bloodline, but fate is so cruel that all the feathered man left are girls. Then what? I don't know if it was the blessing of the Creator God, but our surviving feathered man ancestors found that they only needed to drink the sap of the Dachuan tree to conceive, and with the remaining power of the Dachuan tree's heart, the feathered man tribe has finally been able to survive to this day, but the tribe leader said that the power of the tree's heart has been depleted over the years. If this situation continues, once the power of the tree's heart disappears, we will not be able to survive, which is no different from extinction. Xiaoyun nodded silently. She could already guess why Lin Chen and Elena followed their tribe leader into the tree hole. She knew without anyone telling her that this tree hole led to the so-called tree heart. But could Lin Chen find the source of the loss of the tree heart power, and could he help the feathered people solve this problem? It's so strange. Why would a group of winged races live in this copy? What is the name of your world? Xiaoyun asked. Rusang Realm. That is to say, this copy was built on the basis of the world of Rusang Realm. Xiaoyun murmured. While waiting, Xiaoyun began to have wild thoughts. She could not feel anything during her coma. She could only remember that she was abducted by a giant hand made of great power. When she woke up, she was lying in a simple wooden house. There was a little girl who looked about 7 or 8 years old standing beside the bed, blinking at her. Thinking of this, Xiaoyun lowered her head and looked at Xiaoyu. The little girl was struggling to support her left hand. When she saw Xiaoyun looking over, Xiaoyu grinned at her very happily. Sister, you are so beautiful. Don't try to make me happy. Xiao Yun touched Xiao Yu's head lovingly. You must have seen that female elf sister. She is beautiful. That sister is indeed very beautiful, but you are not bad either. Xiao Yun's eyes curved into crescents, but she was always a little dazed. Xiao Yu's age should be about the same as her age on Earth. Now she calls her sister, so if she goes back, will she look like this? Or will she look like on Earth? In fact, Xiao Yun wanted to become a player not only because she was afraid of death and unable to return to Earth, but also because she was afraid that she would turn back into a 7- or 8-year-old child after returning. If she became a player, she might be able to keep her current body. She sighed and continued to look up ahead. After waiting for about 10 minutes, just when the feathered people were getting anxious, someone suddenly shouted at the top of his voice. They're out! They're out! All the feathered girls stood up and looked forward. Sure enough, Lin Chen and Elena walked out slowly under the escort of the feathered guards. Seeing Ling Yu and others appear, the feathered people were relieved. Xiao Yun also put down the big stone in her heart. She looked at Lin Chen with bright eyes, and found that Lin Chen was not injured. She immediately curled her lips. Why am I the only one injured? But when she saw Elena, Xiao Yun was shocked. The beautiful female elf was pale at the moment, and her steps were so weak that she even needed Lin Chen beside her to stop her from walking. She felt a little balanced at first, and then frowned seriously. What happened inside? The feathered people immediately came forward, surrounded Ling Yu, Yui and others, and looked at the inside of the tree hole in confusion, asking about their leader. And Lin Chen and Elena walked toward Xiao Yun from the crowd. Are you awake? Lin Chen touched Xiao Yun's head very naturally. This time Xiao Yun did not dodge or open his hand, but stared at Lin Chen in a daze, and then his eyes were on Elena again. You. Lin Chen and Elena looked at each other, then turned to look at Ling Yu and others behind them. Both of them looked a little gloomy. How do you feel? Lin Chen did not intend to tell Xiao Yun about the leader of the feathered clan. I feel weak all over. Xiao Yun looked at Elena. Sister Elena, you seem to be injured too. Elena smiled and shook her head. I'm fine, I will recover soon, but you, after so much time, do you feel better? No. Xiao Yun stretched out her hand and looked. It's strange. I feel like there is something in my body that is preventing me from recovering my strength. Let me take a look. Lin Chen gently grabbed Xiao Yun's hand, and then a flash of purple light flashed from Lin Chen's wrist. Xiao Yun pursed her lips and looked a little unnatural. She looked away and didn't dare to look at Lin Chen, but her eyes happened to move to Elena's face, and Xiao Yun found that this female elf was looking at her with a smile. Xiao Yun's face flushed, and then he lowered his head in a hurry. The purple light was like a dancing arc of light transmitted from Lin Chen's palm into Xiao Yun's small hand. After that, Xiao Yun could clearly feel that the special shackles in his body began to disappear, as if something was forced out by Lin Chen. After that, the elements of the world and the surrounding world began to move towards his body, and his weak body began to gradually recover strength. How did you do this? Xiao Yun looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. This is all thanks to the help of the feathered people. As he spoke, Lin Chen briefly told Xiao Yun what happened in the tree hole. When Xiao Yun heard that the leader of the feathered people died in that way, Xiao Yun couldn't help but cover his mouth with his hands. At about the same time, the feathered people seemed to have learned some news from Ling Yu and Yui. For a while, a huge atmosphere of sadness enveloped the area. Many feathered people were lost and collapsed on the ground, their wings folded casually, and some little girls couldn't help crying, shouting leader over and over again. This atmosphere soon affected Xiao Yu beside Xiao Yun. The little girl seemed to have noticed something, and tears immediately slid down her face. Lin Chen and the other two looked behind them, and sighed involuntarily. Lin Chen, what about the tree heart? The tree heart has been absorbed by the ruins for hundreds of years, and is now very weak. However, I have established a connection between the tree heart and the species of the big chun tree. It is estimated that it will slowly recover in a few years, and then this broken big chun tree will be reborn. Chapter 553. 2 days later. In the meeting hall of the feathered people, after a fierce discussion and shouting among many high-ranking feathered people, the majority finally decided to let Ling Yu serve as the new chief. Ling Yu, who looked to be only about 20 years old, still had a childish look on her face. She was now wearing the chief's brocade robe and sitting in the chief's position. The feathered people on both sides of the hall were half kneeling on the ground, with their wings gathered behind them, like cloaks. However, there are still some feathered people who do not want Ling Yu to be the leader of the tribe. Although the feathered people now have only more than 10,000 people, there are still factional disputes within the tribe. The Lord God's envoy has arrived. A feather person's voice suddenly came from outside the hall. Ling Yu stood up immediately, and the feather people in the entire hall also stood up quickly, and everyone looked at the door together. A few seconds later, Lin Chen, Elena, and Xiaoyun walked in. Lin Chen felt a little amused and helpless about the title of God's envoy given to him by the feather people. The feather people insisted that Lin Chen was a messenger sent by the gods they worshipped. If it weren't for Lin Chen, their tribe would not survive for more than 20 years. At first, Lin Chen refused to be addressed by Yu Ren, but in the end, he was relieved. He was not a person who did good things without leaving a name. It was not easy for him to enter the tree heart and kill the 8th level ruins. Thanks to this battle, Lin Chen also gained the power of the tree heart, and his understanding of power has reached a higher level. For Lin Chen and Yu Ren, this is the best win-win result. At this time, Lin Chen entered the hall, and before the Yu Ren made any moves, he took the lead in bowing his head to the feathers on the seat, and said with a little respect, "Meet the noble clan leader." Ling Yu was startled. She was thinking that she would bow her head politely to thank Lin Chen when she saw him, but it was Lin Chen who bowed to her. Suddenly, some of the uncondensed feather people around looked at each other in surprise, and then put away their previous rude attitude towards Ling Yu. This god envoy who could kill the 8th level ruin stood on Ling Yu's side, and they could not interfere anyway. Ling Yu returned a bow to Lin Chen with a little gratitude. "Lord God Envoy, are you three leaving?" "Yes." Lin Chen smiled and said, "Now our injuries have healed, and there is only 1 day left for the dungeon to end. I must finish the work on this last day." "So?" Ling Yu nodded, and then asked, "Then Lord God's Envoy, what can our feathered clan help you with? It seems that you are going to fight against some special enemy? Do you need me to send a few warriors to help you?" Lin Chen hurriedly shook his hand. No, that enemy is not something you can handle. That's the beast god. On paper, his strength is much higher than that of the 8th level ruins hiding in the tree's heart and stealing the tree's heart's power. If that kind of existence wants to, a thought is enough to completely wipe out the only remaining feathered people. It can only be said that he appreciates Ling Yu's kindness. After a few more words, Lin Chen flipped his palm, and a small transparent bead appeared in his palm. This seems to be a sacred object of the nobles. Thanks to this object, I have a new understanding of power these days. Please don't mind if I use it for 2 days without permission. Lin Chen's mind moved slightly, and the bead began to float and fly towards Ling Yu. Now it's back to its original owner. Ling Yu's expression condensed, and then she quickly stretched out her hands, and respectfully placed the flying Dachuan tree seed in her palm. But when the tree seed fell into her hand, Ling Yu was stunned. She could feel that there seemed to be a very gentle second force in the tree seed, which made the tree seed and the heart of the Dachuan tree have a very obvious connection. At this time, holding the tree seed, Ling Yu could actually have an illusion that she was connected to the entire Dachuan tree. She looked at Lin Chen in shock. This tree needs to rest. It won't be long before it sprouts green again. Lin Chen waved to Ling Yu. "See you later. I hope to see you again one day." With that, Lin Chen turned around and left with Elena and Xiaoyun. After stepping out of the hall, Lin Chen stretched out his hand and waved to the distance. Among the crowd of feather people watching, a little girl of 7 or 8 years old ran over. She blinked and looked at Lin Chen and the other two. After hesitating for a while, Xiaoyu said, "Big brother of the envoy of God, 2 beautiful sisters, are you leaving?" Lin Chen touched Xiaoyu's head, then patted Xiaoyu's dirty clothes. He took out a small, glittering object from his backpack and handed it to him. "For you." Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled, and he quickly reached out to take the little thing Lin Chen handed over. It was a small wooden doll, holding a doll in one hand and a shield in the other, and wearing a very cool helmet on his head. "Big brother, the messenger of God, what is this?" Xiaoyu touched the doll very happily. Lin Chen smiled and replied, "This is called Taunting Puppet. In our god hunting land, it is of the highest grade. It can not only taunt monsters, but also actively protect you and fight for you. Monsters below level 70 are no match for it. Because you are not a player and don't know how to mobilize your power, I made a change. Whenever you encounter danger, take it out and throw it on the ground. It will help you teach the bad guys a lesson. But remember, it can only be used 99 times in total, so don't use it casually." Lin Chen said a lot of things, but Xiaoyu was confused. Okay. Although she didn't understand everything, Xiaoyu knew it was a treasure, so she carefully put the doll in her arms. At this time, Elena also lowered her body, and she also took out something from her backpack and handed it over. Xiaoyu looked very formal at this time. At first, she thought Lin Chen and the others were just giving him some small toys, but now it seems that it is not that simple. Coupled with the surprised and jealous looks from the surrounding feather people, Xiaoyu felt sweaty. The most beautiful big sister, what is this? Xiaoyu looked at the crystal ball-like thing. Yelena also smiled. I won't tell you its specific function, you just need to remember to put it on your body, and some people with bad intentions will not dare to do anything to you. This sentence didn't seem to be said to Xiaoyu, because the faces of the surrounding feather people showed a trace of embarrassment. Finally, Xiaoyun also squatted down. Looking at Xiaoyun, Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly turned red. While Lin Chen and the other two were recovering from their injuries, Xiaoyu and Xiaoyun had already developed some feelings for each other. Because the elf sister was too beautiful, Xiaoyu always didn't dare to communicate with her, and the god's envoy brother had been practicing and comprehending these days, so only Xiaoyun would play with him. When Xiaoyu thought about parting with Sister Xiaoyun soon, his nose was sour. Sister Xiaoyun, are you leaving too? As she spoke, Xiaoyu began to sob slightly. Xiaoyun pinched Xiaoyu's face lovingly. Girl, thank you for taking care of me these days. I also have something to give you. As she spoke, Xiaoyun took out something from her backpack, a pendant, which was shining in the sun. Xiaoyun put the pendant on Xiaoyu's neck. I don't have anything special. This thing is classified as an ornament in the land of the hunting god. It's not worth much. Don't despise it. Xiaoyu held the pendant as if it were a treasure, and shook her head repeatedly. No, I won't dislike it, Sister Xiaoyun. Xiaoyu finally couldn't help it, and burst into tears. Lin Chen looked at Xiaoyun and the crying little girl, and at this time, the new clan leader Ling Yu also came out. Lin Chen turned around and said with a smile, Clan leader, this little girl and I have a destiny. Please take care of her. Of course. Ling Yu was very respectful. From today on, I will accept Xiaoyu as my apprentice and train her to be the strongest warrior of my clan. As soon as these words came out, the feathered people watching the excitement widened their eyes. Everyone knew that this poor girl who lived outside the big tree and her mother would rise to prominence from today. With the support of the gods and the treasures they gave her, the little girl's future life will be completely different. Lin Chen finally took the two girls away. When he flew into the air, the feathered people below knelt down on the ground, and even Ling Yu bowed his head respectfully to Lin Chen's figure. Farewell to the gods. Chapter 554. Xiaoyun, what did you give Xiaoyu? When flying in the air, Lin Chen turned his head to look at Xiaoyun. He did not speak, but Xiaoyun could hear Lin Chen's voice very clearly. Xiaoyun turned her head to look at Lin Chen as if she had seen a ghost. She frowned in disbelief, obviously wondering if she was hallucinating. But the next moment, Lin Chen's voice came again. I remember that pendant should be a level 50 pink outfit, but I don't remember the specific effect. Xiaoyun was sure that she was not hallucinating. She stared into Lin Chen's eyes, and answered loudly, How did you do it? This voice also attracted the attention of Elena beside her. A very simple method, I can teach you later. Lin Chen has now almost comprehended the energy of the hunting god land. He disassembled the values of the hunting god land's health bar, blue bar, attributes, and physical and spell attack power, and then transformed them into the real world. He can do a lot of things now, and the method of soul transmission is just one of them. Oh my god! Can I learn it too? Xiaoyun seemed to have seen a new world. Lin Chen smiled and nodded, but he couldn't explain too much to Xiaoyun now. Xiaoyun had just become a player from an NPC, and the time was too short. She couldn't understand too much, and it was most important to let her slowly adapt to the identity of a player. Elena already had a reason in this regard, and as long as she was guided a little, Elena would soon catch up with him. Sure enough, when Lin Chen was smiling and communicating with Xiaoyun, Elena's voice suddenly interrupted. Is that so? Then Lin Chen and Xiaoyun looked at Elena in shock. I haven't even explained this to you yet. You have already learned it by yourself? Lin Chen's expression was even more exciting than Xiaoyun's just now. Elena raised her beautiful eyebrows proudly. Have you forgotten that I am an elf? Our race is naturally extremely sensitive to the elements of heaven and earth, and we have a unique advantage in the perception of power. What a foul! Lin Chen and Xiaoyun said in unison. The three chatted as they flew towards the plains they had been on before. After more than half an hour, compared to Earth, the three had almost crossed the distance of an entire country. In front of them was the endless black plain. From a distance, Lin Chen could see the endless figures of the densely packed beasts. Looking down, he could occasionally see some players fighting fiercely with the beasts at the outermost edge, but no one else could be seen. It seems that most of the players have given up, Xiaoyun said. Elena also nodded. The hard power of the level 80 world boss is too strong, and the players will not be stupid enough to fall into the trap. Just as the two girls thought, the current players have dispersed. Since the programmer at the top of the ladder list and Elena and other god-level players have been defeated by the boss, they can only die if they go there, so the players went to other places in this dungeon to spawn monsters. This dungeon was originally created by a world, so its territory is really too big, and there are even teleportation arrays in some places. Players just treat it as a tourism. I just don't know if they will be teleported out when this copy is closed after 7 days. At this time, the two women looked at each other, and then looked at Lin Chen tacitly. At this moment, Lin Chen was looking far ahead, with no expression on his face. When he first came to this place a few days ago, Lin Chen was also standing on this void, and looking at the beast god from afar. At that time, the beast god grabbed Xiaoyun away in the void. But now that Lin Chen appeared here, the beast god did not detect his breath. Why are you two looking at me like that? Lin Chen was a little confused. We were wondering if you were going to go and seek revenge on the world boss. Irina laughed. That's what I thought, but I didn't think of a very cool opening line. Lin Chen put his hands on his hips. When he thought of how the beast god beat him so badly and his rainbow light was taken away by someone, Lin Chen was furious. Puff! Xiaoyun laughed out loud. You were defeated by him before, so why are you saying to him now haha, didn't expect it, I'm back? Lin Chen's eyes lit up. That's a good sentence. Xiaoyun, ? After saying that, Lin Chen's body instantly disappeared from the spot. Xiaoyun and Elena looked at each other, and after a while, Xiaoyun asked dully, he wouldn't really say that, would he? It's hard to say. Elena covered her face. How embarrassing that would be. The two girls smiled helplessly, and hurried to catch up. The stream of light drawn by the three people in the air attracted the players below. These people looked up blankly, feeling the very violent energy fluctuations in the sky, and the players were a little dazed. Someone is flying towards the center of the plane. Who is it? So brave. The great programmers back then all fell flat on their faces. Such a strong force, it feels even stronger than the programmers back then. This is weird. Why aren't there any flying beasts blocking the way? Let's go and take a look. Some players, who were wandering around the periphery of the plane, immediately took off into the air, and shot out behind the three streams of light. Chapter 555. A flash of light appeared, and Lin Chen appeared in the center of the plane again. In front of him was the Black Castle. A man was still sitting on top of the castle. He leaned on the throne and held his chin with his hand. The beast god didn't seem to notice Lin Chen's arrival, so he was a little surprised when he looked up and saw Lin Chen. The beast god put down his hand and looked at Lin Chen floating in front of him with a little surprise. Soon, Elena and Xiaoyun also came to Lin Chen's side. The beast god was even more shocked by the comparison, because he could clearly sense the energy fluctuations flowing from Elena and Xiaoyun. But what about Lin Chen? Compared to the previous few days, Lin Chen at this time had almost no energy leaking out. He stood in the void in front of him calmly, like an ordinary person without any power. I haven't seen you for 3 days, so I should look at you with new eyes. The beast god shook his wrist, and the rainbow sword he had seized before appeared in his hand. The beast god played with it for a while, and then threw it to Lin Chen very casually. Seeing Lin Chen taking the rainbow light, the beast god grinned. Now you are qualified to fight me, I won't take advantage of you. After saying that, a huge black two-handed hammer appeared in his hand. The two looked at each other from a distance, and the smell of gunpowder was about to explode. Lin Chen didn't waste words. He suddenly raised the broadsword in his hand, smiled slightly, and then shook his wrist, and the broadsword in his hand suddenly disappeared. The beast god was stunned, and then a sound of piercing space was heard. The beast god looked in a certain direction, and the sword actually pierced through the void and stabbed out from another direction, stabbing at his body fiercely. Lin Chen's move came without warning, and it was a killing move in an instant. Swish! But the beast god was not panicked. He did not move, and put the giant hammer in his hand on the ground casually. The huge power wave spread, and the broadsword stopped less than 1 or 2 meters away from the beast god, and could not move forward any further. Lin Chen's wrist moved slightly, and his whole body turned into a meteor, and instantly appeared in front of the beast god at an incredible speed. The beast god was startled, and before he could get ready for defense, Lin Chen kicked out, and the whip kick hit the beast god's abdomen like an extremely powerful siege cannon. Before he could get ready for defense, the beast god's whole body flew backwards instantly, just like Lin Chen was knocked out by him a few days ago. However, the beast god was at least a level 80 world boss, and he only flew backwards for several kilometers in the air before forcibly stopping. Boom! The huge sonic boom caused by forcing himself to stop rushed into the sky, and the clouds above were directly smashed by this energy. The beast god lowered his head to look at his abdomen, and then raised his head to look at Lin Chen. It's really interesting. It's really interesting. What have you experienced these days? The beast god grinned. Could it be that killing those weird monsters can make you grow to this point? The beast god shook his wrist, and his fighting spirit surged. Come on, let's have a good fight. But before he finished speaking, Elena and Xiaoyun finally arrived. The two women came to the battle between Lin Chen and the beast god, and they were a little confused. As the fight started, after they appeared, the beast god and Lin Chen both set their sights on them. The beast god's eyes suddenly became extremely dangerous, and Lin Chen finally showed a trace of panic on his face. You dare! Lin Chen immediately shouted at the beast god. However, the beast god did not answer at all, and the whole person disappeared directly. When Lin Chen's eyes caught up with the beast god again, the other party's figure had suddenly appeared between Elena and Xiaoyun, and his fists replaced the giant hammer, like an eagle spreading its wings, half squatting and gathering strength, with the claw-shaped palms aimed at the throats of the two, intending to kill them with one blow. Crack! At the critical moment, a residual shadow cut through the sky, and Lin Chen's figure disappeared strangely and appeared behind the beast god in an instant, with a broadsword like a dragon, accurately strangling one of his arms. At the same time, he suddenly pulled Elena with his other hand, making her escape from danger, and the beast god's attack missed. When the beast god saw that Elena had escaped, he immediately turned around. His fierce power surged, he withdrew his fist and turned around. His torso turned into a huge cannon to attack the city and plunder the land, and directly hit Xiaoyun, who had not had time to escape. Lin Chen understood his intention, and did not rush to rescue Xiaoyun. Instead, he flashed and approached the beast god, saying in a deep voice, "Get out." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chen's shoulder suddenly hit the beast god's back like a flying mountain. The two huge forces collided, and the energy storm raged. Xiaoyun was immediately blown away by the aftermath, and the beast god's attack was in vain. What was even more shocking was that the purple special power surging in Lin Chen's body actually made the beast god stumble back and almost fall from the sky. The battlefield was silent for a moment. In the brief melee just now, the beast god's proud body had no advantage in front of Lin Chen, who successfully protected the two of them. The beast god became more and more curious about what Lin Chen had experienced in the past few days. How did he become so strong, and what was the purple energy that flashed by just now? The beast god's face revealed a strange emotion, and his wrist trembled slightly, as if he was adjusting his posture. Obviously, he didn't want to continue the fight with Lin Chen just now. He waved his hands, and a giant hammer appeared out of thin air. The sky and the earth changed color, and gravel flew everywhere. Wife, take Xiaoyun back a little, don't hurt you by mistake later. Lin Chen's expression was also different from before. He spoke in a serious tone, and his face was a little ferocious. He had murderous intentions. Elena and Xiaoyun looked at each other. The two women wanted to say something, but looking at the beast god in front of them, they nodded silently. Okay, be careful. Then, the beast god flashed and smashed down with his two-handed hammer. The momentum was like the sky falling. However, amid the sound of metal clashing, Lin Chen's broadsword steadily caught the giant hammer, withdrew his fists, and instantly punched the beast god. Bang! This time the beast god was fully prepared, and Lin Chen's punch only left a line of white marks on the beast god's body. The opponent grinned and wanted to launch another attack. But the inch force contained in Lin Chen's fist gradually turned into a pure purple. This force seemed to be disintegrating the beast god's defensive power, and immediately hit the center. What kind of power is this? The beast god was shocked and quickly withdrew his giant hammer, but Lin Chen was agile and took a step back. His right foot, which was wrapped in purple energy, kicked out with great force. The space around him collapsed inch by inch, making a sound of shattering glass. The beast god flew backwards for thousands of feet like a kite with a broken string, and smashed hard into the dust. Lin Chen stared ahead with cold eyes. His tone was calm, but revealed a grim aura. Beast god, use all your strength. If you still use your current weight, I am afraid I will accidentally take your life. Chapter 556. The beast god's laughter exploded like thunder. With endless provocation, he pointed directly at Lin Chen in the sky, and laughed wildly. Come, let me see what you can do, kill me. After that, he threw the giant hammer directly to the ground very casually, stretched out his giant palm, and some kind of power like a beast surged. With a roar of a beast, this power turned into a black giant sword that pierced the sky. With the power of slashing the void, it slashed towards Lin Chen. Boom! The space collapsed, and the ruins below were crumbling under the huge force. The wind was raging, and the place where Lin Chen was instantly swallowed by the storm. The giant sword condensed by the power of the beast carried the power to destroy the world. Not to mention Lin Chen, even Elena and Xiaoyun, who had completely withdrawn from the battle circle, were shocked at this moment. Sister. Xiaoyun looked at Elena beside him with a worried face. You are stronger than me. Can you help? Elena frowned, and just as she was about to take out the bow and arrow, she was stopped by the soul transmission from Lin Chen. Don't worry, I can do it. Elena felt dry in the mouth. She knew that Lin Chen was actually protecting them. If she shot an arrow, she would probably continue to be targeted by the beast god. If the other party really came to attack them despite being seriously injured, Lin Chen would not be able to save them. Lin Chen took a step forward, and a dark green mist flowed from his side. At the same time, his eyes began to flash purple light. The power of the tree heart surged violently from his body along with the king's domain. The light pattern wandered, and a huge phantom slowly took shape behind him. Its might was like a prehistoric beast, causing the falling giant sword to stagnate. Lin Chen can completely transform the skills he acquired in the god-hunting land into pure energy, and this phantom is the most intuitive demonstration. Finally, the sharp sword arrived as expected. Lin Chen did not move, but the huge body behind him suddenly caught the giant sword with both hands. Both of them were the purest energy bodies. At this time, they collided with a loud bang, and the sky and the earth changed color. The energy fluctuations swept around like a tidal wave. The wild beasts everywhere in the ruins and plains trembled under the huge force. Elena and Xiaoyun were still too close, and were immediately shocked and flew out. Some players, who heard the news, suddenly changed their faces. Retreat, retreat quickly. How could they have thought that they would have to return the same way they came here? Fortunately, they ran fast, otherwise they would have died on the spot under the energy impact just now. Seeing that Lin Chen had to block the giant sword with his back, the beast god whispered, "It turns out that the direction of the establishment of the hunting god land is not wrong. This place actually cultivated a player with such strength?" The beast god raised his head and shouted immediately, "Interesting, boy, do you have a stronger method? Take it out." "Of course," Lin Chen said coldly. Before he finished speaking, Lin Chen's figure suddenly dispersed. He actually pulled out of the shadow, and his real body came roaring. The beast god's eyes were stern. He had seen Lin Chen's melee ability. Even if he was himself, he didn't dare to be careless. The beast god raised his two hammers high, while maintaining the control of the giant sword and the need to confront. The power of the beast gathered, and a certain extremely dangerous atmosphere began to gradually spread. If it is based on the description of the hunting god land, the current beast god has already reached the fourth stage. Lin Chen paused slightly, and after getting close to the beast god, he was full of murderous intent. "You're looking for death," the beast god shouted. However, when Lin Chen appeared beside him, he punched out, and the purple energy instantly sank into the energy center. With a hissing sound, the light curtain condensed by the power of the beast began to dissipate. The beast god's face suddenly changed, and he glared at Lin Chen. How did you do it?" Lin Chen said nothing, and punched out again, and the beast god vomited blood and his face turned pale. "Get out!" the beast god shouted angrily, and smashed down with a heavy hammer. Lin Chen stood up, and the red broadsword returned to his hand, colliding with the giant hammer, and the crisp sound echoed in the world. After that, Lin Chen and the beast god turned into two streams of light, one purple and one black, and instantly collided violently thousands and tens of thousands of times in the air. The whole world was spinning, and the space was shattered piece by piece. The beasts below had long been swept into a river of blood by various energy shocks. This scene was like the end of the world. Boom! After the last collision, the beast god and Lin Chen flew backwards respectively, completely reversed from the last time. Lin Chen only retreated a few hundred meters before stopping, but the beast god smashed several crumbling mountains before he stopped. He coughed while holding the giant hammer, and the corners of his mouth were stained with blood. The beast god looked at himself in disbelief. The beast power in his body had been completely blocked by the unknown purple power, and that power was comparable to the beast power. This feeling was very strange. The heaviness of this unknown energy was like a whole world. How could the beast god know that the purple power used by Lin Chen was called the power of the tree heart, which was the purest power in the Rusang world? It was taken from the big cypress tree, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it was the power of the whole world. The two of them withdrew their troops at the same time, and Lin Chen asked, "Do you want to fight again?" The beast god gritted his teeth, still showing no fear on his face. "You just have this special power, take advantage of it, come again." After saying that, He opened his arms, the space behind him fluctuated, and a dark portal emerged, intending to escape. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. This beast god actually wants to escape? He said nice things, with a heroic look, but he did this kind of thing. Is this something a world boss can do? The figure of the beast god gradually disappeared into the void. Lin Chen did not hesitate, and stretched his hands forward. The dark green mist instantly caught up with the body of the beast god. When he was about to step into the portal, a strong tearing force erupted from the place where the beast god was. Even the portal formed by the space fluctuation behind him was twisted and deformed under this force, and was difficult to recover. There was also a purple energy fluctuation in the dark green mist. This special purple power was also the main reason why the beast god lost to Lin Chen. At this time, the portal affected by the two energies lost its support and began to fluctuate. In the end, it could no longer allow the beast god to leave. Ka. Lin Chen actually forced the portal to close. The beast god seemed to have expected this change. His expression remained indifferent, but there was a little surprise in his eyes. But he did not react too much. He said calmly, "Boy, your strength has increased so rapidly. At this moment, I am indeed not your opponent. But if I want to leave today, you can't stop me." Lin Chen ignored his words and concentrated on gathering the pure energy in his body. As expected, fighting was the best catalyst. The power he had obtained from the feathered people was now more natural. Compared with before, his control over power was a world of difference. Lin Chen suddenly smiled, and he reached out to the beast god. The power that had been completely integrated in his body turned into countless silver threads as thin as snakes, shooting out from every corner of the void. The source was hard to find, and it was so thin that it was difficult to see with the naked eye. Swish, swish, swish. Once these silver threads appeared, they instantly surrounded the beast god, entwined around his limbs like vines, and then suddenly pulled towards Lin Chen. Crack! The beast god's eyes changed slightly, and he found that he had no way to stop his body from being gradually pulled towards Lin Chen. Chapter 557. However, the beast god's expression changed, and his whole body suddenly became very stiff. Then a dark light suddenly emerged from his forehead, and once it appeared, he was ready to escape. This look was like a soul leaving his body. Lin Chen's eyes condensed, and he immediately gave up the beast god's body, and then prepared to go over to block the other party's spirit body. But at present, he didn't know much about the soul. Even if his body blocked the black light, it would be useless. The beast god's soul naturally drilled through Lin Chen's body. "I said, you can't stop me." The beast god sneered, and the black light suddenly fled far away. Lin Chen stood still, and did not continue to chase, because at this moment, Lin Chen felt a force of rules that was above countless forces. Someone intervened. He looked into the void somewhere, and seemed to think of someone. Sure enough, just when the black light was about to leave this world, a low shout like a bell exploded in the entire Risang world. "Bold! Beast God Dayules, as the world boss, you actually violated the rules so openly. I order you to return to your original position. I repeat, return to your original position." This voice carries a powerful energy that cannot be disobeyed, enough to make people tremble with fear. This is also thanks to Lin Chen's outstanding perception of power. If it were before, he would have knelt down when he heard this voice. And the fact is indeed not much different. When this sentence was spread in this world, whether it was the players or the monsters inside, even the feathered people in the big tree felt an irresistible force coming suddenly, and then a trembling feeling of fear crept into their hearts, and soon one after another knelt down in a certain direction. At this moment, in the entire copy, only Lin Chen, who was standing in the void with a complicated expression, was not affected. Apart from that, even Elena and Xiaoyun had to be forced to land. Although the two women did not kneel down, they also lowered their heads and dared not breathe. The escaping black light trembled suddenly, and it suddenly turned into a huge phantom. The fierce face of the beast god flashed in the black light like an image of a projector. "Judgment, if I were not in a bad state now, don't think I am afraid of you." Soon, the man wearing a hood and with strange pictures and texts on his face stepped out of the void. He was the judge, one of the three system administrators. This administrator in charge of judgment and punishment was in charge of all the violators in the land of the hunting god, and now, as a level 80 world boss, accepting the challenge of the player, the fate of the beast god was either to kill the player or die in the hands of the player. There was no third option. Facing the provocation of the beast god, the judge did not refute, but said it again. "Go back to your original position, or don't blame me for being rude. Fuck you." The soul of the beast god cursed loudly, turned around and continued to flee madly. Seeing this, Lin Chen looked at the judge with some curiosity. He wanted to know what this administrator would do. Then, Lin Chen saw the judge stretched out his right hand and slightly grasped the void in the direction where the black light escaped. A force of destruction suddenly turned into countless silver threads as thin as snakes, shooting out from every corner of the void. The source was hard to find, so thin that it was difficult to see with the naked eye. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as these silver threads appeared, they instantly surrounded the beast god, entwined around his black light like vines, and then suddenly pulled in the opposite direction. The beast god's soul changed his expression. Obviously, he had never expected that the judge would actually attack him. This existence beyond ordinary power was like the purple energy that Lin Chen had just used, and it was even more advanced than those powers. It was the most heaven-defying rule power in the land of the hunting god. These silver threads made the power in the beast god's soul useless. Judgment, are you really going to kill them all? The soul of the beast god roared and struggled even more frantically, and the silver thread showed signs of being about to break. Before he finished speaking, the judgment waved his hand again, and a strong halo of light enveloped the space directly above the plane, making the whole world seem to be illuminated by a flashlight, and the light was shining like an artificial sun. Crack, crack, crack. The players within a radius of hundreds of miles felt their hair stand on end. Under the strong light, a tower-like object that seemed to be there, and not there suddenly fell from the sky. Boom! Lin Chen looked up at the bottom of the huge tower, with a diameter of several kilometers, and couldn't help but complain inwardly. Shentangwenli Jing? When he saw the giant tower roaring down, the beast god's soul, which had been struggling frantically, suddenly became much quieter, as if it had given up struggling and was completely ruined. This was the first time that Lin Chen saw the other party show such an expression since he appeared. In an instant, the beast god's soul was enveloped by the giant tower, and then the giant tower fell to the ground with a bang. The whole world trembled violently, dust flew, and ruins were scattered, like a very strong earthquake. No. It was Fa Hai who suppressed by Suzhen. Lin Chen looked at the giant tower that was several times larger than the mountain, and continued to complain. After several minutes, the world finally returned to silence, and the tower in the center of the world also turned into a stream of light and disappeared. The sky sprinkled with beams of light, and soon the dark clouds dispersed. The gentle sunlight completely cleared the haze on the plain below, and the army of beasts that had been endless also gradually disappeared at this time. At this time, the breeze blew, and the air in the whole world seemed very clear. Lin Chen never moved. He kept looking at the judge with a hint of vigilance. Although this administrator came to punish the violators, Lin Chen didn't know his position. Compared with the beast god, this guy was not a good person either. Thinking of this, Lin Chen suddenly laughed. Growing up too fast, he actually had the idea of conflicting with the administrator one day. He had never even thought about this before. While thinking about it, the judge also looked at Lin Chen. The two looked at each other, and no one spoke. After a long while, the judge suddenly waved his hand, and more than a dozen streams of light shot towards Lin Chen from his body. Lin Chen was startled and immediately took a fighting stance. But after seeing these rays of light, Lin Chen felt relieved. It was the reward after the world boss was killed. According to your performance, you killed the level 80 world boss, and these rewards should belong to you. Chapter 558. Lin Chen was not modest and courteous. If it weren't for Elena, he would have almost died at the hands of the beast god. These rewards were indeed what he deserved. He also had no desire to share with other players. From the beginning to the end, Elena, Xiaoyun, and the other two had to face the beast god. If it weren't for Lin Chen and the others, they probably wouldn't even be able to deal with the monsters on the plains. It's just that Lin Chen was more curious about what rewards the level 80 world boss would give. Some top-level artifacts, special props that have never been seen before, or something that Lin Chen could not imagine. Lin Chen resisted the urge to look, and continued to stare at the judge in front of him. Seeing that the other party was about to leave, Lin Chen called him. Master Administrator, can I ask you some questions? Among the three people, this was the first time that Lin Chen saw this very mysterious administrator take action. The power of rules that transcended everything made Lin Chen feel terrified. If he fought with that kind of existence now, he would not be sure to win. The judge looked at Lin Chen dimly, then shook his head, no. As he said that, the judge waved his hand and disappeared. He left so happily, without any hesitation. And the judge left very decisively, as if he was afraid that Lin Chen would ask him questions. Lin Chen licked his lips, and cursed inwardly. He fell from the air, and Elena and Xiaoyun ran over immediately. Both women couldn't help but hug Lin Chen, but compared to Elena, Xiaoyun only felt that it was a little inappropriate, but she didn't want to let go, so her whole body seemed very stiff. Lin Chen did not push her away, but reached out and rubbed Xiaoyun's head. Are you two okay? No, how about you, are you injured? Yelena stood up straight and looked up and down at Lin Chen's body. After confirming that he was not seriously injured, the female elf was obviously relieved. But when she wanted to continue hugging Lin Chen, she suddenly found that she could not squeeze in. Xiaoyun took advantage of the time when Elena was looking at Lin Chen and cunningly hung her whole body on Lin Chen. Elena was stunned and her face suddenly turned cold. Let go. No, sister, you've been hugging me for so long. What's wrong with me hugging you for a while? Xiaoyun suddenly became bolder. Maybe Lin Chen didn't push her away just now, which gave her some confidence, so she spoke very firmly. But only she knew how shy she was when she said this. Although she hugged Lin Chen tightly, she was carefully feeling Lin Chen's emotions from beginning to end. Yelena knew that this girl was testing Lin Chen, but what she couldn't stand was that this girl was eating alone. I agreed to let you join, but I didn't let you monopolize it. I can't stand you squeezing me out. Seeing that the two women were about to quarrel, Lin Chen quickly raised his hands. Wait, let me check my backpack first. The boss's death just now gave me a lot of rewards. Sure enough, after hearing this, the two women took a step back in tacit understanding. Just kidding, the reward for killing the level 80 world boss is probably the only reward in the entire hunting land. After all, no one has seen this kind of reward in the 2 rounds so far. Lin Chen also opened his backpack with great curiosity, and saw that there were 12 rewards in total. After taking a closer look, Lin Chen immediately exclaimed, Wow! What's wrong? Yelena and Xiaoyun said in unison. Lin Chen smiled. A total of 12 rewards, all of which are gift packages of the highest standard. What are they? The two girls also became interested. Lin Chen also sat cross-legged on the ground and opened his backpack one by one. The first one was a gift package called Gemstone Bag, which contained 99 gems of all types and categories, from inferior to flawless. When Lin Chen saw the gems filling up a backpack, his eyes were dazzled. Although his perception of power had surpassed the rules of the god hunting land, his backpack still only had so many. The first backpack was already full as soon as it was opened. Lin Chen had no choice but to throw them out. Except for the top-grade flawless gems, he threw all the rest out like candy beans, which looked like flowers scattered by a fairy. After throwing them out for several minutes, Lin Chen opened the second gift bag with a dry mouth. This gift package is a set selection gift box. After opening it, Lin Chen was given 9 sets of 80-level artifact full-body suits with attributes that he could freely choose. Note that it is a full set, which means that from headwear to boots, even accessories are top-notch. Lin Chen's breathing was rapid. The equipment he was wearing now was a bit out of place. The level of each piece of equipment was only around level 60, and many of them were not suits, and the quality was not very high. Now, Lin Chen could be said to have upgraded his equipment. It is no exaggeration to say that if these equipments were disassembled and equipped according to the highest attributes and the most compatible skills, Lin Chen would not need to go to the feathered people to obtain the power of the tree heart, and could use his hard power to beat the beast god to death. Come on, divide the spoils. Lin Chen selected for a while, and then threw these self-selected gift boxes to Elena and Xiaoyun. The two women looked at each other. Although Elena was stunned for a moment, she thought of her relationship with Lin Chen and immediately took the gift box without refusing. If their levels were not low, they could have equipped it now. Xiaoyun, who was very tough just now, was a little scared at this time. It was really too valuable. Elena was Lin Chen's legal wife, but he... Lin Chen. TSK. Squeaked. Take it, what are you doing? Xiaoyun glanced at Lin Chen. Can I take it? What are you talking about? Lin Chen reached out his hand and touched Xiaoyun's head randomly. The girl pouted and deliberately slapped Lin Chen's hand away in anger. Take it, don't regret it. As he spoke, Xiaoyun was overjoyed. After that, Lin Chen opened the gift packs one by one. As time went by, props began to fall all over the ground around Lin Chen and the other two, including top-level gems, consumables, special props, and even some artifacts that glowed. Fortunately, no players came over at this time, otherwise their eyes would have popped out. Husband, do you have enough in your backpack to keep opening? Elena looked at the props and equipment that he had thrown all over the ground, and she began to tremble as she spoke. Is this the reward for the level 80 world boss? It's so luxurious that it's inhumane. Lin Chen was also in a dilemma. He still had 5 gift bags to open, and his backpack was full. Although he could throw them away, the things inside were very precious, and it would be a pity to throw them away. In the end, Elena and Xiaoyun's backpacks were full of props and equipment. The three of them couldn't fit anything else together. Let's talk about it after Xiao Tang and Xiao Feng come over, Lin Chen said with a wry smile. But joking aside, he glanced at the last two slots in the backpack calmly. There are two special items that cannot be discarded. A fragment of creation, and an item called Soul of God. Lin Chen guessed it right. After the death of the beast god, he actually obtained the so-called Soul of God. At this rate, he should only be missing the last item. From the moon goddess Anna to the beast god, he obtained heart, soul, pupil, body, and soul. Then what will happen if the level 90 world boss god King Osber dies? Chapter 559. After a while, Feng Chen, Tang Yu and the others finally arrived. Lin Chen did not give them a chance to ask questions, and immediately asked them to clean up their backpacks. After about 10 minutes, Feng Chen and Tang Yu looked at each other in bewilderment at their backpacks. They still hadn't realized that their backpacks were already full again, and every item and equipment was the top-notch in the current god-hunting land. Feng Chen, who had done nothing, even threw away the artifact he had been using and the suit he was wearing. Compared with the equipment in the backpack, the artifact that originally looked very cool seemed very embarrassing. Feng Chen blinked. He looked at the things in his backpack and was petrified. If Tang Yu hadn't patted him several times, he would have been lost in thought. No, brother, what's going on with you? Feng Chen was startled. He looked at the equipment and props in his backpack and looked at Xiaoyun beside him from time to time. Did you make a deal with her? Lin Chen and Xiaoyun were stunned at the same time. Even Tang Yu didn't react. Why do you say that? Xiaoyun was an NPC before. Weren't these things given by Xiaoyun? Xiaoyun rolled his eyes speechlessly. I was just an equipment forger before. How could I possibly come up with so many things? Do you think I'm a GM? Then, Yelena helplessly replied, these are the rewards your brother got after killing the level 80 world boss. Oh, I thought. Feng Chen then slapped his thigh and showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. But when he turned around, Feng Chen found that Tang Yu beside him was looking at Lin Chen with horror, and his lips were even trembling unconsciously. Brother Tang, what did you see? Feng Chen was a little curious and nudged Tang Yu with his shoulder. The latter turned his head to look at him, and the two looked at each other. After a few seconds, Feng Chen's stupid and clear eyes gradually became blurred, and Elena's answer just now echoed in his mind again. These are the rewards for your brother to kill the level 80 world boss. These are the rewards for your brother to kill the level 80 world boss. Feng Chen's expression quickly twisted, and then both of them looked at Lin Chen in horror. Brother, you killed the level 80 world boss? They finally reacted, and then looked into the distance blankly. Yes, it was only then that they realized something was wrong. The endless plain was still in front of them, but unlike before, the sky above the plain seemed very clear, without the foggy feeling before, and those large patches of dark clouds disappeared. But this was not the most important thing. The main thing was, the endless army of beasts disappeared. The entire plain was endless. There was not a single beast, and a quiet breeze blowing could make them feel refreshed. Looking at Lin Chen again, the two found that Lin Chen had a new gift bag in his hand, and then he opened it in front of him. Lin Chen smiled and said while opening the gift box, don't stand there. Continue to clean up your backpack, throw away all the useless things, and see what's in this gift bag. As he said that, a dazzling light shot out from the gift bag. Unlike the previous equipment, consumables, gems, etc., this time it was a special item. Huh? Are these materials? Xiaoyun spoke up immediately. As an equipment forger, she was very familiar with these things, but it was the first time she had seen such high-quality materials in all her jobs. The materials that shone brightly with colorful luster were scattered all over the floor, and each one was something she had never touched before. Even Lin Chen's eyelids jumped. In the first round, he had heard that forging materials were divided into several types. The materials for equipment of different qualities are divided into white, green, blue, all the way to purple, and the materials for forging artifacts are black, but he has never seen colorful ones. So everyone looked at Xiaoyun at the same time. And Xiaoyun also came back to her senses at this time. She raised her head and stared at Lin Chen. Have you heard of relics? Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat and nodded at the same time. Not only have I heard of it, I have it with me now. You have a relic? Xiaoyun was surprised. Lin Chen stretched out his hand, and suddenly a small transparent ball appeared in his palm. Everyone looked over. Elena was about to say that this was not a species of the Dachuan tree, but she swallowed the words back. Yes, although this glass bead is very similar to the Dachuan tree species, it is larger and rounder. Compared with the tree species, there are some fine lines like impurities inside this small glass ball, which looks very strange. Breakthrough bead, something that one of the GM guides gave me. When everyone heard that it was something given by the 3 administrators, they were a little curious. What effect? Lin Chen waved his hand, and a line of words appeared above the boundary breaking pearl, with the font in golden gilded body. Boundary breaking pearl. Level 1. Usage level, none. Effect. Players with boundary breaking pearl can ignore the occupational restriction effect of the equipment. Note: this item cannot be traded or discarded, and will disappear upon death. Everyone suddenly realized that it turned out that Lin Chen could use other types of weapons, at will regardless of occupation, because of this thing. Relics? Are they all such exaggerated things? They are almost like bugs. Xiaoyun also looked at Lin Chen in confusion, obviously not expecting that Lin Chen actually had a relic level item within level 80. But how could Xiaoyun know that Lin Chen was only level 40 when he got this equipment? Don't be surprised yet. Lin Chen took back the boundary breaking bead and continued to ask Xiaoyun, "You mean, these are the materials for forging relics?" Xiaoyun took a deep breath and nodded. "Yes, but relics are the highest level items in the entire hunting god land. The number and types are estimated to be no more than 10, so no one knows what will be obtained after forging." After saying that, Xiaoyun looked at the colorful materials on the ground. "Lin Chen, looking at the number of these materials now, you should be able to make 3 relics at the same time." The onlookers were shocked. Being able to make relics is already very exaggerated news, and making 3 at the same time? Although they envied, they were more happy for Lin Chen. "Congratulations, brother. You are worthy of it, brother Lin." Lin Chen put these materials into his backpack. Of course, he also wanted to divide these materials, but things of this level naturally could not be traded, so he could only put them in his backpack first, but in the process, he threw away a few top-level god-level accessories with tears. After opening a consumable gift bag full of top-level blood bottles and blue bottles, Lin Chen and everyone stared at each other again. Because their backpacks were full again, the equipment scattered around them was shining. Chapter 560. When Gardenia and Sister Tonton arrived at the edge of the plain, they found that many players had gathered in front of them. From a distance, the 2 women could see the extreme greed on the faces of the onlookers. They seemed to be looking at some rare treasures. Although they were full of greed, they did not dare to move forward and only hesitated on the periphery. Gudong. Many people even made a crisp sound of swallowing saliva. Sister Tonton and Gardenia looked at each other, and the 2 women pushed people aside with some curiosity and walked forward. "Excuse me, let me pass. Let me pass." This action obviously caused dissatisfaction among others. "TSK, you're pushing your mother." Sister Tonton glared at the man without arguing, and continued to move forward with Gardenia. "Don't push, don't push." The front immediately cursed. "If you go any further, you will enter the attack range, don't push." Sister Tonton and Gardenia were slightly moved as they walked forward. According to this statement, it seems that no one has killed the world boss. According to the previous settings, as long as the player crosses the safety line, the endless beasts on the plain will take the initiative to attack, and the beasts that rush over will tear the player into pieces in an instant. But the further they walked, the brighter Gardenia's eyes became. Because she heard a familiar voice. "Brother Feng?" she muttered in confusion. And Sister Tongtong's eyes also brightened. She also heard Tang Yu's voice. So they were here too. Thinking of this, the 2 girls pushed the crowd forward with more effort. If they hadn't just consumed a lot of energy from the continuous flight, they would have flown over with Gardenia by now. "Damn, who is pushing?" There was a sudden noise in front, and many players turned around and glared at Tong and Shizi. "You bitches, you want to die." An orc glared at the 2 girls with a short axe in his hand, and said in a muffled voice, "If you push forward, I will kill you." Not only this orc, many other players also stared at Shizi, and the others impatiently, obviously extremely dissatisfied with their pushing behavior. "No. Sorry, our teammates are in front, please make way." Gardenia apologized immediately. Gardenia knew that no one wanted to cross the safety line. If someone was squeezed to the other side of the line, by the 2 of them, and killed by the beasts, it would be no joke. "What an ugly woman, is there your father or your mother in front of you? Get out of here." Gardenia and Sister Tonton didn't know the real situation here, but they, the players who came here early, knew everything. They didn't care whether the world boss was dead or not. They knew that there were no beasts on the plains now, not even one. The most important thing was that the programmer and several players were squatting on the ground unpacking the gift packs. Within a 10-meter radius around them. All were artifacts and top-level props, Those top-quality equipment and props that they had never seen were thrown away casually like garbage, and they were all dumbfounded. They wanted to go over and pick them up, but without the consent of Lin Chen and others, no one dared to go forward. Their number was getting larger and larger, but they stopped here. So these players had a strong hostility towards those who came later, and no one wanted others to share a piece of the pie. Not to mention that Gardenia and Sister Tong pushed them as soon as they came. The orc spat on the ground. Compared to Gardenia, Sister Tong was not lenient with these people. She immediately took out her broadsword and said coldly, "Why don't you just make way for me?" And Sister Tong pointed at the orc. "I respect your aesthetics, but if you dare to say it again, don't blame me for being rude." The orc was amused when he heard it. He sneered, and with many people around him cheering, the orc took a step forward. His body over 2 meters tall was extremely oppressive. "I lack everything except courage. Human women, listen carefully." He opened his mouth and prepared to say those words. Sister Tong slightly exerted force on the hilt of the sword, and a sharp sword energy began to condense. Just when the orc said the prefix ugly, a slightly magnetic baritone suddenly came from the place in front of the people. Is it Tong and Gardenia?" The sudden voice immediately made the orc swallow back the words in his mouth. The players present turned their heads in astonishment, and then began to look around, wanting to know who Tong and Gardenia were. Gardenia was delighted. She could tell that it was Lin Chen's voice. She raised her hands and waved happily. "Brother Lin. Captain. It's us." The players who had just turned around to look at the surroundings were like a group of sunflowers following the sun. They slowly turned their heads and looked at Sister Tong and Gardenia as if they had seen a ghost. Especially the half-orc who was so arrogant just now. There was a hint of fear in his eyes at this moment. These two women. Could they be the teammates of those big guys? Sure enough, after hearing Gardenia's voice, the voice became obviously lighter. Come quickly, we are waiting for you too, remember to clean up your backpack." Gardenia and Sister Tong looked at each other, and then walked forward. Although they didn't know what was ahead, Lin Chen gave the two girls great psychological comfort. Compared with just now, the two did not encounter any obstacles this time. The players in front of them made way for them to walk. The orc was the first to stand aside. When Sister Tong passed by him, the orc lowered his head and said nothing. Sister Tong glanced at the orc, she put away her broadsword, and walked to the front with Gardenia unimpeded. Like other players who came here for the first time, the two girls were stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. Sister Tong and Gardenia walked slowly in the surrounding props garbage dump in disbelief. They were dazzled by the bright lights emitted from the surfaces of those artifacts and top props. Gudong. The two girls swallowed their saliva and came to Lin Chen in a daze. At this moment, Lin Chen looked up at the two girls and smiled slightly. "Throw away everything in the backpack." "Ah?" The two girls looked at each other, and then nodded after reacting. Oh. After that, Lin Chen continued to take out the second to last gift bag. He continued to open it under the gaze of countless eyes around him. Hua la la. Another countless light rushed into the sky. Chapter 561. This time the rewards were even more exaggerated. Experience capsules that looked like jelly beans were gushing out of the gift pack like a fountain or popcorn. Sister Tong and Gardenia, who were at a loss at first, were completely dumbfounded at this moment. Low-level, medium-level, and high-level experience capsules were gushing into the air as if they were free. They flew higher and higher, like fireworks in the night sky. The onlookers could no longer bear it, and some of them were ready to grab them. People die for money and birds die for food. They would rather take a gamble. If they can escape after getting the capsules, grabbing a handful of capsules will be enough for them to level up several times. But when hundreds of people were about to rush forward to grab the capsules, a chill suddenly appeared from the void. Most of the players braked suddenly, and the players standing at the back who were eager to try and prepare to move forward also took a half step back involuntarily. No one knew where this chill came from, but their intuition told them not to take a single step forward. But not everyone was so rational. Among the hundreds of people, there were still about 40 people who rushed forward regardless of everything, with greed on their faces. A berserker who rushed to the front grabbed a dozen experience capsules. He looked down and found that most of the capsules in his hand were intermediate, and there were even 3 or 4 advanced ones. Ha ha. He laughed excitedly and prepared to grab another handful. He lowered his head, and a dark shadow appeared in his sight unconsciously, and the extremely disgusting feeling appeared again. The man looked up dully and saw a skull face and a black eye socket. But if you look closely, there seems to be a scarlet light flickering in the eye socket. Not only him, but also the more than 40 players who rushed over to grab the experience capsules stood in front of a skeleton soldier. These skeleton soldiers held steel knives and shields and silently stared at these thieves. Don't! A female mage immediately threw away the capsule in her hand and raised her hands. Don't kill me, I give it back to you. As she spoke, she retreated. The skeleton soldiers in front of her did not come forward, but just looked at her silently. Seeing this, people followed suit. More than 40 people finally came to their senses at this time. If the coldness just now was not enough to make them regain their sanity, now facing the skeleton soldiers, the strong sense of oppression that went straight to the soul was not even seen in some high-level dungeon bosses. Sure enough, when they threw away the capsules in their hands and retreated to a safe distance, the murderous intent revealed by the skeleton soldiers dissipated, and the crowd immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But there are still a few people who don't believe in it. For example, the player who just ran in the front was a little smart. He carefully put a few high-level experience capsules into his pocket and raised his hands like others. But when he retreated, the skeleton soldiers would follow him one step forward. The player was shocked. I have already thrown all the grenades. Why are you still following me? But it was useless. When he continued to retreat, the skeleton soldiers not only followed him, but also drew out the steel knife in his hand. Swish! The man was immediately scared. In the land of the hunting god, his level and combat power could be ranked in the top 100 of the ladder list, but facing the gaze of this skeleton soldier, who looked like a cannon fodder, he felt like he was in an ice cellar. The skeleton soldier raised his steel knife high, ready to chop down at any time. Swish! The man didn't dare to hide anymore. He shook his pockets clean, and the capsules he had hidden fell to the ground instantly. Seeing him like this, the skeleton soldier put down the steel knife in his hand and retreated. The player breathed heavily, and soon his face turned red. He glared at Lin-Chen and others in the distance. You are the number one god in the ladder list. You would rather throw so many treasures here than share them with us. How can you be the number one in the ladder list? His words were full of energy, and it sounded like he wanted to deliberately provoke the emotions of other players. Lin-Chen happened to turn his head and glanced at him. The man wanted to say something, but he immediately shut up under this look and retreated more than 10 steps back to the crowd, fearing that Lin-Chen would suddenly attack. The capsules ejected from the gift bag have stopped. There are probably hundreds of small sparkling balls on the ground. Compared with the various props scattered around, the attraction of these experience capsules is no less than those artifacts. Lin-Chen retracted his gaze and suddenly smiled. I killed the boss. Did you help? As soon as these words came out, the players who were ready to take the initiative on the moral high ground were speechless. They held it in for a long time and couldn't say a word. Lin-Chen said again, since you didn't help, why should I give you the things? Yes. The man still didn't give up, but you can't waste them like this. These are all top-grade props and artifacts. Your backpacks are already full. Are you going to throw them away like this? It's my business whether to throw them away or not. If you have the ability, you can throw them away too. Everyone subconsciously glanced at their equipment when they heard this. There was a deathly silence around them. Lin-Chen retracted his gaze and began to distribute these experience capsules. Take them when you see them, and take the high-level ones. Lin-Chen instructed. There are restrictions on the land of the hunting god. Each player can only use up to 5 consumables such as experience capsules that increase experience points through third-party means per day. Regardless of the size, if you use it 5 times, you can only wait until the next day. Okay. Everyone agreed. Soon, the capsules on the ground were almost distributed by them, but even so, there were still a large number of low-level and medium-level capsules on the ground, which were so numerous that they dazzled people's eyes. The crowd still did not disperse, and even gathered more and more. Their eyes were fiery, but no one dared to continue talking. Being stared at by these eyes, Lin-Chen and others felt uncomfortable, and Elena was trembling all over. Husband? She asked tentatively. Lin-Chen nodded, and then waved his hand. The next moment, these props and capsules soared into the sky. Under the exclamations of all the players, they fell from the sky like rain. Oh my god! People suddenly reacted at this time, and immediately ran to the place where the props fell. It looked like the people chasing the airdrop in the chicken game we played before. Chapter 562. When all the onlookers around left, Lin-Chen held the last gift bag in his hand, which was also the largest and brightest. Artifact, top functional props, top gems, top consumables, relic materials, experience capsules. All kinds of rewards have ended, and Lin-Chen really wants to know what rewards will be given next. Feng-Chen, Tang Yu and others beside him also started a heated discussion. They really couldn't think of anything else that could be opened. But no matter what, everyone hasn't felt the excitement of opening a blind box for a long time. Under the gaze of several people around him, Lin Chen opened the last gift package. When the first round of props appeared from the gift package, Lin Chen was the first person to lose his composure. Oh my! Lin Chen's eyes widened, and he couldn't stop breathing rapidly. And Elena was the second one to react. The female elf was also pale, and she was extremely happy to hold Lin Chen's arms and swing back and forth. Brother, sister-in-law, it's just a few tickets. Why are you so happy? Tang Yu was a little puzzled. Feng Shen, who had been packing his backpack with a silly smile on his face, suddenly came to his senses. Then, he was the third person to react and jumped up at the same time. Tickets, ruins tickets, and there were 10 of them, and 2 of them were the highest level S level in the land of the hunting god, and the other 8 were all A level. Except for Sister Tong Tong and Tang Yu, even Xiaoyun seemed to stop breathing, and the surroundings fell into a strange silence. Lin Chen tremblingly put the tickets into his backpack, fearing that he would miss one. As for the props given in the gift pack, Lin Chen had no time to care about them. He looked at the 10 tickets in his backpack, and his mouth was almost grinning. What does S-level ruins mean? There were only 5 S-level ruins in the land of the hunting god in the whole week, but now Lin Chen alone has 2 S-level tickets. Who can he complain to? Soon, the players who were scrambling for props and equipment in the distance began to fight. They began to switch their personal status. Everyone was willing to become a red name to grab as many items as possible. In an instant, there were continuous roars and explosions, and the whole earth began to tremble uncontrollably. Heat waves came one after another, and the skeleton soldiers surrounding Lin Chen hurried over to surround Lin Chen and others. They raised their shields to resist the shock waves. Lin Chen and others who were protected in the center had finished their preparations. They stood up and waited for the copy to close. Husband, will this copy close? Elena remembered that this world was actually the habitat of the feathered people, named Rusang. The so-called creator had set up this world into a copy by some unknown method, and stuffed all kinds of monsters and world bosses into the copy. Now that the copy is over, what will this world become? The dungeon will be closed, but this world will not be affected. Lin Chen pondered for a while and said, after all, this place is real, don't worry. After that, people no longer bothered about these things, but concentrated on sorting out their backpacks, especially Feng Shen and Tang Yu. The two of them had obscene smiles on their faces from beginning to end, and they liked the miscellaneous top-quality equipment and props in their backpacks more and more. It's a pity that most of those things can only be used after level 80, so they can only look at them and quench their thirst. As for Lin Chen, Elena, and Xiaoyun, it was another scene. At this moment, Xiaoyun stared at Lin Chen with great curiosity, his eyes full of confusion. Why are you staring at me like that? Lin Chen shrank his neck. It feels creepy. Xiaoyun did not hide it, and said very honestly, I am curious why you are so special. Special? Yes, as an NPC, I have seen more people and things than you second-round players. I had never heard of you in the first round, but why are you so exaggerated since the second round? Let's not talk about Lin Chen's current battle strength on the ladder. It is estimated that from this time on, Lin Chen's battle strength has opened up a gap of dozens of times, or even more than that of the second-place Elena, so that even the full-level players in the land of the hunting god cannot achieve this achievement. This is secondary. After all, Lin Chen told him frankly that he is a cheater who can use bugs. But can a cheater do these things just now? Killing the Earth Guardian and the Beast God alone, it is estimated that the level 70 Ice Lord was also killed by Lin Chen. That kind of understanding and control of power is not something a mere cheater can achieve, let alone using the power of the tree heart that he had just obtained not long ago to defeat the Beast God. Regarding the affinity and analysis ability of power, Lin Chen is more like a so-called cheater. You mean my understanding of power? Well, you also discovered it. Well, I can't explain it well, or this kind of thing can't be explained in the first place. Lin Chen answered very seriously. Seeing that Lin Chen really didn't understand, Xiaoyun shrugged and stopped talking. At this time, Elena finally found a chance to interject. Honey, have you ever been to an S-level ruins? Lin Chen turned to look at the female elf. No, but I don't know if Meng's Flower Gallery counts. Hearing the words Meng's Flower Gallery, Elena was obviously slightly stunned, and even Sister Tonton on the side looked over. All second-round players will open the second-round memory after entering that special ruins or dying in that ruins. But as Lin Chen said, is Meng's Flower Corridor an S-level ruins? During the conversation, A deep and melodious bell sound that seemed to penetrate the soul suddenly rang out from the top of the sky, shaking every inch of space in Rusang realm. Ding! The sound of the bell made the whole world quiet. Whether it was the players, who were immersed in fierce battles and fighting for artifacts and rare items, or those who were leisurely wandering in Rusang realm to kill creatures and loot treasures, they all stopped their actions involuntarily at this time, and their eyes were cast towards the boundless sky. In this world, everything that is alive is affected by this irresistible force at this moment. Then, a shocking scene slowly unfolded. A human-shaped shadow gradually condensed and took shape on the blue sky, and its size was beyond everyone's imagination. This is not just a silhouette, but more like a monument that spans the sky. Its existence almost completely obscures the entire sky, making all the creatures below seem as small as ants. My God, what is this? People pointed at the awe-inspiring huge shadow, their voices trembling with difficulty. When everyone's eyes met the shadow, an indescribable sense of oppression surged like a tide, making people tremble, as if the whole world had lost its weight at this moment, leaving only the boundless hugeness and sublimity. The shadow was so big that it could not be described in words. It was like a god who had returned from the depths of the universe, looking down at this tiny planet called Ruosangji with an aloof attitude. Such a scene made most of the players collapse on the ground involuntarily. Their souls were deeply shocked by this great power. The dizzy feeling as if they were wrapped in the universe made them almost vomit, but they were reluctant to look away, for fear of missing this rare miracle in life. Lin Chen looked at the pair of star-filled pupils above his head with great seriousness, muttering to himself. Are you the so-called designer? Chapter 563. The outline of the shadow gradually became clear. It seemed to be the sky itself. The eyes moved far and near, and the stars inside were like the stars in the universe. All the players and creatures in Rusang realm held their breath and looked up at this thing that seemed like a god. No, it was even more mysterious than a god. Then, a prompt sound suddenly sounded, and many people shuddered, and the taut strings were almost torn apart. Congratulations, the level 60 world boss has been defeated. Congratulations, the level 70 world boss has been defeated. Congratulations, the level 80 world boss has been defeated. After a period of silence, the prompt sound sounded again. You have successfully cleared this instance, and rewards are being distributed to all participating players. People didn't care about the so-called rewards at all. They stared at the huge shadow above their heads, fearing that this thing, which was bigger than the whole world, would slap them down in the next moment. But among the players in this world, only Lin Chen felt another feeling. He seemed to realize that this shadow was looking at him, and he could even feel the emotion of this thing. It seemed to be happy. But why? When this thought came to him, Lin Chen felt a little outrageous. He felt a throbbing sensation coming from nowhere, and he suddenly flew into the air. Brother? Husband? Yelena, Feng Chen and others were stunned. They were still worried about whether the phantom would do something bad to them, but the next moment Lin Chen turned into a stream of light and rushed into the sky, as if he wanted to have a face-to-face conversation with the phantom. They wanted to catch up, but Lin Chen's speed was so fast that he was shocked. By the time others reacted, he had already broken through the clouds. Lin Chen didn't know why he did this. He just felt that he had some questions to ask the other party, if it was really the designer. But what was the question? What was the question? What exactly did Lin Chen want to ask the designer? He just felt that there was something wrong with his brain. He obviously had a lot of questions to ask the designer of this hunting land, and he obviously had a lot of things to verify with the creator. But why did his mind go blank the closer he got to the sky? In the end, Lin Chen's speed became slower and slower, his face was full of pain, as if he had forgotten something very important. What did you do to me? Lin Chen shouted. He felt his whole body getting colder and colder, and there was no longer blue sky and white clouds around him. He seemed to have broken through the atmosphere of this world, surrounded by the dark universe. Looking down, the edge and spherical outline of this planet called Ruosangji could be seen. He raised his head again, and the face of the god seemed to be close at hand, but at the same time it was also rapidly retreating. The phantom seemed to be leaving, and when it left, Lin Chen's palpitations gradually disappeared. Lin Chen stood in the void, in a daze, until the outline of the god gradually disappeared. It disappeared without a trace in less than a few breaths, as if it had never appeared. In a trance, Lin Chen regained his sanity. He took a deep breath, but there seemed to be no air around him. Lin Chen's face was flushed. When he came to his senses, Lin Chen suddenly shook his hands, and a gentle force appeared around him, which allowed him to breathe again. Lin Chen looked at the starry sky in the distance, and then thought about something. The reminder sound in his head began to sound again. The reward for clearing the dungeon this time was very generous, but Lin Chen and others' backpacks were so bulging that they couldn't put any props in them, so Lin Chen could only hear the reminder sound telling him that the reward was distributed to the professional NPC for safekeeping. Then, there was a very short you have upgraded, and so on. Lin Chen ignored these messages and turned around to continue falling. When he returned to the sky above the plane, the prompt sound disappeared just in time. Seeing Lin Chen coming back, Elena Xiaoyun came over immediately, and the two women had extreme concerns on their faces. "How are you?" Lin Chen shook his head. "Nothing." As he said that, several people looked up again, and everyone's face had an expression similar to surviving a disaster. "Brother." Fengchen, Tang Yu and others also gathered around. "What was that just now?" Lin Chen was silent for a while, and then shook his head. Was that thing the so-called designer? Lin Chen couldn't say for sure, but he could be sure of one thing. Its sudden appearance was definitely not accidental. Could it be that it came to see him specifically? While Lin Chen was thinking, Xiaoyun said, "That should be the incarnation of the creator." Everyone turned their heads to look at her. Even Lin Chen thought of something. He remembered that Xiaoyun, who used to be an NPC, often muttered some spells when strengthening equipment. If you listen carefully, it seems to be something like "Great Creator blah blah." Could it be that the NPC knows something? Seeing everyone looking at him, Xiaoyun shook his head with a bitter smile. "I don't know the details, but..." "Just what?" Lin Chen also asked. "It's just that when I came to the land of the hunting god from Earth, and was selected by the players to become an NPC, this phantom appeared once, but it was not this big. Have you seen it?" "I guess so. It was it that made me become an NPC." Later, all the NPCs said they had seen it. After a long time, everyone called it the creator. "Did it tell you anything else?" Tang Yu asked beside him. Xiaoyun shook his head in embarrassment. "I don't remember. I guess he didn't say anything else, otherwise I would have an impression." Tang Yu and Sister Tonton looked at each other. They seemed a little curious, and were about to continue asking. Lin Chen waved his hand. "Stop talking. It's better not to ask too clearly about some things." Xiaoyun glanced at Lin Chen. His eyes were tender. Lin Chen had just seen the ability of the judge up close. Before he was sure to defeat the judge, he should not let the people around him take risks. The spirit pet master who died in front of him was still vivid in his mind. Even if Xiaoyun had become a player now, Lin Chen did not dare to take risks. Chapter 564. The sky twisted, and a huge portal appeared. No, it should be said that countless portals appeared simultaneously in every corner of Rusang Realm. The dungeon ended, and this world would be closed to all players present. "We should go," Lin Chen said. When they saw the portal appear, a large number of players did not hesitate at all, and flew in one after another, fearing that they would not be able to return if they hesitated for a second. Lin Chen turned his head, and took a look at this world called Rusang Realm. After looking at everyone, he also approached the portal. However, when they were about to step into the portal, a woman's voice suddenly came from behind. "Wait a minute, Lord God's envoy." Lin Chen was stunned, and then everyone turned around in tacit understanding. A dozen feathered girls flapped their snow-white wings, and stood on the sky in the distance. The leader was Ling Yu, who has now become the leader of the feathered people. Lin Chen, Yiliana, and Xiaoyun obviously didn't expect them to come. The three of them turned around, and moved a few meters towards Ling Yu. Compared to Lin Chen and the other two, the rest of the players saw these Western angel-like characters for the first time. Some players, who were rushing to the portal, stopped with shock on their faces. Many people were directly attracted by the appearance of Ling Yu and others. "Is this an angel? Is it a monster in this dungeon? Damn, it's so beautiful." However, when they saw Lin Chen and the other two walking over to talk to them, they shuddered and then dared not say anything more. They plunged into the light of the portal and disappeared. "Why are you here?" Lin Chen asked. "Lord God." Ling Yu and the other girls of the feathered clan watched with some lingering fear as countless players jumped in from all directions, and then poured into the white teleportation light array. At first, they thought that Lin Chen's origin was not as simple as they said, but now it seems that it is really as Lin Chen said. They are players who came to this world to participate in the dungeon, and there are a lot of these players. There are thousands of them in this plane alone. How many are there in the entire Rusang realm? I don't know when we will meet again after this separation. Ling Yu bowed and said, "We came here specially to see off the envoy of God, and to give you a small gift." After that, Ling Yu prepared to take out some treasures. "Goodbye." Lin Chen quickly covered his face, and waved his hands. "We really can't bring anything." Ling Yu paused. Lin Chen continued to add, And if the Sang realm belongs to the real world, we have tried to bring things back to the land of the hunting god from such a place, but failed. So even if you give it to me, I can't take it back. Otherwise, do you think I am so generous to return the seeds of the big cypress tree to you? Lin Chen did not lie in the first half of his sentence. When they were on Earth, Elena had wanted to bring a women's son hat back to the land of the hunting god, but she found that it was impossible. Lin Chen's tone was joking, but Ling Yu smiled knowingly. Actually, we are going to give the seeds of the big chun tree to the messenger of God this time. After saying that, Ling Yu took out a glass ball, which was exactly the same as the experience capsule just now, but the surface of this bead revealed a touch of purple brilliance, the light of the tree heart power that belongs only to the big chun tree. Lin Chen was stunned. This is the foundation of your feathered people, right? You just give it away. Ling Yu smiled brightly. Thanks to the help of the Lord God, the heart of the big cypress tree is revived. Even without the tree seeds, our feathered people will gradually prosper, just a little slower. Compared with the previous fate of being extinct, let alone the tree seeds, even if you ask for anything, our feathered people will not hesitate. These words were said very sincerely, and there was no sign that they were lying. Before Lin Chen and the others could answer, Feng Chen, who was standing on the side, suddenly laughed strangely. Haha, what if my brother Lin wants you? Do you agree? Lin Chen was about to glare at Feng Chen, but Elena and Xiaoyun had already looked at him with murderous eyes. Feng Chen shuddered and quickly hid behind Gardenia. Facing the two women's sharp eyes, Gardenia immediately raised her hands. It's none of my business. In the distance, Ling Yu's face flashed a blush, and then he put away the tree seeds with a bitter smile. Since the god's messenger cannot take the tree seeds away, the Yuan tribe has nothing to repay. If there is a place where our Yuan tribe is needed in the future, our tribe will definitely go through fire and water. After saying that, Ling Yu and the feathered people behind her bowed to Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled. Okay, maybe I can really use you in the future, don't regret it. Lord God's messenger is serious. We will definitely die for you. Okay, don't see you off, go back. Lin Chen waved. Elena and Xiaoyun also waved. Remember to take good care of Xiaoyu when you go back. Ling Yu nodded, remember. Then, they exchanged a few simple greetings, and Lin Chen and others disappeared in this world under the gaze of Ling Yu and others. When they returned to the land of the hunting god, the levels, health bars, and attribute values suddenly appeared above the heads of Lin Chen and others. That very familiar feeling descended on the body again. After staying in the Rusang realm for a week, it was a bit strange to come back suddenly. Everyone stood on the street of the eternal sky space to stretch their shins. Looking around, they found that the land of the hunting god had not changed much. There were still a large number of players moving back and forth in this main city. Although there were millions of players participating in this dungeon, these numbers were just a drop in the bucket in the land of the hunting god. Looking at the levels above the heads of the surrounding players, they were basically between 60 and 65, and they should have just been upgraded from the intermediate main city in the past few days. Feng Chen touched his nose, then glanced at the top of Lin Chen's head intentionally or unintentionally. Then, he was stunned. Not only Feng Chen, but everyone, even Elena and Xiaoyun stared at Lin Chen blankly. Lin Chen met the gazes of the people around him, and seemed to have thought of something. Is my level a bit high? Lin Chen said, as he opened his attribute panel. Then, he was also stunned. Level 85. He was not even level 70 before entering the dungeon, but he was already level 85 after coming out. Although he had just eaten 5 high-level experience capsules on the plane, it was impossible to level up so many levels. But for Lin Chen, as long as he thought about it carefully, he could accept it. First of all, he killed all 3 world bosses, was the first to kill the 3 bosses, and had the highest damage share among the 3 bosses. At the same time, he had a special physique given by the administrator, so it was not surprising that he could level up to more than 80 levels. Amid the surprised expressions of everyone, Lin Chen calmly took out a mask from his backpack and put it on. Fortunately, I didn't throw this thing away when I was packing my backpack. The levels of Elena and others are basically between 75 and 78. Although they are also terrible, they are also within the acceptable range. My glaring level 85 is really too eye-catching. Brother, then can you directly enter the highest level main city? Tang Yu thought of something and asked. As the developer of the Land of Hunting Gods game, Tang Yu naturally knew that players can enter the highest level main city after reaching level 80. There are only 3 highest level main cities in the entire land of the hunting god. Relics of the gods. Broken Realm. Outer Heaven, but now they don't know whether the highest level main city has been opened. After all, Lin Chen has reached level 85, and the system has not prompted the sound of the highest level main city opening. The land of the hunting god has become more and more strange and confusing. No hurry. Lin Chen is very open-minded. The most urgent thing is to stack attack power. As he said, Lin Chen took a look at his backpack. Time is running out. Let's not rest. I plan to use all the 10 ruins admission tickets I got. Chapter 565. In the following time, the entire land of the hunting god was surprisingly quiet. There was no special turmoil in the entire game world. No one found the appearance of Su inside. The border area that people were more concerned about was also fine. Everything seemed to be back on track. Players were leveling up in the land of the hunting god without noticing. The world channel also began to resume the usual chats. There were also often various players shouting about selling special props and teaming up to fight the game. There were even some players who were making trouble and shouting about forming a CP. Among the players, some who had experienced the wedding of the Eternal Skyline programmer and Elena were a little confused at this time. They had witnessed the scene of Su breaking through the boundary and invading the wedding. If it weren't for the countless players working together, the hunting god land would probably be occupied by Su. So they were walking on thin ice these days, fearing that if they were not careful, something would happen to the hunting god land again. But with the end of the world boss battle dungeon, 5 days passed in a row, and nothing happened in the hunting god land. Everything that happened before seemed like a dream. Just like the sentence time is running out in the land of the hunting god from someone's mouth. It's just a piece of nonsense. However, only some special groups of players know that this is not something to be happy about. The feeling of tranquility before the eye of the storm is almost overflowing. Among them, those second-round players feel it particularly clearly. I am so surprised. Why is that programmer god silent again? Now he can't be found in the ranking of the ladder. Did he wear equipment with hidden attributes again? Programmer. Ah, you mean the guy who killed the level 80 world boss in the dungeon? Nonsense. There is another programmer in the land of the hunting god besides him? I've heard of it, but I always feel it's a bit exaggerated. That's a level 80 world boss. It should be killed by a crusade team composed of level 89 players. He alone, that's ridiculous. I also think it's too exaggerated. In the first round, I heard about how powerful that boss was. It is said that countless level 90 players crusade for a whole year. For a whole year, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of level 90 bosses have failed to be defeated, and he, who is not even level 80, has done it alone? The discussion became more and more heated, and the voices of agreement began to gradually increase. That's right, and I remember that the programmer's level was about the same as ours when he first entered the dungeon, about level 60. Facing the level 80 world boss, a sneeze from the opponent could kill him. That's not the case. That person's combat power is ahead. Speaking of combat power, I feel it's outrageous. We are all players, and we have fought hard for so many second rounds until now, and our combat power rankings are only hovering in the top few hundred or thousands. He is so fucking far ahead, and he and that female elf Elena are more than 10 times ahead of us. Don't you think it's weird? Cheating, right? Voices of discussion appeared in every corner of the hunting god land, but among the discussions of high-powered players such as Lin Chen and Elena, some were particularly concerned about the human-shaped phantom at the last moment of the Rusang Realm dungeon a few days ago. Your attention seems to be a little off. Isn't the point of discussion now that the huge human figure... Damn, you didn't see it. It feels like the whole eye is a planet. It's too exaggerated. As soon as this sentence came out, the previous discussion began to quiet down a little. It seemed that all the players who had seen that figure at the time could not forget that scene. The double sense of oppression from the visual and the soul was enough to make everyone unforgettable. However, no one could explain what it was. Maybe it was the so-called creator that the NPC was muttering, or a more powerful boss. There were many different opinions, and time passed quickly again. 7 days after the Ruosangji dungeon, people found that many people's names on the ladder leaderboard had disappeared. The one who replaced the programmer as the first was not Elena, nor was it the people who were often seen before, such as Feng Chenjuijiu and Qianshao, but a person named Autumn does not come back. His profession is a necromancer. Although the profession is relatively rare, people found that his combat power is only 160,000. You know, let alone the programmer. Even the previous Elena's combat power is higher than him. In other words, either the programmer Elena and the others died together, or they deliberately concealed their combat power. Although people were somewhat concerned, they only discussed it briefly for a while, and soon got busy with their own affairs. As time went by, The discussion about programmer Elena and other high combat players gradually died down, until the 10th day after the Rusang Realm dungeon. After 10 days, some people in the land of the hunting god finally reached level 81 after another. Amid the announcement of the prompt sound, the news about the opening of the highest level main city was broadcasted all over the world. Congratulations! The highest level main city has been opened to the public. Players who have reached level 80 and meet the detection requirements can go to the highest level main city through the god-ascending long stairs. Soon, the so-called god-ascending long stairs in the high-level main city was surrounded by people. And the god-ascending long stairs. To put it simply, it is a special teleportation array, but it is a stone platform similar to a staircase, just like the high platform that Lin Chen and Elena climbed when they got married. Players who want to enter the highest level main city through the god-ascending long stairs not only need to meet the level requirements, but also need to step on the high platform and touch the light on the high platform. But after a few hours, the players in the eternal sky space could only look at the platform, and no one could reach the top floor. Damn it, just 2 floors. A player was lying on the ground with sore body, gritting his teeth. Just 2 floors. There were many people around, and they looked at the players, who stepped onto the long steps one after another with some curiosity. There were 9 floors in total, but these players began to lose strength every time they stepped onto the 5th floor. The higher they went, the more they felt like they were carrying a heavy pressure. They even saw a knight, who almost died on the 8th floor under the invisible pressure. I don't know if anyone in other high-level main cities can reach the top floor. I do it! A swordsman named Undertaker walked over arrogantly, pushing away the crowd along the way, and soon stood in front of the long steps to the gods. Chapter 566. People were shocked when they saw the appearance and ID of the newcomer. The Undertaker, he is a senior member of the Futa Guild. Futa Guild? The strongest guild now? Well, I heard that it is already a Class A guild, the first Class A guild in the entire god hunting land, and it has won 22 consecutive guild battles, which is really exaggerated. Who let the guild leader be that programmer? I heard that after he came out of the dungeon 10 days ago, he put all kinds of top-level props and god-level equipment into the guild warehouse for members to choose from. With such a hand, the guild members under his command must be rich. Amid the discussion, the Undertaker shook his head and stepped onto the 1st floor. He didn't feel anything wrong, and then he stepped onto the 2nd floor. He still didn't feel anything, but just felt a little itchy on his skin, and then the 3rd and 4th floors. When the Undertaker stepped onto the 5th floor, a pressure suddenly appeared, and the discontinuous pressure made the Undertaker lower his head. Huh? He exhaled, obviously not prepared just now. He quickly adjusted, straightened his back, and continued to move up. After the 6th floor, the sense of oppression was twice as strong, but the Undertaker, who had made a lot of preparations, did not show any direct expression. He continued to move forward with an arrogant look on his face. Hey, he's on the 7th floor. 80% of people fail on this floor. The discussion gradually subsided, and everyone found that the Undertaker's face was a little red, but his back was still very straight. Could he still hold on? With a kick of his right foot, the Undertaker stepped hard on the 8th floor, and then climbed up with great difficulty. His waist finally bent down, and he began to breathe heavily. His face was flushed and his eyes were bloodshot. This kind of pain is really not to be underestimated. No wonder no one can successfully climb the long steps. The Undertaker thought so. He raised his head with difficulty, and looked at the last floor, and the soft floating light above. As long as he reached out, and touched that light, he could step into the highest level main city. The back teeth were bitten and creaked. The Undertaker used his hands and feet to almost drag his body to the 9th floor. At this moment, the pressure was almost stronger than the previous floors combined. The Undertaker was like being pressed down by the mountain and could hardly move. He raised his foot, but put it down again with difficulty, repeating this several times. Although his body was lying on the 9th floor, he could only stand on the top floor and straighten his back to touch the light. The people watching below also clenched their fists. So far, this person is the one closest to the 9th floor and the light in the eternal sky. He is worthy of being a member of the Futu Guild. He is really capable. But is it so difficult even for such a person? I feel that no one can do it. This is too difficult. I remember that there was no such form in the first round. We are still competing with the first round. Now it is different from before. Brother, come down, you can't go up. Someone shouted immediately. But the Undertaker laughed coldly, bent his waist with difficulty, and used his buttocks to put his right knee on the 9th floor. The crowd below suddenly became quiet. The Undertaker thought that his perseverance moved the onlookers below, and he couldn't help but support the platform with both hands and wanted to stand up. But his hands were like the wings of a butterfly, and he couldn't stand up no matter how hard he tried. His feet had already reached the 9th floor, and he only needed to stand up to touch the light. But he was just a little bit away. The next moment, the Undertaker was shocked to see a hand reaching out from under his armpit, and then his body was lifted up by someone. The Undertaker looked at the man who helped him up beside him, as if he had seen a ghost. The man wore a mask and carried a broadsword on his back. The eyes under the mask were a little mean, and the Undertaker felt that he had seen these eyes somewhere before. But the question is not this, the question is how did this person get up? It seems that he is as easy as climbing the stairs, and he could even help himself up. You? The Undertaker finally understood why the onlookers became quiet just now. That is because this person easily walked up the long steps to the gods. Brother Shinshu, I will take you up. The masked man finally spoke. Hearing this familiar voice, and this nickname that only a few people know, the Undertaker's eyes widened. Phone Shinjujo, it's you, old phone. The masked man chuckled. Long time no see, Brother Shinshu. After that, Feng Chen didn't say much. He supported the Undertaker with one hand, and raised his other hand to touch the light above. A halo of light enveloped them, and the bodies of the two disappeared. There was complete silence around them. The onlookers looked at each other, with a look of astonishment on their faces. What? Who? How is this possible? This person climbs stairs more easily than ordinary people. Is it my illusion? If one person goes first, will the people behind him have an easy time? With this question, someone soon prepared to give it a try. As a result, 2 people were lying on the ground again, almost being crushed to death. No, that would be strange. Just when the crowd was all confused, 5 more people came over from a distance. These people, without exception, were all like the masked man just now. All of them had their attributes hidden, and their IDs above their heads were unclear. There were 2 men wearing masks, and 3 women wearing special hair accessories. Everyone was slightly stunned, and subconsciously stepped back a few steps, making way for the 5 people to walk. Many people's eyelids jumped immediately, thinking that it was impossible. Sure enough, in the shocked eyes of the people, these 5 people appeared without hesitation and stepped onto the long steps to the gods one by one. The 5 people followed one after another, and some even fell 2 steps at a time. Don't say whether it was easy or not, they went upstairs as if they were going home, and then reached out one by one to touch the light above. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 5 rays of light lit up one by one, and the 5 people disappeared. If the setting is correct, combined with the Undertaker at the beginning, a total of 7 people officially stepped into the highest level main city. Thousands of onlookers around were motionless at this moment. They were like sculptures, staring at each other with eyes wide open, which was even more ridiculous. The atmosphere around the platform was a little weird. After a long while, someone finally spoke in a low voice. Is this ghost thing broken? Is there anyone who wants to try it again? I go and see. Someone swallowed his saliva, but when he reached the 5th floor, he retreated again. It's not broken. The onlookers blinked, and their hearts were in turmoil. Who are those 6 people? Chapter 567. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The quiet space began to gradually ripple. Just like a stone thrown on the water, the ripples spread quickly, and the movement became louder and louder. In a flash, 4 men and 3 women stepped out of the void one after another. At the same time, some eyes on this vast platform gathered involuntarily. Here they come. Finally, the first batch of players have arrived. It seemed that the 2 people in special costumes, who had been waiting for a long time, exchanged glances, nodded in tacit understanding, and greeted them. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The dazzling white light swallowed up their sight in an instant. Lin Chen and others instinctively narrowed their eyes. It was obvious that the light of the portal of the long stairs to the gods was completely different from the outside world. This place was like another world. As the sight gradually adapted, the scene in front of them gradually became clear. This was a huge teleportation array carefully carved from a special material, and the buildings surrounding it were scattered and orderly. Most of them were shops where NPCs usually lived, or mixed with some buildings with special shapes, some towering into the sky, and some low and cramped. Although there were no bustling streets and sacred buildings as imagined, this place was obviously not the main city style usually seen in the land of the hunting god. Even so, the richness of the elements of heaven and earth was several times higher than that of other regions. Is this the highest level main city? Feng Chen held the Undertaker, and they both looked around curiously. Not only the 2 of them, Lin Chen and others had not yet fully adapted to the sense of orientation in this special area. Two men in white had already come towards them, and looked at them carefully. "Welcome to the ruins of the gods, players." As they spoke, they tried to spy on the 7 people. Except for a man who was extremely weak and had blood on the corners of his mouth, the rest of them were wearing props with hidden attributes, such as headdresses and masks. The 2 were a little surprised. In fact, these props were useless to them. They were not NPCs, so even if the players wore such props, they would be seen through at a glance. But the 6 people behind them always felt surrounded by a strange wave. No matter how hard they tried, they could not see their true appearance. While they were surprised, Lin Chen and others were also a little confused. Ruins of the Gods is indeed the name of one of the highest level main cities, but they never thought that there would be a guide here. These people in white clothes seem to have been waiting here for a long time. Judging from their actions, and the apologetic smiles, when they saw someone appear, they should really be staff members similar to guides. This situation should not have happened in the first round. So what the hell is going on now? "You are?" Sister Tong Tong asked immediately. The 2 hurriedly answered with a smile. "Ah, we are members of the coalition. You all came from the high-level main city of the land of the hunting god. Please follow me." After that, they turned and walked forward. Everyone looked at each other, and did not follow. "Coalition? What do you mean?" Feng Chen was still in a state of confusion. This feeling can no longer be described as strange. Isn't this the land of the hunting god? But when people opened their backpacks and opened the attribute panel, they found that this was still the game page of the land of the hunting god, and they did not feel the special feeling similar to the real world. That was strange. They looked around. The buildings and streets in the distance, even the square, were empty. There was no one. They were the first group of people to officially enter the square. But no player could understand why there was no NPC here. The 2 turned around and saw that no one was following them. One of them smiled and said, "Don't worry, everyone. Since you have reached level 80, there are some things you should know. Please." Then, the 2 made another gesture. Then, everyone turned to look at Lin Chen. Facing the gazes of Elena and the others, Lin Chen pondered for a moment. This was also the first time he had encountered this kind of so-called coalition. He had never seen them in the first round, let alone heard of them. "Let's go and take a look," Lin Chen said. Everyone had no choice but to follow. Following the 2 guides, Lin Chen and Elena kept looking around. They saw that there were some special personnel in white clothes standing in a certain position waiting at a distance. Occasionally, there would be a flash of light on the stone square, indicating that other powerful and high-powered players had successfully stepped onto the long steps to the gods and entered this world. However, compared with them, those unlucky guys were basically covered with scars. One person even fainted after being teleported by the light, and his whole body was covered with blood. Whenever a player is teleported here, some white-clothed staff will quickly step forward and act as guides like the 2 people in front, explaining something to the players. Is this their responsibility? As he went deeper into this area of heaven and earth, Lin Chen felt the spatial fluctuations around him, and his heart moved slightly. Do you feel it? Although this is also the place of hunting gods, the heaven and earth elements here are very similar to the real world. Elena whispered. Yes, and my perception is also very active here. Lin Chen raised his hand gently, and the laws between heaven and earth surged, gathering towards him more actively than the outside world. The 2 white-clothed men in front did not stop him, and said as they walked, "There are no restrictions in the highest level main city, and you can move freely. But remember, the current situation is special, and conflicts are strictly prohibited in the main city. No matter who breaks the rules, they will not escape severe punishment." Hearing this, Feng Chen suddenly smiled. Will the judge take action personally? The 2 guides looked at each other first, and seemed a little surprised that Feng Chen knew the judge, but they quickly shook their heads. No, the judge is not responsible for the rules of the highest level main city. Then who will take action if there is a violation here? Lin Chen asked. We are not sure about this either. After all, this is the first time a player has entered here. Hearing these words, Lin Chen, Elena, and Sister Tong Tong, the 3 second-round players, were obviously confused. If this is really the relics of the gods, then they have all been here in the first round. But the 2 people in front said that this is the first time a player has been here, which is unreasonable. But thinking of the trance when he just entered this world, and the very unfamiliar buildings around him, Lin Chen guessed that this place, and the ruins of the gods in the first round should be 2 different places. You too, what does the coalition mean? Tang Yu also came forward and asked. However, the 2 did not answer this time. They just kept walking forward with a smile. Lin Chen and the others looked at each other and stopped talking. They followed the two to an unknown place. Xiaoyun was not among the 7 people. After following them to brush up their attack power for 7 days, the girl went to deal with some matters of NPC becoming players as soon as she came out. After all, she has not yet become a player completely. She needs to submit some values. When everything is settled, Xiaoyun will come to meet them. After walking with the two for more than half an hour, their steps finally stopped. Dear players, we are here. Chapter 568. They followed the 2 men all the way out of the stone square and the city's buildings, and finally stopped at a place similar to a cliff. There was an endless horizon in front of them, and a cliff under their feet. The two stood on the edge of the cliff, looking back at Lin Chen and others. Everyone, we're here. The few people followed these 2 people for so long, and now they were very curious and walked to the edge of the cliff. They looked down at the same time and took a breath of cold air. Below are screens, one after another. There are thousands and tens of thousands of screens in total. This is. In the crowd, the female players all covered their mouths, while Feng Chen and Tang Yu opened their mouths wide. Even Lin Chen frowned at this moment. That was not a screen, but an image created by some kind of space means. Below there were at least 20,000 or 30,000 space gates, like water ripple mirrors, and on the other side of these space gates were worlds similar to the Rusang realm. On the screens, these worlds were full of armies ready to go. The screens were large and small. On some large screens near the edge of the cliff, Lin Chen could even clearly see some people who looked very similar to humans, but these people were very short, and everyone, regardless of gender, age or youth, had a beard. If I understand correctly, these are dwarves. On another screen, the army was also assembled and setting up camp. Those people had furry animal ears. Some of the women looked very charming, but the men looked more like beasts. Then, he looked around and saw goblins tinkering with machinery, with steam coming out of the whole world, mermaids living in the ocean, a strange race with a horse lower body and a human upper body, and a pair of strange wings on the back, and even some races with empty chests and no organs. Without exception, the races living in these worlds are mobilizing for war. The screen switches, and countless races appear to be very serious and murderous, with large armies gathering and waiting for something. Gudong. The Undertaker swallowed his saliva and felt his legs trembling. If Feng Chen hadn't supported him, he would have collapsed to the ground. Are you watching a movie? Feng Chen looked at the 2 men in white. Haha, no, this is a spatial image. What you see is what is happening now. What is happening? Several people were startled. It was just as expected. Lin Chen's frown never relaxed. He asked in confusion, how many worlds and races are there in the universe? The 2 men in white looked at each other, and after a few polite words, one of them shook his head first. Originally there were countless, just like the stars in the universe. Originally? What about now? The man suddenly sighed. Now they are all here, only 22,310 are left, and the rest of the races and worlds have been swallowed up by Xian. However, when this person said the specific number, he suddenly froze for a moment, as if he was verifying something with someone or some invisible force. After a few seconds, he added, to be exact, it is 22,320. As he finished speaking, one more person suddenly appeared on the screen below. The video screen was very small, but with the eyesight of Lin Chen and others, they could still clearly see the appearance of the race on the screen. It was a race with snow-white wings on their backs, all women, and the one in the lead was looking up at the sky, and there was a small girl who looked about 7 or 8 years old beside her. Master, what are you looking at? Xiaoyu asked softly. I always feel like someone is looking at us. Ling Yu smiled and rubbed Xiaoyu's head. Master, are you talking about the huge shadow from before? It's so big, has it appeared again? But why can't I see it? No. Ling Yu shook his head and looked up at the sky again. In other words, these worlds are the only races left in the universe today. Lin Chen asked. Yes, and many of these races have had contact with Su, and some worlds have survived Su's attack by chance, such as this world. The man in white waved his hand. The screen of Rusang realm zoomed in slightly, and the man said, Rusang, a world that originally belonged to the feathered people. They had suffered a massive attack from Su. I originally thought that they had been exterminated. It seems that they have retained some sparks with the energy of their own world tree Duchuan. After seeing Ling Yu and other feathered girls on the screen, Feng Chen immediately recalled that 7 days ago, when he was about to leave Rusang realm, Ling Yu, the chief of the feathered tribe, had come to thank Lin Chen and was ready to offer himself to Lin Chen. Oh no, to offer tree seeds to Lin Chen. The man in white didn't seem to know that the player had just participated in a dungeon in this world a few days ago. Lin Chen was silent for a while, and then he had a very curious question. I have a question. You tell me. Since there are so many races in the universe, why are there only so few races in the land of the hunting god? When this question was asked, Elena and others also looked over, as if they had thought of this. There were more than 20,000 screens in front of them, and the races inside were countless, but the races of players in the land of the hunting god seemed to be only a dozen at most. Among them, humans, elves, orcs, and orcs accounted for the majority. The two men in white still had a calm smile on their faces, as if they had expected Lin Chen to ask such a question. That's because only your race can resonate with power. Lin Chen and the others did not speak, waiting for the next words. The man in white said, let's compare it with the feathered people. These races have their own set of cultivation methods. The feathered people absorb and use the power of the tree heart for their own use, while other races have their own sources of power to a greater or lesser extent, and only you are a blank slate. Lin Chen and Elena looked at each other. It seems to be true. Lin Chen may not feel it too much, but Elena has a say in this regard. As an elf, she has also traveled around the earth several times. The two worlds have one thing in common. That is, the main direction of development is technology. There is no strange practice and special power at all, but I didn't expect that the races such as orcs and orcs are also the same. Is there no magic in their world? Western fantasy is harmful to people. Chapter 569. Oh my goodness, so we humans are muggles? Feng Chen seemed to come to his senses. All races in the land of the hunting god are muggles. Tang Yu added. Everyone was either silent or looking at each other, and for a moment, they were a little confused, not knowing whether this was a blessing or a curse for them. Looking down, the races and the world that were ready to go as if they were mobilizing for the war were in a depressed atmosphere, and a haze of fear shrouded every screen. What are they preparing to go to war with? Lin Chen asked. Actually, this was nonsense, but he still wanted to hear what the two white-clothed men would say. Of course it's Sue. One of the white-clothed men said. Another white-clothed man added, rather than saying they are preparing to go to war with Sue, it's better to say they are waiting for someone who can lead them to go to war with Sue. After saying this, it seemed that some truth was becoming more and more obvious. Not only Lin Chen, but the other players also cast their eyes over. You mean, these people are waiting for us? Tang Yu frowned. The white-clothed man clapped his hands and applauded. As expected of players who can enter the ruins of the gods, you are right. More than 20,000 races and countless multi-race coalitions will be waiting for the leadership of the chosen ones, who can enter the highest level main city. After saying that, the two white-clothed men suddenly bowed deeply to Lin Chen and others. It's just that you are still not ready now. When the land of hunting gods is completely shut down, it will be the end of you leading all races to fight against the ruins. As soon as these words came out, it was as if something exploded in everyone's ears and hearts, and an invisible pressure and a magnificent background came over them. Except for Lin Chen and Feng Chen, who was a little nervous, the rest of the people were even a little unsteady. How could they be so worthy? More than 20,000 worlds, countless races, even if each world had 6 or 7 billion people like the Earth, it could not be calculated with the so-called hundreds of millions, not to mention that many worlds were dozens or even hundreds of times larger in size and area than the Earth. They were ordinary people who were unknown on Earth or other worlds some time ago. For example, Feng Chen was originally a geek who liked to play games. I was at home enjoying the air conditioning and drinking happy water. Suddenly one day someone told you that you were actually responsible for the survival of countless races in the only 20,000 worlds in the entire universe. Now they can still stand normally, which is the result of their training in the land of hunting gods. No way, you mean that all the races in these worlds are the so-called coalition? Sister Tom Tom also interrupted. Yes, now all the living creatures in the world that have not been occupied by Sue are part of the coalition. But we don't have the ability to lead so many coalitions. Sister Tung Tung's face was full of resistance. The thought of them becoming the so-called leaders and leading the coalition to fight Sue. Come on, they were trembling all over when facing Sue. How could they have the courage to become leaders? The man in white looked at Sister Tong Tong with a smile, and then slowly said, Don't worry, not everyone will have the opportunity to become a leader. There are so many people in the land of hunting gods. Can anyone who enters the ruins of the gods become a leader? After hearing this, people finally breathed a sigh of relief. Not only that, including Elena, they all looked at Lin Chen. In their eyes, there was only one person in the entire hunting god land who was qualified to be the leader of the coalition. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Lin Chen scratched his head speechlessly. Brother, if you don't go to hell, who will? Feng Chen suddenly spoke. Yes, brother, God will give great responsibilities to this person. Tang Yu also echoed. Lin Chen did not speak, but just stared at the screen below the cliff for a while. The man in white also looked at Lin Chen. Although this group of people were carrying props that could hide their attributes, they could still tell that the man in front of them should be the boss of this group of people. Lin Chen sighed. What's next? In my impression, the ruins of the gods are not what they are now. What is the role of this main city now? I can't see any NPC. How can we continue to upgrade without tasks? If we can't upgrade to the maximum level, how can we lead these coalition forces? The white-clothed men said almost in unison. No quests are needed. Everyone was stunned. No quests are needed. Yes, from now on, you don't need to continue to accept quests, and if you want to continue to upgrade, you need to register with our special staff, and then players can go to any dungeon. After saying that, the two white-clothed men waved their hands, and a light curtain suddenly appeared in front of everyone. On the light curtain, pictures and corresponding options floated from bottom to top, and everyone looked over and found that these were dungeons that players after level 80 could participate in. From low to high, there are even some special Wild Ruins dungeons. Lin Chen even saw a glittering dungeon icon at the top of the light curtain, the top of the pyramid. It reads, God King Osper in big characters. Undoubtedly, this dungeon is the challenge field for the level 90 world boss. You can even choose a level 90 world boss here? Lin Chen asked in surprise. Yes, but the entry conditions are quite strict, requiring players to reach level 89. The man in white smiled and said, these dungeons have been modified. Since you can no longer complete the main or side quests, the monster experience inside the dungeon will increase. The resources you get will not decrease, but increase. Tang Yu raised his hand again. In other words, after entering the highest level main city, we will no longer carry out the main quest. Without the main quest, is it still a game? Not only the main quest, but also the side quests are gone. From now on, there is only one option, entering the dungeon. Everyone was speechless. While they were silent, the man in white suddenly became serious. Everyone, the land of the hunting gods could collapse at any time. The code gate that maintains the boundary might collapse right now, so we can't continue to kill monsters and level up to complete the task as before. According to the original setting, as long as the player kills the level 90 world boss, and someone successfully reaches level 100, the land of the hunting gods will be shut down. But what about now? The man in white sighed and continued, who knows, the system might force you to become the leader of the allied forces in the next moment. People shuddered, a little overwhelmed by the extremely fast pace. It was too fast. Then, let's choose a dungeon and try it out now. Feng Chen looked at Lin Chen. Without waiting for Lin Chen to speak, the man in white waved his hands. Oh no, don't worry, everyone, you should rest for a while after arriving at the highest level main city. We have arranged a rest area for you. Please follow us. After saying these words, the man in white once again acted as a guide, and walked forward without paying attention to the look of surprise from Lin Chen and others behind him. Didn't you say there was no time? Didn't you say the god hunting land would collapse soon? Why do you have the leisure to rest now? Tang Yu and Feng Chen were a little confused. They felt very uncomfortable with this so-called top-level main city. Since they couldn't explain it, they could only bite the bullet and follow behind everyone. Chapter 570. Okay, everyone. Your rest area is just ahead. There are not too many restrictions in the main city except that players cannot fight each other. You can even go anywhere in the main city to play. But remember, every time you hear the bell, you must return to the square in time to choose the copy, otherwise you will bear the consequences. The two men in white led everyone to stop in front of a building complex, looking at Lin Chen and others behind them with a smile. What does this mean? Are we required to enter the dungeon? Of course, this is a rule specially formulated by the great designer. How strange. At this time, Elena finally asked the first question. Are there any requirements when choosing a dungeon? No requirements, just enter the dungeon at the right time, any dungeon. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what the meaning of such rules and restrictions was. The two continued to talk about some precautions, and then said, I wish you all a pleasant stay. Then they left. Lin Chen and his group raised their heads and looked forward. Their temporary shelter stood quietly. The buildings in front looked simple, not even as impressive as the courtyard and attic of their home, but it looked really quiet. In addition, there were no complicated rules here, and they were even allowed to explore any area of the main city. This can no longer be called the second round of the land of the hunting god. Sister Tong scratched her hair. This is completely a sure hell. Thinking of what the two white-clothed men had just said, not to mention her, even Lin Chen felt a bit overwhelmed. The creator known as the designer directly cleared out the highest level main city, leaving no NPCs inside, and most directly and domineeringly changed it to a copy structure, and every time you hear the bell, you have to choose a copy to enter, which really makes people feel a bit like punching in at work. Sure enough, Tang Yu also had a worried look on his face. Why do you have to be a social animal to enter the land of the hunting god? Okay, take a break. We've been exhausted these days. Let's meet up when the bell rings. Lin Chen's eyes swept across the two-story building in front of him, and he led Elena through the door without hesitation. The others shrugged and chose other attics. After a long time, there was no so-called bell until night fell. Lin Chen opened the small window of the attic, and witnessed the scene of the residential area changing from silence to dim lights. Various players have begun to slowly enter this place. After all, there are many talented people in the land of hunting gods, and it is not difficult for high-powered players to step onto the long steps to the gods. Led by the staff in white clothes, one player after another finally came to their respective accommodation areas, and then hid in this huge building complex with the door closed. Elena came quietly behind Lin Chen and hugged his waist, resting her chin on Lin Chen's shoulder. What are you thinking about? Lin Chen turned his head, and Elena's face was still flushed. I'm thinking, if the bell rings, which copy should we choose? Elena also looked at him curiously. Yes, which one do you want to choose? Lin Chen shook his head. I don't know. During these 7 days, Lin Chen used up all the 10 ruins tickets in his backpack. His attack power is now only a few thousand points away from 1 million. In the end, he even felt that his critical hit rate had dropped a lot. I don't know if the designer fixed the bug, but when Lin Chen entered the last ruins, he found that his critical hit chance was pitifully low. Usually, 7 or 8 out of 10 hits were critical hits, but at that time, only 1 or 2 out of 10 hits were critical hits. If it weren't for this factor, his attack power would have exceeded 1 million long ago. Over 1 million attack power, let alone level 100, players dare not even think about it in the first round. You don't want to challenge the level 90 world boss, do you? Elena's eyes lit up, as if she had guessed Lin Chen's thoughts. I am struggling, but that boss is the most powerful single boss in the land of the hunting god. It's not that simple. Elena also remained silent. Although if Lin Chen now goes back to the time when he fought against the level 80 boss beast god, he would probably be able to beat the beast god to death with his bare hands in a few rounds. But it doesn't mean that he can challenge the level 90 god king. Which dungeon are you going to go to? Let's see. Lin Chen turned around and hugged Elena. I'm actually thinking about something else. Elena buried her head in his chest and raised her eyes slightly. I was thinking, there are countless worlds and countless races in the universe. Except for the few people in the land of the hunting god, who have no cultivation system, the people in the rest of the world are all good at controlling power, but they still can't escape the fate of being invaded or even destroyed by the ruins. Lin Chen said softly, but now we have obtained the power that everyone else, even all the races in the universe, can't reach with just one bug. Isn't it a bit? Honey, what do you want to say? I don't know how to express it. I always feel something is wrong. If becoming stronger is so easy, why can only we use this bug? No, to be precise, only I can use it. If it is popularized, the whole world will be full of strong people, and those who will not be a concern at all. You mean you are special? Maybe, but I really don't feel that I am special. Lin Chen lowered his head and looked at her. Do you think I am special? Yeah. Irina blinked her beautiful big eyes. The most special person in the world. Lin Chen chuckled. Others say that men can coax girls with sweet words. But why do I feel that your mouth is sweeter than mine? Then do you want to try it again? Then I won't be polite. When the two were about to do something in their love, the door suddenly rang. Knock, knock. Lin Chen and Irina looked at the door at the same time. The two looked at each other, and their minds moved, and they automatically put on their clothes. Walking over and opening the door, a pretty girl stood at the door, with a strange look on her face. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. So soon? How did you know we were staying here? The person in front of him was Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun rolled his eyes. After I came here, a guide showed me some teleportation images, and then talked a lot of nonsense, and finally said he would take me to the accommodation. I thought you should have arrived early, so I described your appearance to them, and came here by the way. As he said that, Xiaoyun turned his head, and glanced inside the room. Elena was tidying up her clothes, with a nonchalant expression. I seem to have come at the wrong time? Lin Chen coughed and wondered if he should say no, you came at the right time. Before he could finish his words, a melodious sound of a bell suddenly came from a distance. Ding! The three people's faces changed. Chapter 571. Outside the building complex, many players have already come out following the sound. Lin Chen took a rough look at these players. There are not many of them. It seems that only a few people have been able to successfully step onto the long steps to the god. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, Feng Chen, Teng Yu and others also hurried out of the house. They looked at each other and began to walk towards the stone square. When they arrived at the stone square, the number of people increased slightly, but even so, the total number of players who could appear in the entire god hunting land was only more than 200 people. There were many staff members in white standing around the square. These people who claimed to be members of the coalition army tacitly surrounded the entire stone square. Now the square was empty, and there was no one. The players who came here looked at each other, obviously not knowing what to do next. Hey, what are you doing now? Didn't you say you were going to choose a dungeon? Where is the dungeon? A sturdy orc pounded his chest and spoke in a muffled voice. Soon, a person with a rather special outfit came up from a certain direction. Everyone, please be patient. The man was also wearing a white uniform, but unlike the other staff, his outfit was more luxurious. He also had a golden belt tied around his waist, and a bright ornament on his right waist. If the other white-clothed people were members of the coalition, then this man should be an official in the coalition. This man stood in the center of the square, with his hands behind his back, a half-smile on his face, and looked around without saying a word, as if waiting for something. After another 5 or 6 minutes, this person seemed to have received some enlightenment. His eyes first lit up, and he suddenly spoke. Everyone, please start choosing a copy. After saying that, he waved his hand violently. Then a beam of light like quicksand fell from the sky, and these quicksands became more and more, and finally formed a curtain-shaped curtain, and then the curtain turned into a screen. On the screen, one copy after another appeared, like a pyramid from bottom to top. When the copy with the words Level 90 World Boss at the top of the pyramid appeared, it attracted the attention of the players present almost instantly. Okay, you can choose whatever you want, but there is a requirement. You cannot change your choice after it is made, and you cannot quit midway, so please do your best. As soon as this was said, the players frowned. What does it mean that you cannot quit midway? Then, what if you die? Someone asked. If you die, you die? You cannot be resurrected. That's not what I meant. What I meant was, will you return to the main city after you die? I said, if you die, you're dead. The staff member repeated. A strange aura quickly spread around, and many people's faces began to change. In other words, if they died in the dungeon, they would not only be unable to revive, but they would not even be able to return to the main city, which was equivalent to complete death. Although many of the players present were second-round players, they knew that even if they died, they would return to the real world before they entered the land of the hunting god. But this also requires careful consideration. The only people in the crowd who seemed to not care about this setting were Lin Chen and others. They were the first group to take the initiative to step onto the square. Seeing Lin Chen, Elena Xiaoyuan and others all walk onto the square, the crowd that was still talking a moment ago suddenly quieted down. They stared at the backs of Lin Chen and others with a little curiosity and admiration, and kept muttering. They are so brave. They are not afraid of death. Maybe they are big guys. Didn't you see that they are wearing props with hidden attributes? TSK, playing tricks. Someone else sneered. It's already this time. You're over level 80, and still doing these fancy things. However, compared to the discussion of the players below, the staff member standing in front of Lin Chen and others was looking at Lin Chen and his 7 people with a smile. Except for the Undertaker, all of them, including Xiaoyuan, went on stage. Are you together? The staff member asked. Yes. Lin Chen nodded. Is there a number requirement? No, the previous dungeon requirements are no longer valid. If you want, you can even bring everyone else into the same dungeon. Hearing this, the players who were whispering to each other below were slightly stunned, and then looked at each other. After hesitating for a while, some people were already preparing to stand behind Lin Chen and others in the square. Let's go up and make up the numbers. A mage poked his teammate beside him. His teammate was struggling, and when he saw the mage's reminder, he gritted his teeth and nodded, ready to follow him to the square. However, a mocking voice soon came from behind. Forget it, they are brave and not afraid of death, and you are going to tie your lives to them? The two hesitated again. But after thinking carefully for a while, they decided to follow. Because it seems that this group of people should not be simple people. If the bet is right, you may be able to get some benefits by following this group of people. But at this time, the beautiful female elf standing beside Lin Chen suddenly said, "Husband, what do you want to choose if it doesn't work?" "We choose the level 90 world boss." The players who were about to walk to the square retreated silently. Their faces flushed, and the people who had just mocked them laughed even louder. One of them even held his stomach and laughed so hard that his body shook. The two lowered their heads and said nothing, not daring to refute. In the center of the square, facing the pyramid-like copy options on the screen, Lin Chen did not choose the level 90 world boss, as Elena said. He did not look at the screen, but instead, he kept staring at the staff. The staff met Lin Chen's gaze with some curiosity. After a while, Lin Chen suddenly said, "Friend, can I ask you a question?" "Ah, please ask." "Are all the dungeons after level 80 here?" "Yes, all the dungeons that can be entered after level 80, whether main line, branch line, or ruins, are all here." After receiving the staff's serious affirmative answer, Lin Chen also smiled and spoke softly. "Then why didn't I see Ming's flower corridor up there?" Chapter 572. The staff member was slightly stunned, then frowned and stared at Lin Chen silently. The atmosphere around changed again, and a tense mood spread. Even Tang Yu and Feng Chen felt a little uncomfortable. But Lin Chen still stared at the other person's eyes very calmly. After a few seconds, he even asked, "What do you mean, if I choose to enter Ming's flower gallery, can you satisfy me?" The staff member suddenly smiled and looked very amiable. "Ah, of course." He waved his hand, fumbled out something that looked like a scroll from an unknown place, and slowly unfolded it. While doing this, he explained in a low voice, "Everyone, you must be sure that the nature of this copy is somewhat special. What will appear, and what will happen inside is not fixed. Knowing Ming's flower corridor means that you know the secret of the second round, but I advise you to think twice before you act." As if deliberately giving Lin Chen time to regret, the staff unfolded the scroll very slowly. Lin Chen smiled. "No need to think twice, let's choose it." The staff sighed, he no longer hesitated, and completely unfolded the scroll in front of Lin Chen. Wow! A ray of colorful light shot up into the sky until it disappeared into the clouds. In less than a moment, another beam of light of the same color fell from the sky above his head, looking like the Rainbow Bridge in some superhero movie he had seen on Earth before. Players who are ready to enter this copy can enter it. The staff looked at Lin Chen strangely again. Lin Chen nodded, "Thank you." Looking at the colorful portal in front of him, Lin Chen took a deep breath. Not only him, but also Elena and Sister Tong Tong had complicated expressions. As second-round players, they had a special resistance to this Ming's flower corridor, because they died in this dungeon in the first round and became second-round players. Everyone knew that this dungeon had a very strange secret, but if they really entered it, they would inevitably be scared. So even Lin Chen needs to do some psychological preparation. Elena felt Lin Chen's hand exerting a little force, and she gently drew circles on Lin Chen's palm with her slender fingers. Lin Chen turned his head to look at her and smiled. "Let's go." After that, Lin Chen, Elena and Xiaoyun took the lead in stepping into the light, and Feng Chen, Tang Yu, Shizi and Sister Tong Tong did not hesitate too much. They are now very different from the first round. Now they are even more reborn. Even more exaggerated. Adjusting their mentality, they followed closely into the light. When the 7 people completely disappeared, the staff looked down again. "Are there any other people who want to enter this copy?" Countdown 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, no one moved, and the rainbow light disappeared directly. At the same time, the ordinary white-clothed people surrounding the periphery of the square were stunned at this time. Although this was their first time doing this kind of work, they knew exactly what color of light was deployed in what copy of the teleportation array. The colorful portal. They had never heard of it. Could it be the challenge field for the level 90 world boss? But it is said that the teleportation array of that copy is pure black. What the hell is this colorful place? The light faded away, and the scene in front of everyone gradually became clear. According to the previous memories of Lin Chen and Elena Tong Tong, the 3 second-round players, this space should be gray and dark, like hell. Even if it is not, it should be filled with a frightening atmosphere. However, at this moment, everyone was speechless when they looked at everything in front of them. This is a natural and beautiful paradise, with birds singing and flowers blooming, dotted with small hills, lush greenery on the hills, and gurgling rivers at the foot of the hills. The whole world is colorful, and strange things can be seen everywhere, like a child's dreamland. Is this Ming's flower corridor? Sister Tong Tong asked as if she had seen a ghost. Tang Yu and Feng Chen looked at each other. They were not second-round players, So this was their first time entering this dungeon. Feng Chen asked directly, "Meng's a flower corridor, isn't this appearance just right?" Sister Tong Tong opened her mouth, but she didn't know how to explain. Yes, the so-called flower corridor, isn't it the scenery in front of her? It seems that the Meng's a flower corridor she entered before was a pirated version. But not only her, Lin Chen and Elena were also speechless for a while. The memories of the three of them were the same. Meng's a flower corridor was definitely not the appearance in front of them. They looked around, frowning. This place was more like a resort than a copy. In addition to the dark special power flowing in the air, they were also clearly told that this place was the Meng's a flower corridor they were familiar with in the previous life. It just changed its appearance. Wife. Lin Chen first glanced at Elena, then looked at Sister Tong Tong. "Tong Tong, let me check things with you." The two women looked over. Lin Chen whispered, "In the first round, how many monsters did you encounter in the Meng's a flower corridor?" Elena and Sister Tong Tong were silent after hearing this. After a few seconds, Elena spoke first. "I only encountered 2 in total, and I died at the hands of the second monster." Sister Tong Tong smiled bitterly and replied, "I only encountered 1. Lin Chen nodded and continued to verify, "Is the first monster a minotaur?" After a pause, Lin Chen added, "A minotaur holding an axe." The two women nodded at the same time. Yes. Lin Chen was mainly looking at Elena at this time. "The second one is just a 3-headed dog," the couple said in unison. It seems that the Meng's a flower corridor in the first round was not wrong, and everyone entered the same copy. In other words, the Meng's a flower corridor in front of us is only the version of the second round. It looks different, but the aura is similar to the first round, so be careful. Lin Chen reminded, and at the same time looked back at the slowly closing space gap to confirm that no players followed. Everyone looked forward again, with a slightly condensed expression. Under this world, their intuition told them that things were far more complicated than they imagined. Hearing Lin Chen's warning, Elena held his hand more tightly. Xiaoyun also subconsciously stuck to Lin Chen's side. Feng Chen and Tang Yu slightly exuded a posture of defending against the enemy, and Gardenia and Sister Tong Tong also had cold eyes. Facing this kind of beautiful scenery, instead of appreciating it, the crowd was tense and tense. "Let's go!" The crowd began to go deeper. However, as they moved forward, the confusion in their hearts became stronger. In this world, except for the familiarity that Lin Chen could perceive, everything told them that there was no danger here, but peace and tranquility. "Wait!" Sister Tong Tong suddenly reached out to stop Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked up and his eyes shrank. There was a door in front of him. A door that they were all very familiar with, but this door was very small. It could be said to be a mini version. Code door. Chapter 573. But why is there a code door here? And why is the code door so small? Everyone here, including Xiaoyun, seems to have seen the code door. Looking at the door made of green codes, people subconsciously walked forward, but then retreated. They looked at Lin Chen, as if waiting for Lin Chen to make a decision. There is no minotaur here that we met in the first round. Everything around seems particularly strange, which makes the green small door not far away seem very abrupt. "Stand here and don't move." Lin Chen let go of Elena's hand and patted the back of her snow-white hand. He walked to the door without saying a word and placed his hand on the surface of the code door. Feeling the touch of the door's surface, like the surface of water, Lin Chen took a deep breath and then exerted a little force. After all, he was in this copy in his previous life. No matter how powerful he is now, he is more or less nervous. What surprised Lin Chen was that this door made of code was easily pushed open. However, the scene behind the door suddenly changed again, and a bright scene came into view, causing Lin Chen's pupils to shrink suddenly under the strong visual impact. In front of him was a clear spring. The surface of the pool was only a few dozen meters square, and dozens of blooming lotus flowers were floating on it, and in the center of the lotus, there were cities standing. Seeing Lin Chen standing at the door motionless, like a daze, Elena and Xiaoyun behind him looked at each other, and the two women ran to Lin Chen's side almost at the same time. After that, the two of them stopped moving. "What are my brother and the two sisters-in-law doing?" Feng Chen was stunned. Tang Yu was a little confused at first, thinking that Lin Chen only had one wife, so why did he have two sisters-in-law? But he was not in the mood to complain now. They looked at each other and moved forward. When everyone stood at the door and looked inside, everyone's eyes widened. "Flowers. A world in flowers," Sister Tong Tong exclaimed beside him. Lin Chen finally came back to his senses at this time. His eyes jumped, and he couldn't help but feel cold on his back. The world in the flower, an extreme display of space means, can compress space and condense the entire city into a lotus. This method is simply a fantasy for him now. Even though Lin Chen has a very thorough understanding of power, he is still a layman in space methods. He can only rely on the skills displayed on the land of the hunting god. But now seeing this method, Lin Chen can finally understand why the land of the hunting god can be designed. It is impossible for anyone to achieve such a level except the so-called designer. Lin Chen took the lead and walked forward. He was like a child attracted by toys. He walked to the edge of the pond and was only one step away from the lotus. Looking closely, he could even see some tiny human figures that were difficult to distinguish with the naked eye moving back and forth in the city inside one of the lotus flowers. It was really a ghost. There were actually people living in this world of flowers. Lin Chen and his group stood there in silence. Lin Chen stood there in a state of meditation, frowning as if recalling something. "Husband, what's wrong with you?" Elena looked at Lin Chen. She felt that something was wrong with him. Lin Chen's brows were tightly locked together, and after a while, he suddenly raised his head, as if he had solved a puzzle. Swish! With a crisp sound of clothes rustling, Lin Chen waved his sleeves lightly, and a spatial force instantly spread. The next moment, Elena and others disappeared one by one. Lin Chen stretched out his hand, and Elena and the others were standing in his palm in confusion. The whole process was natural, and even Lin Chen himself didn't know how he did it. Damn! Feng Chen looked at the huge face of Lin Chen above his head, and was immediately stunned. "Brother, how did you become so big? Is it the law of heaven and earth?" Amidst the noise, Tang Yu beside him shook his head seriously. "No, it's not Brother Lin, who has become bigger, it's us who have become smaller. Is this the power of space?" Not only Tang Yu, but the others also reacted at this time, and then they thought of the flower world they had just seen. They all looked up at Lin Chen in astonishment, with shock, ecstasy, and even a hint of fear in their eyes. Why could Lin Chen comprehend such a wonderful space method by himself just by taking a look at the space method of the flower world? Not to mention them. Even Lin Chen himself was a little confused now. This method was natural, as if he had done it with a thought. However, this smoothness made Lin Chen feel uneasy. What's going on? Lin Chen's mind moved again, and Elena and others returned to their original size with a halo. After restoring everyone to their original state, Lin Chen and Elena looked at each other, and both of them looked a little strange. Others may not have such a strong feeling, but Elena knew that there was definitely something wrong with Lin Chen. After they entered the Rusang Realm dungeon a week ago, Lin Chen also simply felt the reality of the Rusang Realm and immediately comprehended the source of power by himself, and then very naturally transformed the skills of the hunting god land into the purest power essence. Now, he has learned the power of space by just one glance. Although the space technique is still a little clumsy compared to the world of flowers, it is impossible to do it. It is impossible for anyone in the land of the hunting god to accomplish this. Now it seems that the reason why Lin Chen can have the bug method of stacking attack power is not accidental. Don't think too much. Elena softly held Lin Chen's hand again. It's best to let everything go naturally. Lin Chen looked down at the little hand holding his palm and smiled. Okay. Then, without waiting for everyone's response, Lin Chen slowly moved forward. Instantly, a beam of light enveloped him, and then disappeared. At the same time, a faint light flickered slowly on the largest green lotus in front, and Lin Chen and Elena turned into dust, and appeared in the kingdom of the lotus. Seeing Lin Chen go first, the remaining few people were about to take a step. Suddenly, Feng Chen and Tang Yu seemed to feel something almost at the same time and turned back suddenly. Huh? A strange wind blew past, and the space behind him remained the same as before, with no abnormality. But how could the wind suddenly blow in this closed space? The two pupils shrank slightly, and doubts gradually arose. What's wrong? Sister Tong Tong and Gardenia looked over. Strange. With a trace of uneasiness, Tang Yu and Feng Chen glanced at each other, and then paid attention to the back, and then without stopping, they moved and disappeared between heaven and earth. A few seconds later, this piece of heaven and earth space began to distort, and three figures gradually emerged. It was the three system administrators, namely the judge, the pioneer and the guide, and the wind just now was caused by the wind blowing from the robe on the pioneer. It's really like a long time since we last met. Now Feng Chen Zhujiu and Qian Shao have almost noticed our existence, the judge said helplessly. The guide leaned on the crutches, and the smile on her face did not show any special meaning. She hunched over and coughed softly. You helped him suppress the beast god 7 days ago. At that time, could the programmer threaten you? The pioneer was also very interested in this news. He turned his head, and looked at the judge. Well, not yet. The judge thought for a moment, and shook his head, saying, although he had obtained the power of the tree heart of the Rusang realm at that time, his understanding of power was still relatively shallow, and his attack power in the hunting god land had not yet reached the point that I was afraid of. What about now? Now? The judge's face suddenly became extremely exciting. If it was him just before he opened the code door, I could still pat my chest and say that he was the same. At this point, the judge turned his head and looked at the two people on the left and right, his expression still strange. But now, he almost instantly understood the doorway of spatial power. Who of you dares to be sure of winning against him now? Hearing this, the pioneer did not speak. Instead, the guide said with a smile, Judgment youngster, don't make fun of us. You are the one responsible for punishment among the three of us. Your strength is above me and the pioneer youngster. You can't even take him down, and you still expect us to win? The judge opened his mouth, but did not refute. After that, no one of the three spoke, but just looked thoughtfully at the pool not far ahead and the lotus flowers inside the pool. The world of flowers. There were a lot of onlookers in the open space in front of the 7 people. However, these onlookers were a little special. Every one of them was about 5 or 6 years old. These children of different races and expressions gathered like a tide. They poked their heads out from different corners and were deeply attracted by these 7 outsiders. Among them, 2 children trotting hand in hand looked at Lin Chen and Elena curiously. Facing their gazes, Elena and Lin Chen also looked at them. They were a human boy and a little girl from the elf tribe. No wonder the 2 children looked at them. Maybe they felt a sense of familiarity from Lin Chen and Elena. Except for these 2 children, the rest of the children had a hint of subtle fear and hostility in their eyes. It seemed that this place was the first time that outsiders visited. As the children gathered, Lin Chen and others were quickly submerged in the sea of children. They looked around and saw that every inch of space they could stand on was occupied by these young children. These children are real, not a trick. Xiaoyan poked Lin Chen's waist and reminded him in a low voice. Yeah, I noticed it. Lin Chen responded softly. Looking at these children of different shapes and races, Lin Chen even had a very bold guess. Maybe the designer or someone else was worried that one day Su would destroy all the creatures in the universe, and all the creatures would be devastated, so he left the seeds of each race in advance, so that at least the race would not be completely extinct. Because Lin Chen even saw a feathered man among these children, and it was a little feathered boy. Who are you? Before Lin Chen could continue thinking, a leading half-orc boy stood up and asked loudly, his little face full of arrogance, pointing his finger directly at Lin Chen and Elena, without any childishness. Lin Chen did not blame the little half-orc, but half-squatted and said patiently, Our identity is not important. What is important is that we are here to rescue you. As soon as this sentence came out, including Elena, the rest of the people looked at Lin Chen in confusion. Save them? Lin Chen actually wanted to save them, but soon, Elena and Tang Yi reacted. It seemed that Lin Chen was going to pry some information out of these children's mouths. After Lin Chen finished speaking, he used his mental power to keenly capture the expressions and emotional fluctuations of each child present. Sure enough, the next moment, he felt a strong hostility from the children's expressions. You are bad guys. The little orc yelled immediately. We are not going out. This is the place where Uncle protects us. We can't go with you. A little girl spoke weakly. Uncle? Lin Chen caught the word sharply. Who is Uncle? The person who created this flower world? Could it be that this flower world is not designed by the designer, but by someone else? Xiao Tian. The little orc suddenly turned his head and glared. You big mouth, how can you tell outsiders about Uncle? If they know that Uncle is at the altar in the east, what if they want to trouble Uncle? Lin Chen and others were immediately ashamed. They looked east in the direction of the little orc's finger. And Uncle at the altar? Let's go! Lin Chen stood up and led the 6 people behind him to move east. No matter what, they must go to see the owner of this place, even though the so-called uncle is not necessarily the creator of this flower world. The little orc was shocked when he saw the direction where Lin Chen and others left. What are you going to do? Don't go over there. Stinky boy, why can't we go over there? Feng Chen followed behind Lin Chen and made faces at the little orc. Because? I won't tell you. I guess you don't know. You don't know, because Uncle doesn't like others to disturb him, he said, But before he finished speaking, a boy with a very attractive voice interrupted him. Oro, stop talking. After saying that, Lin Chen also stopped and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a minotaur holding a huge axe standing in the distance. When he spoke, A sulfur-like gas was sprayed out of his nose. Elena and Sister Tong Tong immediately took a big step back subconsciously. How could they not remember who this Minotaur was, especially Sister Tong Tong, who died in the hands of this ghost thing? But in the first round, everyone remembered that it couldn't talk. Seeing the appearance of Elena and Sister Tong Tong at this moment, Tang Yu and Feng Chen also reacted one after another. Is this the first monster guarding the Mengzi flower corridor that you mentioned before? It is it. Sister Tong Tong nodded, her tone serious. Chapter 574. Lin Chen's wrist flickered, and an extremely long sword appeared in his hand. Compared with the rainbow light he had been using before, this sword was longer and darker, and its shape was even more bizarre. The cold light flashed, and the sword light flashed on the face of the Minotaur. The Minotaur actually took a small step back without being noticed. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Now that he was extremely confident in his own strength, Lin Chen seemed calm and composed. Although in his memory, the Minotaur's terrifying strength in the Dreamsay flower corridor in the first round was comparable to that of the world boss, but at this moment, there was no fear on his face, and he just stared coldly at the opposite side. Fearful killing intention unconsciously released, the Minotaur shuddered as he felt the murderous aura approaching. It suddenly put the broad axe in its hand on the ground, and then waved at Lin Chen. This chosen one, I have no ill intentions. Even though Lin Chen had guessed that the Minotaur might beg for mercy, he was still a little confused when he saw it. Lin Chen did not put down the sword, still looking at the other party. The Minotaur suddenly sighed. Everyone, although I don't know why you chose to come here, I still suggest that you return the way you came. This is not a place you can set foot on. After that, no one in Lin Chen's group responded, but there was a hint of curiosity on their faces. The Minotaur felt a bit awkward, and stretched out its front paw to scratch its horns. Strictly speaking, Mengzi flower corridor is not a copy. There is nothing you are looking for here. You will only get nothing if you come here, so please go back. It tried its best to be sincere in its words, and it almost begged Lin Chen and his group to leave. But it underestimated the stubborn temper of these people. Not only did these people not leave, but the sword-wielding man in the lead said something that put it in a dilemma. Since you have no ill intentions, please move aside, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. The man spoke in a very domineering way, but his tone was surprisingly gentle. He spoke such arrogant words in a very gentle tone, which really made the Minotaur unacceptable. Everyone, since you insist on going to the place behind me, don't blame me. The others behind Lin Chen showed their weapons one after another, and a wave of piercing oppression raged back and forth in this space. Seeing this, the Minotaur changed the subject. Don't blame me for doing what you want. After saying that, it moved to the side, leaving a passage for everyone to walk through. Seeing this, the children immediately exploded, blaming the Minotaur for his actions, and the little orc even blushed and called him a coward. The Minotaur didn't say a word from beginning to end, and only snorted quietly when Lin Chen and his group avoided him, and walked towards the altar further east. It turned to the direction of the children. Go away, go and play, you know nothing. The children shouting and cursing became louder. Lin Chen and his group traveled eastward. During the process, they could see many children of different races looking at them curiously, and from time to time some would come over and blink their big eyes to talk to them. However, among this group of people, only Feng Chun and Jizi would occasionally talk to these children. Lin Xiaoyun also frowned and looked around at this moment, because the special aura nearby was getting heavier, as if something was hiding in the dark waiting for an opportunity to jump out. Surrounded by innocent and childlike children, it was very incongruous to have such a feeling. However, if only one or two people had such an illusion, it would be fine. But if everyone present had such a feeling, then it was definitely not right. After walking for a while, there were no more children around. In front of us was a huge amusement park. Compared with the amusement facilities on Earth, this place was relatively simple and plain. There were only some simple play objects, scattered slides, 7 or 8 wooden horses, and some crooked climbing frames on the huge square. Besides, the desolate scene made people wrap their clothes tightly. At this moment, a black shadow hidden in the rubble cut through the space, so fast that it could not be detected under the cover of the stones. Everyone was shocked. The black shadow flew towards the back of Lin Chen's head without stopping. The speed was so fast that everyone could sense it, but no one could stop it. Lin Chen snorted coldly at the first moment, and shook his wrist. The black shadow was forced to stop at the moment it was about to hit his chest. It was Lin Chen's slender fingers that stopped it. At the same time, he slowly raised his head. You are hiding your head, but showing your tail. Lin Chen said coldly, come out. With a low shout, The endless stones and rubble flying on the sky were turned into powder, and a gentle airflow also pushed the surrounding airflow hundreds of meters away at the same time, and this place became a vacuum zone. A few seconds later, a voice accompanied by powerful force came from all directions. "TSK, TSK, TSK, you are worthy of being the most powerful cheater in the land of hunting gods. You can kill the guardian of the earth, the lord of ice, and the god of beasts. It seems that you are more powerful than I thought." After the words fell, everyone turned their heads sharply. In the sky, the space gradually twisted, and the figure could not be seen, but a huge cloak and a hideous evil ghost mask were revealed first. When they saw this person wearing a mask, everyone subconsciously thought he was a player. Because it was not just him. Except for Elena Xiaoyuan and Gardenia, who were wearing special headdresses, even Sister Tong was wearing a mask. But when people carefully sensed the breath of this person, they found that this person was obviously different from the player. His power fluctuations have nothing to do with the land of the hunting god. If you insist on talking about the similarity of this feeling, it is actually similar to the domineering power of the beast god. At this time, the evil ghost mask was covered with layers of black scales, and the pupils in its double holes flashed with scarlet light, like the eyes of a demon in the abyss. When this person suddenly appeared in front of Lin Chen, Elena, and others, the scarlet color paused slightly, and was replaced by a hunter's ecstasy like seeing his prey. "So, your power is really obtained by cheating? I'm very curious about how you did it." This mysterious man seemed to be greedily absorbing the remaining power in the world when Lin Chen just blocked his attack. He took a deep breath, stretched his arms, and was intoxicated by it like a wild goose seeking a mate. "Delicious." After saying that, he waved his hand lightly, and the flower world located on the top of the lotus began to slowly transform. The cheers of the children around him gradually dissipated. Lin Chen stood still. Without using any perception, he could sense that this man was reshaping the landform of this world with just his peripheral vision. The once beautiful city is now gone, and the square that should have been crowded with people has turned into a vast ocean. However, this ocean is constantly surging with huge lava bubbles, and the pungent smell of sulfur covers the sky. Then, the man raised his masked head, and his body was shrouded by the surging red mist around him. In an instant, a set of flame armor attached to his body. The cloak behind him also turned into a blazing flame. As the sound of the pipa sounded, ghostly figures suddenly appeared in the lava. "Fire?" Tang Yu, who was standing beside Lin Chen, subconsciously said, "What is the relationship between this person and the god of blazing fire?" The voice was not loud, but the other party heard it clearly. The man immediately laughed. "God of blazing fire? Hee hee. Let alone the bullshit god of blazing fire. I don't even care about the 90th level god king. Who do you think I am?" The next moment, some black and red dead pools staggered out of the magma with scarlet power and red mist all over their bodies, standing like zombies, staggering forward, and finally lined up neatly between the evil ghost masked man and Lin Chen, making a feasible path. Red carpet. Ready, the masked man waved his flaming cape and stepped out. Tap, tap, tap. With every step he took, the ghostly dead pool in front of him knelt on the ground, crawled on his stomach, and his body grew rapidly. Bone armor appeared out of thin air, and two thick horns grew on his head, like an evolved demon. As the masked man approached, the dead pool he passed by was completely renewed, and he was completely different from the staggering state before. "Don't worry about the safety of those children." The masked man pressed on step by step. "To avoid affecting them, I have transferred them to other flower worlds. Don't worry, I value their lives more than you do." When he said this, the intimidation and the wind he brought surged with enthusiasm, and a huge sense of oppression arose spontaneously, like an active volcano pressing down on the top. The heat wave in the wind was enough to melt an ordinary level 80 player in an instant. Space means. It is indeed the most refined space means. At this moment, since Lin Chen and his 7 companions stepped into the world of flowers, they have been enveloped by his space power. In this space, he is the master, and Lin Chen and his 7 companions are like ants. "Brother Tang, does he mean the children are safe?" Feng Chen stepped forward, his face full of seriousness. Tang Yu also stepped forward. "Well, this means we don't need to hold back. What are you waiting for? Beat him up. Look how crazy he is." Tang and Feng's momentum rose suddenly, and 2 different colored energies rose from their feet, just like the transformation of the Scions in the Dragon Ball anime on Earth. They are no longer the same now. After 7 days of superimposed attack power, the attack power of the 2 has broken through to an extremely terrifying level. However, the 2 did not move, and the world seemed to be strangled by time. Feng Chen and Tang Yu were about to move, but were locked by the masked man with the ability to manipulate time. Unfortunately, I have no interest in the rest of you. As he said, the masked man looked at Lin Chen. As he thought, Lin Chen was the only one among the 7 who could ignore the influence of the hourglass. At this moment, Lin Chen was holding a long sword and looking at him indifferently. The masked man clapped his hands excitedly. Yes, this is the power that makes me feel very excited. Guests are welcome, so let me show my hospitality first. Before he finished speaking, the masked man did not take action himself. Behind him, dozens of horned evil spirits bathed in magma, towering like mountains. The magma flew up with their bodies, and turned into dozens of raging magma pillars. In this world frozen by the hourglass of time, except for Lin Chen and the masked man, who were not affected, everything else was still. So in such a scene, the offensive released by the masked man was even more terrifying. Lin Chen tightened his wrist and threw a punch. Boom! The fist was like a spring in the flames of heaven and earth. It seemed simple, but it was full of murderous intent. It shuttled between the flames and evil spirits and flew towards the masked man. Even under the double lock of other space and time hourglass, this kind of power was still in harmony with the heaven and earth. With one move, a sharp feeling arose spontaneously, almost like a miracle. The masked man locked his eyes on this fist and could not dodge. He looked at the increasingly spectacular fist, his face was happy, and he almost screamed with joy, feeling the endless space and domain power contained in it, as well as the mysterious purple power unique to Lin Chen. The power of the tree heart of the feathered man? Immediately, he smiled slightly, and the red flame and black light complemented each other, and he also punched Lin Chen. The power contained hundreds and thousands of strange powers. In the Shou Tian Flame world, it seemed that broad stars flashed at the end of the sky. Boom! 2 completely different fist intentions collided violently, and violent power ripples vibrated from the void. After a few seconds, the 2 fist intentions decided the winner, and Lin Chen's fist intention was shattered. Lin Chen's eyes shrank, and he retreated hurriedly. He clearly saw that after the masked man's fist broke his fist, it actually reorganized and changed from fist to claw. Although it was slightly weaker, it was still fierce and hit hard. After a short fight, Lin Chen found that the power of this mysterious man was even stronger than his current one. Could it be the 90-level world boss God King? Lin Chen's figure became ethereal, and turned into a residual shadow, and retreated violently, avoiding the giant claw at the critical moment. However, several fiery red-horned evil spirits appeared quietly behind him, and the giant claw turned back. Woo woo woo. Before the giant claws arrived, the pressure had crushed everything. Lin Chen knew the masked man's methods very well. Being in his territory, he repeatedly blasted out tens of millions of punches, each of which had the power to dig into chaos and break the void. Lin Chen's pupils changed, and a hot light burst out. With a loud shout, he suddenly stopped his hands and slashed with the sword in both hands. A wild and ancient sword shadow appeared in the space. Swish! A crisp sound rang out, and the hot light disappeared instantly, replaced by the figures of Lin Chen and the masked man flying backwards at the same time. The 2 of them collided head-on. Compared with the masked man, Lin Chen fell like a cannonball, smashing countless time cracks, and almost being covered by the rule power of the time hourglass. At this moment, Lin Chen and the masked man frowned. The masked man had never expected that Lin Chen had such a method in his domain. Looking at the cracks in the earth, the smoke and dust, and the magma, he had just had the intention to kill, but he failed to seriously injure the other party. However, the masked man was about to praise Lin Chen's bravery, but when he looked up, he suddenly found that Lin Chen had disappeared, as if he had never appeared before. Escaped? He couldn't hide his anger. This was his domain. Any movement could not escape his perception, but he couldn't find Lin Chen. Is it the purple power of the feathered people? Are you planning to attack me? The smile under the mask was not concealed. He put his palms together, formed a seal with his fingertips, and his eyes suddenly became gloomy. Then you are overthinking it. Crack! He spread his hands, and the whole world made a strange sound. The magma mountains and rivers disappeared instantly, and the sky and the earth turned red. The most mysterious form of space appeared, and any hiding technique was useless. Sure enough, on this red land, behind the masked man, Lin Chen's figure suddenly appeared and slapped him with one palm. Die! Chapter 575. Die! A thunderous roar came out of Lin Chen's mouth, and then his pupils clearly reflected the jokes and sarcasm in the masked man's eyes. Then, a giant palm containing endless laws and elements of heaven and earth slapped down. Lin Chen did not use the power of the tree heart and the space means he had just learned. He seemed to be still testing the depth of the masked man. Even so, When the palm print that covered the sky and the sun came out, the space below became very fragile because it was frozen by the time hourglass. The space collapsed instantly after a palm strike, and the surrounding red area was also distorted under its power. But just when the palm print was about to touch the masked man, a more domineering palm wind rebounded from the masked man's body, bringing an infinite sense of oppression, causing Lin Chen's pupils to shrink suddenly. The palm wind was not fancy at all, and directly destroyed Lin Chen's palm print, and the remaining force was not reduced, and it was hard to smash on Lin Chen's body. Bang! With a huge force pouring out, Lin Chen's clothes were instantly torn into pieces, and his figure was like a flying sandbag, drawing a straight parabola, and fell heavily on the ground wrapped in the red field. Dust and smoke rose up, and the huge pits on the ground and the cracks around them were comparable to the mountains and rivers in some exaggerated copies. Dust and smoke rose up, and Lin Chen half lay down in the huge pit. He looked up at the sky, as if thinking about something. In terms of the tyranny of power, this man is more tyrannical than the beast god. His use of the laws of heaven and earth is more sophisticated than the Lord of Ice, and even his pure power is far better than the guardian of the earth. Add to that the sentence he just said, I don't even care about the 90-level world boss god king. Could he be the designer himself? Under the flame cloak, the masked man stood in the air, looking at the abyss pit below with indifference, and said coldly, if this can kill you, cheater, I seem to have overestimated you. Before he finished speaking, a strong force rushed up from the inside of the pit, and a beam of light shot up from his toes, and a domineering and sharp breath spread. Shoo! The smoke and dust dissipated, and a figure with a silver-white light all over his body slowly rose. Lin Chen walked out of the pit intact, wearing a silver-white armor that was more gorgeous and dazzling than the masked man's flame armor. The armor was made up of silver-white scales, and the power flowed as the light flickered. As the dust settled, white and purple circles of light flowed around him. The masked man was stunned when he saw the armor on Lin Chen, and then he applauded, good tricks, this is more decent. At this moment, Lin Chen had already flown to the opposite side of the masked man, and the two stood in the air, looking at each other in silence. After a while, the masked man waved his hand, and the space where Lin Chen stood began to distort. Light blades flew out from the void, like mosquitoes and starlight, with a fiery core, and went towards Lin Chen from all directions. His attacks always come suddenly, leaving no time for people to react. Lin Chen was in the other space, and he knew that these seemingly weak means actually contained the power to destroy the world. However, he just flashed and disappeared on the spot, and those light blades disappeared like maggots on the tarsal bones. Only the whistling sound of sonic booms remained between heaven and earth, which was the sound of some fast-moving object being chased. Boom, boom, boom. Then a bright light flashed in the sky and earth, and the masked man's eyes suddenly condensed, and he turned back suddenly. In that space, a black long sword pierced through. Swish. The sword chant sounded, accompanied by Lin Chen's figure breaking through the void. After a brief moment of distraction, Lin Chen's sword blade had already arrived in an instant. The space stagnated, the sword body shone brightly, and the tip of the sword fell on the mask of the masked man. If it went down a little bit, the long sword would be able to pierce it. However, even with this little distance, Lin Chen could no longer stab. Although the purple tree heart power and space means had been fully exerted, the obscurity and the lock of space completely fixed. It was in the same place. Crack! The sword blade began to bend, but it could not move forward any further. Just as the two were in a stalemate, Irina's body appeared behind them like a ghost, and a gust of wind was formed in an instant, giving her a speed comparable to that of the owner of the space even in the other space. The bright bow and arrow in Irina's hand was already on the string, and a feather arrow whistled towards the ribs of the masked man. Huh? Feeling the power of the arrow, the masked man could feel Irina's power even though he did not turn around. He let out a light huh, but soon came to his senses, stretched out his left hand, and pointed a finger at the tip of the arrow. A force of space also sealed Elena's figure at this time. The female elf felt unprecedented resistance at this moment. The three of them were in a stalemate. Even if one of them slacked off, there would be a turning point. It's really interesting. It turns out that besides you, there are other cheaters who are also capable. The masked man looked at Elena, with a hint of inaudible complex emotions in his tone. He was about to continue to taunt her, but suddenly there was another cry from below. And me! The next moment, the turbulence formed by the sharp sword light rose violently from the sides of Lin Chen and the masked man. A huge silver sword suddenly slashed at the masked man's head. Along with the sword falling, there was a pleasant girl's voice. Looking up, Xiaoyun had broken free from the constraints of time at some point, and was now holding a long sword and swinging it at the masked man. However, the sword also stopped steadily at the moment it was about to hit the masked man, and a huge pressure slipped away from the sword, as if something was strangling the sword's fall and weakening its energy. But it's not over yet. As Xiaoyun and Jinmeng came out of the time restraint, Tang Yu and Feng Chen also came out. The huge energy shadows transformed from the two people's attacks came hard from the left and right sides of the masked man, with the sound of breaking through the air. The next moment, the masked man suddenly raised his right hand, steadily blocked Tang Yu's fiery red energy surf, and stepped on his left foot to stop Feng Chen's giant power blade. So far, no matter how hard the five people tried, long swords, long knives, arrows, magic balls or broadswords, they could not move forward a bit. The masked man looked around, his tone still challenging. Is this what you are capable of? One person can stop five people. No one or boss in the entire god-hunting land can do it. But before he could laugh, three black shadows suddenly flashed from behind the masked man. The masked man frowned, and then Shield Mountain Chilua and Altair tore through the space and killed him with their own weapons. Lin Chen also laughed. There are many skills. Do you want to learn from them one by one? Before Shield Mountain and the other two could make a move, the masked man revealed some flaws. Coupled with the dark green king's domain and the fearful killing intent released at this time, Lin Chen felt that the long sword in his hand had a slight forward momentum. Break! Lin Chen shouted, and the long sword drove straight in, with a strong tree-hard power on the sword body. However, this space is the opponent's domain after all, and the long sword did not cut the masked man's throat, but his mask. The mask broke and slid off, and the masked man's face was exposed to people's vision at this moment. Chapter 576. After seeing this face, everyone present was a little dazed. No one had seen him before. Or rather, he looked so strange, like someone from another dimension, but why was he so familiar? The facial features of this face looked very inconsistent, as if there was a special force covering his face. Although it was clearly visible, it always felt a little wrong, as if as long as the other party moved slightly, Lin Chen and others would see another completely different face. Brother, who is this person? Do you recognize him? Feng Chen focused his eyes on the front, and the figure of a man under a fiery red cape came into view. He turned his head and asked. Among the crowd, only Lin Chen and Elena should have had the opportunity to see this person. As a second-round player, Sister Tong Tong has not yet reached the level of being able to break through the shackles of time. However, facing Feng Chen's question, Lin Chen frowned. I don't recognize him. He looked solemn, never seen him. Then everyone looked at Elena, and the female elf was also confused. Xiaoyun seemed to have seen this face somewhere, but after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't remember who this person was. While everyone was talking, the mysterious man sighed slightly, holding the broken mask fragments in his hand. He obviously didn't expect that Lin Chen and his group could break his mask in his own space. I underestimated you after all. The mysterious man slowly closed his eyes, and although his words were calm, they made everyone present feel a chill in their hearts. Husband, something is wrong. Elena reminded in a low voice. The sound of space cracking around them continued to be heard, and there was an elusive mysterious chaos wandering in the sky. The mysterious man in front of him seemed to be planning something, which seemed to be a precursor to some special means being used. There was a dead silence around, only the sound of heartbeats could be clearly heard. Except for Lin Chen, the others looked worried, watching the mysterious man who slowly stretched his arms in the air. After a moment, the man suddenly opened his eyes, and the hot white light bursting out of his eyes was enough to cover the whole world. Everyone subconsciously closed their eyes, although this was futile, but the strong light was enough to blind people instantly. Lin Chen put down his shielding arm and opened his eyes, but suddenly froze. What the hell is this place? Looking around, Lin Chen found that Elena, Xiaoyun, Feng Chen, and others were gone, and his senses could not sense the existence of Dun Shan Qilua. Among the few powerful bosses that Lin Chen had seen, this mysterious man's attainments in space were undoubtedly the deepest. Lin Chen did not realize that there was anything wrong, and was standing alone in this completely different world. When did this person do it? Lin Chen looked around and saw a gray ruin, with traces of history and time everywhere. He walked slowly, and the ruins were filled with stench. After walking for a long time, he returned to the two huge stone tablets again. Maze? Lin Chen frowned slightly. Obviously, this space used the hour hand space method. No matter how he walked, he would eventually return here. The two huge black stone tablets in front of him stood like landmarks. This time, Lin Chen did not continue walking, but suddenly raised his hand and grabbed the throat of a ghostly dead pool beside him. In the seemingly empty void, There was such a dead pool with fiery red skin. It was pulled out of the space by Lin Chen and let out a heart-wrenching howl. After discarding the corpse casually, it turned into a pool of black water and flowed onto the stone tablet on the left. The black water went upstream and soon drilled into the groove on the surface of the stone tablet. Lin Chen silently watched the changes in the stone tablet, and then another dead pool shot down from the void. Its speed was like a cannonball. Lin Chen waved his hand, and dead pool turned into black liquid again. Just like before, this black water quickly climbed up the grooves on the surface of the stone tablet, and the black lines formed by the grooves began to have a faint totem. Lin Chen felt a little uneasy. He looked down at his palm, and a piece of skin in the center of his palm inexplicably turned black. Lin Chen had no time to pay attention to the changes on the stone tablet, because at this moment the entire void seemed to have turned into a night parade of hundreds of ghosts. Countless dead pools flashing different brilliances broke out of the space, some with fire flowing on their bodies, some with eyes flashing, and some, with just that dark breath, they could destroy everything around them. Lin Chen stared at these dead pools, his wrist trembled slightly, and a wave of power gradually rose. Before finding a way to crack this space, it seems that I can only get rid of you first. 10 minutes later, Lin Chen stretched his muscles and his bones cracked. The corpses on the ground piled up, like a mountain beside him. These dead pools continued to fall one after another, as if endless, making Lin Chen have the illusion of fighting with Sue. But although they are very similar to Sue, they are not Sue. The next moment, these piled up corpses turned into black water at the same time, wriggling as if they had life, and finally all drilled into the surface of the stone tablet. Lin Chen noticed that the groove on the left side of the stone tablet was almost filled with black water, and the pattern became more vivid, until the last drop of black water completely filled the pattern on the surface of the stone tablet. An unprecedented sense of oppression suddenly descended. In a brief moment, Lin Chen was surprised to find that his entire body, except for the tip of his right little finger, was intact, and every piece of skin and every cell had turned black. It seemed that the black liquid was not only filling the stone tablet, but also his body. These liquids turned into a strange layer of skin, tightly attached to his epidermis, but he didn't feel anything. What is that? Lin Chen touched his skin, which was no different from before. Before he could think about it, a piercing pain came from inside and outside of Lin Chen's body. Ugh! Lin Chen suddenly made an extremely painful sound. He knelt on one knee involuntarily, feeling that something in his body was being pulled out. Yes, it was being pulled out. Something that had been living in his body, on the surface of his body, or in his mental and spiritual power, was being torn out crazily. It was like being torn in half. If anyone else was here, they would be suffocated with fear, because from an outside perspective, the black matter on Lin Chen's body was transforming into a human-shaped thing, opening its bloody mouth and tearing and peeling off his body. Ah! Lin Chen slammed his fists on the ground, and the long sword in his hand also fell to the ground. The black matter was leaving his skin frantically. Although his skin was slowly returning to normal, the departure of these black substances was also taking away the strength in his body. Damn it! Lin Chen shouted in a low voice. Whenever he used strength or other means, the tearing force was even stronger. Ah! Ah! Finally, when the last bit of black matter was completely pulled out of Lin Chen's body, he only felt a burst of powerlessness. Lin Chen raised his head with difficulty, staring at the black matter in front of him, which was gradually turning into a human shape. Then, the black water in the groove on the left side of the stone tablet behind him suddenly shot out and rushed towards the human-shaped black matter. In the end, the two completely merged and became one. A person was born in this strange way. Lin Chen stared at the person in front of him with wide eyes, revealing a ghostly expression. Because the person standing in front of him, made of that black substance, was actually himself, Lin Chen. Huff! The Lin Chen on the opposite side took a deep breath, looked around in a daze, and then looked down at his hands. Where is this place? Who am I? He slowly opened his eyes, and looked into Lin Chen's eyes. Who are you? Why? There's a voice in my mind asking me. Asking me to kill you? The Lin Chen pointed at the weak Lin Chen and said word by word. Chapter 577. Elena stared ahead with her beautiful eyes. Not far ahead, beside a stone tablet, a beautiful woman was standing on the ruins. She couldn't help but take a deep breath. The female elf didn't study the other person's appearance in detail, because apart from the black robe that was completely different from her white clothes, the woman in front of her was actually Elena's mirror image. The two Elenas, one black and one white, stood opposite each other, and two identical but completely opposite forces clearly separated them. The equally beautiful face of Elena in black was extremely cold, and her eyes flashed with undisguised murderous intent. She stretched her slender figure, and crackling sounds broke out between her tendons and bones. Then she looked at her slender hands with satisfaction. Huh? Elena in black let out a long breath, and a charming smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Is this your power? How delightful. I am very satisfied. Elena in white, standing in place, was wiping the sweat stains on her snow-white forehead. She looked at the elf in front of her with lingering fear, and shook her hand, and a gorgeous longbow appeared in her hand. Hey! Irina raised her head and shouted, the guy who looks like me. Then, the black-clad Irina raised her eyes again, and looked at the original body. Apart from the clothes, personality, and the stench around them, the two of them were almost the same. Irina in white was examining her arm at this moment. The black substance that had previously covered the snow-white skin of the female elf had disappeared with the appearance of the black-clad Irina. However, at the same time, the indescribable power and mental strength in Irina's body also disappeared. A huge feeling of weakness came over her like a tide, and even with her current recovery ability, she could not recover in a short time. On the other hand, this fake Irina's momentum made Irina speechless. Irina suddenly smiled, and shook her head involuntarily. What an amazing method! The female elf praised not the black-clothed person in front of her, but the method of the mysterious man. Not only did he break up and drag Lin Chen, Irina, Xiaoyun, and other 5 people into a special array space, but he could also create another clone through the power of the people who entered the array. It is said that a person's greatest enemy is himself. Now, looking at the clone in front of him, who is more powerful than herself, Elena does not have much confidence that she can defeat the other party. It is possible that she will die in the hands of the other party if she is not careful. Who are you praising? The pupils of Elena in black shrank slightly. She slowly took a step forward. A light flashed in her hand, and a longbow of the same snow-white color appeared in her hand, exactly the same as Elena's. Elena's heart was shocked. It seemed that the other party not only created an existence exactly like herself, but also copied her own weapons. Elena smiled and said, I am praising your master. I can feel the power in you that is not inferior to mine. In some aspects, you are probably stronger than me at this moment. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Elena in black sneered disdainfully. My master? I don't have any master. Elena in black stretched out a finger. Don't talk about those useless things. I don't want to know who created me. I just want to kill you impatiently. Before she finished speaking, a hurricane rose into the sky. Elena's pupils reflected the strong wind shot by the black-clad Elena. The momentum was as turbulent as a tidal wave. At the same time, in another space exactly the same as Lin Chen and Elena, Xiaoyun was watching the little girl who had been squatting on the ground since she appeared in front of her. She was very curious. The aura flowing from this little girl, who looked like she was 7 or 8 years old, was very similar to hers. At this time, the little girl raised her head and glanced at Xiaoyun, which immediately made Xiaoyun stop and walk forward to ask about the matter. The other person was wearing black clothes, and the appearance of that little face made Xiaoyun feel extremely concerned. Have we met somewhere before? Xiaoyun first brushed off her clothes, because this little girl should be formed by the black substance on her skin. The other person did not answer, but just looked at her silently. Xiaoyun thought for a long time, and then showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. You look a lot like me when I was on Earth. Indeed, unlike the situation encountered by Lin Chen and Elena, the person opposite Xiaoyun did not have a face exactly the same as Xiaoyun's current self. On the contrary, the frail figure of this little girl was completely different from Xiaoyun now. But Xiaoyun couldn't help but take 2 steps back. No, not looks alike, but exactly what she looked like on Earth. Just by the familiar feeling, Xiaoyun could be 100% sure that this was herself before entering the land of the hunting god. You? Seeing Xiaoyun's frightened expression, the little girl in black also came back to her senses. She first looked at Xiaoyun, and then looked down at her hands. After that, Xiaoyun in black also showed fear. No, how is this possible? Why am I so small? Xiaoyun suddenly pointed at Xiaoyun. Who are you? Why am I different from you? Xiaoyun paused, and the fear on her face gradually turned into curiosity. Xiaoyun was still talking to herself in panic. It's impossible. What went wrong? Why am I so weak? No, there must be something wrong. Then, Xiaoyun suddenly raised his head, and yelled hysterically at Xiaoyun himself. What on earth did you do to me? At this time, Xiaoyun, who had been an NPC, had begun to guess something. In some aspects, her understanding of the land of the hunting god and power was even more comprehensive than Lin Chen. Through the words of this Xiaoyun, who was exactly the same as her when she was a child, Xiaoyun already knew the connection between the other party's appearance and what happened to her. The mysterious man used a special formation and means to pull everyone into a strange space, and the stone tablet in the space used the blood sacrificed by Deadpool to split the power of the person entering the formation into two, forcibly creating another self. The terrible thing about this formation is that no matter how powerful the person entering the formation is, it will always create an existence that is exactly the same as itself. But perhaps because of her special identity, Xiaoyun is not only a player, she was even an NPC not long ago. A few years ago, before the arrival of the land of the hunting god, she was a little girl of only 7 or 8 years old. So this formation may have made a mistake when reading Xiaoyun's information, and actually read the form of the child on Earth. So the clone that appeared was very weak, and even the power fluctuations in the body were greatly reduced. Compared with Xiaoyun herself now, she only needed to move her hands to easily kill the other party. Thinking of this, Xiaoyun approached step by step, and the gradually rising power fluctuations alone were enough to make the other party's body gradually collapse. The black substance kept falling from the little girl's body, and finally turned into a dead snake on the ground. Ah! The black-clothed Xiaoyun kept screaming, her voice filled with endless unwillingness. No! Don't kill me! I am you! When Xiaoyun was completely turned into a pool of black water, under the pressure of power, the world where Xiaoyun was located began to change again. The broken walls and ruins that were everywhere disappeared, and the 2 huge stone tablets also turned into phantoms, and scattered with the wind. After killing the black-clothed girl in front of him, the space that locked her was slowly collapsing. When the last space crack disappeared, Xiaoyun saw the familiar red space, and the mysterious man, who was sitting on the stone with his chin supported by one hand. At this moment, Xiaoyun and the mysterious man whose face could not be seen were the only ones looking at each other in this space. Seeing Xiaoyun come out of that space so quickly, even the caster of the formation was stunned for a moment. Huh? Are you surprised to see me? Xiaoyun looked solemn, holding the long sword tightly, and asked. The mysterious man opened his mouth to speak, then raised his eyebrows and smiled. I am really surprised. It seems that there are many loopholes in the land of the hunting god. Those who take advantage of the loopholes are not only cheaters, but also GMs. The playfulness in the mysterious man's words was not concealed, but Xiaoyun frowned for a moment. What do you know? Xiaoyun said in a deep voice, or, who are you? The other party shrugged. Same here, I want to ask you this question too. I am very curious. How did someone like you sneak into these player groups? Didn't they suspect you? Xiaoyun said nothing, but the rising momentum made the space and time constraints around him begin to loosen. The mysterious man looked around, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. You are really a good actor. Did you deliberately use these means to soften the cheater called programmer? Let me guess, you didn't tell him that you are an NPC who became a player through the system? Damn, did these people believe it? A flash of cold light flashed, and Xiaoyun took a step forward with a rising momentum. The mysterious man laughed. Don't worry, don't worry. Since we have come to this point, it is a bit redundant to fight with swords. Why not watch the show, and see how many people can get out of the formation? Why should I watch the show with you? Xiaoyun had never shown such a cold expression, so cold that he was about to freeze. I can kill you, and then no one will know my secret. The mysterious man was very open-minded in the face of Xiaoyun's threat. I admit that you are strong, and I have guessed your true identity, but can you guess who I am? Do you really have the confidence to kill me? Stop it. There are still many things and people in the land of the hunting god that even you don't understand. Although I don't know what you plan to do with these cheaters, I kindly advise you not to interfere too much. The mysterious man's tone became more and more serious, and his speech speed became slower and slower. With your identity, you should know the real purpose of the creation of the land of the hunting god. Xiaoyun's steps really stopped. The mysterious man relaxed again. Also, in fact, we are all working. It is our employees' duty to help the boss solve problems, isn't it? I hope you don't do some tricks. Don't think that the teacher on the stage can't see the little movements of the students below. If you do something wrong, you will be in trouble. After saying this, the mysterious man stopped looking at Xiaoyun, but looked at the 4 giant stone tablets in front of him with his chin in his hand, with great curiosity. These 4 stone tablets are exactly the same as the stone tablets in the formation space. But from here, the stone tablets are reflecting the scene inside the formation. The mysterious man sitting on the stone seemed to be watching 4 TVs, with completely different screens at the same time. Xiaoyun also turned his head to look at the stone tablet. On the stone tablet on the far right, two Lin Chens were looking at each other, their mouths opening and closing, as if they were talking. Xiaoyun looked at Lin Chen on the stone tablet with complicated eyes, and was stunned for a long time without saying a word. The mysterious man keenly caught something. He looked at the stone tablet curiously, and then looked at Xiaoyun sideways. "Oh, so that's it?" He seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly laughed out loud. The long sword was raised suddenly, and the sword pointed directly at the mysterious man's neck. The mysterious man immediately raised his hands to surrender, but his tone was light. Oh, the thoughts of a young girl are so easy to guess. Xiaoyun did not follow the other party's words, but changed the subject. Will the clones created by your ability inherit all the abilities of the person entering the formation? No. The mysterious man interrupted Xiaoyun and corrected. I didn't say that these clones were created by me. They don't have a master. Devouring the original owner and killing everything is the purpose of their birth. Even if I try to stop them from killing the original owner, I will become their target. Here he paused, then smiled and said, as soon as these clones are born, the first thing they do is to kill their original owners, thereby taking away their true permission to exist in the world. However, before he finished speaking, the mysterious man suddenly stopped talking, because while he was talking, another figure walked out of the void, but this figure was quite embarrassed. Tang Yu. The blood-stained man's eyes widened, as he saw the mysterious man sitting on the stone. A flash of fire gathered in his palm, and he was about to throw it. However, when he saw Xiaoyun, he choked slightly. Sister-in-law. If it was Feng Chen, he would have called her sister-in-law, but Tang Yu stopped talking and continued after a pause. Xiaoyun, when did you come out? Xiaoyun had already put away her long sword at this time. I don't know when a trace of paleness appeared on her face. If you look closely, there is even a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. I just came out, how are you? Ahem. The formation that this bastard created is too weird. I almost died in my own hands. Tang Yu looked at the mysterious man angrily. Xiaoyun, we probably can't match him even if we join forces. You should retreat quickly. Okay. Xiaoyun agreed and quickly retreated to Tang Yu's side. Are you okay? Xiaoyun looked at the other party. It's okay, I won't die. My clone has all my means, even the bug of my superimposed fireball spell power, but he never thought that I knew the fatal flaw of fireball spell. I found the right time to kill him directly. The two stood together, looking at the mysterious man in front of them seriously. Tang Yu was a little relaxed at this time, because he didn't know why the other party didn't suddenly attack them. You know, he and Xiaoyun are extremely weak now. As long as the mysterious man wants, they will definitely die. Don't think too much, we are not his opponent. Xiaoyun said slowly, wait for your brother Lin to come out. Okay. Chapter 578. At the same time, in the chaotic space, the black and white power surged like a tide, and the two figures intertwined and entangled in the air. The number of collisions could not be measured in words. Every confrontation made the sky change color. Even the world could not withstand such a terrifying power, and seemed to be about to fall apart. Haha. It's so good, so good. The grim smile was mixed with endless killing intent. With each word, the power around the black figure rose a level. The black flames, and the black water gushing out from the ground were driven by some kind of power, to cause endless churning. Under the black torrent, the power of the glass-colored and white intertwined forces was swaying, but the faint light was like a lighthouse in the night, and was never swallowed. Get out! A cold shout sounded in the encirclement of the black power, and then a white firestorm suddenly condensed, like a sword piercing the sky, breaking through the heavy black barriers, and rushing straight into the sky. Boom! The explosion roared, and the black shadow couldn't help but take a step back. This is more interesting. Lin Chen, use whatever means you have. We will fight to the death today. The black shadow laughed, and the black waves slowly rose from the ground, forming a huge wave thousands of feet high. He opened his arms, like a god controlling the darkness. After the white light exploded, the fire waves rolled, filling the sky, and finally bombarded the black curtains around, making the black curtains shaky. But even so, it failed to pierce the desperate black material. Those hot white fire waves automatically dissipated when they approached the black-clothed Lin Chen 10 feet away. Lin Chen in black stepped on the void, with a black tide behind him. He looked down at the ground from a high place, where a man with sweat on his face was looking up at him. At this moment, Lin Chen was wearing armor made of white energy, and on top of it was a layer of light purple light mixed with space power and tree heart power. Thanks to the armor made of these powers, the black tide attacks did not cause too much damage. Interesting, my power should have the same source as yours. but my methods and abilities are completely different from yours. The black-clothed Lin Chen looked at his hands in surprise. It's really curious, you seem to be very different from others. After saying that, he shook his wrist, and a crystal-clear spear appeared in his hand. The spear seemed to be made of black ice, flashing with cold light, and a sharp wind was revealed. The black substance could be vaguely seen flowing in the spear, as if it was a restless life form, roaring and pounding the eardrums. Lin Chen in black smiled, and raised the spear in his hand, as if to throw it. 7 killing spears? He growled with a cold face, and a cold light surged in his pupils. He kicked the air with his feet, leaned forward, and the shining spear was projected like lightning. Swish! Roar! The spear seemed to have life, roaring along with its attack, all the power locked onto Lin Chen's chest. Lin Chen's eyes were solemn, and he dared not neglect it. Before the power fluctuations arrived, the breathtaking momentum had already made him feel suffocated. Dodge, block, after a brief thought, Lin Chen gave up the idea of racing with this thing. He took a slight breath and took a step forward. The power of the golden scales armor covering his body was transferred to his palm. At the same time, he took out several special equipment specially used for blocking skills from his backpack. Now Lin Chen's backpack has a lot of good things. There are 70 or 80 equipments and props with various special effects. If the spear hadn't come too fast, Lin Chen would probably have built a fortress on the spot. Even so, in just half a breath, Lin Chen's whole body shined brightly at this time. Lin Chen's wrist shook, and a piece of ice shield equipment in his palm slammed hard in front of his feet, and all the power was poured into this tower shield. Not only that, a wind wall in front of the shield was also triggered by another prop, and was also activated at the same time. The huge wind wall covered the sky, and then began to shrink gradually, and was finally compressed to a diameter of 3 or 4 meters. Swish! Lin Chen had just prepared his defense in a flash, and the spear pierced the wind wall without any hindrance. The remaining force did not decrease, and the spear pierced directly into the shield. Ding! Lin Chen's pupil shrank. He did not expect that the evil spirit contained in the spear was so heavy that the hand holding the tower shield was pierced and hurt. This power also contained 2 other powers different from the power of space and the power of the tree heart. Boom! It seemed that there were countless roars of evil spirits echoing in the original place, and the ripples of space aftermath were transmitted back and forth between the world. The fierce killing intent turned into a dark gale, attacking Lin Chen's vital points without any holes. Lin Chen released one hand and swung it down violently. The power of the tree heart rose up and turned into purple light spots all over the sky, heading towards the black strong wind. Swish, swish, swish. With the help of the power of the tree heart, Lin Chen finally had the mind to focus his eyes on the spear again. Infused with such fierce power on the tower shield and limbs, Lin Chen's eyes also became very sharp. Is this a clone split from his body? How can such a domineering power be stronger than his own? Even if Lin Chen's power was split into 2, he was not in a good state at the moment, but according to the setting, the opponent should be as strong as himself. But what about this power fluctuation that was superior to himself, and the completely different power system? Without time to think, the power in Lin Chen's body, and the space power he had just comprehended, mixed with the endless power of the tree heart, swept out, and the 3 forces were combined into a continuous recoil, which was poured into the tower shield in his hand. Gulyalu. The tower shield actually took on most of the power at this moment. However, as the contact time between the spear and the tower shield became longer and longer, every time the power collided, the ground where Lin Chen stood would crack inch by inch, and cracks nearly half a meter deep spread around uncontrollably, and soon the ground within a few kilometers turned into a huge spider web. Break! Feeling that the power of the spear on the tower shield was slowly weakening, he suddenly shouted and lifted the tower shield up at the same time. The tip of the spear began to tilt upwards due to the unloading force. At this moment, Lin Chen stomped his right foot hard on the ground. A huge force was devoured from the soles of his feet, similar to the skill Great Sorrow on the land of the hunting god. The countless energies turned into magma and rushed into the sky, instantly corroding all the black light on the spear. Then the tower shield also dissipated, and Lin Chen walked out of the smoke and dust. Crack! Lin Chen exerted a little force in his hand, and the spear in his hand could no longer maintain its original shape and broke. Looking up at the black-clothed Lin Chen in midair with some palpitations, Lin Chen felt that it was very difficult. It is said that knowing yourself and the enemy can ensure victory in 100 battles, but although the opponent looks the same as himself, his methods are completely different. Lin Chen has no idea what skills the opponent will come up with next. Just as Lin Chen frowned in thought, he suddenly noticed the actions of the black-clothed Lin Chen. Lin Chen in black smiled, and pointed at the area around him. Then he said, "Have you forgotten what I just said?" Lin Chen was stunned, and then turned his head sharply. 7 killing spears? Just now, Lin Chen in black really called out the name of his move. Sure enough, when the other 6 spears were only a few feet away from him, Lin Chen's pupil shrank. 7? The other 6 spears came at the same time, and Lin Chen had no room to react or complain. He half-crouched down, and the whole person was extremely serious. After making a crawling posture, Lin Chen quickly took out another artifact armor from his backpack. Armor of Thorns. Just like the description of anti-armor in other games, this is a god-level item with incredible defense and rebound damage. Usually, it can only be used by knights in the land of the god of hunting, but Lin Chen can ignore these restrictions and use it immediately. A thorny vine armor visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared on the surface of Lin Chen's body. Ding! 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 6 spears hit the shining thorny vine armor almost at the same time, and they could not penetrate any further. Looking at Lin Chen's impregnable defense, the black-clothed Lin Chen was startled. Do you want to rely on external objects to fight me? The defensive ability of the thorn armor is like a bottomless abyss. Although the defense is amazing, the power consumed is also astonishing. The domineering power of the 6 spears was firmly blocked by the anti-armor, but the energy in Lin Chen's body was rapidly dissipating. If he was in the land of the hunting god, Lin Chen's blue bar should be visibly reduced. Until the end, Lin Chen's teeth clenched tightly, making a clacking sound. Then, he took out a magic weapon that only belonged to the assassin profession from his backpack. Ding ding ding. Circles of flowing light and imperceptible light blades suddenly spun around Lin Chen, and Lin Chen threw these lights forward fiercely. At this moment, the light feathers rotating around his body finally appeared and turned into flying blades. These countless flying knives wrapped in the power of space, and purple energy dissipated the power of the 6 spears one by one, just like a group of butterflies leading the 6 spears off the direction. At the same time, Lin Chen moved his shoulders and guided the blade to counterattack the received force. Give it back to you. Lin Chen suddenly opened his arms, and the 6 spears that had been rotating with the blades instantly turned their heads and shot towards the black-clothed Lin Chen at a faster speed. Swish, swish, swish. The speed of the spears was close to the speed of light, and because of inertia, their power was stronger than before. Although the pupils of the black-clothed Lin Chen suddenly shrank, he did not hesitate and stretched out his hands. His right arm instantly ignited with black flames, jumping and tumbling between his 5 fingers. On his left arm, black veins surged, and the heavy power made the space tremble. Heavenly Secret Disc. In an instant, his technique changed suddenly, and countless black shadows gathered like lightning, and a huge red-black lightning-shaped wheel appeared in front of him. On the black wheel, the vast black power surged out like a flood. The black tide behind Lin Chen in black was also surging at this moment, and the whole world seemed to be boiling at this moment. In the blink of an eye, phantoms of ferocious beasts of different shapes condensed on countless different points on his side, and the figure of Lin Chen in black stood on the backs of those ferocious beasts, including him. Countless black-clothed Lin Chens looked around, and they all stretched out their hands, and the black power transformed into sharp swords, sweeping out with a tricky arc, stabbing fiercely at the 6 spears that were rebounded. Crack! Countless phantom swords and 6 spears broke at the same time, and the space cracked into large pieces of fragments, and the sound of being as crisp as glass echoed between heaven and earth. Then, there was a dead silence, except that the black turntable in front of black-clothed Lin Chen was still turning, as if nothing had happened. But the next moment, Lin Chen suddenly found that the other party was grinning. An ominous premonition swept over. Lin Chen's eyelids jumped, and the black-clothed Lin Chen disappeared along with the turntable. Lin Chen retreated violently, and a purple long sword appeared in his hand. He retreated to an area several kilometers away in a few steps, and at the same time slashed back fiercely. Swish! This sword seemed to be slashing into nothingness, but in that empty space, the space suddenly trembled, and a very tiny shadow of the roulette suddenly rushed out from the nothingness, and collided violently with the sharp long sword in the air. Sparks instantly splashed, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Huh? A hint of surprise flashed across the eyes of the black-clothed Lin Chen, who obviously had not expected that such a secret attack would be detected by the other party in advance. He immediately laughed loudly, and slapped the roulette wheel heavily. The roulette wheel seemed to be given life, and suddenly spun at high speed, leaving after images one after another, and the sound of breaking wind whistled out, resounding through the sky. Come again! Accompanied by Lin Chen's low shout, The high-speed rotating roulette wheel once again carried a 1,000-pound force and hit the long sword in Lin Chen's hand fiercely. Under the huge force, Lin Chen's wrist couldn't help but tremble. The long sword that couldn't withstand this force was directly picked up and flew away. It drew a beautiful arc in the void and fell far away. Before he could think, the roar of Lin Chen in black exploded in his ears like thunder. Die! The long sword flew away, and Lin Chen in black rushed forward suddenly, as fast as an owl flying through the sky at night, and his methods were sharp and ruthless. He tapped the roulette wheel lightly, and with the huge impact of the roulette wheel, he pounced on Lin Chen like an eagle catching fish, and the sharp claw wind with a chill grabbed Lin Yu's chest fiercely. Facing the fierce attack of Lin Chen in black, Lin Chen quickly stabilized his mind. Lin Chen, who had a higher level of perception of power, intertwined and integrated the power he could use. He had no intention of retreating, and let Lin Chen in black rush over, and the sharp claw wind fell on his chest. Ha! Accompanied by Lin Chen's low shout, the two of them actually engaged in close combat in this world. Boom 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 boom. The two of them turned into two destructive streams of light, one white and one black, colliding fiercely. In the hundreds of close combat dislocations and collisions, in order to avoid the roulette attacks that appeared from time to time, Lin Chen's figure finally revealed some flaws. I caught your flaw. The black-clothed Lin Chen laughed, and the sharp claw wind was withdrawn as soon as it touched, but it had already shattered Lin Chen's clothes into powder. Then, a series of strong winds shot at Lin Chen like a storm, and the black-clothed Lin Chen showed an expression of determination. I see if you live or die. Chapter 579. The black and white men collided fiercely again. This time, both of them seemed to be unreserved. Every time the two streams of light crossed the sky, a huge space gap would appear directly in the sky. The momentum of the two men gradually increased. Not only the black-clothed Lin Chen, but also Lin Chen himself became more and more courageous. When he saw Lin Chen's momentum rising, the black-clothed Lin Chen became more excited. Interesting. You have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. Come again. After saying that, the black-clothed Lin Chen grabbed the black roulette wheel and stopped its rotation with his strength. The black eyes were flashing with danger that could not be suppressed. Lin Chen was a little annoyed. After the fierce battle, he could be sure of one thing, that is, in such a long time in the land of hunting gods and the real world, the enemy in front of him was the most difficult to deal with. His strength seemed to always be slightly higher than his own, but not too much higher. Whenever he improved his strength, the opponent would follow suit and still suppress him steadily. This feeling made Lin Chen very angry, but it also stimulated him in another way. A wave of anger was rising from this panting original body. The black-clothed Lin Chen stared at Lin Chen in the distance, and suddenly smiled grimly. Lin Chen, don't think about it. All you can do now is to kill me, because once this formation appears, only one person can get out, and that is the living person. But you don't have to worry. When I get out for you, I will take good care of everything for you. How about it? After saying this, Lin Chen in black suddenly thrust the roulette wheel in his hand into his chest, black blood spurted out, and then black lines crawled all over his limbs. Huh? A light hum came from his throat, and Lin Chen in black seemed to have made a very dangerous move. He put his hands together and stomped his right foot into the air. Gone Lang Bell. Accompanied by a strange bell sound coming from an unknown distance, the void under Lin Chen in black and the ruined ground below suddenly bulged violently. Then, hundreds or even thousands of black viscous objects as large as tens of feet suddenly burst out from the earth's crust and the void in all directions. They exuded a hot breath like magma, and their shapes were twisted like snakes. Their momentum was as fierce as a volcanic eruption. Lin Chen could vaguely hear painful roars mixed in these black viscous substances. Looking closely, it seemed that there were strange faces hidden inside those black substances. Then, these black viscous objects gathered on the black-clothed Lin Chen at lightning speed. Lin Chen in black had a distorted face due to extreme excitement. Whenever the black substance was infused into his body surface became more and more weird. Hundreds, or even thousands of sticky snake-like substances drilled into his body, and the disgusting feeling went from the top of his head to the bottom of his feet. This special ritual lasted for several minutes. Damn it. During the process, Lin Chen kept cursing in his mouth. Didn't you say that this guy is my clone? How come his abilities and methods are completely different from mine? Looking at the black-clothed Lin Chen who seemed to be crazy in front of him, Lin Chen continued to mutter. 7 killing spears, heavenly secret disc, greedy wolf bell, these abilities are obviously ghost things related to the stars, and have nothing to do with the land of hunting gods. He complained while moving his shins. Since the other party had just said this, there was really no need for him to continue to hide his shortcomings. A touch of dark green mist was slightly diffused in this world for the first time. When everything was over, the black-clothed Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and in an instant, an unprecedented black light burst out from his pupils, and the whole space was instantly shrouded in darkness. Lin Chen, the show is just about to begin, are you ready? As the voice fell, every word shook Lin Chen's heart, causing the power in his body to become empty. Not only that, all the matter in this void was trembling under the power of the black-clothed Lin Chen. The place where Lin Chen was like a huge center of chaos, the eye of the storm. He is still a patient with a late stage of Junibu. Lin Chen thought to himself. He took a deep breath and thrust the long sword in his hand, which was as tall as a person, to his side. At the same time, the dark green mist around Lin Chen's body rushed out like a flood. King's domain was completely opened by Lin Chen. The special energy from the inside of the mist filled Lin Chen's whole body. Then, Lin Chen in black couldn't catch Lin Chen's figure with his naked eyes. The whole field of vision was filled with green mist. Huh? Lin Chen in black didn't seem to expect that Lin Chen had this trick up his sleeve. What was this strange energy mist used for? Shoo! Lin Chen's mouth in the mist opened at this moment, and a sulfur-like gas was fiercely exhaled by him. Now that he has become more and more proficient in controlling power, Lin Chen feels more and more the horror of the skilled King's domain. This ability to ignore the rules is even comparable to his own ability to stack attack power bugs. This is the first time that Lin Chen has used it in this world with the current means. When the last game was filled with the operation of the mist, Lin Chen suddenly looked up and looked directly at the black-clothed Lin Chen wrapped in black matter in the air in front of him. Swish! Lin Chen was like a steam-powered machine. Just standing there, he could feel the mighty power about to burst out. After being blessed by the King's domain, he drew the long sword at his side again. The blade shone brightly, as if holding an angry dragon. Ha ha! Lin Chen, come and fight me! After saying that, Lin Chen in black waved his hand fiercely at the space where Lin Chen was. The black light tore through the shackles and other spaces and roared out, attacking Lin Chen swiftly. The speed and power were more ferocious than the previous attack. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, turned his palm, and a purple light appeared on his palm, and quickly spread out, turning into a huge light array that enveloped the world. The light array was running, and a light curtain fell from the sky, covering the black-clothed Lin Chen and his black light. Black-clothed Lin Chen just smiled sarcastically, and didn't seem to care. Array, you are really good at learning and applying. Lin Chen's face was calm. The power in his body, the power of space, the power of the tree heart, and the energy blessed by the King's domain gathered in this array, and slowly merged together as it operated. Interesting. The black-clothed Lin Chen retracted his gaze, and his eyes suddenly became ferocious. A black unicorn-like beast with huge wings spread out surged out of the black tide behind him. The next moment, the black-clothed Lin Chen's hands reached into the throat of the giant beast, and the giant beast's huge body shattered with a sound. Endless black blood flowed back into the black tide, and a pair of ferocious black bone wings slowly grew out from behind the black-clothed Lin Chen. He spread his magic wings, clenched his magic fist, and punched out. Black light gathered crazily under his fist, turning into a black shuttle that whizzed out. Yuhing shuttle. As the shuttle flew over, Lin Chen immediately launched a counterattack. He moved and punched, and with the circulation and gathering of power, Lin Chen's response at this time seemed more handy than before. The black shuttles that Lin Chen in black threw were quickly disintegrated by Lin Chen one by one. Not only that, he was also controlling the huge formation, trying to give Lin Chen in black a sneak attack. Turn! Lin Chen's handprints changed like lightning, and a low voice resounded. In the sky, the huge formation slowly reversed, and a beam of light rushed down from it, violently colliding with the black tide behind Lin Chen in black, instantly producing a thunderous sound. The black light and the white light intertwined, and the silver-white heat and the dark green mist condensed together to form a picture of destruction. When the black light gradually dissipated, Lin Chen in black was still standing there, grinning. He held the black piercing gun, pointed it in the direction of Lin Chen, and said in a low voice, "Hit!" The spear shot out, pointing directly at Lin Chen. But just when it was about to hit, Lin Chen disappeared in an instant. Before the black-clothed Lin Chen could react, Lin Chen flashed out from another direction. His speed was so fast that even the black-clothed Lin Chen was stunned. Woo woo woo! The light blades appeared again, and Lin Chen used the assassin's magic weapon again. Endless light blades flew densely towards the black-clothed Lin Chen. Then Lin Chen turned his wrist slightly, the formation started again, and another beam of light blasted out from the formation. At the same time, Lin Chen also held a spear full of power, and threw it fiercely at the black-clothed Lin Chen. The three attacks were formed almost at the same time, and the black-clothed Lin Chen had no way to avoid it. Humph! The opponent snorted coldly, and the devil wings covered with bone spurs on his back suddenly fluttered, and his figure also disappeared strangely. The three attacks followed one after another, and violently collided in the territory where the black-clothed Lin Chen just existed, forming a huge explosion. After the explosion, the world instantly became a vacuum zone, and the turbulence formed by the explosion even shook the barrier of this space. Lin Chen quickly changed the direction of the formation, and a more powerful beam of light rushed down from the sky. Swish! But this time, the beam was finally intercepted by a black light that suddenly appeared. The formation is well controlled, and the sense of smell is very sharp, but the strength is too poor. It's just learning on the spot. Before he finished speaking, the figure of Lin Chen in black appeared out of thin air in front of Lin Chen. He smiled grimly at Lin Chen, clenched his palm, and some extremely sharp black blades extended from his fist, and then punched out. This punch was as fast as lightning. Before the power arrived, the black-clothed Lin Chen had already approached Lin Chen less than 2 meters away. Wherever the fist passed, the space was sunken, and the wind was howling. Lin Chen quickly mobilized the power in his body to meet this blow. In the flash of silver light, the majestic power whistled down from the long sword and collided fiercely with the fist of the black-clothed Lin Chen. The sound of metal clashing resounded through the sky, and a wave of power visible to the naked eye spread from the sky. Although he resisted the first punch, Lin Chen was still shocked by the huge impact and retreated rapidly. He quickly adjusted his posture, gathered his strength on one finger, and gently tapped on the second fist intention of Lin Chen in black. As the strong wind spread, Lin Chen retreated dozens of steps before he stabilized his body. He looked up at Lin Chen in black, who had only retreated one step, with a serious look in his eyes. He knew that no matter how many tricks he had, Lin Chen in black would always have the upper hand in the fight. And since absorbing those black sticky things, Lin Chen in black has become more heavy and lasting. Lin Chen felt like he was fighting with a tireless fighting machine, and he was constantly consuming. Even if the Monarch domain has been activated, is it not enough? Is this all you can do? The black-clothed Lin Chen looked at Lin Chen sarcastically. The black light on his body stretched and retracted like a venomous snake, and then his eyes suddenly turned cold, and the demon wings behind him vibrated and turned into a black light, and shot out again. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and he quickly adjusted his state to prepare for the next round of attack from the black-clothed Lin Chen. The two fought hand-to-hand in midair, punching and sword to throat. The air was compressed and made a banging sound, and the whole space seemed to be torn apart by this force. After a fierce battle, the two retreated at the same time. Boom! Lin Chen hit the ground hard, but the black-clothed Lin Chen only fell to the ground and retreated slightly. Lin Chen climbed up from the ground with the help of this momentum, and his slightly tired eyes flashed with complex light. I can't go on like this. Lin Chen thought to himself, I might be in trouble if I do this. He stood up and clapped his hands, looking at the black-clothed Lin Chen across from him through a bottomless ravine. It seems that I can't hide it anymore, Lin Chen whispered to himself. Then, Lin Chen searched for something in his backpack. A few seconds later, he had a few round balls in his hands. Each of them was dull, and looked like some ordinary stones, but there were some very strange patterns on them. After seeing these props in Lin Chen's hand, Lin Chen in black frowned slightly. He seemed to have seen these things somewhere. There was no special energy fluctuation around these props, but it made Lin Chen in black feel a little nervous. You can only fight me with external objects? The black-clothed Lin Chen growled, looking very angry. Lin Chen coughed. Why, did we agree not to use props? If you use external objects, even if you win, it will be unfair. Don't you want to defeat me with your pure strength? Come on, you have drained half of my strength, and you have been recovering with the special power of this space. Tell me how to beat you. You? Lin Chen in black was suddenly speechless. The reason why he was born was because this special space array split Lin Chen's power, and then combined with the two black stone tablets inside the array to form new flesh and blood, and finally became him. It can be said that he is the product of both Lin Chen and this space. He has a continuous supply of energy in this space, but Lin Chen is different. Any person who sets foot here and enters the array, except for some special methods, will never be the opponent of their clones. But now, the stone balls that Lin Chen took out made Lin Chen in black feel like he was on edge. What on earth are those things? Lin Chen picked and chose from these small balls, and finally took out the two most suitable ones. After putting Shield Mountain Soul in the body, Shield Mountain can drive the body of the giant ape like a Gundam, which means that these things can be used by me as long as they are properly operated. The body has been used, so it may not be very useful against you. Then I will try the heart and pupil." After saying that, Lin Chen threw the 2 stone balls slightly above his head. At this time, Lin Chen in black finally remembered what these things were. He exclaimed in shock, This is the pupil of the god, and the heart of the god?" Chapter 580. "Oh!" Lin Chen raised his head with some curiosity. "Do you know these things?" He should be curious, because this black-clothed Lin Chen was born less than an hour ago, and it was the first time that he took out the heart of God and the eye of God under the other party's gaze. But the other party could recognize them, and even called out the names accurately. Who told him? Or did the caster who created this world know, so he would know it too? Faced with Lin Chen's questioning, the black-clothed Lin Chen did not answer, but just looked at Lin Chen with a little fear as he was injecting his power into the 2 god props. Seeing that the other party did not answer him, Lin Chen ignored him, and felt the 2 props being pulled by his power, and then another special energy and law began to flow back into Lin Chen's body. Lin Chen only felt unprecedented comfort. This feeling was very wonderful, 1,000,000 times more special than when he stuffed Dun Shan into the body of the god. It was the first time that he took the initiative to use his body to connect with the god's things, but now Lin Chen felt like he was using his own arms and fingers, and seemed very handy. The next moment, the 2 props turned into 2 streams of light that suddenly shot towards Lin Chen, and then sank directly into Lin Chen's brow and chest. Pupils entered his eye sockets. Heart drilled into his chest. Lin Chen stood up slowly, with a kind of leisurely elegance in his movements, and a certain deep rhythm began to be exhaled from his body in an orderly manner. Lin Chen's eyes slowly closed, and a sacred breath rich in rule power quietly flowed in this devastated world, like a thin stream, opening up a weak position in the gray and black power of the black-clothed Lin Chen. Then, a strong law of heaven and earth spread out, as if even the air became heavy and oppressive. Suddenly, Lin Chen opened his eyes, and something in his body and eye sockets seemed to be madly lighting up like a volcanic eruption. "Is this the power of the gods?" Lin Chen murmured. As his eyes shone like bright stars, Lin Chen's body was instantly filled with indescribable law power. That was the most indescribable terrifying power in the world that began to flow and gather in his body. When this force touched the ubiquitous black viscous force between heaven and earth, it began to slowly backfire, as if it was going to devour everything. Gulyalu. Above the extreme coldness and death, the rule power around Lin Chen was superior to that black viscous substance. This scene naturally fell into the eyes of the black-clothed Lin Chen. He frowned at first, and then burst into a wild and unrestrained laugh. "Ha ha ha, Lin Chen, my appearance is indeed not wrong. Only by killing you, my existence will be more meaningful. I will replace you, and I will be the real you." The light flashing in Lin Chen's pupils is comparable to the inside of an incandescent lamp, as if everything will return to the deepest part of the light wherever his eyes reach. "I am not so noble as to give up the meaning of my existence to you." Lin Chen responded in a deep voice. "So if you want to replace me so much, then just come on." The black-clothed Lin Chen was stunned, and then a sarcastic smile appeared on his lips. "Of course, only one of you and me can survive. This is an irreversible rule." This time Lin Chen did not speak, but a strong pressure began to flow from the world, as if something was about to break out of the ground. Lin Chen in black was stunned, vaguely feeling that something was wrong. Lin Chen's figure was rapidly expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the power in his body seemed to be boiling like a turbulent river, pouring into every cell, every tendon and blood vessel. At this moment, Lin Chen possessed the most majestic power capacity in this artificial world. The energy gift from the heart of the god made Lin Chen's power source endless. Even the black-clothed Lin Chen in front of him was dumbfounded. Lin Chen's body continued to grow, eventually covering the sky and the sun, as if he was the master of the world. "Ha!" Lin Chen in black looked up at the top of Lin Chen, and sneered disdainfully, "Getting bigger? Are you going to be my target? Break the army order." Lin Chen in black stretched his arm forward, and the demon wings behind him suddenly spread out, and at the same time his body, tongue, jumped up. Hua la la. Breaking teeth-grinding sounds came from the depths of the earth below, and the next moment, before the world could react, pieces of land shattered and collapsed, and the torrent of bones went up against the current and rushed into the sky. Wow! It was a sea of countless bones and skeletons, frantically looking for climbing points like living things, trying their best to climb up. These huge numbers of skeletons stepped on each other to climb at the same time. From a distance, it looked like a waterfall rushing up along the huge Lin Chen's legs, This method was much larger and more spectacular than the evil spirit army summoned by Lin Chen blowing the horn of hell. All the sight was white bones. The skeletons that creaked through the sky had bloody spots flashing in their eyes. They opened their mouths, as if they were about to scream, but all they heard was the sound of bones rubbing against each other and climbing. Wow! The movement. It was like countless raindrops mixed together and hitting the ground. Soon, when the white ocean completely covered Lin Chen's legs and lower abdomen and continued to climb up, the black-clothed Lin Chen waved his hands again. Winsu's sacrifice. As his voice fell, the white ocean suddenly changed color. Yes, the bodies of the skeletons were twitching at this moment, and the sound of friction and collision between bones was gradually weakening, and instead, skin and flesh gradually appeared on their bodies out of thin air. The huge white torrent composed of bones and skulls actually began to slowly turn into flesh color at this moment. Then, as the bones grew flesh, sharp claws and spikes formed on their skin and muscles, and they stabbed Lin Chen hard as soon as these killing weapons appeared in their bodies. The moment before, they could only climb up with the help of the gaps in the bones of their own kind, but now, they are like brave climbers, and sharp blades and claws are their best climbing tools. The speed at which they climbed was astonishing. In just a moment, the evil spirit in the front had already approached Lin Chen's chest. Lin Chen in black sneered and raised his hand to make a stop gesture, and then countless evil spirits suddenly stopped climbing. Their skin turned red at this moment, as if red paint was spread on the surface of their skin, and special power gathered in their bodies, ready to explode at any time. Wu Chupa! Accompanied by the roar of Lin Chen in black, the evil spirits exploded. Explosions followed one after another. The corpse gas and marsh gas released by hundreds of millions of evil spirits intertwined with the black viscous substance, forming a shocking red rainbow after contact with the air. Waves of air with a strong smell of sulfur finally gathered into a mushroom cloud that was even larger than Lin Chen's Fat-Xiong-Di. Boom! After the air wave, the black-clothed Lin Chen's black hair fluttered in the wind. He smiled and looked up at the huge body of Lin Chen, who was being overturned by the air wave, and slowly fell down. The power of the gods? The black-clothed Lin Chen sneered. No more than that. Lin Chen's body was so huge that the sound of breaking through the air caused by his body tilting caused another storm, which was no less than the previous explosion. Just before touching the ground, Lin Chen kicked his huge feet, the ground shook violently, and his body stopped steadily. You lose. Lin Chen's voice was like thunder, echoing in this world. An unprecedented threat enveloped the black-clothed Lin Chen, and he felt fear for the first time. Lin Chen's short 3 words made him realize that something was wrong. Didn't the attack just now have any effect on Lin Chen? At first, I was very curious about the use of these special props obtained after defeating the world boss, but now I think that the reason why God is called God is still reasonable. I am trying to understand the power of rules used by these gods, but using these powers to destroy you in the process seems to be just a matter of physical effort. Physical effort? Lin Chen in black suddenly realized that something was wrong and wanted to escape, but found that he could not escape from Lin Chen's attack range at all. He is too big. Even if you tear the space apart, you can't get out. After all, the winner has not been decided yet. No matter how far you run, you are still in this world. Looking up, Lin Chen raised his hands, then held a sharp blade burning with fire, and stabbed it fiercely. A breath of death suddenly enveloped the black-clothed Lin Chen. He only felt his whole body tremble, and shouted angrily, I will kill you! The black-clothed Lin Chen roared and rushed towards the flaming giant blade falling from the sky. Passing through the clouds, he finally saw that the flames burning around the huge sword blade were even bigger than the fire clouds on the horizon. The power of the flaming sword locked onto the black-clothed Lin Chen. No matter how he fled, it would accurately pierce the space where he was. With the gaze of Lin Chen's divine eyes, he had no way to avoid it. After knowing that he could not escape, the black-clothed Lin Chen bombarded the flaming sword like crazy, but those skills and means were like an egg hitting a stone, and the sword was still falling rapidly. Boom! Before the sword blade pierced him, the surrounding space began to crack inch by inch because it could not bear it. The explosion sounded one after another, as if it was going to destroy people's ears directly. It seems that the person who can walk out of this world is me. No! Ah! As the bone wing shattered, the body of Lin Chen in black began to gradually turn into gray dust under the flame power of the sword. The endless black viscous substance covering his back leaked out crazily, and the sky began to crack. No, I can't die like this, you. Lin Chen, you can't kill me. The 2 black stone tablets on the ground below were cracking into cracks visible to the naked eye. Die! Lin Chen growled, and then fiercely thrust the flaming sword in his hand into the ground. The next moment, the whole world changed color, the earth suddenly broke, the sky turned upside down, and everything turned into ruins under the spread of flames. The space was collapsing, and the black energy was completely dissipated under the burning of the flames. Lin Chen won this battle between himself and himself. After an unknown period of time, the chaos in the world gradually stopped, and the space of the world was completely reduced to a vast expanse. Looking around, it seemed that the world had returned to one, and not even a complete stone could be seen in the world. Lin Chen's huge body stood up slightly. He put away his sword and looked into the distance. His whole body was like a god of war at the end of the world. At the same time, outside, the mysterious man looked at the picture on the stone tablet, with no longer the same expression as before. At this moment, many spider web-like cracks appeared on the stone tablet. The picture was like a TV screen that was broken after being hit by a stone. Only through the cracks could you see the other side of the picture. Lin Chen was looking at him indifferently through the picture. If the scenes in the picture were all real things that just happened, it would be too exciting. The mysterious man couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, and he even clapped his hands. Is this something a player can do? He turned his head to look at Xiaoyun and Tongyu on the side. The two had just been staring at the stone tablet screen, and now they both showed a relieved smile. The mysterious man stared at Xiaoyun's beautiful face from beginning to end. He found that when she smiled, she looked very natural. This was a smile from the heart, without any falsehood. The mysterious man became even more curious, and he suddenly spoke. It seems that this programmer should be the chosen one who has been truly chosen. The smile on Tang Yu's face suddenly disappeared. He looked at the mysterious man fiercely, but the mysterious man ignored him at all, just smiled and looked at Xiaoyun, and continued. At that time, he will be the commander who leads tens of thousands of races in the universe to fight against Su, right? The mysterious man deliberately emphasized the three words commander very much. Xiaoyun's face finally changed imperceptibly, and she turned her head coldly, and stared at the other person. The mysterious man turned his face away just right, as if he was cooperating with Xiaoyun, pretending to be unfamiliar with her, and the two sentences just now were just his own words. Time was passing by little, and the three people around the stone tablet did not make any other moves. After a few minutes, the space around the stone tablet began to break, and two figures almost walked out of the space crack one after the other. The three people almost subconsciously looked over. Lin Chen and Elena came out. The two walked one after the other, almost toe to heel. Seeing Elena behind Lin Chen, Xiaoyun's smile was a little strange. It was obvious that he had been paying attention to the stone tablet picture of Lin Chen, and didn't notice this female elf at all. Looking at the state of the two at this time, not only Lin Chen, Elena had obviously experienced a hard battle. At this time, the power flowing inside and outside the bodies of the two seemed extremely weak, which was caused by the forced release of power.